So you can start.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. So, how are you all doing? uh, Manoj is there. Okay, just a second, guys. Give me a second. All right. So, yeah, welcome to our AWS Solution Architect class. Good morning, Manoj. This is our second class. Okay, if you guys are from the first class, right? You guys know what I have covered. But if there are like new people who have joined, just if this is their first class, okay, let me just quickly give what we have done in our first class. All right, and then we'll start our first AWS service. Okay, so let me share my screen. Yeah, is my screen visible, guys, to everyone? Can anyone please confirm? Is my screen visible? Yeah. Okay, thanks, Manoj. So, in our first class, we discussed about the fundamentals of cloud, right? So we discuss, if you had watched my first class, you would get to know that what is the fundamental of cloud and what was the scenario, what was the infrastructure before the cloud, right? So how they used to manage all the or demand on demand, right? What was the challenges they were facing before the cloud, right? So, and then we got introduced to the cloud. So what did I say in the silver lining of the, so it's basically about renting a resource, right? So whenever you want, you take the service, use it, and just give them back to the cloud. So that you don't have to worry about the, infrastructure management. You don't have to worry about the utilization. Okay. So this is about the silver lining of the cloud. So in cloud, we have three partners, right? Three vendors, AWS, Azure, and GCP. So we are learning AWS. Why AWS? Even that I have explained. So because it has a huge market share, right, throughout the globe. Right? There's a high chance of getting job into AWS, and also in learning wise, AWS has designed in a very easy way to understand to any newbies, right? If you are new to cloud, AWS is the first thing to start. All right, so we discussed that, and I told you about some exam guide if you guys are interested to clear the exam. It's not about interest. You have to take exam if you want to, be a, specialist in cloud. If you want to be, unique from others in the interview, right? The certified guys are given the highest priority. Okay, I strongly recommend you guys to take the exam. Okay, so then we have done the root user setup. I believe most of them already know it. Okay, so we have done the root user setup. So why do we require root user? Obviously to log into the console, right? So so we have 1 year of free tier. Okay, if you are new to AWS, please sign in as a root user. You will get 1 year free subscription. right? You can play with whatever you want, but before you do anything, I'll give you the instruction. Okay, so in the lab I'll give you instruction what all you need to select and which all you have free tier, not entire console. Okay, that I'll guide you in our daily classes. I'll guide you. So we have set up the root user, and then we discussed about regions and zone. Can anyone, if there's anyone from yesterday's class, can anyone tell me what do you mean by zones, availability zone? Arihant or Manoj, you guys were from yesterday's class. I told you guys about what is availability zone and what is a region. Do you guys remember? It's very simple thing, right? Uh, no, Manoj, not a backup location. So we don't have Debashis. Debash is also there, no? Debash is
Was there a class yesterday? I didn't.
no, not yesterday, day before yesterday. I mean, you were there, no, first class.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you
So
remember anything?
yeah, it's a basically availability zone is is a is a part of region where all the data centers uh, are there inside availability zone.
Okay, good try, Devashish. Okay, good try. So I'll explain you again. So before we get into the regions and those, you guys should know what is data center. So I believe everyone knows it, right? What do you mean by data center is just a building where it contains all the computer, physical storage, and the all the cooling system, secure system, everything will be there in the one building. This one building we call it as a data center. What do you mean by availability zone is nothing but collection of one or two data center. That's it. So what do you mean by availability zone in any cloud, not only in AWS? In AWS, Azure, GCP, in everything, availability zone is nothing but collection of one or two data centers. What is region? Collection of one or two availability zone. That's it. So always remember this image. Okay, even in the your interview or wherever you are. Okay, if they ask what is availability zone region, remember this. If you see region, okay, so it is a collection of 2 to 3 availability zone, and if you see availability zone, it has 2 to 3. Okay, it's not like only 2, not 3. It can be anything. This just for example. All right. So we cleared about availability zone and region. So what do you mean by edge locations, Manoj? So edge location is nothing but mini data centers. So let's say we have a very less region in AWS. Okay, so if we have user from edge locations, let's say Antarctica, Sri Lanka, right, there and all, they don't have region. If you see in India, we have only Mumbai as a region, right? If people from south part, how they need to connect. So if there is no region, how AWS will use is they will deploy mini data centers. That is only we call it as edge location. That's it. Right, so don't get confused with that. Okay, so that's about edge location. And then the main important thing what we have discussed is shared responsibility model in the cloud. All right, so before learning any concept in cloud, you should be knowing what is the shared responsibility. I mean, what is the responsibility will be shared between the customer and the AWS, right? So it's the similar way how we rent a Zoom car, right? I have given the same example. So if you rent a Zoom car, what happens? Few responsibilities shared by a Zoom car and few responsibilities shared by a user. That means you. Same way in AWS, in this cloud, right? If you are running any application in the cloud, if you are deploying any application, so all the your data, whatever data you are putting there, okay, what your OS you are using, which kind of OS you are using, which kind of firewall you are configuring, which what are the encryption you are using, it's all your data. I mean your responsibility, which is security in the cloud. AWS will not worry about it. What is AWS responsibility? They'll just, okay, to run this application, what you want. Do you want proper storage? Do you want proper strong database? Do you want high network? I will provide. Okay. Do you want high recovery? you want high availability zone, I will provide, they will provide to run the application. But inside that, it is your responsibility. You cannot blame AWS. Okay, this is pretty much similar in all the three clouds, guys. Okay, that's why I have kept this in the starting itself. Okay, please remember this. If you're going for the interview, they might ask you this. Okay, so throughout this course, I'll be giving you in between interview tips. Okay, how they will ask, okay, how the cross questions, how they might ask scenario based. Okay, I can't remember and I can't tell you everything at the end of the course. So be active in the course, right? So whenever I say, please make a note of it, right? It would help you guys in the interview. All right, so this is what we discussed. So till here we had stopped, right? So so today we're gonna talk about a little bit about well architect framework, okay? And then we'll do our first service. All right, yeah. So what is well architect framework? Why do we need to learn this? Okay, so anyone has any idea before I say anything? Anyone wants to say? What is AWS well architect framework? Guys, you can talk freely. All right, so even if it's wrong, please speak up and say, because everyone are learning in this, right? So even if you don't know, just try to speak up. Okay, so let me explain. So what is AWS well architect framework is, so before you deploy any resources in AWS, you need to have architecture, right? You guys are already know, if you are working professional, you will be knowing what is architecture. Okay, architecture is a end-to-end, okay, data flow. Okay, to build that architecture, you have some pillars. Okay, you have some certain rules to follow in AWS. Okay, so it's not like mandatory rules, but if you follow, right, you will be called as a proper solution architect. Okay, so you should be follow those pillars while building an architecture. That's it. This just for your knowledge purpose. Okay, so AWS Well Architect Framework is a methodology developed by AWS to help architecture build and operate reliable, secure, efficient, and cost-effective system. So these are the pillars. Okay, so if the architecture should be aware of these main pillars. So let us see what are those pillars. So these are the 6 pillars, guys. Remember it. Okay, so whenever the solution architect building an architecture in AWS, he needs to be aware of this pillars. What are those? Operation excellence. Okay, so his architecture should be excellent in maintaining the operation performance, right? And the security, while he's building architecture for application, so he should take care of the security as well. Okay, and then he should be, knowing about the reliability. That means, let's say, the pillar focus on ensuring that systems operate reliable and recover from failures. Okay, even if your application goes down, one more should be up and running. You should be aware of this. You should be aware of performance efficiency, right? You should get maximum performance with lesser cost. Okay, and then cost optimization. You should be knowing how to play with the cost. This is very important, guys. Okay. Okay, nowadays, since everyone are into cloud, so people are expecting to save a lot of money. Your lead, your manager want you to use a minimum cost. Okay, you should be knowing which service is costly, which service is cheaper, how to play with the cost in services. You should be knowing all this. So these are the pillars. Okay, just you don't have to buy hat this all those things. Just remember it. Okay, just tell them these 6 pillars before you answer anything in the interview. It will impress them. All right, so we're gonna build architecture based on these pillars only. So I need to take care of operation, I need to take care of security, I need to take care of reliability, performance, and cost. So if you build architecture based on this, then you will call it as a proper solution architect. Clear? Any doubt?
No.
Okay, all right. So this was all about AWS fundamentals. Okay, so you guys know about what is cloud. Why do we require AWS? Okay, you guys know what is the region availability zone. You guys know pillars. Now we are good to start our first and the most used service in AWS in cloud. That is our elastic compute cloud. Okay, same technology, same methodology. Okay, in Azure we call it as VMs. That's it. Only naming is different. Okay, so here we call it as elastic compute cloud. That is EC2. Anyone has idea what is it?
Yes, it's a virtual machines that is hosted uh, inside the cloud. Means it is just a VM. We can spin up either any operating system, Windows,
Yes,
Linux.
yes, very good, correct. So Debash is right.
Yes.
Yeah, correct answer. So what Debashis told is correct. So EC2 is nothing but is a, so if they ask what is EC2, it is a web service that provides scalable compute capacity. Okay, so it's nothing but virtual service. That's it. Okay, don't buy hat everything. So what is EC2? It's nothing but our virtual service wherein we can run our application, okay, on the cloud on EC2s. Okay, so we can launch whenever we want and we can remove when it's not required. That's it. Okay, it's on demand. Now here everyone knows what is virtual server, okay, what it does. Yes, Leela Krishnan, you have raised a hand. Do you have something to ask, Leela? I cannot hear you. Okay. So yeah, EC2 is our virtual service. So here now what you need to learn as a cloud architect, okay, as a AWS solution architect in this uh, courses, we gonna have to learn if you want to launch instance. Let's say if you want to launch instance, yeah, you can, yes, Leela, you can call it as virtual machines or virtual server, anything. It is virtual. That's it. All right. So if you want to launch an instance, okay, it's very easy. AWS is designed in such a way, right? You can simply just a couple of touch and you can launch it. But as you are joining this course, okay, what makes you unique is we will learn entire each concept. What is OS, why they have given this option, what is instance type, what are the different types of instance type, what is key pair, why they have introduced key pair, okay, what are the different network settings, what all you can do it here, and what is the different storage settings. All right. So, and we have couple of some advanced section also, which I'm going to explain you. Okay, so if you know all this, this will make you different from others and you can play with instance. Okay, based on the scenario, you can play with this. Right. So shall we start our first service?
Yes.
All right.
So I have a query.
Mhm,
So in AWS environment, in their data center,
mhm.
wha- what are the hardware they are using for making their infrastructure? Are there any specific technology or what hardware? Means is it related means it's if it related to server networks or compute anything? Is it
Mhm.
the AWS proprietary or they use other OEMs hardware also?
So you're asking about AWS, what AWS uses.
Yes.
So AWS, they have their own, right? They have their own infrastructure, they have their own data centers, and they have their dedicated team. As you said, they're using their own this thing. I'm not really sure exactly what and how they're gonna do it, but if you whatever you do, okay, they have a lot of different data centers, right? They have different regions. They have a lot of regions, and they will be storing your data across everywhere. Okay, they'll make sure your application should be up and running always. So in detail, what's the background of AWS? Even I'm not really sure. Okay, so I cannot tell you on that. So one more question, Leela, sir, does EC2 and Azure VMs are same? Is there any differences? Both are same, Leela. That's what I told you, right? So only the naming is different. So only the namings you might get a different, but all the working, right? EC2 VMs, virtual machines in Azure, both are same. Both built to do the same functions. Okay. All
Hello,
right. So
sir. 1 minute, please.
yeah.
Sir, in AWS data center, sorry, availability zone on nearby location. Any specific details? More? Can you please provide more details about availability zone? That means
So,
you have specified 2 or 3 availability zone for region, right? So
2 or 3 availability zone, yeah, for a region.
Is there any specific distance, or is there in 3 availabilities or nearby in same place, or it's a little far from?
Availability zone, if you see what is availability zone, it is a collection of data centers, right? So in each availability zone, data center will be like, it will be like a campus. Just a second, I'll show you. So now we have in India, we have Mumbai as a region. Okay, so in India, we have Mumbai as a region. Okay, so in this Mumbai region, so where there is, can you mute it? Can you please mute? So in Mumbai, they have given the name as a Mumbai, okay, main. So it doesn't mean data center is storing in the Mumbai only. Okay, so those are isolated location which nobody knows, because normally anyone not usually not everyone get access to it. So they will be storing, let's say if they say one availability zone, okay, somewhere around, for example, okay, just for example, okay, in Hyderabad they'll create one availability zone like a campus. Okay, so here they'll be having multiple data centers, I mean the buildings. Okay, so and somewhere in here another isolated location, so let's say Gujarat. All right, so they will have one more availability zone. So here they might have 2, 3, okay, 4 data center, we don't know. Okay, so they will combine this and they'll give it as one Mumbai region. So now if you go to this AWS console, okay, now if you select, okay, so if you select Mumbai region, now we have different subnets here. Okay, we will get 3 subnets. That means we have 3 availability zone. I'll show you where it is. You go to VPC section. Can you guys see it here? We have 3 subnets. So why do we have 3 subnets? Because Mumbai region has 3 availability zone. Okay, now which place, how far, okay, how many data center, that we don't know. AWS will never, give it to us. It will never tell us in exactly which place it is. Okay, these are something confidential. But as per this, now if you see in Mumbai region, you have 3 availabilities. That means in India, they have these 3 availability zones. So inside availability zone, there might be 2 data center, 4 data center, and these are very far. Okay, these are very far. I'm just giving you example: Hyderabad, Gujarat, Bangalore. Okay, they are kept at isolated location. It should be far away from the our day-to-day activity, because it has a lot of uh, computers, right? A lot of computers will be running, and they have dedicated cooling systems. They have dedicated security system. All right. So this is how it works in the background. Is it clear?
Yeah, it is clear. So you mean
Yes,
like
sir.
we will we will never know where these
Ha.
servers are
These are
located.
isolated location. Data center will always place in an isolated location. Okay, so this why they are giving naming is okay. Hello, so here you might ask then why they are giving name Mumbai, Singapore. So why? Because you might be creating application for India users. Okay, so let's say Flipkart. Okay, it runs for only for the Indian people. So you want to make sure the users are from India only, right? So that is why regions have names. Now, if you deploy applications in Mumbai, okay, so you have lot of higher chance of getting users from Mumbai, from India only. If you deploy, okay, if you deploy a Flipkart application in US East Virginia, you can do it. Okay, it's not that it's not possible. You can do it. You can deploy anywhere you want. But the latency. So if your application is in you guys know, right? If your application, sorry. So if your application is in US and all your users in India, so just imagine what would be the latency if they want to request anything from your application. That's why for regions, they have given names. Okay. But availability zone, where exactly, okay, how many data center, that is not disclosed by AWS. All right. So yeah. Okay. We'll move on. Yeah. So EC2, we have some few important features to be noted down in the EC2. So few people are already aware of it, right? So what EC2 does is, okay, we have to take care of the life cycle of instances. Instances are nothing but EC2 guys, okay? And load balancing, auto scaling. Okay, we have to attach storage, network card, right? All these things you need to learn, okay? Which we're gonna do it in this session. Right. So before we get in, we have different types of EC2 instance types, or we can call it as families. What are these families? Okay, so everyone knows how to launch EC2. Okay, if they ask in interview, you can just go click on launch instance to select something and you can launch. But if they ask, do you know what are the different families? Okay, so these are the EC2 instance families. So based on the usage, we have different purpose. Okay, different EC2. That is general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU, and HPC. So I'll give you real-time example. Okay. So I'm not going to explain you with the definition and all. Okay. It's everywhere available in the Google or anywhere. So I'll tell you only the real-time example. So general purpose instance, when do we use? It's like a on-demand. Okay. Just for practice. Now for the training purpose. Okay. Even in once if I join the company, I want to do some, implementation just for the practice. Okay, it's on demand. Just click on launch. Okay, I will create one new thing and I'll immediately delete it. All right. So this is a general purpose. Just click on launch. I can launch and I can delete it. This is general purpose. So next one is compute optimized. So what do you mean by compute and when do we use it is just for like a, if you have like a Flipkart application, right? Your Swiggy, your Zomato, those all are built on compute optimized. Okay, those are built complex. Okay, they need some good EC2 instance. Okay, those all are built on compute optimized. Okay, for example, I'm saying memory optimized. So when they will use memory optimized, okay, so they want high memory. Okay, so their application, so let's say if your client comes up with, okay, we have to deal a lot of memory, right? Our EC2 should be very high in memory. So when do we use it memory optimized? Usually in the gaming, right? Why? Because if you see now we have online gaming. So in the online gaming, if you see the result instantly updated, right? For that, memory should be high. For that VMs, for that EC2, if you're running for the gaming, memory should be high. So for that, we have memory optimized, storage optimized. So if you are focusing on more storage, okay, if you are okay with less performance, but your EC2 should have more storage, then you can go with storage optimized. And then GPU. So this is graphical process unit. So graphical means, so in the name itself, it says if you going with, if your client is requesting for, if your client is related to video editing, right? So if they're into online media, YouTube streaming, online streaming, for them, they might require GPU. And then we have something called HPC. What is high performance computing? It is a very biggest EC2 instance family, and it is used for very high workload, like big data, right? Hadoop, all those things we might use HPC, right? So just remember the examples, and if you remember the examples, you can remember this. Okay. So how can you recognize here in the EC2 instance type? If you see here, general purpose will be something like this, T2. Okay, T is for tiny, M is for, medium. If you see compute optimized, it will be starting with C. Memory optimized, R, X. All right. So storage, H. So where you can see, click on launch. If you click on launch instance, where you can see instance families here. Okay. So here we have instance type. Like you see here, T2 micro. As soon as you see this, you should be able to say, okay, this belongs to general. Okay, this belongs to general purpose. That's why we have under free tier. Okay, if you want, you can see all the different available. Okay, see C5 compute. Got it right? Why they have given all those things? Is it clear, guys, about instance types?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool.
T2 will be available for general purposes.
Yeah,
I
T2
mean,
is like
for
T is
practice.
for tiny. Yeah, just for practice purpose.
Oh, that's the one we have get access for 1 year.
Yeah, that's the one for the free tier.
Okay, this is the only one, right?
Yeah, this is the only one. Low. So let's say T2 micro is a free tier eligible. Now here they have some limit. Okay. Up to that limit, you whatever you want, you can do. Okay, it's not chargeable. If you select any other, okay, T2 small, T2 medium, if you see there's no free tier, right? T micro, small, medium, there's no free tier. If you select and deploy, so every second you will be charging. Or if you see here, they have given the pricing. 0.5 USD per hour, 0.4 USD per hour. Okay, so
Okay.
always in AWS, I'll be giving, okay, in the lab session, I'll be giving you the guidance, which one to select.
Sure.
All right,
But we
so
can see the.
yeah, we are clear about instance type. Guys, see, it takes no time, okay, or it takes no time for me to take a lab. I can simply go launch, okay, click on launch, and I can give some details. I can ask you to guys follow me. I can tell you that, but what is the intention of my course? Okay, if you're joining this courses, you should be unique from others. Okay, you should be able to tell them each and every option why they have given this. Okay, why we are going with T2 micro only, why we are going with memory optimized. That's why I have put a lot of effort here. I have put a lot of theory here. Okay, please focus on this part. Labs, it will be easier for you if you understand here, right? So that's why I'm starting with theory. Okay, few people they will directly start with lab. Okay, but I want you to focus on why AWS has given this option. Okay, why they have given this Ubuntu. Okay, why they have given this AMI in the starting only, right? All those things you will get to know. Now instance type is clear. Okay, so now you know if they ask anything in this box in instance types, you guys can tell. Okay, so we'll get into the next part. Okay, this is something I'll tell it in the last. Okay, now if I say, you guys will get confused, right?
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Just wanted to see how long will this class stay today?
1.5
I
hour,
mean,
10:30 to
just 1
12.
hour?
Yeah, every day.
Okay. 1 hour, right?
Monday to Friday, 1.5 hour. Okay.
Okay, cool. Sure.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to interrupt you. So, in the real environment, how many instance type we use generally?
So in the real time, no, it depends on your client or depends on your project. So in the project, they will give you some document. So there's some document name. It either they call it as a SAD, okay, or else they'll call it a solution architect design document. Okay, in that they'll give you the requirement. Client will say, okay, they will say, or your architect will be there. No, he will decide how many T2 micro should require. Okay, how many large required, how many small required. So he will decide on that. Okay, so he will decide on that. So he will decide on that.
Adil, I guess I can't hear you.
Once if they give the details, you should be knowing it, right? Where you will get T2 micro, where you will get memory optimized. Clear?
Yeah, so T2 is a one component. However, we can increase the CPU utilization, CPU uses for it, right? Like
Yeah.
we can give the more memory and more CPUs to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we have different families in EC2. So T2 is for tiny turbo, just for, just a simple your testing purpose, learning purpose on demand. If you want, if you're using for high level, then you can go for compute starting with C. It's like that.
Sir, one more query from my side.
Is it Leela?
Sure, I'm here.
Yeah, got it.
Who is this? Now one more.
Shivraman.
Shivraman, yeah.
Sir, well, we have required to change the EC2 instance type. It can be done in real time, or we need to shut down the machine, sir.
That you need to shut down. So if your EC2 instance is already running, okay, so you already launched EC2 instance. You have taken T2 and you have launched, you feel that it is not sufficient. Okay, either you need to shut down or you need to create another one. You cannot change it in running while running.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
It's not possible. Okay.
Adil, sorry to interrupt you. So I just joined late. Today is the first day for this training, right?
Yeah, yesterday's was, I mean, this is the second class. First class was just a fundamentals. Okay.
Okay.
It's nothing that important, but this is the first actual services class.
Okay. Got it. And you'll be sharing these recordings, right? I just joined late.
It is there in the YouTube, I guess. They'll share you the link.
Okay.
You can check with the host. I mean, the people, they'll share you.
Okay, fine. Thanks.
But we can't get complete videos on YouTube. Huh?
That I am not sure. I'm just a trainer. Whatever you have doubt, ask me. I'll clear. Okay, learn as much as possible. These are very high demand. You guys know it already. All right, moving on. So next important is security group. So while launching an instance, so you have learned instance type. Now we're gonna learn about security group. Okay, so here we have firewall, that is secure. So what is security group? So it is just so don't worry about this explanation. Always remember, security group acts as a virtual firewall to our instance. Okay, that means in a simple way, what it does. Okay, so let's say now. Okay, so this is Manoj's apartment. Okay, so this is Manoj's apartment. Now Leela is a outside user. Okay, Leela is a Manoj's friend. Now, if Leela wants to get into Manoj apartment or Manoj flat, what is the procedure? How she'll come? Okay, how he will come? So first, Leela will come here. Okay, so what is the main checkpoint? So Manoj apartment, they have security guards, right? Right? They have security guards. What security guard will do? Simply will they allow security guard for any random? They'll check with Leela, who are you? Why are you coming? Who do you require? Is Manoj is there? Okay, they'll check, they'll ask Leela, they'll get the details and they'll check with Manoj. Can we allow Leela? Only if Manoj says, then only security guard will allow Leela to get into Manoj apartment. And then after the work, after some time, Leela will go back. Okay, same technology we are using here, guys. Okay, so it's very simple, very simple. Security guard is something like this. It is an actual firewall. Okay, so security guard, so same way security guard is a firewall for our EC2. Now Manoj is EC2. Okay, This is our instance. So a security guard acts as a firewall. So inside security guard, we have inbound rule, we have outbound rule. Okay. So whatever you defined in inbound rule. Okay. So when you're launching instance, okay, you have to define security group. Inside inbound rule, whatever the rule you define, okay, whatever you are allowed, only that your security group will allow to your EC2. Okay, only that will be allowed. Any other rules or any other request is not allowed. Is it clear? So if you see here, security group
Yes,
is
sir.
acting as a virtual firewall. Can you see this firewall? So
Yeah,
in this,
so
yeah.
whatever data comes to EC2 instances, they will get verified from the firewall, which is located just beyond the Azure, and then reach to the EC2 instance. Is it like that?
Yeah, pretty much correct. Okay, so security group is a firewall. Okay, so it's a virtual, you cannot see it. Okay, but it acts as like a boundary to your EC2 instance. Okay, it will be like a boundary. So any request should pass through security group. Okay, should pass. So if anyone wants to come into Manoj apartment, they should pass through security guard, right? Same way. So here we have some rules. This is how it looks. I'll show you in the lab also. Before I get into lab, if you know this, lab will be easier for you. You will do it within no time. That's why I'm explaining you all this. So this is how it looks, guys. Security group inbound rules. If you see here, I am allowing only port 80, port 443. Okay. Any other ports, it will not allow. Why? Because in security group, we have not defined, we have not allowed it. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. There may be some network slowness or few seconds we are not able to audible you. Now you are audible.
All right, all right.
Yeah, it
Okay,
seems
is
that you
it,
have issue with your internet connection. Sometime it
how is it
fluctuates.
Sometime
Sometime
now?
only. Yeah, it's fine.
Now it's
All
good.
right. Okay, so clear about security group, guys. You guys know what is security group. Okay, what is the function of it? Yeah.
I have a query. So when you have created an instance, by default, a security group will be associated with the instance, or we need to explicitly attach that.
By default, it will be there.
Okay, by
Okay,
default.
so yeah. So if you see here, my next point, it is that only. Security groups by default will be there, but by default, they are denied. If you
Okay.
see, when you launch instance, okay, security groups by default, it will be denied. We have to go explicitly allow, okay, we have to give inbound or outbound rule. We have to give explicitly. If you don't give anything, okay, when you launch an instance, there will be denying, okay, no traffic will be coming and going.
Okay, means where the security group only we can add permit statement, means permit things.
Inbound rules,
Yeah.
only allow rules. You can specify only allow rules. That's what I'm coming to it. Next point is that only I was going to explain.
Okay.
All right. So if you guys are clear about what is security group, what is inbound rules, what is outbound rules. So my next is that only. What we are saying is by default, when we launch instance, we have security groups, but by default, it will be denied. No rules will be there here. So we have to go and launch it. Okay. I mean, sorry, we have to go and define it inbound rules. Okay. Remember, we can only allow rules. You cannot deny it in security group. And we can assign up to 5. Okay, you can assign up to 5 security groups to one EC2 instance. And one most important thing about security group, which you should remember, they'll ask in the interview and as well as also in the exam. So that security group are stateful. If you see here, what it's saying, security groups are stateful. So what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this is, so you don't have to define outbound rules for this. Once you allow any port, now let's say in the security guard, I'll allow port 80. Okay, I'll give allow port 80. So once you allow port 80, automatically outbound will be opened for port 80 as well. This we call it as stateful. This is only there in security group, guys. That's what security group makes different from others. Why? Because it's a stateful. So in coming classes, you will learn more about stateless also. Okay. Now, as of now, focus on stateful. All right. Any doubt in security group?
Yes, sir. You have said that you can able to attach 5 security groups for your instances.
Huh.
That means one instance can be attached to multiple security groups. That means, or
Yeah, multiple also you can do it, or you can keep as a, you can create and keep security groups, and you can attach and remove at any time, even for the running instance. Up to 5 only you can do it. So if you are
that means for one instances or 5 instances for 5 machines, sir. I'm not able to understand that.
for one EC2 instance for one VM, okay,
Okay,
you
sir.
can assign up to 5 security group.
Okay, so in that case, if I have assigned, if I have allow 13389 port in one instance, one rule, another rule I have dropped, I have removed. That means which one will take, sir? Which I have, that's my query. I'm not able to.
Okay,
I've
so
get your
you are saying if for your EC2 instance you have like this 3 security groups. So here you are allowing port 80, and here in this security group port 80 is not allowed, right?
Yes, sir. Or first I have not allowed means we will allow only sorry, we will provide access only for allow ports, as you said, right?
So we will allow, if you define anywhere in the, let's say here in the security group, we don't have deny. Okay. So in this first security group, you have allowed port 80. Okay. If you allowed here, automatically you will get the port 80 request to the EC2. Even if you don't define your port 80 in this second security group, third, it doesn't matter. You have allowed in one of the security group, right? Obviously it will go.
Okay,
Even
that
if
means
you don't.
it will take top priority rules. Yes, sir.
No, there's no top priority rules. Okay, because here we don't have deny rules. No. Here it is only allowed. So if you are, let's say we have in one security group, you have 5 rules. Okay, and in second security groups, okay, you have 10 outbound rules. So all these outbound rules, if you're giving, means you are allowing it. Is it clear? You are allowing here. You are not denying these rules. So obviously, whatever you give it, everything will be allowed. It's not like priority. So whatever you have defined in the security groups, it will be allowed.
Okay, sir.
Only,
Got it.
yeah, when we talk about NACL, you will understand we have some priorities. Okay, we have deny rules in NACL. There you'll understand. But in security group, don't get confused. We have only allow rules. All right. So
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
yeah. So now we're gonna do some. Let us do some lab now. Okay, let's launch our first EC2. Why? Because it will be more of theory. Again, you guys will get bored of it. Right? So you guys, I believe everyone have root user. So once you have root user, come and log in here. So once you log in, you can see your account name. Okay. So this is your account. These are all the services you can see. I've already explained in my first class, right? So just here go and type EC2. Once you type EC2, you will come in, or you will come to this page. So here we're gonna launch our first instance. Click on launch.
And sir, may I know how many instances we can have like we have EC2 instance?
There's no limit right now. You can create how much you want. We have, if you go with other services, containers and all, they will deploy 200, 300 instances at one time.
So how we give the name like EC2, EC3, EC4? Is it like that, or we can give any name?
Any name. Now I'm giving, no, that's what I'm doing.
Test,
Now. If you see
yeah.
a name, I'm giving test 1. Okay, this is our demo 1. Okay, so let me give demo only. Okay, this is our demo EC2. You can give anything. Usually what in real time, what people will do, they'll give their project ID. So they'll be having project IDs, right? they'll give project ID, or else they'll mention their project name. Okay, that only you can do. And this you leave default as of now, because you guys don't know what is OS. Am I right? You leave default. Don't do anything. Instance type, what we are selecting, T2 micro. Why are we selecting T2 micro, guys?
It's a free tier eligible.
Free tier
They-
eligible, and one more. One more. Why you are T2 my?
It is
Oh.
a general purpose. Sir.
Yes, exactly. It is a general purpose. T2 represent tiny. Who is that Xiaomi Redmi Note 9 Pro Max? How many instance make? I did not understand your question.
So I mean that in free tier, how many instances we can able to create? Is there any limit, or that's it?
In free tier.
Yes, sir. Free tier
So
account.
in free tier, that's what you can launch how many n number of instance. There's no limit for it. Okay, but there's a limit for you will be giving $1,000, I believe. So if your rate up to 1,000, you are free. Up to $1,000, that instance is free. You can create 100 EC2, you can create 500 EC2. As long as that cost of EC2 is not crossing 1,000, it is free for you. It is like that.
So end of the day, money matters a lot.
Yeah. But as I have seen for the testing, for the classes and all, no student has reached, breached that free tier. They have given a lot. You can practice. You guys can easily practice, but make sure you have to do the cleanup. As soon as you finish your classes, please do the cleanup. Cleanup is must. That I'll show you. First, let me launch it, then I'll show you the cleanup. All right. So now I've given the name. OS, don't select anything. Instance type, we are selecting T2. Key pair, okay, I'll explain it to you. Okay, now it's not required. Okay, so here, if you see here in the network setting, we have security group. So it is asking if you want, you can create a security group, or you can select existing one. Okay, now I'm going to create security group. Okay, if you don't give it here, okay, if I create like this only, there will be no rules at all. Security group will be default. By default, it will be no rules. Okay, I'll show you how to give rules. Now I'm giving everything, I'm not giving any rules. If you see, I have not checked anything. All right, so rest all, leave it. Don't touch anything. And now we're gonna launch instance. What do we call this, guys? This line.
Is it instant ID, like how many instances we create, we get the IDs and the generation date and time?
What? That line you are saying, that uploading line?
Yeah, I'm talking about instant ID. Like whenever we create an instant, it gives us instant ID,
Yeah.
including date and time, so that Amazon can take record for that.
Yeah. So we have this instance ID, for all each and every instances. Each and every instance will come with instance ID, and in real time we track with instance ID only. Okay, so this is our first instance. Can you guys see it? It's up and running. Okay, so if you see here, we have status check is still initializing. So they will ask you in the interview. Okay, as I have seen, many of my students are saying, so recently they have started asking in the interview, can you explain what is this status check, why it will show initializing? Okay, and if you see here, there will one check and two steps check will be there. Okay, so what do you mean by that is, so it will do two checks. So one is system status check, and second one is instance status checks. Whenever we launch an instance, whenever we start an instance, there will be two checks. What is the first is system status check. It will check whether all the configuration is correct or not in the system, whether my system is ready to up and running. And second, it will check instance one. So my instance, what details I have given, which storage I have given, which networking I have given. Okay, both it will check, and then our instance status check will be 2 by 2. If you wait for some time, it will be 2 by 2. This they'll ask it, guys. In recent interviews, they have asked it. All right, you don't have to wait for this initializing. Okay, so first EC2 instance is launched, right? Click on this and then connect. Okay, so these are the different types of connecting. Right now, don't worry about it. Just click on connect. Okay, if you see establishing connection. Okay, so you wait for the some time. Okay, so why am I getting this error, guys?
We have not included security group while we create VM.
Exactly. So if you see that error, we have not allowed any inbound rules. Okay, so sometimes, okay, sometimes if I don't do the billing, okay, if I have a billing payment, okay, if my payment is pending every month, they'll be sending the payments. If my billing is pending, even then they'll not allow me to launch. Okay, if you guys are new, you will be able to launch it. Okay, this is how you check your billing. Click on account. Okay, come to the billing. Okay, just click on bills. You can see monthly wise. Can you guys see here? I have $10. So you might say you are in free tier. Why are you getting $10? Okay, so it's because I have left it on EC2. Few times I have left it on. I have not turned it off. Can you guys see it here? I have not done the cleanup this account. It will show you in which region you have EC2. If you see US West Oregon. So here I have left it on. That's why I have got this bill. If you use it and if you clean up, you will not get this bill. You guys got it right? How to check it?
Can we see if there are any services are running and in which region?
This is what it is. So running, not sure, but here you can see in which region you have deployed. Okay,
I meant
running, I'll show you. Running, I'll show you. So here you can see in which region you have charged more. Okay, even if you simple storage service also S3 also. Okay, in which region you have S3 bucket. Okay, in VPC also in which region you have deployed and which region is costing you, you can see. If that once you see here, whether you want to cross check. Okay, now we saw here Oregon, right? US West Oregon. I have charged $8.59. So to confirm whether it is running or not, what I need to do, I need to change it to US West Oregon. I think I might have not. So go to this. Okay, I think I might have not stopped it. If you see here, you can see in the dashboard if anything is running or not. If you see my one instance is running, which one is that? Now my one demo one. Same way we have different dashboards for other services. In this dashboards, we can see instance, load balancer, placement groups, all the all the services which cost you money. You can see it here. Sorry. I think I hope it shouldn't be there. See, can you guys see it? I forgot to stop my EC2 instance in Oregon region, which I saw it in my bill. Okay, that's why I'm getting that much charge. Now I need to go and terminate it. Is it clear, guys? Why do we get that much billing? Any doubt in how to check the billing part?
Yeah,
Hello?
got it.
Yeah, right. So this is how you check your billing. So after each class, if you do any lab, okay, clean up, and next day check your billing, not on the same day. Okay, next day you have to go and check your billing. Okay, now coming to our EC2. So you guys know now how to launch EC2, right? So we are getting the error. Now I'll fix my security group. Let's say whether that record, I don't know which region I've launched it. Okay, it's in Mumbai.
Mumbai.
Yeah. So usually in real time, what they will do, you know, guys, let's say we have our application to our Indian users. They'll run main application in Mumbai. Okay, but they'll keep backup of our application. That means our secondary application will be in the Ireland. Okay, or in mostly they'll do deploy in Ireland or in Singapore. Why? Because the costing will for the organization it will be less. And if you think about the governance, okay, government rules in Ireland, you have good rules compared to any other region. Okay, that you don't have to worry. Okay, this is for professional, for experienced people. All right, security. Okay, click on this, go to security. If you see, there are no rules. Okay, so click on this. This is our security group. Now we're gonna give some rules. Okay, there are no edit inbound rules. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna allow first SSH. Okay, save rules. This you should give anywhere. Okay, from anywhere. 000 means anywhere. So I'm allowing SSH. Okay, so now I have changed this thing. I hope it should work. If it doesn't work, it could be my billing problem. In real, if you are doing, it will work for you guys. It's working. Did you guys see it now? Previously, it was not working. Now it is working. This is the power of security group. In real time, we will play with this security group, guys. Okay, so only with the specific thing we can allow. It acts as a virtual firewall. If security group it's not allowing, no matter what, you will not get to. This is my now first EC2 server. It's working. If you ask, who am I?
You have created a Amazon instance.
So this is Amazon Linux. This is under free tier now.
One thing. So where is what are these IPs? It getting
This IP is right.
yes.
Yeah, that's what my next slide is all about. Okay, I'm gonna talk
And
about
one
that
more
now.
thing, we don't need any credential, user credential.
Since we are launching from the console, okay, if you're launching from the console, you don't require. Okay, if you're launching through some programmatic, right, CLI, command shell, SDK tools, so you require credential access keys.
Well, if I launching a Windows machine, we should have a username and password, right?
Yeah, if you're launching Windows machine, yeah, you can give. While launching, it will ask. So here we have selected OS as a Linux. I'll show you. So if you're going with RDP, right, you should have username and password. It will ask you while creating. So it doesn't come under free tier. It will cost us. That's why we don't create Windows machine. Okay, so where you can select, if you can you see here?
Yes.
So in the OS, if you select Windows and then if you launch, okay, while launching and all, you have to give some credential.
Okay, can you
That's
show one Windows machine also?
Right now I cannot show because already my billing is more. Okay, so I have another account. Okay, that I'll activate and I'll show it to you. Okay.
But this is a free tier only, right?
No, Windows, this even though it is a free tier, okay, so when we give the credential, when it start running, we get a charge for that. Okay, so let me clear it. Okay, let me clear and I'll show it to you. So right now, let me finish this first. Okay,
Okay.
so this I have done only half. People are not aware of storage, networking.
Sorry
If
to
they know,
interrupt you. So we
yeah.
have multiple OSs here in quick start. So if we initiate the connection through Amazon Linux, so it won't ask any password. But apart from that, if we use any other OS like Red Hat Linux, Windows, it will there would be password required for that, right?
Yeah, different OSs I haven't tried. Okay, so we usually try Ubuntu or Linux, okay, and Windows. Okay, so Red Hat, this thing and all, if it's configured to ask credential, is they will ask. If they have configured OS in such a way, then it will ask. Okay, so for demo purpose and for for demo purpose and all, we use the Amazon Linux. And in the project, we use most of the case in Ubuntu, Linux, and Windows.
Okay.
So here, if you see, we have that. I'll come to it when we talk about AMI Elder, or else it will get confused to others. Okay, because there are few people who is very new to cloud. They should understand from scratch, right? That's why I'm going slowly. I mean, slowly each and every step. So any doubt here, guys? You guys are able to launch EC2 instance, right? Any doubt here?
No, sir.
Okay, this is how we're gonna launch our EC2 instance. So here we have a few again about as Debash asked about IPs. Okay, so if you see my here, we have something called public IP and private IP. Why they have given two IPs? Why can't they given only? Why can't they give only one IP? What is the need of two IPs, public and private IP? Okay, so what do you mean by that is public IP address are internet addressable. Okay, private IP address are internal to corporate network. That means, so if anyone outside, okay, so if anyone outside wants to talk to you, I think everyone knows about networking here, right? I don't have to explain the basic. So anyone outside wants to talk to this EC2. Okay, now this EC2 is inside AWS cloud. We have launched this EC2 inside our AWS cloud. Okay, if anyone wants to talk to this EC2 from outside, okay, from your laptop, what we'll use? We'll use public IP. If anyone inside, okay, if anyone inside of this AWS cloud, if they want to talk to this EC2, we'll use private IP. That's it. Okay, that's the main thing about it. So then all these EC2 instances are assigned private IP. So private IP, what is the one more thing you need to remember is, so private IP address are fixed. Okay, until you terminate, this private IP will not go, but public IP will keeps on changing, guys. If I stop this, just remember this public IP, we have 13, right? 13.233. So I'll stop it. Okay, I'll stop and I'll start. You will not see this public IP. It is dynamic. Okay, so public IP, it keeps on changing. Why it changes? Because we get that public IP from Amazon pool. Okay, if you don't use it, Amazon will take it back and will give it to some other EC2. That's why. Okay, if you see here, we don't have public IP. Okay, so now let me start this instance again. So if we start it, Can you guys see it? It has changed. Previously it was 13.234 something. Did you observe?
Yes,
Guys?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is how public IP will be keep on changing, not like private IP. So now you have given this public IP to your end users. Okay, you have given this to end users, or we are using it. So let's say you will stop this EC2 and you will go. Now, if they want to access your application, if they want to access your EC2, this public IP will not, it will not be there because you have stopped it. How to overcome this? So to make your public IP static, what AWS has come up with, it has come up with something called elastic IPs. Okay, so what is elastic IP? So once you create elastic IP, so it will assign okay fixed. It is a fixed public IP address. Okay, let me show you here. Okay, elastic IP. Elastic IP can be switched to another EC2. It's the same region. Okay, elastic IP remains attached even if you stop the instance. Okay, so even if you stop and run, your elastic IP will be there. Okay, how do you attach? Okay, just create allocate elastic IP. Okay, select the region. That's it. Allocate. You will get one elastic IP. Just attach to your EC2. That's it. Remember, this will cost you. Okay, if you buy this, it is free. If you buy and if you don't attach to any of your EC2 instance, then it will cost you. Okay, so now I have bought it from Amazon. Okay, Amazon has given me this elastic IP. I'll go and associate to my EC2. Okay, we have instance. Okay, choose instance, demo EC2. Okay, it is running. I have associated it. Can you guys see here elastic IP? Now it has attached. So now if I stop this instance, if I run this instance, even though my public IP will go, but my elastic IP will be there. Okay, now my elastic IP has become my public IP. Any doubt here, guys? You guys understood what is public IP, private IP, and why do we require elastic IP? These are very important, small and sensitive part, okay, which will play in the EC2s. Any
So,
doubt, guys? Yeah.
is there any limitation on the public IP or elastic IP? Means if we created a 100 instance, we won't have a 100 public IP, right? IP address, right?
If you create 100 EC2 instance, you are saying you want 100 public IP.
Yeah.
So for each EC2 instance, you will get one public IP and one private IP.
So if we create like that, means so there will be no significance of private IP then. So if every instance gets a public IP, so there is a and
yeah,
the public IP the IP range also it will be over. Means if we created 1,000 instance, if 1,000 server, does it assign public IP to all 1,000 server, or
yes,
it has any limitation?
exactly. So now we have something called launch template. Okay, so using launch template, I'll show you. We will be deploying at a time 5, 10, okay, 50, 100, 1,000 instance. So for each instance, they will be having different public IP and private IP. Okay, if you want to talk to that EC2 instance, okay, you will be having different public IP. Let's say, okay, you are creating this EC2 instance for only the corporate. Okay, you are creating EC2 instance for only your development, dev department, testing department. You don't want public IP at all. Okay, if you don't want that, what you can do while launching an instance only, you can disable it so that you will not get costing to it. If you don't disable, if you give enable of auto assign public IP, so how much ever instance you launch, you will get that much public IP. Okay, if you come here, okay, in the networking, I don't know why console is very slow today. Can you see it here? The badges. So auto assign public IP, I have enabled it. If you are okay, if you are creating EC2, for just for the private, only to talk inside AWS. Okay, public people will not talk to it. Okay, you can off it. You can disable. If you disable, and if you launch instance, you will not get public IP at all. If you don't disable, only if it's enabled. Okay, if you launch, how much ever you launch. Okay, here I have given number of instance 1. Okay, if I give 1000. Okay, if I give 1000, if I launch 1000 instance, that 1000 instance will have different public IP. Is it clear?
Yes, it's clear, but yes, I doubt if all instance gets public IP, then what is the need of NAT? These things I was thinking.
Oh, NAT is for talking, making your private. Okay, if you are easy to has a that will talk in VPC session. Okay, and it's a very big topic. The Bashes I cannot explain in just one word now. To explain, yeah, because we have new people who are very new to cloud. They need to understand step by step.
Actually, there is something mentioned in AWS document. By default, all AWS accounts are limited to 5 elastic IP address per regions.
No. What they're saying is that we will talk in CIDR. Okay, we have something called CIDR in VPC session. Okay, so if you see here, we have ranges, right? Where I can see. Just a second. So while creating a VPC, while creating subnets, we have to give CIDR ranges. Okay, each comes with some ranges. So in that ranges, we have 250, right? We have 16. So in that, I'll explain you. Last 5 will be allocated to AWS. Can you see here /20? Can you see they have defined this range? Okay, I'll explain you in VPC session what is this range. Okay, so /20 means how many IP addresses will come. Okay, /20 0.0/20 means we will get some certain number of IPs, list of IPs. So in that list of IPs, only the first 5 will be allocated to AWS only. Rest all IPs you can use it. That is what they have told in documentation. Is it clear? Hello.
Sorry,
It is a bit confusing.
I was speaking in mute. Actually, you are talking about the private IP space. I'm not talking about this one. So I am talking about the public IP only. Oh, 1 minute.
So others, yeah, Devesh, you look for it. So others, don't worry. Okay, what we had a conversation. Okay, you will not understand because if you are new to cloud, okay, we are talking something next thing, okay, which you're gonna learn in the next coming session. Okay, that is about VPC subnets. Then you will understand. Okay, so right now, do you guys understood how to launch instance, how to select security group? Till here, you guys have understood, right?
Yeah.
So till here you have understood
Yeah.
how to connect. Okay. What is this status check? What is 2x2 status check? Okay. So you guys know what is private IP, public IP, and why do we have elastic IP, right? You guys know all those things. Okay. So if you are not using if you have not attached this elastic IP to any of your EC2 instance, then you will be charged. Okay, remember in exam they will trick you. Okay, if you buy elastic IP, they will not charge you. Okay, now I'm not charging for this. Why? Because I'm using this elastic IP. I've attached to my demo EC2. If I don't attach to it, if I simply keep it in my bucket, okay, if I simply keep it here, then I will be charging. Okay, remember this. Okay, this is a bit of tricky scenario one. All right, so this is about it. Okay, in the next class, we're gonna talk about launch template. Okay, different tenancy model, placement groups. Right, we're gonna talk about a little bit concepts, important concepts, and then we can wind up our EC2 so that you will know full end-to-end about EC2 instance. Right, so what all we can do, you can play with configurations. Okay, so if you are joining next class, please prepare and come. Okay, whatever I've taught you, just go through it. Okay, I'll ask you some questions before start of the class. Any doubt, others? Hello.
Sir, 1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, if I have, when I have launched, I have created one machine in AWS. When I have launched the machine, it was not, you had said that 2 levels of check, that is system check and instance check. If any one of means fail means, how can I address that issue, or is there any option to address that issue?
If anyone goes fail, right?
Yes, sir.
So if anyone goes fail, okay, here only you will get, okay, what is the problem? Okay, if anything goes fail, here only it will show, okay, you can do it here as well. Okay, create status column or report instance status. Here only they will show you the solution for it, how to do it, what could be the problem.
We'll
Okay,
have groups here.
Have you got any error? Show me the error if you have got.
sir, generally I'm asking, I'm not created the beam. Generally I'm
Yeah,
asking.
so yeah. So here only you will get that. Okay, you will get in red mark and you will ask you to go through this. They'll ask you to go through this and all. That you don't have to worry.
हेलो सर
Yeah.
तो AWS सीखना बोले तो CCNA बेसिक लेवल्स भी मालूम होना चाहिए क्या सर?
CCNA नहीं, नेटवर्किंग पता रहेगा तो more than enough. नेटवर्किंग अभी
CCNA बोले तो वही ना सर, नेटवर्किंग राउटिंग स्विचिंग भी पता चलना चाहिए क्या?
ओके वही मेन नेटवर्किंग राउटिंग थोड़ा पता रहना है, मतलब रूट्स में अभी पोर्ट 22 पोर्ट 80 बात किया ना,
हाँ
पोर्ट मतलब क्या है, प्रोटोकॉल मतलब क्या है, वैसे कुछ थोड़ा पता रहे तो बस, नहीं पता रहे चलेगा, मैं आपको बेसिक से सिखा रहा हूँ ना, मेरा कोर्स ही बेसिक से सिखा रहा हूँ,
अच्छा
चलेगा ना।
डेली रिकॉर्डिंग सेशंस हमको सेंड करे तो फिर से हम सुन के फिर को माइंड में रख ले सकते ना सर?
वो यूट्यूब में अवेलेबल है शायद, आफ्टर दिस क्लास वो यूट्यूब में अपलोड करते हैं
यूट्यूब में।
हाँ।
तो हमारे को सेपरेट से भेजे तो अच्छा रहता ना सर, यूट्यूब बोले तो सर्चिंग करना थोड़े।
जो ज्वाइन आई थिंक दे कैन आंसर इट, ओके, जो भी होस्ट किया ना, मैं उनसे चेक करके बोलता हूँ आपसे कांटेक्ट करने के लिए।
तो इसमें सर AWS पे हमें जॉब देख ले सकते हैं ना? अब एक
हाँ।
डोमेन पे हमें काम करके फिर AWS डोमेन पे हम काम कर सकते हैं ना, चेंज कर ले सकते हैं ना फिर से?
तो मैं वो ऑलरेडी फर्स्ट क्लास में एक्सप्लेन किया हूँ, ओके, और किसे AWS यूज जो है और किन लोगों को पढ़ना है, और अगर आपसे नया से स्टार्ट करते हो तो कैसा जॉब आपको मिलता है AWS में।
तो
ओके
मैं नेटवर्किंग पे जॉब कर रही हूँ सर, नेटवर्क इंजीनियर के नाम। अब तो
ओके,
मैं डोमेन चेंज कर ले सकती है AWS में?
तो आप लेट्स से आप नेटवर्क इंजीनियरिंग में हो ना, तो आप नेटवर्क इंजीनियर में रहे तो अब ये पूरा कोर्स सीखने के बाद आपको एंड टू एंड AWS पता चल जाएगा। ओके, आप AWS क्लाउड इंजीनियर करके एक जॉब है, वो भी एक डेजिग्नेशन है, उसे क्लाउड ऑप्स बोलते हैं, वो जॉब में आपको सूटेबल रहेगा।
थैंक यू सर।
ओके ओके।
So how do we create account in AWS? Have you covered that already?
Yeah, root user. Oh, my
Uh,
first class I have shown it to you.
Or is it I
You,
didn't
it is
join?
there. Yeah, it is there in YouTube. You can follow it. Okay, it's just a couple of steps.
YouTube means where it is in what I have to search it? So is there any channel or something available?
Yeah, yeah. How did you get this link?
One person shared me. I think I need to check with him.
In the
GUI
group,
network.
Mahesh, GuiNet. Yeah, you will
Uh-huh.
get it. Yeah, GuiNet. Okay, I'll. If anyone is there from the,
Maybe we can also ask Abhishek sir. He can guide us about.
yeah,
the-
Abhishek is the right guy. Okay, I'll share you that. Okay, here, if you go to your GuiNet. Okay,
And
so
Adil,
this,
what about notes as well? Can you please go ahead and share the notes, or do we need to ask?
check with Abhishek. Okay, okay, check with Abhishek. Oh, let's see what he says. Okay, guys, so this is this channel. Okay, from here only you guys are seeing the live also. Okay, if you see in the videos, where is that AWS one? Okay, yesterday only, a day before that.
Going live. Shorts live.
All right, let's. This YouTube is. I'll share you that link. Who's just give me a second. I'll share you. I have it in my WhatsApp.
Is there any WhatsApp group created for this batch?
Not yet. Wait, I'll share it to you.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I have shared that YouTube link. Okay. Just
Where you have heard via chat?
in the chat, click on that YouTube link. You will get my first class video. In that, I have explained what is AWS, why do we need to learn AWS, what jobs you can get after learning this, for whom this AWS is for, and then I have told about how to set up a root user as well with the screenshot. All right, so anything required, please talk to Abhishek. He will guide you regarding this
सर
courses.
चैट पे लिंक नहीं आया.
एक second.
मैं तो नंबर सेंड किया,
Yeah,
उसी
there is
नंबर
no
पे
link
भेजा
into
सर.
chat.
One second.
Now
अभी आया
they
देख.
got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
GuiNet और मेरे से भी आया. All right. So बात कर लो. तो हम लोग so the classes will be like this, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it, right? So I'll be showing the real time. Okay, I'll be explaining you with the real time example, so that it will be anyone, okay, who is new to cloud. You don't have to worry. Even you can remember it. Okay, that is how I have designed it. Okay. Please join all the classes. Okay, it will be very helpful for you. Debashish, are you there?
And Adil, how many days we have to spend on these classes?
This class I've designed for 30 to 45 days.
30 to 45 days working days.
Monday to Friday. So 10:30 to 12. Okay, I have designed like this. If you attend every day, okay, then within 45 days you will be able to complete all the services in AWS.
And what is the duration for the complete course?
Yeah, that's
like
what the
40 hours or 50 hours like that, because
that course is designed for 24 to 25 hours.
Okay. So like Saturday and Sunday is also included in 45 days.
No. Saturday, Sunday is not included, only Monday to Friday. However, like I will be conducting some game days. Okay, so I'll be giving you some scenarios. Okay, you guys need to build it so that it will be it will be like a game day. Only if I arrange that will be on Saturdays.
Okay, that would be nice. It would be easy to learn.
Yeah.
with the gaming factor.
So we have that sessions also. Okay. So if you join this class, if you join this course, what I'll do after completion of 2 to 3 course, we'll have a game day. I'll give you the scenario. You have to build in front of me and show it to me. So it's not like, like a test, or if you don't get it, we can help. Everyone will be there. You can share your screen. We'll do that as well.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, guys, it's time up. I need to log out. We'll see you tomorrow or day after tomorrow, whenever the next class is. Okay. Please
Okay, thank you,
prepare
sir.
and please
Thank you,
prepare
sir.
and come. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's audible.
Oh, okay. Fine. Just a second. Okay. Sorry for the delay, guys. Actually, my health is not good. So because a few people are requesting, so that's why I have connected. All right. So yeah. Do you guys remember our last class, what we have discussed? I think in last class, Manoj, Arihant, Muntaz, you were there, right? In the last class.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you guys remember, right? What we have discussed? Manoj, are you there? Okay, even today you are in office, Manoj. Still you are taking. All right. Okay. So guys, basically, actually I'm unwell. Okay. Because it will be very long gap if Friday also we did not connect, right? And even if I don't connect today and tomorrow, it will be long gap. So that's why I have connected. It will be very short session. Okay. So from Monday onwards, we'll be having daily class, right? So we are planning to finish this course within 40 to 45 days, right? So today it will be very short class. I need to take rest, right? If you guys don't mind, we'll have a short class. And then from Monday, we're going to have regular class. Clear?
Okay, sir.
All right. So let me share my screen. Okay, so in our last class, we started one of our important service, right? What was that? It is Elastic Compute Cloud, right? So what do you mean by Elastic Compute Cloud, guys? Anyone can answer what is this? Why do we use it? What is the purpose of it?
This is the endpoint resource where we from this server, from this resource we can use. I can connect. We can use for database. I can connect with any services. For this.
Yeah. So EC2 is nothing but, yeah, correct. Whatever you said is pretty much correct. So EC2 is nothing but our virtual server. Okay, that's it. So that we can run our application, we can do anything. So in our server, right? So EC2 is our virtual server. So for all our project application to run, we need this EC2. Saurav, please, can you mute yourself? Saurav? Yeah, thank you. All right, so EC2, so I'll just give you an overview of it. Okay, yesterday's class. So we discussed about EC2. So it is a virtual server, all right. And then we talked about some of the important features of it. So what are those? We talked about different families, right? So what are the different families we have? We have general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU, and HPC. Can anyone give example of this? So I have given already real time. Right, in real time, how can you use all these things? When can we use general purpose? For what purpose? Okay, all right, guys, if you guys don't concentrate on the previous class, then it is really, you cannot focus anything on the future coming classes. It is all interlinked, all the classes in AWS. Okay, so general purpose is the example for just on demand, okay, for testing purpose, for learning purpose. So compute optimized, like our Flipkart application, right, our Amazon. So those kind of day-to-day applications, they'll use compute optimized. Memory optimized, something like a gaming, online gaming, they need high memory, right? The storage optimized, if they are focused on more storage, high storage capacity. GPU, like video editing, online media, YouTube's, right, they focus on that's the example. It's not like mandatory YouTube using GPU only. Okay, I'm giving you real-time example so that it would be easier for you to remember, right? HPC, so big data, Hadoop application, they go with HPC, right? So if they ask in interview, what are the different families or instance types, you can say this. All right. So this is the reference diagram which I've showed. T, if you see, as soon as you see this T means tiny, right? M means micro, that is general purpose. All right. So then we talked about security group. So what is security group? Can anyone try?
It's a
For the
stateful.
kind of firewalls which we are mapping with the virtual machines,
Very
virtual
good.
firewalls.
Yes, good. Security group is just nothing but, if you see here, it's just nothing but virtual firewall. Okay. So what do you mean by firewall? Okay, it monitor all the incoming and outgoing traffic. Okay, so whatever traffic you give permission, only that it will allow to your instance. If you don't allow some particular traffic, it will not allow. You can block, you can whitelist your IPs, okay, you can blacklist your IPs, so whatever you want, you can do it then. So it's a virtual firewall for your instance. That's it. Just remember. So one of the most important thing, what you need to remember in security group, it is a stateful. Okay, please remember this word. Security group is stateful. Whether you are taking exam or in the interview, this question is a must. Okay, or security group is a stateful. What do you mean by stateful? Means only we need to allow inbound rule. Once if we allow any inbound rule, automatically outbound rules will be allowed. Okay, inbound and outbound both will be allowed. That is why we call it as stateful. And then we discussed about few inbound rules, how to give inbound rules. I have shown in demo as well. If you guys have not watched it, I request you to go and watch my second video. This is the third live class, right? So watch our second live class. I have shown you the inbound rules, how to give. Okay, so these are by default, it will be deny. Okay, security group. So by default, it will be denied. We have to specifically go and allow it. Remember, we can only allow rules. You cannot deny it. All right, so that's it about security group. And then we talked about public IP, private IP, and elastic IP. What do you mean by elastic IP, guys? Can anyone? Manoj, you should speak. Manoj, you are there in every class. You know better than everyone. Manoj, who were there in the last class? Can anyone?
Yes,
Kind of
we
static
can-
IP, right? Public static IP which we are configuring for the machines, I believe.
Static IP. Half.
Elastic IP is like that where I want to reach the public public. So static IP is responsible to route our traffic to the public.
Yeah, correct. So what Gajanan said is correct. So what public IP is dynamic. Okay, so in EC2, as I've shown in the console, right? So our public IP is dynamic. So whenever we start and stop the EC2 instance, our public IP will go. In order to make our public IP static, we use elastic IP. So how elastic IP gonna charge us? How they'll charge? Is it free? That also I've explained.
No, it's not free. It's chargeable.
For purchasing it is free. We need to assign that in instances. Otherwise, it will be chargeable.
Yes, it's correct. Okay, so if you don't use it, then it would be chargeable. Okay, that is what elastic IP, right? So elastic IP remains attached even if you stop the instance. Okay, it will be there. You have to manually detach it. So as long as you have attached, okay, to your EC2 instance, you will not charge anything. It is free. Okay, if you have not charged to EC2, okay, simply you're keeping in your bucket. Okay, then you are charged. Okay, remember this point. They might cross question you in the interview. You are charged for elastic IP when you are not using it. Okay, so if you're not using it, you have to explicitly release it. I've already shown how to release, how to take elastic IP in my previous class. Okay. All right. So yeah, so we pretty much we discussed about it. Yeah, so this is our console, guys. If anyone has joined new to this class, okay, this is our console, right? Even if you're joined to your company, even in the companies, they'll use the same console. Okay, they'll give you the different username, right? So whatever you practice, same thing you will get it in the job as well. Okay, this is how your console looks. But here we will type EC2. AWS has designed in such a way so that it is very easy to learn. So whoever starting their journey in cloud, I always suggest them to start in AWS. Then Azure and GCP would be very easy for you guys. If you see this console, it is same like one of our Amazon website, right? So everything is, readable, understandable. If you don't understand anything, also they have given information section. You can self-read it. That's the beauty of AWS. All right. So this is our console. Click on EC2. So whenever we want to launch EC2, here we need to go, right? Instances. Okay. Now I don't have any instance. So if you want to launch instance, what we need to do? We need to go and click and launch. Okay. So till now we have covered in our first two sessions. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go deep dive. As I told you in my first class, these are the most used services in real time. So most used services, we will go deep dive. We have to go one more layer down and we're gonna teach you, right, something unique. You should be knowing everything. Okay. So what instance type, Okay. If they ask in interview, what kind of different type of EC2 instance, you can answer. What do you mean by T2? What does T stands for? You should be able to say it, right? So next, what we're gonna talk is security group. Also, we have covered, right? Security group, you guys know. Now we're gonna talk something about. So here in the advanced detail, what do we have? We have something called placement group. Can you guys see it here? Placement group. So if you see here, we have different, we'll get different type of placement group if you click. So what are those placement groups? Let me talk about it today. Okay. What do you mean by placement group is just nothing but grouping of your EC2 instance. Okay. So now this is only one EC2. Let's say in companies, you will be having 100 EC2s. Okay. 500 EC2s. Okay. You might require, okay, as per the, you might want to group it. Okay. Why do you need to group? Okay. So what is the purpose of grouping EC2 and what are the different types of grouping? And what would be the effect of it? That's what this placement group tells. So in the placement group, we have 3 different grouping. If you see here, cluster group, spread, and partition. So what are these? Why AWS has given these 3? So we'll go deep dive. Okay. So first thing, what do you mean by cluster? So cluster placement group is nothing but can you see the diagram here? So all this EC2 will be placed in only one single rack. Do you guys know what do you mean by rack?
Where hardware will be installed or where it will be mounted.
Correct. Everyone are aware of it, right, guys? Is anyone fresher here? Others, please speak up. Arjun, Harish, Manish, and Muntaz, Muzammil, Siju. Everyone are aware of it, racks?
Yeah, we are aware.
Yes, we are aware of it.
Yes, we are aware.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So this is how pretty much looks, right? So in the data center, racks will be like this. If you see the diagram, okay. So these are the racks, okay. So our EC2 will be stored in a single rack. That's what here they're saying. In the cluster placement group, same rack. Okay, so all your EC2 will be placed in a single rack. Why? To get very low latency and very high speed. If you put in cluster placement, what happens? Your application will run 2x, 3x faster. This they will use most of the for big data application, right? Hadoop application, they'll go with cluster. But what is the disadvantage? If your rack goes, if anything problem happens to any one of this, entire EC2 will get affected, right? Entire other EC2. If anything happens to this rack, your entire application will go down. That's the disadvantage of cluster. But if you want high speed, very low latency, very high speed, then we'll go with the cluster placement. Same way, we have something called spread. So what do you mean by spread? It's everything is in the diagram, guys. Just focus on the diagram. Okay, don't focus on the explanation. You guys will get confused. Focus on the diagram. What do you mean by spread? So in the spread placement group, instances are spread across distinct underlying hardware racks. Okay, ensuring that they are isolated from each other to provide higher levels of fault tolerance. So here, same rack. Okay, if you see here, same rack, but what they use, they will deploy in different availability zones as well. Okay, they will not place like this closely. They'll not place. Suppose let's say you have 50 EC2. They will not place 50 EC2 like this here. What they'll do, one they'll play 5, they'll place here, 5 they'll place here, 5 they. So they should not be closely packed. Okay, only to avoid internal collide. Okay, they will put it in different groups. Okay, so again in this, what is the disadvantage? If anything happens to this rack, okay, there might be a chance of losing your other EC2 instance. Okay, even though they are not closely packed, but if anything happens to rack, again, you might lose it. So AWS has come up with one more thing. What is that? That is partition placement. So if you see here, they have separate partitions. Okay, in a partition placement, instances are placed in a separate partition. That means, let's say you have 50 EC2. In this rack, they'll keep 5. In another rack, they'll keep 5. In the another rack, they'll keep 5. All right, same project, but they'll keep in another rack, so that there's a 0% chance of losing your data. But you have to compromise with latency. Latency will be a bit slow. All right. So based on your requirement, AWS has given the 3 options. So what are these options? Cluster. When do we go for cluster? Let's say if you want high, even if you are ready to lose the data, but your application to run fast, go with a cluster. Okay, you want to maintain, okay, you want to be in middle. Okay, you're ready to compromise a little bit in latency and little bit in data, right? You can go with spread placement. If you don't want to compromise in losing the data, you're ready to compromise in latency. But if you don't want to compromise in losing data, then we go for partition. Okay, so this is about
What is the difference between separate spread placement and partial placement?
so that's what in spread placement in the same rack they will distribute. If you see here now.
It's same rack distribute and
Yeah,
partial
in the cluster, what happens?
different rack.
Yeah. In the cluster, all placed one above the other. If you go for cluster, in the spread, they will not place like this. They'll give some gaps, right? They'll give some gaps,
Right,
okay,
right.
so that they're not closely packed in spread. But in partition, completely they'll put in other racks. Racks will be different.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So these are the 3 different groups, guys. Okay. If they ask, okay, in interview, please explain them. So where you can see. So even if they ask, okay, where you can configure it, just click on launch instance, come down here in the advanced details. Okay, in the advanced section, we have partition group. Right. So here we can select whichever the partitions we want. Any doubt here, guys? Placement group is there. Okay. You can
Generally in production, which option we are selecting in the real environment?
So in the production, it depends on your application, right?
Mhm.
So what kind of application you're using? Are you using the big data IoT, right? Or you're using commercial applications? If it's a small application, they always want to save the cost.
Is there any billing difference based on the placement group?
Yeah, I think cluster is the costlier one because you will get very low latency, high speed internet. So you only big data Hadoop application, they'll use cluster. So it's a bit costlier one because latency is very low. No, end user will get proper response. In these and all, you might expect some low latency. So cluster is a bit costlier. So it depends on your project requirement, how they want, what client says. Only thing as a cloud engineer, if they give you, okay, in the SAT document, okay, if they ask you to install EC2, they'll give you an option that, okay, select spread placement group. You should be knowing what is spread. Okay, where do I need to select? Now you guys know it, right? All right. So then one more important thing is the tenancy model, guys. Okay, so we have something called tenancy model. If you see here, okay, so we have 3 different tenancy models. Darshan, can you mute it, please? Can you mute yours? All right, so we have something called tenancy model. If you see here, shared, dedicated, and dedicated host. Okay, so what is that tenancy model? Why do we use it? If you see here, right? So these are 3. So shared tenancy is the by default. What they are using is single host machine can have instance from multiple customers. That means, right? So here, this in this rack, you have your host machines, right? Your host will be there. I mean, in the physical data center. If you select Linux EC2, Ubuntu EC2, whatever you select, what they will do, they will share your this rack with other customers as well. So this EC2 might belong to your project. This EC2 might belong to another project. This EC2 might belong. So this is everything shared. That is why you're getting it for lesser cost. That's it. That is what the shared tenancy means. Single host machine can have instance from multiple customers. All right. So if you want dedicated instance, that means virtualized instance on a hardware dedicated to one customer. So what they will do, this entire, okay, let's say this, not this entire rack. I'm saying this entire one single host. So in one single host, they can have multiple EC2 guys. Okay. Even though it looks very small, but in real time, they have huge EC2 instance running in one single host. So what they're saying, if you select, right, if you don't want to share your tenancy, okay, if you don't want to share it with any of your people, okay, you can go with EC2 dedicated instance, but this will be a little bit costlier than this. Shared tenancy is free. By default, it is free. If you go with dedicated instance, we will give you one single host completely for you so that no other user will be there here. That's the guarantee AWS is providing. Only you will be there. All right. So then what do you mean by dedicated host? So if you go with dedicated host, this entire rack will belongs to you. So you will even get the physical, okay, whatever the wiring connections they have done, okay, whatever they're using, entire thing will comes to you. So why AWS is giving that option? Why they're giving means, so there are some critical project in real time. Let's say our banking. Okay, so our banking project and cryptocurrencies, crypto applications, and our stock exchange, those are very critical. Okay, so they do their data center, or in their whatever the data they're storing in, they don't want to share with anyone. So if you want this entire rack under in your project, okay, under your name, you can go with dedicated host. And remember, this is the costlier one, wherein you will get physical servers are dedicated to one customer only, and you will have visibility into your hardware. Please mention this word if you are attending interview. Okay, we'll have a visibility to the hardware of the underlying host. This is the main advantage of dedicated host. All right. So which customer in real time? As I told you, banking, cryptocurrency, stock exchange, those kind of people, they will go with a dedicated host. They don't want to share anything with anyone. P1 data, they'll call it as the data classification is there. So in that very high critical data, they'll go with dedicated host. This is the costlier one, guys. Okay, in the tenancy model, you have that. Okay, dedicated instance or dedicated host. So if you see here, additional charges may apply, it is showing. Any doubt in tenancy and placement group, guys?
Sorry to interrupt you. So in all the condition or in all the scenarios, we are getting the access to all the hardware devices, right? Whether it is tenancy or dedicated. Because in the first scenario, we will be have a virtually instances installed on one device, right? Like
on one host, on one hosting. This is a hosting service, right? Host machines. So if you launch one EC2, can you see here? I don't. I'll zoom it and show you. So this is one host, okay? So one hosting, so you guys know what is a host, right? So here multiple EC2 will be running, not only yours. Okay, if you are going with a shared, if you go with a shared one, okay, if you go with a shared one, multiple EC2 will be running, not only yours. Okay, you will be having neighbors also here, the other customers.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, dedicated instance means this entire host will come under you, but you will not get this entire rack. Only this host you will get. If you want this entire rack, then we'll go with a dedicated host. Is it clear, guys?
Yep.
Okay, okay. Any doubt for others?
For the free tier account, we can choose all these options, right? Any chance to get?
Free tier, you can do anything you want.
Okay, so the end of our lab, we have to remove that also. So as
Oh yeah. So it's in the free tier you can do whatever you want. Again, the charges will apply. Okay, you have to pay for it. So as soon as you do something, okay, as soon as you do, please try to do the cleanup. Okay, that I'll show you. Right now I'm not well, so only because you guys, it will be very long gap. That's why I have connected today, or else I am not in a position to connect. Okay, still we have lot to cover in EC2. Okay, there's an important topic called the networking and key pairs. Okay, these are very interesting topic. After that, we will do one demo, complete demo. All right. So then you will be knowing what is complete about EC2.
And you'll be sharing the slides, right, for us for the reference?
Yeah, I'll be sharing. So once the regular class starts, this is still in free session, right?
No,
once
free session over, right? It's a paid session.
I think from Monday we'll start the regular class.
Okay,
right? So
okay.
all this is not regular, right?
Okay, got it.
We did not connect one day in between all the gaps. So from Monday, you will be having a regular class. So as soon as I cover one service, I'll be sharing you the slides, the notes, particular notes.
It's really good actually, this for the reference.
Yeah, the reference, it will be good. And then weekends. So whenever random weekends, not every weekend, in the random weekends, we can have a game day. Right. I'll be giving you scenarios. You can launch services in front of me so that we can clear all our doubts.
Okay, good. Great. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, guys, due to, as I told you, I'm not well. That's why we are closing this call soon. So everyone understood, right? Any doubt, guys? Others? Manoj, Darshan?
Yeah, Adil actually I joined little bit late, so maybe all the things are clear, but I'll go through the recording once again.
Yeah. Go through the recording from Monday onwards. If you're joining for the regular class, from Monday it will be regular. Please don't miss it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because again, it will be that flow will be gone. That's why. All right, guys. Then shall we connect on Monday?
Yeah, that's fine. You can wind up. No issue.
Yeah, we'll connect on Monday. While coming on Monday, please, if you're joining, if you're very serious about it, please at least read and come. You have recorded session, right? Just go through, read and come. So when I ask you about previous class question, okay, try to answer it. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay, fine. See you on Monday then. Bye, guys. Take care.
Bye.
Hello guys. Good morning.
Very good morning, sir.
Yeah, how are you all?
Doing good, sir. Thanks for asking. Hope you too.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll wait for 2 minutes. We'll see if anyone will join. Then we'll start.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. All right, guys. We'll start our today's session. Okay, so people will join later and we'll do the revision since we had 2 days gap and then we'll start. All right. We discussed about EC2 service, right? What do you know about EC2? What all we have discussed? Can anyone give high level overview? Just overview. What all we discussed in EC2?
EC2 is a on-demand service. It is called as Elastic Compute Cloud.
Yeah.
It is one of the service of AWS. In EC2, we can create with instances by using AMIs. While we create instance, we can use keeper to access the login by using login credentials.
Okay.
In EC2, while we create instance, we can attach our security groups, create security group, or we can attach existing security groups. We can attach 5 numbers of security groups for instances, for single instance.
Yes. Okay.
Also, a security group is a stateful firewall. we can allow only inbound. When we traffic send reply for the inbound traffic, in outbound it will be automatically allowed. No need to allow specifically.
Correct. That's pretty much correct what we have discussed. Anyone else can tell what are the different instance families? Different instance families we have discussed, no? Where I have given the real-time example as well. Where do we use it? Others, can anyone remember?
General purpose, sir. Then compute optimized, memory optimized.
Hmm.
Then graphical related one instance is there.
Yeah, yeah. And then
And-
HPC.
Yes.
All right. Let me share my screen. Yeah, so my screen is visible, right, guys?
Yes, screen is
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So we discussed about instance families, right? And then we discussed about security group. So what do you mean by security group? It acts as a virtual firewall, right? So it acts as a virtual firewall. It monitors all the inbound and outbound traffic. Oh, so whatever the traffic's allowed, only those traffics are allowed to your EC2 instance to talk to EC2. If it's blocking in security, then EC2 instance cannot talk to that particular traffic. All right, and then as Sarvanan said, we have secure different, we can attach up to 5 security groups, and these are stateful. Okay, so by default, always remember, by default it will be denied. There will be no rules. You have to explicitly go and give the rules. And then we talked about public IP and private IP. So you guys know what is public IP. Why do we use public IP of EC2 and private IP, right? So what do you mean by elastic IP?
Elastic IP is a static IP. Normally, when we create a EC2 instance, when we stop the EC2 instance, IP will be changed. Public IP
Which
will be changed. So
correct.
that's the reason we can use elastic IP. For buying elastic IP, it is free. We need to assign the IP in any one of the instances. Otherwise, it will be chargeable.
Yes,
Sir,
very
yeah, one more thing. Actually, elastic IP seems to be a persistent one, whereas in public IP, it is it is not meant for persistent.
yes, you can say that as well, but we use elastic IP only when you want to fix your public IP. Okay, so if you don't want to your public IP to be dynamic, then we can go with elastic IP, right? And then the costing is the important thing. What Sarvanan said is correct. Okay, so yeah, so we had discussed this, and in yesterday's class, I mean last class that was on Saturday, I guess, right? So we discussed something about placement group. Can anyone explain? Placement groups. We have different placement groups, right? I think
Cluster one.
yeah, Madan, Sumit was there in the last class, I guess. Sumit, Madan, Darshan, Shivaraman. You were there in the last class,
Yes,
Shivara?
sir. Yes, sir. Cluster
Okay.
in cluster one, like
Hmm.
when we create when we have record low latency, we can create a cluster groups.
Hmm. Hmm.
So latency will be high.
So yeah, we have different placement groups, that is cluster, spread, and partition. So if you want, we can go with where in the same rack all your EC2 will be stored. In the same rack all your EC2 will be stored. So if any one EC2 goes down, your entire this thing will go down. Okay, this is the disadvantage. But if you want high latency, they'll go with cluster and then spread. Okay, in the same rack, they will place in a different levels. Okay, so few will be placing in the upside, few will be in the middle. Okay, so this is spread, and then one more is partition. Okay, so partition means our EC2 will be placed, okay, or all our virtual servers will be placed in different racks. Okay, there's a less chance of losing data, but latency is low. Okay, so all the three has advantage and disadvantage. Based on the requirement, we'll go with this. Okay, all right. So then we discussed one more tenancy model. Can anyone answer what is tenancy model? Types of tenancy model we have.
Shared model and shared host, sorry, dedicated host and dedicated instance, I think. These are the three
Correct,
types.
correct. Very good. Yeah, shared by default, we have a shared tenancy. So what do you mean by shared tenancy?
We can use the same hardware for other clients also. They
No,
can
in the
use
same host machine, we'll be
Yes.
having a neighbors. Okay,
Yes, sir.
everyone more neighbors will be there. In the dedicated instance, we'll get single complete host. Okay, in dedicated instance. What about dedicated host? When do we go for dedicated host? Who will prefer for dedicated host? I have given real-time example as well.
Financial sector.
Exactly, correct. All right. Others, please everyone try to answer. Okay, even if it's wrong, just answer it. Okay, you guys will get that comfortable in the class. If you guys be silent, right, you don't get comfortable. Okay, even if it's wrong, try to answer. Okay, so it's learning for everyone. No problem. Answer arams. All right. Yes. Whatever Savan and sorry. Whatever Shivram. Okay, Shivraman said is correct. All right. So today we're gonna discuss some other few topics. Okay, there are few topics left, and then we're gonna launch our EC2. You can see the demo as well, right? Lab demo, and I'll give you one small assignment so that you people can practice and come. All right. So next topic I'm gonna talk about is launch template. All right. So where can you see it? It's in the same. Go to the EC2. Okay, in the left hand side, we have something called, if you see here, you guys know what is instance types. Now we are talking about launch templates. Okay, when launch template is required. Okay, why do we need to specify all the EC2 instance details? Okay, like instance. So when we are launching instance, let's say if you want to launch any instance, click on launch. Okay. So whenever you're launching in any single EC2 or any first time, what all information it will ask. If you see here, you should give the name. Okay, you should select OS. You should select instance type. You should select key pair. You should select networking. You should select security group. Okay, you should select storage option. All those things you need to do it manually, right? So what AWS is telling, let's say if you want to launch, uh, n number of EC2 instance at a single click, if you have same, usually requirement will come, okay, in real time. So they will give you the document. They will ask you to launch, I want 50 EC2, okay, or I want 10 EC2 immediately now. So what you will do, you can create a template and keep it. Okay, so you see, these are the templates. Okay, you can create a template and keep it. So template is nothing but it consists of all the information. Just now we saw, no, key pair, OS. Okay, it consists of all the information. You just have to select how many numbers you need to give. Okay, if you see here, these are the details of this. So it will be having the AMI ID, instance type. Okay, all will be means only one time you need to define while creating a template. Once you create this template and keep it ready, let's say now your manager comes, okay, or your this thing comes, they'll ask you to, I want 10, last week you have created, right? So similar way, all the similar configuration, I want immediate 10 EC2 launch it for the DevOps team. So you can just click on it, okay, if you have given name, and then launch instance. That's it. If you click on launch instance, say everything will be taken from the template. You don't have to give, you just have to give the numbers here. Give the numbers and launch. That's the advantage of launch template, guys. Okay, understood? Why do we
Yes, sir.
go for launch template? so that it saves our time in real time. It's always good to create a templates and keep it. Okay, so how do we create a template? You should ask, right? You guys should have a question. How do you create a? So either what you can do, there's a one way you can directly create. Okay, you can go to launch template. You can click on create launch template. You can give individual details. Same like how do you create our EC2? Same like that, you can give details. That's it. Same. If you see same settings, right? You can create launch template and keep it. What is the other way? So other way is, let's say I have already my instance is running. From your instance, you can create a template. Let me show you quickly. Okay, I'll just launch quickly I'll launch my instance and then I'll show you how to create a template from instance. Okay, so that whenever you guys are working, immediately you can take a template and keep it. Yeah. I'm not touching anything. It's just for you guys to show, that's it. Okay, now my instance is running. Let's say this is your development. Okay, development EC2. Okay, development machine, or you can call EC2 machine, VMs, whatever you want. You can call all. Give the same meaning. Okay, so this, let's say this is your development. Okay, all your testers or they are doing your development are doing. So you want multiple copies of it. Okay, you might get requirement in the future. So what you can do, you can create a template of it and keep it ready. So how you can do? Just click on it. In the actions, image, you have image and templates. Okay, see, you have option called create template. So if you click create template here from instance, so whatever the configuration of this instance is there, no, all the configuration of this instance will go and come to this template. Okay,
Even
there's
the
a
IP address will be the same.
no IPs will be changing. No,
Yeah.
IPs you will only get once instance is running, once you launch. Apart from that, everything will be same. Okay, if you see, these are all taken from my running instance. That's the advantage of launch template. So whenever you guys are doing, okay, in real time, not in the test. So in real time, whenever you create any, client specific EC2, okay, create a template of it and keep it. So that whenever you get immediate reply, you can launch instance immediately. Clear, guys? Okay, this is the way. Okay, you can follow it later in the class. I'll give you assignment. Okay, then you will get to know. All right, that's about launch template. My mouse is not working. Okay, right. So we have one more topic in called customized AMI. Okay, they'll also called golden image. Okay, these are three words. If they ask about golden image, customized AMI, what you should answer. Okay, what is that? So for to understand that, first you guys need to understand what is AMI, right? So what is AMI, guys?
Amazon machine image, which we are using from Amazon's repository. It will, when we select image, when we create instance, we can select AMI, like Ubuntu or whatever it is, we can select from the Amazon OS images.
Yes.
Sir, actually, it's virtualized. I mean, the custom image. The image, mostly, it contains the Linux operating system. If we say Linux operating system, it's a purely customized. It's totally different from Ubuntu and Red Hat and other Linux various distributions. So they have added some Amazon, utilities and tools, and and it's binded with the operating system of the Linux. Because it seems a customized kernel they built the operating system on top of that customized kernel.
Yeah, correct. Okay, so whatever you both people said is correct. Okay, if there's any newbie, I mean new fresher, or if anyone new to cloud, I'll explain you guys in this way. Whatever these both guys told is correct. Okay, so in order to for freshers, okay, so just for the new fresher, I'll just explain. So all these days we were working on our systems, right? So we had a system, okay, even the laptops, whatever it is, okay, we had a system. So all our laptops will run on OS, operating system. Without OS, it is just a display monitor, right? It is just a display. So if there's no OS, that is a like heart important thing, operating system. Even our phones has operating system. Okay, whether it will be Android or iPhone, right? Apple. Same way, every laptop, every this thing has a OS. Our laptop and Windows. So all these years we've been practicing in Windows, right? We have Mac, all these are operating system, right? So same way here, what do we have? Even our EC2, okay, even on EC2, it's like a virtual server. So EC2 is like nothing but your virtual laptop only, right? So you can do all the work, you can run a server here, you can do whatever you want. It's like a virtual laptop. So when you are creating virtual laptop, you need to create everything. You need to create OS, you need to create storage, you need to send them the store, you should assign them storage, how many, same way how your laptop will be there. It will be having some RAM storage space, right? Even in the virtually also we need to give. Same way we need to give OS. Okay, we need to select OS. In order to select this OS, okay, in order to select this OS for EC2, what Amazon has done, they have created on a template collection of, okay, so that's why they've introduced something called Amazon Machine Image. Okay, this is like a template where it has a collection of OS. Here you will get they have for just for practice they have own Amazon Linux OS, Ubuntu OS, okay, Windows OS, Mac OS. Like they have, it's like a basket. Okay, they AMI is not a OS. AMI is not a OS. Always remember. Okay, it's just if you see here, they have where is it? Okay, AMI is a template. And AMI is a template that contains the software configuration. What do you mean? Operating system, application server, and application which is required to launch your instance. That's it. Okay, so here you will get a collection of OS. Whatever we want, according to our requirements, we can select our OS from AMI. Is it clear, guys, for others who didn't know what is AMI?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So people who are already working, for them, it's easy. If there are any new people, for them, I'm making it easier. Right. Muntaz, are you able to understand? Muntaz,
So do
so,
we have Amazon proprietary as well, any OS, or just the open standard OSs
so
in this template?
we can select that as well. Okay. This is we have three ways of selecting AMI that I'll explain now. Okay, you will get it. So first, AMI is cleared. Right, what is AMI is clear. We understood what is AMI and what all OSs we have. Okay, so there are three ways. Okay, so one is directly you can go and select here. These are the standard one. Okay, so if you see here, Mac OS, Amazon Linux, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, you guys know all these are standard one. Okay, the second way is you can select from marketplace. Okay, we have something called AWS marketplace. If you see here, so here, as you said, we can select whatever we want. Okay, these are the trusted third-party AMIs from AWS. Okay, these are a bit expensive. Okay, you need to pay for them. These are built by these services. Okay, you can select these as well. Let's say you are launching an EC2 instance for scanning purpose, right? In the security for scanning purpose. Okay, you need to have some those applications. So you can go with Palo Alto. So you guys know what is Palo Alto. So they will use basically to scan all the services, right? So this is a very big tool for security. So if you are launching an EC2 instance, then you might read some applications to related to that. So we can go with Palo Alto. Same, we have Cisco's also we have, right? These all third party. This is the second way of, selecting your OS. What is the first way? First way is the standard. Second way is AWS Marketplace. Okay. So what is the third type? What is the third type? Anyone has idea? What could be?
Can we upload any image here?
Okay, we have image and template. So here we have something called create image. So hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Your voice is breaking in between.
Yeah, that was a power switch connections. Okay. Now am I audible?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
sir,
fine.
you're ready.
Yeah. Where did I get lost?
Custom image.
You have selected action, image and template.
Yes, correct. So yeah, so third way of creating AMI. Okay, you guys cleared about first way, second way. What is the third way? Same, how did we create launch template? Same like that, click on actions. Okay, go with image and templates. Okay, you can select create image. Okay, now if you create image, what happens? So whatever this EC2 instance, whatever this EC2 instance is running, you can take that AMI. And from using that AMI, you can launch other EC2 instance. So I'll explain you a diagram. So now my EC2 is already running. Let's say your DevOps people. Okay, DevOps are people, they're using this EC2, right? This DevOps people, they're already using EC2. You are a CloudOps engineer. Okay, what they will do, you will get a requirement. Okay, they'll ask Leela or they'll ask Madan. Okay, they'll ask Madan. Okay, Madan, please create same EC2 what DevOps people are using. No, same. I want same OS. Don't change any OS. I want same OS. Okay, OS should be same. Storage and all, I'll give you how much storage. Okay, and IPs and all, I'll give you. You need to change. Okay, OS, I should need the same of DevOps. So at that time, what Madan can do as a cloud ops, or what you guys can do as a cloud ops engineer, whatever this EC2 is, you can take AMI from here. This AMI, okay, just now I showed, no, this AMI, we call it as golden image. Okay, you can call it as golden image or customized AMI. Okay, please and be noted. Okay, in interview, they might ask you this about golden image. Do you know about golden image? Because in real time we do, every time we can't go and select which third party. So what do we do? So if anyone EC2 is running properly, from that we create a golden image and we'll keep it ready, right? So from this golden image, so we can launch again same EC2. How many ever we want, we can launch same EC2. It's very simple, guys. That's the main advantage of golden image. All right. So now we have discussed 3 ways of creating or selecting OS. What is the first way?
Default option when we create instances.
Yes, which is the default which AWS provide. And what is the second way?
Select from marketplace.
Correct.
Marketplace like
Third
Palo
part.
Alto.
Correct. Marketplace. Okay, marketplace, third party. Okay, what is the third way? Is our golden image.
We can create golden image.
Yes, and we using this you can launch a EC2. All right, so these are the 3 ways. Please remember it. If you guys are giving interview, explain this. So don't wait for them to ask this question. Okay, if you get a chance, explain this like in this way. They will be impressed. All right. Okay, so now we have cleared with launch template and AMI. You guys know in and out. You guys know shared and placement groups. Okay, then we have networking. Okay, networking and key pairs. So now I'll talk about key pairs. It is very interesting topic. Okay, please focus in this session. Even though it looks very small, it has lot of ideology behind it. Okay, how it works, it is very interesting. People who already knows, it's good. People who doesn't know, who is new to cloud, please concentrate. I would say this is very interesting. All right, so we'll jump to key pair now. Okay. So before I start key pair, what do you guys know about encryption and decryption? What do you mean by encryption and decryption?
Sir, encryption is nothing but conversion of plain text into ciphertext, and the decryption is the conversion of ciphertext to the plain text. So this looks like a process to ensure the conversion of those conversions.
Correct, very good, correct answer. All right, so what Darshan, right? Darshan, is that Darshan who answered now?
Leela Krishnan, sir.
Leela Krishnan, okay, fine. Yeah, whatever Leela said is correct. Okay, so what Leela said is, to put it in a simple way, it is make your text unreadable form. Okay, let's say now my name is Adil, right? My name is Adil. Now any human being can read this. Any human being can read this. To make humans unreadable form, okay, what do? We do it like this. We use symbols at, exclamatory, number 2, okay, and then we might use any, okay, random characters. See, this, even this has 4 and this has 4. Can you read it? Can you tell what data is it? No, right? So this process, we call it as encryption. Okay, making data unreadable form. This is called encryption. Now decryption, what do you mean that decryption is reverse of it? So if you have like this, now we have at, exclamatory, number 2, okay, and then this, okay, reading this, okay, system will understand, okay, using some software, your system will understand, so it will decrypt to original one. Okay, system will decrypt, this is Adil. Clear? So this is what mean by encryption and decryption. Okay, please remember it, guys. Okay, whoever is in the new or coming new to cloud, it will help you in your future as well. All right, cool. Now if you guys understood this, now we'll get into this key pair. Okay, so what happened long years back, we initially, when computers were there, internet came. Okay, when internet was introduced, how data used to exchange through over the internet is direct. Let's say if I send anything Adil, okay, so if I send anything Adil from this computer A to computer B, let's say this computer A is in Bangalore, okay, so this computer B is in Hyderabad, right? So whenever I send from Bangalore to Hyderabad to any send over the data, okay, Adil will send same naked data, raw data directly to this computer B. Okay, it will receive same Adil. Okay, all right. Now, so what was the scenario? What was the problem here? What could be the main problem here is data breach. So here, this way is there, no? This tunnel, this is the way of traveling here. Anyone could have come here, and let's say if anyone come in between, intercept in between, they could read our data. If this computer is sending any payment information or any sensitive information, any related to war, okay, related to any politician, can come in between, they can read this data. They can read, okay, this is sending this. Okay, this was the problem. Okay, this was the problem. So in order to come up with this, what they have what the scientist has come up with, what they have done is, why can't we encrypt and decrypt? So why can't we make the data, whatever goes here, no, it should be in unreadable format. So now it's in Adil. When it goes here, okay, when when it is going on the way throughout the internet, it should be unreadable form. What you guys know what is unreadable, right? It should be in encrypted form, so that if anyone comes, let's say this Adil, here in the over while traveling, while it is in transit, it will be like this at 1, 2, right? So if anyone comes, okay, even if your data breaches, they can't read it. They can't read it. Okay, so again, it will goes here, it will come here. When it comes to this computer, so this computer can decrypt it. So from at A12, it can decrypt and it can write it as Adil. This was the idea they have come up with. Okay, they have thought of doing encrypting and decrypting. All right. So in order to do encrypting and decrypting, how this computer will know, okay, whether this data is from this computer only, and how this computer will know that this data, I mean, should go here and it should be decrypted by only this. Why only this computer? Why only this? And why it should unblock only from this computer? Why? Okay, to come up with that resolution, they have come something called public key and private key. All right. So this combination of these two, we call it as public key cryptography, I guess. Yeah, this we call it as public key cryptography. They have come up with something called public key cryptography. So here, what they will use, now public key will be stored by the user or whoever is sending. It will be with him. Private key will be with the server. All right. Now, this Adil, whatever I am sending data to this computer, no, I will encrypt it. I will lock using my public key. Okay, I will lock using my public key and I'll send my encrypted data to this EC2 or to this server. So when this server receives it, what it will do? First, it will check from which public key I have got, from which public key. So all this encrypted data is there, no? Okay, from which public key I have received it. Now, once this public key, right, or this, okay, here it has this, as I told you, this will be having private key. This EC2 server will check which public key it has sent. So once it verifies, okay, okay, this public key is from this, okay, he's from my boss only, okay, he's from the known client, okay, so he's a known client. Okay, once it matches with this this public key matches with private key, right? So then decryption happens. So how all this works is, so all this public key is derived, okay. Once you create the private key here, private key will be created first. From this private key only, public key will be derived. Okay, the public key will be with user, public key will be user, and private key will be with the server. So when user is sending any data, right? So user will lock encrypt it, and it will send it to the server. And server will check for the matches, whether it matches with the public key of this. This public key and this private key both should match. Once it matches, then decrypt happens, and then we get a raw data back. This is how the technology is behind. So all this thing happens on which port? Port 22. This port we call it as SSH. That's how this name came, SSH. This we call it as secure shell. Secure shell. It's nothing, guys, very simple. So I'll if you guys didn't understand, I'll give you example with the human names. So here will be Shrira, here will be the Madan, and here will be the Leela. Okay, if Madan wants to send any data to Leela, okay, the data, these both will be having one prior, one keys. Okay, that is public key cryptography. Okay, using that public key cryptography, Leela will be having one part of the key, Madan will be having other part of the key. Now, when Madan sends any data, Madan will use this key, log the data, and send over SSH to Leela. As soon as Leela receives this, Leela will check, okay, this key, whether it is matching with this Madan's key. Only if it's matching, then Leela will decrypt. Okay, Leela, this I'll understand. Okay, this is from Madan. Then only decrypt happens and Leela can receive. Same way when sending data backwards, if Leela wants to send any data back to Madan, same way Leela will log the data and send it back, and Madan will use this key. It will check whether it is from Leela, and it'll decrypt. You guys understood, guys? It's
Who's
very
providing this key actually? So suppose two
this
different computers in a different location can try to communicate. How
so
they are getting these keys?
yes, they are having this private they were using KMS, key management service, some services was there, right? They were using keys, okay, they were using some service. Okay, using that service, all the keys could be generated. Keys are nothing but your random words, no? Anyone can generate. Okay, using that they were saying. Now, if you are doing this in AWS, okay, AWS will generate keys and give it to us. You don't have to worry about it for EC2. So it will create a keys and it will provide. So in real time, how it works, okay? And now I'll show you. So this idea behind Keeper, you guys understood, right? Why, what is SSH, how it works, what is encryption, decryption, what is public key cryptography. Do you guys understood, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I understood.
Right. So whenever you guys hear the name public key cryptography, it means like this. Okay. All right. So when we start our KMS, we have a KMS topic in AWS. Okay. When we start our KMS topic, it would be even more interesting. Okay. Encryption, decryption. Now, as of now, just focus on how this EC2 does. Okay. So now if you go and launch EC2, I'll show you now. Oh, why it has become slow? Okay, I'm not touching anything, only here. Okay, if you see here in the keeper, if you see here, I'm creating a new keeper. Okay, so you might don't get confused. What is RSA? What is ED? What is .pem, .ppk? That we'll talk in KMS session. We have something called key management service in AWS. Okay, in that session, I'll explain you why they have introduced what do you mean by .pem, .ppk. Okay, right now we'll just create a key pair. Okay, we are creating key pair. If you see here, we are creating a key pair. All right, so we can create, you can give any name. Okay, now if you see, it has downloaded, right? If you see the keys will be like this. It is an unreadable form. These are your keys. Right. Now, so now my key pair is created. If we launch instance, okay, instance will launch. Now my instance will launch, and then okay, now I'm gonna do SSH. Okay, to do that SSH, that port should be open, right? Without that, how will the connection happen? So first I need to check whether that port is open or not, in the security group is allowing or not. So you can go select your security group, you can see the inbound rule. Okay. If you see SSH is open. If you can see here, this is open. All right.
So by default, SSH open, no? For all new
No,
instances.
while creating, I have given allow SSH. While
Okay.
launching instance, I have, if you see in the left side checkbox, I have given allow SSH.
Uh-huh.
All right. So now if you want to SSH, now we have a direct connect, right? So if you don't have, if you don't want to, third party service, okay. If you directly want to do the instance connect, you can do it from the console itself. Okay. If you just click on connect, this connection happens. Okay. So here, what is happening? AWS is taking care of both public key and private key. Okay, in background, AWS only managing all those keys. Okay, and it is giving us the connection. Okay, now usually in the companies and all know what they'll do. They'll use a third parties, or most of the case they'll use this direct connect. If it's a very confidential data, they'll ask you to launch, SSH. So if you want to do SSH, there are many other tools. Okay, just for demo purpose, I'm using Mobile Extreme. So here we need to give IP of that EC2, and then we need to upload keys. Only when we upload keys, then only we can make the connection to this EC2. Let me try. Okay, my Mobile Extreme is not working, but I'll try. All right, so I'll copy this public IP and then go to this public IP. Okay. And here use private key. I need to give manually. I need to EC2 default EC2. No username. You can give anything. You can give Madan.
We didn't create any user, right, for that instance?
No, you didn't create, but default username. I mean, inside that Linux, you want to give some default username, no?
Okay.
You can give any name. We did not create here. It is giving option.
Okay.
Okay. Right now we'll keep, because why I have given EC2 user means AWS also give the same EC2 user. So here, if you see here, I've given public IP, and now I'm manually uploading the keys. Which keys which I have downloaded for this. Okay. Now as I explained you here, I told you, right? We need to upload keys, and a server will check with it, and it will make us the connection, right? That manually I'm doing. All right. So now, can you guys see? Did you guys see how it worked? You asked, who am I? EC2 user. Guys, did you understood about the SSH? What is the importance of key pair? We will be having one key, and right, EC2 will be having one key. When I uploaded the key, right, when I uploaded manually the key, and then that key checked with this EC2. Okay, which EC2? Which I have given the public IP. Okay, I have given the public IP, right, in the starting. So it went, see, this is the public IP. That keys immediately it went to this EC2 server. It checked, and since it was matching, it allowed me the connection. Now I can send data. Whatever data I send, it will be, encrypted form. All this data here. This is why.
That
Yeah.
means private key will have the uses, public key public key will have the uses, private key will be available in that instance. Is it correct, sir?
Public key
will be
public key will be with the, sorry if I told
Actually, he wants to confirm which key is storing and from
yeah. So public key will be with the EC2. Okay, so whatever I have uploaded, no, that is private key. So how you can verify? If you see here, here only it has no private key.
Okay.
Okay, so why it is private? Because user is private, no? I mean, we are the main thing. So we'll be having our private key since so this will be public. So public key.
You mean public key is used to encrypt the data and private key is used to decrypt, right, sir? I mean,
Not like that. To make the connection happens over SSH, securely. Okay, now only these two keys, who has these two keys can talk to here, right? Now this EC2 has public key. I have private key of this EC2. Only I can connect to this now.
Okay.
Now the connection is secure. That is why SSH. What do you mean by SSH? Secure shell. So this is secured now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's why we have keys. I told you, right? Key pairs, even though it looks very small, it plays very huge important role. This is what I mean by public key cryptography. All right, so if you see here, I mentioned here only. Public key is stored in EC2 instance. Private key is stored by customer. Now I am the customer, right? So I have stored private key. Whenever I want to make SSH through outside or through secure shell, then I have to give private key. I have shown you guys as well how to give private key.
Okay,
right? Whenever you are launching EC2 from console, what happens? Why I did not give? Automatically AWS will maintain it. It's not your responsible. Okay, so EC2 direct connect, you don't have to worry about the keys. All right, guys, clear about key pair,
Yes,
launch
sir.
type,
Yes, sir.
AMIs. Okay, so
When we create AMS, it will be chargeable or it will be non-processable?
or AMI, when you create AMI, Linux, Amazon Linux AMI is free. Others are a bit chargeable, I guess. Ubuntu or Mac, Windows are chargeable.
Okay.
All right, so quickly I have 1 or 2 more topics. I'll finish it so that we can complete our EC2. Tomorrow we can start new session. So what are those is guys, we have a different EC2 on pricing model. Okay, I'll just explain it, very easy to understand. So 4 different, okay, we have on demand. This they will ask you in the interview or in the exam as well. Exam though you will get for sure. In interview they might ask you. Okay, that's why I'm included here. So we have 4 pricing model. One is on demand, spot, dedicated, and reserved. Okay, so what do you mean by on demand? On demand is the same what we are using now. See, now I have launched instance. Now I don't want, I'll terminate it. Okay, just use and throw. Okay, just pay for what you use and delete it. Okay, this is on demand, the more costliest one. On demand is the costliest one. Okay, and then come with, okay, spot I'll tell you at last. Okay, then come with dedicated host. Okay, so dedicated host are provide physical EC2 servers that are fully dedicated to your use. Okay, it is allow you to use your own license. So as I told you, whenever we want to for financial service, right, for if you have a financial client, they want complete dedicated host for them, then we can go with the dedicated EC2 instances. Okay, here you can select it. Okay, while launching only you can select, right? So that is one type. And then reserved. Okay, what do you mean by the reserved instance? So when this reserved instance comes into picture, now let's say your project is finalized. Okay, your project is finalized, some POC or some this thing is going on. You already have EC2 instance details. This EC2 instance you are going to launch where? Now this is 2023, right? You are going to launch in January 2024. Okay, you are going to launch, but all this in details, which which OS to select, what configuration to give, okay, what storage, all this you have. At that time, you can go and reserve your EC2. Okay, you can go and reserve it. You can go to reserve instance. Okay, you can say I want this type of EC2 for this period from January to May. My project will be from January to May. I want till here. If you go and select this like this reserved instance, you will get up to 70% off. Okay, so first is on demand, the costliest one, and second is dedicated. Okay, it's for financial sector, we go with dedicated, and then comes with reserved. Okay, where we can reserve the instance based on a requirement. This gives the 70% off on the pricing, and then comes with our spot instance. Okay, what do you mean by spot instance? Means, okay, so spot instance is the most cheapest, very less value. Why? It gives us 90% off. How it gives 90% is AWS follows bidding purpose. Okay, when let's say when the user request, okay, I request spot instance. So as soon as I request spot instance, AWS will do the bidding. Okay, some bidding will be going on. Okay, AWS bidding will be going on. Now, when you request a spot instance, okay, whenever there is no bidding, okay, I mean, whenever there's no one using, okay, they will give that spot instance for very low price. They'll give it to you. You can use this instance. Okay, you can use this instance. You can work on it very low price. Let's say if your on demand is 10 rupees per hour, this spot instance you will get 1 rupees per hour. Can you see the difference? 90% off. But there comes a disadvantage. What is the disadvantage of spot instance? AWS can take back anytime. If anyone bids with a higher price now, since nobody has bid, okay, since it is a lower price, it will give it to you. If anyone comes or if anyone bids, I want a higher price, I'm ready to pay higher price, they will take back. Even though you are working, you are doing any job, that EC2 will go stop and they will take back that EC2. That's the main disadvantage. So now then interview, they'll ask, so if this is the advantage, then why do we have spot instance? Why AWS has given? So then you should say we have spot instance, right? For what kind of jobs? For batch jobs. You guys know what you mean by batch jobs, right? So batch jobs is, so usually they will be uploading data from on-prem to cloud in batches. They'll do the batches and they'll upload during at the night. Okay, they'll be uploading. Even if this data is lost, you'll be having the backup of data in your on-prem, right? Even if you lose the data, there's no problem for you. Only in these scenarios, okay, for batch jobs, you can go with spot instance. Okay, please remember this hierarchy: on demand, spot, dedicated, and reserved.
Sir, you mean batch jobs? So it's is it similar to batch scripts which we have been using for on Windows servers?
Not batch scripts. While from on-prem to cloud, there'll be huge datas, right? They'll
Okay.
be uploading in batch wise. Okay, all the data they'll make upload, even the live streaming, all your CCTVs thing, they'll be uploading in a batch wise. They'll have a backup. Okay, even then they'll make a batches and upload. Why? Because even if this one thing goes down, they'll have a whole backup. They'll not lose, right? So only for those kind of job you can use spot.
Okay, sir.
All right.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So this is about the pricing. Okay. Networking, one part is there. If I do it, it will be overwhelming for you guys. On first day only, it will be overwhelming. What I'll do, tomorrow I'll close this. Okay, I'll start new topic. Just I'll explain few things about networking and I'll explain. But for tomorrow, I'll give you small assignment. Okay, so that it is practice for you only. If you do that assignment, okay, it will be very easier for you guys. You guys can do it, right? It will take just 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Sure, we will do.
Okay.
Yep.
So now I'm gonna paste it in group. Okay. First question. First thing is, I want you guys to launch instance. Which instance? OS should be Ubuntu OS. Okay, I'm sending in chat. Don't worry. Ubuntu OS and key pair. It's okay if you create or not. Security SSH to be allowed. And then This is to be allowed, and the EC2 name should be what's the Travelex. I want the same name. I want you guys to launch EC2 in the name of Travelex. OS should be Ubuntu. Okay, I want to see your public IP and private IP. I want to see how you are created. And second question is, I want you guys to launch template using this EC2. Okay, launch template using Travelex, right? And then I'll cross check. Okay, I'll cross check and I'll ask you to launch minimum 10 EC2 in front of me, right? And third one is create golden image, golden AMI from Travelex with name golden AMI. Can you guys do this? It's very simple. It takes only 5 to 10 minutes. I've shared it in the group chat.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Adil, I'm totally new to this AWS. I just created an account in the portal. So there is no charge belongs to any of these labs, right? So we are good to go ahead and implement.
Is that Sumit? Who is it?
Darshan.
Yeah, Darshan. You have created following my templates, right? I mean, my video.
Yeah, I created account in AWS. That's it only. I never worked with
Free
this
tier
one.
account, right? Free
Free
tier
tier
account.
account. Yeah, that's
No
it.
problem. For this, you can create. Okay.
Okay, and after that, I need to delete it or else how it
No,
is?
I'll tell you. Okay, I'm going to complete my instruction. Okay, first you guys create all those three, follow these 3 steps and create. Once you feel like ready, okay, once you feel like, okay, I have done it, what you guys do, don't terminate it. Okay, your EC2 instance, don't terminate it. Just click on here. Okay, instance state, follow properly, guys. Just select stop instance. If it's in stopped state, you will not be charged. Okay, so today night you can do, or morning if you guys are free, you can do it. Keep it in a stopped state, and in the morning in the class you can show me, you can run it. Please remember, keep it in a stopped state. If it's running, if entire night it is running, all your free tier limit will go off. Tomorrow I'll show you how to keep alarm for this. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, clear.
Okay, keep it in a stop. See, my EC2 is in stopped state. Now it is not charging for me. Okay, I have pasted the question. Please follow and do it. Tomorrow, if you are successfully able to do this lab, then you guys know entire about EC2. You can play with EC2 now. All right. Yeah. So any other doubts, guys?
One more thing. Could you please share your mobile number? Is that okay?
Any doubts? Check with the admin. He will let you know for any doubt.
Okay.
Okay, if you have any specific doubt, we can connect. I mean, check with admin. He will let you know, the organizer. Okay, then we can do it.
Yeah, got it.
All right. No doubt, guys. Others, are we good to close?
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Wakas, you have understood, right, Wakas?
Yes,
Thanks
I
so
got
much.
it. Thank
I
you.
need to just check the previous video, then I will ask the tomorrow in session question all the things.
What, Gaurav?
I'm saying I will check the previous video of the AWS, and after that I will just ask the question if anything I have just query.
So is this your first class?
No, this is the second, third. Actually, I haven't joined in between 2 to 3 class, so I haven't understand anything. But due to related to network data or SD-WAN and Palo Alto, I have understand the encryption description and the secure cell and the tunnels are I have understand. But
Today's class you have understood means on
yes,
today's
yes,
class only I
yes.
have given the question.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes.
this
So
assignment
I
you
will
can do
check the
on
previous
today's.
video and I will check all the things tomorrow if any query I have.
Yeah, sure. You can check. And my basic funda is, guys, I want to make basics clear. Okay. So
Yeah.
if see, I can directly go and explain what is SSH. I can simply take MOBA extrem. I can say this is public key, private key. So why am, this thing, it takes a lot of time. Why I'm explaining? Because you guys should be unique in the interview. When you go and answer, no, it should be unique from others. So whenever they ask you about golden image, public key cryptography, right? If you answer the way I have explained, no, you will stand out from others. And also, even in your working also, you will understand what is the technology behind, why we are using SSH, why we are using HTTP, right? So that's the main, agenda of my, okay, whatever, whenever I do the teaching, I follow that. Okay, and small thing I expect is please read and come. Whenever I ask question, I want you guys to answer. If it's a correct or wrong, no problem. Just try to answer so that it will be like a interactive. It won't be like, student lecture class. It will be like our interactive normal. That's the only reason. All right.
Sure,
So
sure.
yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Muntaz, recording and all, please check with organizer, right? He will share you all the things. He has all the recordings, everything he has stored, he will share you. Once we complete one service, then only I will release the notes. So tomorrow I'm going to complete EC2, right? Then I'll release the EC2 notes. All right, guys. See you
Okay,
tomorrow then.
okay,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a good
Okay.
day. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you
Bye.
all.
Bye.
We'll wait for 2 to 3 minutes for others to join.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. So did you guys practice yesterday's assignment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All went good for everyone.
I have got output for yesterday assignment.
Huh?
It's fine.
Okay. Okay. We'll check with others. Did you guys do it? Darshan, Gaurav, Leela, Vikas. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Did you guys try the assignment?
Actually, I started to create an account, sir. I don't have an account. Already, my existing accounts are expired because I am going to create a new account, sir, by using my friend's credit card. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Today I will complete and let you know, sir. I will respond back to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please give me some time to
Darshan.
get it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Darshan, Sumit, Gaurav, Srivastav.
Yes, Adil.
Gaurav, did you try? You were
No, no,
saying
no.
you're
I
still.
haven't what I'm saying to. I haven't access of video as well as the AWS access. So I haven't tried it. I will just speak with the. I have spoken with the Abhishek sir. He can try to send me the video of the previous classes. So I will just check it and update you.
All right. Okay. Then yeah. Sivaraman, if you have done it, can you share it?
Yes, sir.
Share your screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have created one with the Travelex.
Even you have created, Vikas?
Yes.
Okay,
Can you-
I'll ask
can
you to share the second part.
Okay, can you accept me to share the screen, sir? I think it has been
Yeah.
disabled. Okay, now I
Yeah.
have got access.
Yeah.
I have stopped the machine. Shall I start it now?
Huh. Okay.
Also, I have created AMI for the same.
Wait a second. Go to that instance.
Yes, sir.
Click on this checkbox.
Status
Checkbox
check.
left. Just click on this box. Travelex is there, no name.
Yes, sir.
Left side box. Click that checkbox. Select that. Okay, 1 second. Show me the AMI ID. Down. Slowly go down. Yeah, scroll down. Ubuntu. Okay, 1 second. AMI. Okay. AFC18. Have you created AMI from this?
Yes, sir.
I don't think so.
Yes. I have created from this only, sir.
Okay. All right. Show me this AMI. Yeah. This is your golden AMI, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, click on it. I mean box, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Linux. Oh, you're in Ubuntu. Come down, scroll down. All right. Okay, good. So that instance, show me the security group. What you have given in the security group in this instance. Security. Click on security. There only is there. No, down. Here. No.
Here, launch start 5, sir.
There only in instance only you can see.
Okay.
Okay, it's okay. Leave. Come down. Show me the inbound rule.
22.
Okay. Yeah. So now you have allowed SSH 22. So you are able to connect to that instance, right? Did you
Yes,
try
sir.
that connect?
Yes, sir. I
Direct
can
connect.
able. Yes, sir. I have directly
Oh,
tried to connect.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. Oh, Wakas, can you share your screen? Okay. Thanks. So it was nice.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I will
One
stop this
second.
thing.
Yeah.
Sir.
You stop the share. Now Wakas
Yes,
will
I have
share.
stopped. Okay. Sir.
Okay, one moment. So I have created one instance. Easy to Travelex.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
Show me
from
the
there,
launch template.
launch template. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Okay. You have.
I have created one from the
Mm-hmm.
general template, general instance.
Can you launch 5 instance from here?
Yes.
Can you do it and show?
From here, you want me to launch
Yeah.
an
Yeah. Yeah.
instance?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can do it. Actions.
First option. Yeah.
How many?
5.
Just one enough? 5?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I need to we don't need to change the name, right?
No.
Just
No.
from the
Yeah.
existing template, we can do it. And
So
that's all.
for that Travelex instance, you have selected Amazon Linux AMI.
I
I guess
have
you have
selected. I
uh,
have selected. Okay,
Amazon's
okay, okay.
AMI. That's why it is showing this. If you had selected Ubuntu, it would have showed Ubuntu here.
Okay, I haven't selected Ubuntu from this template.
All right. All right.
Originally, I have selected Ubuntu from the first instance I have created.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Not from not the template. So if when we creating the template, do we still need to select an image?
This is not creating a template. You are launching an instance from template, right?
Okay.
Okay. So this they're just asking option if you want to change
Okay.
anything. If you want, we can change here, or else you can just click launch instance.
Okay.
If you
You want
launch.
me to go for Ubuntu or
No.
we should
That's fine. Just click on launch instance. Proceed without key pair you give.
Okay.
No, above. Proceed without. Okay, click on launch. Launch instance. Yeah. See now, if you see, within a single click or at a time, 5 instances have launched.
Correct.
So that's the importance of launch template. So you didn't give any information, right? All were preloaded. Can you go to instances?
Yes.
Refresh it. You might get no, refresh. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. Perfect.
Also, I have created one golden image.
Okay.
AMI. Not sure if it's the right name. From that same template.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
If
Perfect.
it's look
Thanks.
good.
That's good, Vakas and Shriram. Okay. Oh, going forward, you guys will get even more hands-on. If you know this
Sure. Yeah.
basics,
Definitely.
yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Now
sir.
for others, Vakas, you can stop sharing. Vakas, and also you can delete those EC2 instance. Even
Yes, I will
Shivram.
do it. I just created them before this class started, so
Yeah.
I was working on
Even
it.
Shivraman, you can also delete it.
Yes, sir. I have deleted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for others, it is understood, right? The importance of launch template and golden AMI, how golden AMI can be created. If they ask an interview, now it's easy for you guys to explain. All right. So just we'll start our session today. We'll just do quick recap of yesterday's. Let me share my screen. All right. So yesterday we have discussed launch template, right? So launch template is clear. Customized AMI is clear. You guys know about tenancy model. You guys know about placement groups. What are the different placement groups? Why do we use it? Okay. So, and then we discussed about key pairs. Okay. So you guys know what is AMI and what are the three different ways I've told AMI? Three different ways of choosing your AMI or OS.
Default ones,
Huh.
when we create VM. Second one is from marketplace.
Hmm.
Third one is customized AMI creation, golden
Correct.
AMI creation.
Correct. Very good. All right. So in every and also we discussed about pricing models, right? So if they ask which is the cheapest EC2, always spot instance are the very cheapest because you'll get 90% off here. You guys know what is the disadvantage here. Same way, the most priced high one is on demand, right? So just remember this. I don't think so. If they ask, you just explain them this. All right. I'll share you these slides, okay, notes to the organization or to the organizers, and they will share it with you guys. In every services, right? So this is one service is EC2. So wherever you find these blue pages, no? So this blue pages is for exam tips. Okay, if you guys are taking exam, so it's just a keynotes. That's it. Rest all for interview for your reference, you can follow this normal pages.
Okay.
All right. So we left with a last and simple topic, okay, in our EC2, that is elastic network interface. Okay. So before I start, all right. So elastic network interface means now we have our phone, right? Our smartphone. We use our day-to-day, right? Smartphone. How this smartphone connect to the internet? How it's connect to the internet? What is the things are used to connect to the internet? What might be
4G.
the network?
Correct. I
Ethernet.
mean 4G or 5G. Your
Okay,
phones, right?
network and
Yeah.
yeah, right.
LTE
So
network,
what?
4G, 5G network.
NIC card should be there.
NIC card.
Yeah,
Make interface.
yeah,
Network interface card.
yeah. Correct. So, through the network it will travel, right? So whatever we send, it will go. But whatever we send it just if you just type Google, okay, google.com, right? So it will convert it to that Google IP and it will go search and then you will get it. So all this transaction, okay, all these things happens in our smartphone using network card. There's a small card, okay, network card. Okay, in our smartphone there will be a network card. If you guys don't know how it looks, I think everyone knows it, right? So this is that, guys. Okay, this is that network card which is responsible for your make your smart. No, this is for PC. Even for the smartphone, it will be very small. Okay, so this is that card which is responsible for converting those into IPs and bits. Okay, IPs and then connect it to the internet, and from internet again it will connect to your smartphone. This is that card. So if there's no card, okay, if there's no virtual network, I mean there's no card here in your phone, there's impossible to connect to the internet. Okay, so how in reality how it works, if you have smartphone and if you have connected to any router in your home or office, so whenever you type just to google.com, okay, this card will see where it has connected. So this Wi-Fi will be connected to your Wi-Fi router. It will send it to the router, right? And then from that router, it go to the internet. It will search for the Google IP. As soon as it gets the IP, it will come, and again it will send it to this virtual network card. And then from network card, we can see the Google page. This is how it works. So network card is responsible for your internet and for your traffic as well. Okay, so same way, how do we use this network card for our smartphone, for our PC, for our laptop? Same way, even for EC2, we have it. That we call it as elastic network interface. So it is nothing but it represents a virtual network card. Darshan, are you trying to say something? We can't hear you. Hello. All right. So you guys are clear? What is elastic network interface? It is a
Yes, sir.
virtual network card for EC2. All right. So where you can say this? So let me log into my console. I'll show you. So you guys. I'll just log into the console 1 second. So if you have running instances, if you have any instances, you can check all the details of that EC2. Okay, I'll show you now. Since you guys have launched, now if I show you all the details, you guys will understand. All right. Oh, let me show you. See, whenever you want any quick information, you can come here and check. This is your instance ID. All right. Or your IP address. Okay, your VPC ID, in which subnet it is there, all everything you'll get to know. Whether this EC2 has attached any IAM role. So you'll get all the basic details, everything over here as well. Right. So then comes out, if you want to check the security, we have separate security. So here we can see inbound and outbound. Okay, inbound and outbound role, that's it. So and then comes the networking. In networking, you can see your public IP, private IP, all related to network. So you going forward, you guys will understand what is a VPC, why do we use VPC, how important it is, what is availability zone, you guys will understand. Right now, you just understand what all you can see in these details. Right, so in the networking session, you can see all your networking details. So here you have, can you see it here? Interface ID. This is your card. This is what is responsible. If you see here, this card is generating your public IP and private IP. If this card is not there, you cannot generate any public and private. So by default, as by default how you select OS, same way by default ENI will be attached for every EC2. Okay, if they ask in interview, like cross question, if they ask like from where you are getting this your private and public IP, right? Obviously Amazon pool of website. Okay, first is Amazon pool, but which is responsible, right? What is making you to create those IPs? I mean, take those IPs from Amazon is your virtual network card, ENI, Elastic Network Interface. Okay, so if you see here, each elastic network interface can provide one primary and multiple secondary private IP address. Okay, if you see here, one primary and multiple secondary private IP addresses. Okay, only one public. For one ENI, only one public IP, right? So one elastic IP and per private IP address. All right. So just go through this. Here, the important topic, what you need to remember is we have different types of card based on scenarios in real time. Okay, this they might ask you in exam. I don't think they will ask in an interview. Okay, but they will ask you in exam. If you guys are preparing for exam, they'll definitely gonna ask this. So what are the different types? First is primary network interface. Okay. So and elastic network interface ENI. So the primary network interface is created automatically. This is the default one. Okay, which you see it here. Even Vakas and Sriraman, if they go and see check your EC2, you guys can see this is your private. I mean primary default. And then we have something called elastic network interface. Okay, this is your secondary network interface. Okay, so if you want, okay, you can create, okay, if you want, you can create and attach your EC2. That will be your secondary. Remember, only private IP can be created, not public IP. Can you guys see it here? You can create it. All right, this is your secondary. And then then comes ENA, Elastic Network Adapter. So this, just remember when do we use it. Okay, Elastic Network is a high performance, okay, that provides faster network performance for supported instance times. So Elastic Network Adapter we'll only use when you need very high performance, like for gaming, right? If you're going for any gaming purpose, then we'll go with ENA. Same way we have EFA, Elastic Fabric Adapter. When do we use this card? Okay, so whenever we are using machine learning application, that's it guys, don't get confused. Okay, what are the four types of card? One is the default card, secondary card, ENA and EFA. ENA we'll use for high performance, right, for just for gaming, something like that, and EFA we'll use it for machine learning. Is it clear? This they will ask you, okay, in exams. Okay, then objective type they will cross question you related to elastic fabric adapter. Whenever you see this machine learning, okay, machine learning and big data, directly you can go and select elastic fabric adapter. In real time, I don't see many of them using this. We probably use ENI only. Whatever the primary is, that is more than enough. Is it clear about the card?
Yeah, it is clear. However, if we will use the the NI card for the gaming, so the internet speed should be same for every NI card, right?
Yeah, correct. Internet should be speed, and also this will boost up the EC2 performance. ENA card. Now this is the normal card. This card is only more than enough. Even then, if you want like more IPs, the more traffic is more, if you feel like it's very huge application, you can go and create a secondary. That's not an issue, right? So just remember for the exam purpose, okay, this thing, if you're attending for the exam, definitely you're gonna get one question from here. All right, so this completes our EC2. So now if you see the console, okay, if you go to the console, this is your EC2 console, right? You guys know instance types, launch templates, or spot request, okay, savings plan. These are nothing but your different EC2 on pricing model. That's it. You guys know reserved instance, dedicated host, right? Spot, everything. So here we have something called capacity reservation. What is it? This is a new thing, guys. Okay, see, this is what the advantage of joining this course. Or since my day-to-day work will be in AWS, so if anything new is updated, okay, if anything we get to know, I'll be teaching you in real. I mean, whatever I know, I'll be teaching you guys. I'll be handing over, transferring to you as well. So I'll just give you high-level overview. Okay, this still people doesn't know about it much, I guess. Okay, but it's good to know. What is capacity reservation? Okay, when do this come? Means, so I'll tell you the scenario so that it will be easier for you guys to remember. So let's say, or what is the highest biggest family of EC2? We have different type of EC2 family, right? What are those, guys? Fast. Different types of EC2 families. Darshan, Leela, Sumit, Vakas. Answer. Even if it's wrong, just try to answer. No problem.
Sir, my either memory or CPU family, sir. I mean M series or C series. Like.
Yeah, correct. So first thing is general purpose, right?
Memory optimized, IOPS, throughput tire.
Correct. So general purpose instance, compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU, and high performance. If you see here, these two are okay. You can on demand, you guys will get it whenever you want. Okay, when it comes to this HPC, GPU, these are very high performing, right? So this they have very less in numbers, but demand is more for these kind of thing. Okay, because if you see everything in the world is running over big data, IoT, right? So they need high performance. So let's say you have a project requirement. Okay, you have a project requirement. So in next year, okay, so in 2024, you're gonna create in January. What you'll do, you're gonna create HPC. Okay, you might need HPC, big EC2. This is the very vast and big, right? HPC, you might need HPC. Okay, this capacity is more, right? So what you will do is when you know that you might get requirement in the future, you can reserve it now only, this capacity. Okay, this is what the capacity reservation means. Okay, so that when the January comes, immediately you will get this HPC, or else if you don't reserve it, AWS will not guarantee you that for sure you're gonna get it. Okay, now if you don't reserve this, okay, when you come to January 2024, when you click on this launch instance of HPC, you might not get it. Okay, that's why AWS has come up with, okay, if you have requirement, if you know that you're gonna get, okay, reserve it, create and reserve it whenever you want. Okay, which if you see here, it is starting with medium only, not even small or micro. We have T2, micro, nano, right? So it is not showing. It is showing only for the bigger one, medium, A, starting with A, large. If you see all large only, okay, you can select OS, right? And then how many capacity you want. If you have any specific placement group, tenancy model, right? And you can give time here from where at specific time, and then just create. That's it. Okay, it's very in a simple way, right? In simple way, how can I explain this? Is so in January 2024, let's say you have your marriage function. Okay, you have your reception in January. So now we are in September, right? In September only you will book your hall, right? While booking hall, what all you'll give? You'll say, I want hall of 150 people. You want hall of 200 people, right? Same, in the similar way. You're just booking the hall, you're booking the capacity. Is it clear, guys? Capacity reservation?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. If they ask in interview, just explain. Even if they don't, just explain them this, we have another option as well, so that it will impress them. All right. Any doubt in EC2 session? Others?
We are fine with this, sir.
Good.
Yeah. So go through the slides. Okay.
Yes.
I think I have covered pretty much everything in EC2. If you guys have still any other doubt, we can connect, or you can ask in next class. Okay, so this is about EC2. So shall we start our next topic?
Yes, sir.
So it's a new topic.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So next topic, what we're gonna talk about is something called load balancers. Can anyone give me idea of it? What is load balancer?
It's just distribute the traffic
Sir,
to
yeah.
maintain the.
Load balancer will actually distribute the incoming traffic to the servers who behind the load balancers. For example, if I'm having a 10 servers behind the load balancers, it is equally balance the load based on the IP address and various factors it will consider, sir, and reroute the traffic to the various instances of servers behind the load balancers to distribute the load efficiently to get the fast response and send it back to the clients.
Correct. Very good. Yes. So what Wakas and Leela told, both is correct answer. So you guys know what is load balancer. So I basically explain newbies who is coming to cloud. No, they won't be having any knowledge on cloud. Okay. So what I'll tell them, load balancer is like your team leader. Okay. So he's like your team leader. What your team leader does. So whatever the task he gets from his manager, he will equally distribute to the teammates, right? So if he has 3 members in his team, right? So he's make sure that work is equally distributed to 3 members. And what does he does? What is the other job of team leader apart from distributing the job? What else he does, team leader?
So actually, once the team leader assign the task to the team members, he will continuously monitor whether and overseeing the task, whether the team members are they are doing whether they're doing regularly their task, assigned task, or
Correct.
monitor.
Correct.
Simply the monitor.
Correct. Yes. One more thing. There's one more thing TL does. I don't think every TL does, but few TL does it.
Health
What he
status,
does is,
check the health
what he
status.
does is, so if, what this TL does is, so let's say if this manager gives him very complicated thing, okay, if this manager gives him very complicated new scenario, this TL knows this scenario is very difficult for them. What this TL will do, he will simplify it, right? He will simplify it, he will explain it, and he will divide and he'll give it to them, right? This complicated scenarios, this TL will make them easier for them, make their job easier for them, right?
Yes, sir.
Agree or not? Okay, so what basically TL does? First thing is distribute your workload to your teammates. Second, monitor if everyone are working or not, right? And third thing, okay, it will simplify the work. Okay, it simplify the work. Same way, guys, same way. Load balancer work in a similar way. So if they ask in about load balancer, what are the functions it does? What are the 3 important function of load balancer? These 3. So first thing is evenly distribution of load, right? This job it load balancer does. It evenly distributes to all the servers. If it's 5 servers, if it's 10 servers, it makes sure that it evenly distributes it. First job is done. Second, monitor. So load balancer will always check whether the server is running or not. Same like your team leader. He will always check whether he is present or not. This guy is working or not. Same load balancer, right? So it will check if these guys is not there, if the server is not working, it will not send traffic to him. Okay. And what is the third job? I told you simplification. So what simplification load balancer will do is, now you guys know HTTPS, right? So all the HTTPS which is coming here, no? HTTPS will have a TLS certificate. You guys know it, right? So
Yeah.
while sending data to the EC2, load balancer will remove this TLS certificate. It will remove, okay, load balancer will remove and it will send a raw data. Raw data to EC2. This job will be taken so that load will be less on EC2. I told you, right? Load balancer will work like your TL, it will simplify. These are the main 3 tasks which load balancer will do. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it simply decrypt the data and send it.
Yeah, it's offloading or decrypting, offloading the TLS certificate.
Okay. Yeah, that term used in F5 load balance.
Yeah.
SSL offloading.
Yes. So SSL offloading. It
Full
will remove.
proxy or half proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it will remove and it will send the wrong. And again, when sending back, it will attach the certificate and send. All right. So this is the introduction about load balancer. So this is pretty much same in every cloud, the load balancer. So in AWS, we have some other terminology. Okay, we need to understand how this traffic comes, where it goes, right? What are this AWS specification? What are the different types of load balancer that we're gonna learn in this section? All right. Let's get in. Yeah. So as I told you, it distribute traffic across EC2. Okay, and it is this kind of managed service, so that it is AWS responsibility to make it very highly available. Okay. Oh, and then as I told you, one more thing is health check, right? It route traffic to healthy instances only. If that EC2 instance is not healthy, it will not send. Okay, so now we gonna talk about different types of load balancer. To talk about that, we need to talk about OSI model. Can anyone explain what is OSI model? Quickly, just a high level overview.
Just a 7-layer, starting from application all the way to the data link.
Exactly.
Uh,
Right. So this is the OSI layer in our networking. So each layer has its own functionality. I believe everyone, okay. Darshan, you can understand, right?
the one we are using, I think it's TCP IP model, which
Yeah.
they shorten those layers into 4 layers.
I'll explain. Yes. Uh, Anyone want me to explain OSI model, or everyone are aware of it? If you don't know,
So,
please tell me. I can explain, or else I can quickly move forward if you guys know this concept.
aware of it, sir.
All right. Oh, good. Mumtaz, I believe you are also aware of it. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, so 10 layer. So we have different layers. So the main important layer is layer 3 or layer 4 and layer 7. Okay. So wherein layer 7, our application will talk on layer 7, and layer 4 is our networking layer, right? So oh shit. Yeah. So we are on these 3 different layers. Okay. So if you guys know what is the network layer, it transfer bits and bytes, right? And then transport layer, it will check whether these are transferred properly or not. And then application layer, all the REST API calls made on application layer. So now based on these layers, we have different load balancer. Okay. So network layer, transport layer, and application. Okay, it is again explaining the same. You guys know it. I don't want to explain this, right? So we have 3 types of load balancer. So one is classic load balancer, which works on layer 4 and layer 7 both. That means it work on TCP, TLS, and HTTP, HTTPS both, right? So first thing of first, when AWS cloud has started, they have introduced classic load balancer. So what happened, since it was working on both, performance wasn't good, right? So performance wasn't good to work on both. So AWS have stopped this. Stopped means it is not recommended. Right now, we don't use it, not anywhere. Okay. So what AWS has come up with, they have created 2 load balancer for different layers. Instead of using only one, they have bifurcated. So we have layer 7 application load balancer and layer 4 network load balancer. Can anyone tell me, like, you guys can try, when do we go for network load balancer? When can we go for application load balancer? Can anyone?
When we are delivering the traffic hop to hop, so that time we talk about the L4 load balancer. And if we are talking about when we have to distribute the traffic at layer 7, like HTTP traffic, that time it comes.
Yeah, that is pretty much correct. Just a second, why this gets stuck on us? So when you want, very high performance use cases, okay, so now you're ready to lose a bit of data, but for you performance matter. Okay, so if you see, if for example, okay, your YouTube, okay, if you see the YouTube, okay, live media stream, right? This is your YouTube. Now, for you, what matters is the video you're watching, it should not buffer, right? It should not buffer. You are ready to lose the quality of it. Okay, you are ready to watch in 360p. You are ready to watch in 480, but it should not buffer for you, right? For you, performance matters. Video should be up and running. Okay, so if you get these type of scenarios, just an example I'm saying, okay, if you are like these type of scenarios, then we go with a network load balancer, NLB, wherein performance matters a lot. Okay, so if you are like Flipkart application, right, or Amazon, therein every user comes in, they come through gateways, right? So we need to have a secure connection. Then we'll go with the ALB. For us, more than performance, security matters, right? So more reliability matters. Then we'll go with the ALB. That's it. This is the major difference. And here we work on layer 4 and this work on layer 7. This is the major difference. Anyhow, I'm going to explain again in the slides. All right, so that's about different load balancer. So if you see, the most popular and frequently used is application load balancer. Why? It suppose WebSockets, HTTP, layer 7, right? It automatically scales. You don't have to worry. We have to remember here the main 4. So application load balancer always distribute traffic between these 4. What are those? First is our EC2, and then is our ECS, container applications, and then our web application, that is our IP, different IP address, right? So I'm in the routing, whatever traffic come, it will route to another IP, and then our lambdas, right? Only these 4 guys, only these 4 it will send. I mean distribute traffic. Okay, so now before I do the demo, I want you guys to understand the basic how load balancer is created. Okay, let me show you. So whenever you want to create any doubt here, guys, still here?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So now I'll just give you just this thing diagram, and then we can do one load balance. So here, whenever we are so this is your load balancer. Okay, whenever you are creating load balancer, there's a 2 most important thing, guys. Okay, one is listeners. Okay, this is your listeners, and second is your target group. Okay, this is your target group. So listener and target group. Okay, load balancer, whenever you're creating load balancer, these 2 are the must. Okay, so this is your ALB. So now what is listener? As name itself, that's why I've told you, right? AWS is very easy to learn. Okay, they have made wording so easy, anyone can remember. So as the name itself, it says listener. So it listens for the connection, that's it. Okay, so whatever rule you give, if you give port 2022, right? If you give a listener in the port 80, if you just tell him, okay, just listen only on this port, it will listen only to that. It will be listening for the connection. Through listeners, whatever you configure in the listener, then it will come to the load balancer, right? And then load balancer will send to the target group. It will never send to each single EC2 or single container. You have to create a target group. So what do you mean by target group? It's nothing. It's just a collection of either your EC2s or your containers or your lambdas. That's it. Just a collection, target group, nothing. So whenever you're creating load balancer in AWS, these two are must. Okay, they might ask you in interview what are the criteria you will check while creating a load balancer. These two are must. Now I'll show you in lab how these two, how can we create. All right, so we'll jump into the console. This is our console, right? Here, same in EC2 section only, we have down. If you go down here, we have load balancer. If you see there's no load balancer, you can go and create. Okay, if you see there's no classic load where, if you see here, classic load balance, it's a previous generation. They don't recommend it at all. Okay, they don't recommend it at all, classic. If you want, you can create just for the practice purposes, but nobody is using it right now. Okay, so the most used as application and NLP. Okay, we have gateway load balancer also that I'll explain you at the end of the load balancer session. Okay, so now we're gonna concentrate, we're gonna create a ELB. Just click on create. Okay, test ALB. Okay, here it is asking whether it should be internet facing or internal. So what do you mean by this? Internet facing load balancer is nothing but route requests from clients over the internet to the target. That's it. Okay, so all the connection coming from the internet, it will send to the target group. So that is internet. Internal means inside your VPC, we'll be having load balancer. Okay, you will learn what is VPC. So only for your inside local network, it will send. Okay, then you can use internal. Right now we can keep internet facing. Okay, these IP address, IPv4 and dual stack, right? So here just leave it default because we haven't talked about VPC section, right? We haven't talked about availability zone. Don't touch it, just leave it default. Okay, if you want, you can create a security group for load balancer, or you can use any of your existing as well. Yeah, so then comes your listener. I told you, right? Listener is important. So here you are telling load balancer, okay, on what you need to listen, what connection should be allowed. Okay, why it is showing only HTTP and HTTPS, guys? Why it is not showing TCP?
It is application ALB, application layer.
Yeah, correct. Right, since it is application layer, we can only listen either HTTP or HTTPS. Okay, so if you mention here just HTTP, okay, or what a listener is doing, it will listen on port 80, it will send it to the target group. That's it. It's very simple. As I explained here, you are mentioning your port 80, it will listen and it will send to target group. Same, it is asking, okay, I listen on port 80, where should I send? Give me the target group. So here, if you don't have, you can go and create a target group. It's very simple. Okay, if you have multiple EC2 instance, you can put it here. All right, so rest all, leave it default. You can leave and you can create load balancer. It will take some time between it will create. That's it. Very simple, right? It's very easy to use AWS services. Okay, you guys do it. Okay, you see, there's nothing much configuration here, nothing much. You guys can do it. Okay, so do it. If you get error, that is good. I want you guys to get error. If you guys get error, you will learn. Okay, so same, you rest all, you leave default. Only while creating target group, make sure EC2s you should be having you can have more than one anything. Okay, just have 5 EC2 instance. Okay, and create target group, assign those EC2 instance in target group. That's it. Only one step. Do it. Do you want me to show it or you guys will do it?
I think we can do it. I mean,
Yeah, it's very easy. If you do it seriously, you guys will learn it. That's the only essence of it. I can show it within 2 minutes, but if you guys do it, you will know how to create a target group and a listener. Very easy. Just click on create target group, and in target group, you have to attach 5 EC2 instance. That's it. Okay, just create, and tomorrow you guys can show it. Okay, this is the small assignment for tomorrow. So any doubt here, guys, in load balancer? Others?
No, sir.
Okay, you guys can create a ALB, right? Demo ALB. Give a demo ALB name and create load balancer. Tomorrow you can show it to me. If you get error, that is good. Okay, everyone can learn. Okay, always remember, guys, we learn from troubleshooting. You guys know it better than me, right? So we'll always learn from troubleshooting only. Okay, do it. If you get error, we can troubleshoot and we can learn. Everyone can learn. So you guys know about listeners, and then we have multiple listeners. It's same. Okay, what about multiple listeners? You can add port 80, port 443, right? So AWS load balancer will also have that option. Add my listener and add for target group where it has to send. Okay, that's about it. And security group, it is same as your EC2 security group. Okay, so whatever you allow in security group, only those traffics will be allowed, right? This security group is for your load balancer. Okay, so even if you allow in a listener, right? Once you allow port 80 in your listener, even in security group also you should allow it. That's what they are saying. Okay. So we have still a lot more session here in load balancer. Okay, and we're gonna have different types of listener rules, right? A rule, we have different rule condition types. When do we use it, right? And then we have microservice architecture. I'll explain you that. And then comes our auto scaling. Okay, auto scaling is very important topic. Okay, so in next class I'll explain you these. Okay, so auto scaling, how do we use auto scaling, different rule types, we have different scaling policies as well. Okay, this is a very deep dive, but it's very interesting as well. Okay, so tomorrow's class I'll explain you about scaling. Any other doubt, guys?
Yeah, okay, sir, I did not join. Just now I joined, and I did not see all the content. So can you share any? Can is there any video? Where can I get this video?
This video, check with organizer. Abhishek, he will check with organizer. They have all the videos. They will share it with you. If you are interested, yeah. If you're joining this course, I think you might get the notes as well. Today I'm sharing notes to the organizer. They will share you to you guys. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah. All right, guys. Can you guys can do that assignment, right? Small one, creating a ALB. Yeah, just do it. And tomorrow, if you get error, just take the snapshot of it, keep it, or you can keep same. We can troubleshoot, or if you can do it, that's well and good. All right. So please read and come. Others, I'm gonna ask you questions.
Can we terminate the VMs or just stop?
Yeah. You can terminate, or if you are creating load balancer, just terminate it. Okay, just terminate it. Maybe in the evening or tomorrow before the class, you can create load balancer. It takes only 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. All right. See you tomorrow, guys. Then I'll share the slides to Abhishek, the organizer. They will share it. Please check with him.
Sir, can we create a AMI image to create 5 instances? That will be fine.
What? I didn't get you.
I can create Ubuntu VM instance, and then I will capture AMI. By using capture AMI, shall I create 5?
You can do AMI using that AMI. You can and in the actions you have option create instance from this AMI.
Okay.
You try it. You can do it. It's easy.
Okay.
All right. See you tomorrow then, guys.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Please prepare and come. Bye.
Thank you all.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, sir.
Hello guys. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Adil sir. Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll wait for 2 more minutes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. We'll see whether others will join on.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
All right, guys. We'll start today's session. Okay. So people might join late. Um, Before we begin, let's do the recap of yesterday, right? We'll do quick recap so that it will be easier for you guys to pick it up. Yeah. So can anyone explain me what all we have discussed yesterday? Just not the entire thing, just tell me the topic's name, what all we have discussed.
Sir, load balancers.
Load balance. Before that, we discussed one thing, no?
OSI layer, I think.
No,
OSI
no,
model.
AMI, sir.
no. One topic in EC2 we have discussed, no? Last.
Auto scaling.
No. In EC2, related to EC2, we discussed one topic, no?
We capacity management, something like that.
Correct. Capacity reservation, correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
before that.
reservation.
Before that. ENI, Elastic Network Interface.
Oh yeah, interfaces. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Virtual network interface. Sir.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, it happens. So we discussed about Elastic Network Interface, and then we discussed about a load balancer. So load balancer, in load balancer, we discussed about listeners, right?
Yes, sir.
Listeners and then target groups. Okay, so We'll just quick recap of it. So ENI, what do you mean by ENI? Why do we use it? What is the pros and cons of it? If you guys can remember, just try to answer. It's okay. It's right or wrong, it doesn't matter.
So
I think
actually,
this
it
is
is the virtual interface we can attach and detach for their, the respective EC2 instance. Sir.
Virtual interface,
Virtual network interface.
virtual network card.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, virtual network card. Okay, interface. Yeah, right. You can attach. So what are the different types, Vakas? Different types of ENI we have, right? I mentioned some two or three types.
Virtual network interface, ENI, and another one is for high performance.
Correct. One is primary, secondary, and then EFN, the network adapter ENA, and then EFA, elastic fabric adapter.
correct.
When do we use elastic fabric adapter? In what case? I mentioned one word now. As soon as you see that word, you should select EFA. What that word? When do we use it? For what kind of scenarios? Basically, whenever we have requirement for big data, machine learning, right? For those kind of applications, we go with elastic fabric. All right, that's it about ENI. Okay, so this completes our complete EC2, right? So we can have a mock session later once we complete load balancer, right? Then ALB, what do you mean by load balancer? Oh, you guys know what is load balancer. I have mentioned about 3 functions of it. What are those functions? Can anyone?
Distribute the layer and check the health.
Yes.
Also monitor.
Checking health monitor is same. One more thing I told, no? Distributing load, correct. Checking health, the monitoring EC2, that is correct. What is the other one which load balancer does?
To
Monitoring.
simplify the work for the
You remember the example?
correct.
Yeah, so it's
But I forgot.
offloading. Offloading
Offloading,
SSL.
yes.
Yeah, offloading SSL certificate. All
Yes,
right.
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So these 3 jobs is taken care by load balancer. Right. Good. So in load balancer, we have different types. What are those types?
Sir,
I think it's
application load balancer, network load
ALB,
balancer.
NLB. Oh,
Yeah.
he's right.
Correct. ALB, NLB, and classic load balancer. However, classic was using on both the layers, layer 4 and layer 7. But since it was like creating problems, so AWS has stopped it. We cannot say stop. AWS doesn't recommend this. Okay, now we are using ALB for application and network load balancer. When do we go for network load balancer, guys? In what scenario?
Sir, if the traffic is related with TCP and UDP, then we would go with the network load
Yes.
balancer.
So TCP, UDP user data protocol, and also when our performance matters most. Okay, or more than reliability. If your requirement is performance, then give it no network load balancer. Correct. So in application load balancer, okay, here we went inside. Okay, I showed you guys simple thing, right? So here we discussed about while creating a load balancer, 2 main important things, that is listeners and target groups. What is listener and target group, guys?
Listener is just the port numbers, maybe HTTP or HTTPS, where
Yeah,
the actual
correct.
client hitting that, and the target groups your instances.
Yes. So correct.
Actual
Listener is it's something listen for the connection. Whatever the port number we define inside listeners, it will listen for the connections. Target group is either load balancer will forward to target, all the request traffic will be forwarding to target group. These 2 are must, right? While creating load balancer, these 2 are must. Without giving any this thing, you cannot create load balancer. That's why I've explained this. Okay, rest all optional, but these are mandatory things. So target group is nothing but it's like a basket, right? A basket, we can it's a collection of, I mentioned 4 things. What all target group contains? Of course, one is the EC2s, collection of EC2 instance. Okay, your VMs. What could be the other? our containers, ECS, right? Our containers, lambdas, and then IPs, right? Only to these four load balancer will route the traffic. All right. So this is what we have discussed, right? Did I miss anything, guys?
No, sir.
Right. Okay. So every day we'll do small recap like this so that in current class you guys can pick it up easily, right? That's why I do this recap. So this is what we have discussed. Okay. If you guys have understood up to this level, today's class will be easier for you. Okay. So did you guys try load balancer to create a load balancer?
Yeah, I tried it.
Are you able to do it, Vikas?
Yes, I did. Just um before the class starts. You want me to share?
If it's working fine, then fine, no problem. If you have any error, you can share. You know error, right?
No errors. Yeah, we just need to select the two subnets. Also some other.
Yeah, just share it. I'll just show to other
Okay,
people.
one
Yeah.
moment.
1 second. I'll give you that. Others, did you guys try? Shivaraman, Leela, Buntas.
Sir, still I'm waiting for the card details from my friend, sir.
Still you are waiting for card details.
Yeah. Because I already used one of my credit card and debit card. So in the free account was already expired. So most probably today or tomorrow I will get the details, sir. I request to share the
Leela,
information.
you can also change your credit card. Like if you have used before, you can change it so that AWS will have new card number.
Sorry?
Yeah.
You can also change your card, like you can replace your old one with a new card so that it will have a new card number.
Okay. But it would take some time, right? So that is the reason,
Yeah, it will take some
Yeah,
time.
it will take some time.
Even I can go ahead and apply a new card, but it would take some time. So I don't want to take much more time. So that is the reason.
Yeah. Okay. Just try it. Let me know.
Sure,
Okay,
sir.
please. If you
Sure,
guys
sir.
don't, AWS is very easy to learn, right? Same way,
sir.
it happens in the opposite way. It is very easy to forget as well.
Okay.
If you guys don't learn it, it is very easy to forget.
Okay,
All right.
sir.
Yeah, Vakas. Go to load balance. Yeah.
Okay. So I have created one test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
And
correct. Just click on the
I've
details. Yeah. So here, if you guys can see, Vakas has given the port, this HTTP 80 is there, no? That is listener. This is your
This is,
listener, and he is forwarding to the target group, right? So what is the target group name you have given? Test 1?
Test 1, yes.
So yeah, correct. So here, if you see all the request which is coming on port 80, right? That load balancer is forwarding to target group test 1. So what is there in the target group? Can you show the target group? Test 1. Just click on that, or else in left side you have target groups. Left below load balancer, yeah.
All right, here, yes. I actually created test 1 and test ALBs. So let me show you here.
Where's the EC2 is here? You don't have any targets here, but just click on register target.
Register target.
Here. Down.
Right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So click on register target. So here, once we select, click on register target, guys. So it will ask, okay, what all EC2? Yeah.
Okay.
How many EC2 instance you
We
want
can
to?
select
Yeah.
individually, or we can select it all.
Yeah. So you can, if you want, you can select all, or you can select towards it. Just include as pending below. So if you do it now, this EC2 instance will is under target group.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I think that's the one I missed.
Come down. Scroll down.
It's pending.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Register pending targets.
Yeah, you can do it, or this is what about the creation of load balancer. That's it. This is very simple.
Okay.
Just go to load balancer, give register, and anyhow you're gonna clean up this now.
Yeah.
Go to load balancer. All right. Okay. Just stay here. Guys, did you guys understood everyone how to create a load balancer? So if you click on create load balancer, just only a simple thing, okay? We'll only say give listeners and target group. That's the main important thing we give. Rest all VPC, availability zone, subnets. You did not touch anything, right, Vakas?
No, I did not.
Yeah, right. So yeah, you can
Actually,
stop
I
sharing.
did
Yeah.
select two subnets. It was required. It was giving me an error. So I
Mhm.
selected two subnets, different
For
availability
cross
zones.
zoning, it might ask, but even then
Correct.
it's okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So
Yeah.
so yeah, you can stop sharing your screen. Thanks, Vakas.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thanks. Guys, can you see my screen, right? So what Vakas has done, I'll just give you a quick this thing. So first he created EC2s, right? Let's say he has created 5 EC2s, right? And then he created load balancer, application load balancer. So in application load balancer, he has given the role or listener role port 80, right? So while creating load balancer, it will ask you to create a security group. So either you can use same this EC2 security group or you can create your own ALB, right? You can do anything also, okay? So you have to give listener port 80 and you have to create target group. So target group is same. Okay, it's a collection of EC2 as I told. So you have to create target group and register as I shown now in the right just now I showed. Okay, all over your EC2 instance should be running. So then you have to register. Once you do the register, then it will comes under the target group. Now this is the complete simple architecture right now. Okay, this is also we call it as architecture. Now whatever the request is coming, it's going to here. All the loads are distributing between this. All right. This is what Vakas has done. This is what I have asked for others to do as well. Right. So people who have not done it, try to do it today. Right. So if everything is clear here, if there's no doubt, we'll go to the next topic of load balancer. Any doubt for others?
No, sir.
No more doubts, sir.
Yeah. All right. So load balancer is clear. We'll go deep dive. As I told you, few services, I'm gonna do the deep dive, right? AC2, we have taken 3 to 4 class. Same like that, load balancer, VPC, IAM, these are most used topic. People who are working, they'll be knowing it, how frequent we use. So those classes, we'll go deep dive. All right. Now, let me share my slide. Okay. We have completed about multiple listeners, load balance, security, target groups. Okay, just go through this blue ticks. Okay, I mean blue highlighted for exam tips, right? Right. So next comes our microservice or multiple target groups. Okay, we'll talk about microservice architecture. Can anyone explain what is microservice? What is the difference between monolithic and microservice? I'm sure you guys can answer. You guys are already working.
Well,
You'll
actually, the traditional way of, web application services or web services will be, split it into small service. For example, I'm having a web application. It contains various, portals like a login, payment. So it will be, run on a single server or an instance. Instead of that, to efficiently manage the hardware resources and software resources, I can, to ensure at the same time, I can also ensure high availability. I can, run the, I broken it, I can broke the complete web services into small services and run it on a different, the virtual instances, so that I can avoid the downtime and get a high availability. So it will be run on, the containers looks like Docker containers or any other, container based applications.
all right. Yeah, very good. Right answer. Right. So what Leela told is correct. Okay, let me simplify it. Okay. So previously, all these years before introduction of microservice architecture, how we used to do, if you take any website or right, any your application, right, all these things used to run on single code. Okay, background, it will be run on single code. Okay, only one line of code. I mean, this single code is responsible to run your entire application, to your entire website, godaddy.com, if I say Yahoo, right, Facebook. I mean, before the introduction of microservice, okay, everything was running here. This entire application, if you see this, okay, this entire application was running on one single code. If anything goes down, let's say in this website, if any one thing goes down, I mean, if any error happens in any single line, right, if anything happens in single line, your entire application will go down, right? If even for the small mistake in the code, okay, since they are following right entire application in only one code, right, only one code, so if anything goes wrong in anywhere, so it might be a problem in some small other text, so because of this entire application would have gone down, right? To come up with this, okay, to come up with this, it's not about AWS, okay, it's just a general thing, right? To come up to encounter this problem, they have introduced microservice. So what is microservices? Instead of building application like single code, okay, single code, what they have done, same application, okay, same application, what we'll do, we'll make it as a pieces, right? We'll make it as a pieces. We'll make it as a pieces. So write separate code for each services, write separate code, or write, keep separate containers, keep separate services, keep separate team, right? So all entire your application as divided into pieces. Yeah, they have divided into pieces, small pieces, right? So same application, if you see this as a Facebook, before the introduction of microservice, this Facebook was running on only one code. Now same Facebook, after the introduction of microservice, this entire application is running on thousands of microservice architecture. All right. So what is the best example I can show you here? Everyone can, now you can see the best example here is your, not only Flipkart, all over your, whatever it might be, your online thing, right? Can you see here? See on the page only you can see. See grocery, they have made it a separate microservice. Mobiles, they have separate microservice. Fashion, they have separate microservice. So what happens here? Let's say if anything happens, okay, in background, in the backend, if any error happens in the code of grocery, right, grocery, so only this grocery thing will be unavailable for the user, but rest all application will be up and running. It doesn't affect your application. That's the power of microservice. That is why everyone are moving to microservice, and to maintain that microservice we need a lot of containers. To maintain that containers we need a lot of DevOps engineer, right? And to maintain the security of, I mean, to maintain the run, okay, to run that dockers, to run that your containers, we need good infrastructure. That is why cloud has come, and that's why the boom has increased, right? That's why cloud, everything is increased because of all these things, right? If you see under mobiles, right, if you go under the mobile, see we have lot of section, okay, they have separate team, right, for each page, okay, they'll be having a container, right, background, they'll be having a separate code. You guys know it, I don't want to explain. It's for like new members, okay, if you are, if anyone fresher, for them I'm explaining this, right? This is the importance of microservice architecture, guys. Any doubt here? So now if my electronics goes down, if anything error happens in the code, only this will be unavailable to the user. Rest all will be up and running. That's how they do it in the background.
So, one container is one microservice is like one container, or
ये that depends on
मैं
that.
बताऊं कि अगर एक हमारा माइक्रो सर्विस है तो वो एक कंटेनर है, और दूसरा माइक्रो सर्विस है तो वो दूसरा कंटेनर है, और या एक ही कंटेनर में सब माइक्रो सर्विस है।
वो प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। अब जितना साइज का कंटेनर लेते हो, राइट, आपका रिक्वायरमेंट कैसा है, क्लासिफिकेशन कैसा है, प्रोजेक्ट के ऊपर डिपेंड कर सकते हैं। आप चाहे तो लेट्स से फ्लिपकार्ट बड़ा एप्लीकेशन है, समझो ये छोटा एप्लीकेशन रहा है, स्मॉल, ओके, सम स्टार्टअप, right? If it's a small thing, so most of the services you can run on one container only. That is not a thing, okay? You can run on one container, two containers, right? It's not like one microservice is for one container only. No, it's not like default. Depends on your how big your application is. Okay, since Flipkart is very huge and Amazon is huge, they don't want any slowdown, right? That's why they'll keep a separate containers, right? This is just to give an example. So inside, if you see, if this is your mobile session, they'll be having multiple containers again, as I shown now, right? So they have a new mobile session, they have old mobile sections, right? And they have Android separate, Mac separate. To maintain all this, they'll be having multiple container. It is not defined. Who asked the question? Harihant?
Gajanan.
Yeah, Gajanan. It's not like mandatory, Gajanan. Okay, you can have any containers.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay, guys. All right, guys. So microservices is clear, right? Any doubt, guys? Others?
So just to summarize that, earlier we had only one mono service, which were like, which was which what I say, I forgot that. So the mono microservices means we have thousands of services running in the background of one application, which help us to use the platform, right? Or the devices. Is it like that?
Monolithic architecture like was running on one entire application was running on code, right? Only one entire code. So if anything happens in that code, your entire application would have gone down. Now microservice, they have cut into pieces. Same application, they have made a small. So in your company also, if you're working in company, how company works, they have lot of teams, right? We have starting with sales team, business team, development team, testing team, right? What else team? We have security team, operations team. How they have divided, how they have cut into pieces their work, right? Same way your application, your entire application has cut into pieces, small pieces. So even if one small piece, that even if your one small microservice goes down, your application will be up and running. That's the essence of microservice. You should not have any downtime of your application, and you should give faster, right? Very low latency to your end user. That's the essence of it.
Oh, okay, got it.
Got it? Any doubt? No, right? Clear? Am I cleared?
Yep.
Others? Darshan, Leela, Muntaz?
No, sir.
या कोई डाउट रहे तो पूछ लो मुमताज, हेसिटेट मत करो।
नहीं सर, नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
हाँ, आराम से पूछ लो। नो
जरूर सर।
हाँ
जरूर सर।
वो कौन बोला? गजानन ने बोला क्या?
नहीं सर, लीला कृष्ण बात कर रहा हूँ।
लीला ओके लीला,
थोड़ा आता है सर, ज्यादा नहीं।
नहीं yeah, you guys can ask any language, that's fine. Okay,
श्योर सर, ठीक है।
so yeah, all right. So that's about the microservice. Okay, so explaining theory, right? You guys can now read it, all those things. Okay, so I've explained the main thing, right? So again, in microservices architecture, we follow the listener rules. Okay, so in listener rules, so we have some important topic to discuss here in listener rules. Just now you will create microservice architecture. Now you will create multiple target groups. Okay, one load balancer is enough. That load balancer is a managed service and it will maintain. Okay, you don't have to worry. That is AWS responsibility. You just create a target groups and you'll say now here. I'll like draw it and show you. As you guys saw, this one load balancer. Okay, this is enough to maintain your multiple target groups. Okay, one for one VPC, it will maintain. Okay, now as you saw Flipkart application, now we have mobile session, we have fashion, we have grocery, right? What else we have? We have shoes section, whatever, right? So we have multiple microservices. Now load balancer, okay, what could be the challenges? Now any request, now let's say the request comes, user will type full, I want full t-shirt, right, white colored shirt, something like that, he will type in the search bar. So how will load balancer will know where to send, to which target group it should send, right? How will load balancer will get to know at which target group? So anything related to clothes, what if it's sent to mobile session? What will user think? Why is it showing mobile? If we select, if we type white shirt, if it shows white Samsung Galaxy, how it feels, right? So we have to make our load balancer some intelligent, right? We should train load balancer. To train him, we have some separate rules and conditions. Okay, we have listener rule conditions. We have different types of conditions which AWS has given us. Okay, using these rules condition, we have to tell to load balancer. So see, if you are getting this type of request, send it to this target group. If you are getting this type of request, send it to this target group. If you are getting this type of request, send it to this target group. Okay, this is what we have different rules types. Okay, so where we can see it here. Okay, I'll show you in the console where you can see. Or to create load balancer, it will take. Wakas, are you there? Can you share your screen, that load balancer, or did you delete it?
No, I haven't deleted. Let me share it.
Yeah,
if you
please,
want.
yeah, share your screen. I'll quickly show to others.
Okay. Okay.
Just a
Is that
second.
right? Yeah.
1 second.
You can take the control now.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, if you see here now, after you create load balancer, now you guys have created load balancer. This is your load balancer running, right? So here you can see listener and forwarding to the group. So now where you can set that condition, right? Where you can set that condition is here under the rules. If you see here, we have only one rule, right? So here you can click on this. Okay. So here we can add rules.
Sorry, we can delete it.
Can you guys see it here? These are the rule conditions. Okay, so here it is asking host header, path, HTTP, source IP, HTTP header. These are the different conditions, rule types. Why do we use these rules types? I have explained just right now. Okay, to make your load balancer intelligence, we have to tell load balancer this type of thing, send it to this particular target group. Okay, to make it smart, to give him, so we have a condition. This is our rule conditions. Okay, now what are this? Why AWS has given this many? What are this thing? I'll explain you now with the example. Now I'm showing in real time how to configure. Okay, these are the types, guys. They will definitely gonna ask in interview. Or they'll ask load balancers, and they might ask you, what do you know about different rule conditions and why do we use path based? Why do we use? They might ask. Okay, that's why I'm showing you here. Okay, now now you guys know in demo as well how to launch this. I mean, how to select rule conditions. All right. Okay. Thanks, Wakas.
No worries.
Now
Thank
I'll
you.
take the, yeah.
Sure.
You can stop
You
sharing
want
the
me to
screen.
stop it? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
yeah, that's right. So now we have this different rule condition types, right? Host header, path based, HTTP. So what do you mean by that? Simple. So if you select host header, what happens is, so route, it will route traffic based on the host name of each request. That's it. So let's say, for example, if it's traffic coming from youtube.com, right? It should be routed to particular target group. That's it. Very simple, guys. Don't get complicated. So if you have load balancer, so once you set on host base, right? In host base, you will say anything traffic coming from YouTube. Okay, not only YouTube, anything traffic coming from clothes.com, okay, related to clothes or anything, right? If anything coming from this, you will send load balancer, send it to particular target group. That's it. Okay, these kind of this, send it to this particular target group. That's it you are doing. Initially, you had given only listeners, right? Listeners and target groups, right? What happened? What happened, Vakas?
Sorry. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you were just laughing. No, what happened?
Oh, nothing. Actually, I think mic was on. Sorry. Was just saying.
Okay.
I just read something. So
Okay. All
sorry to
right.
interrupt.
No problem. I thought you saw something in YouTube and you're laughing related to
No,
YouTube.
no, no. It's not YouTube. It's just writing something.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. All right. So what I'm trying to say is this is how you can make use of different rule condition, guys. Okay. This is just an example. Okay, in real time they do like this only. So if they have particular request from particular team, they'll assign some target group, send it to this target group. Same way we have different ruling conditions. So host header, path based, route based on path patterns. Okay, so whatever the based on the path patterns, you can, for example, so even in the URL only, if they have something like this path, send particular to target group. That's it. And then HTTP header, route based on HTTP headers for each request. For example, if user agent is Firefox, right? If the request is coming from, this is all just an example, guys. Okay, if for Firefox, route it to particular target group. That's it. And then HTTP request method, okay, based on the HTTP of each request. Okay, so if you have like this in your URL, get request, post request, right? If you have this kind of thing, send it to particular target group. That's it. Very simple. Just go through this. Okay, go through this. Remember these names. Okay, it's not you don't have to buy out all those things. Just remember different types of conditions: host header, path, HTTP header, request method, query string, and source IP. All right. Any doubt here? Please remember, you now I've shown you in the console also where you can configure it. Right. So once you create the listener rules, there you can add conditions, different conditions. Is it clear, others?
Yes, sir.
Darshan, Mantaz, Sivaraman, Sumit.
Yes, sir.
Sumit, is it clear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is about the load balancer. Okay. So in load balancer, we have almost discussed the network load balancer, application load balancer. How do we create a application load balancer, right? What are the things you have to give in load balancer? What is the mandatory thing you have to give? Listener and roles. What is listener, right? And what is target group? Why do we have to give target groups? Everything you guys know it, right? So The load balancer is very simple, and right, if you want, you can give key value name. Okay. So if you are creating load balancer for your development or testing team, you can give the key value name, and you, if you want, you can add multiple listeners as well. All right. So this is about load balancer. So now the scenario comes is, what scenario comes is, you are maintaining all this, right? You have created target groups. Okay. So each target groups contains multiple EC2s. Okay. They have multiple EC2s here, each target groups. Now, in order to make this now, here sometimes, let's say now, whenever the big billion day comes, okay, if this is your Flipkart load balancer, whenever this big billion day comes, there will be huge request, and this target group should hold that request. Okay, so to do that, what we have to do, we have to increase EC2, right? We have to increase it. Suppose if it's 5, we need to increase, make it double during big billion day. Same way, when big billion day goes down, that request will reduce, and you don't want 10 EC2 instance to be running. It's simply, waste of cost, right? Your 5 EC2 is more than enough to run normal day request, right? So in order to do this, okay, in order to maintain this, okay, you can do it manually, that's not a thing, but in real time, you have multiple target groups. As I told you, you have 1,000 microservices. Will you have time? Will you get that much time to manually go and increase EC2, decrease EC2, check the request, how much is coming? Can we do it? We can do it. How long it will take? It will consume a lot of time, right? It will lot of time.
Actually,
So
it will be not possible. It will take
yeah,
some more time.
yeah. So that is why AWS has come up with some this thing. Okay, they have come up with solution. That's what we call it as auto scaling groups. Okay, so in the name itself, it is saying auto. What do you mean by auto? It's a automatically scale in and scale up of your EC2s. That's it. Okay, where this auto scaling will sit. So now this is your load balancer. This is your target groups, not EC2. Okay, this is your target groups. Okay, so here you can give auto scaling. Okay, so if you give auto scaling here above your target group, so it will, if you give give the target groups, if you select the EC2, right? So it will always be say check of the EC2. Okay, it will always be monitoring whether the EC2 running is enough or not. Here 2 EC2 is running enough or not. Okay, here 5 EC2 is running or not based on your the work. Here 10 EC2 is enough or not. It will be checking. Okay, if the workload increases, okay, if load balancer gives, okay, if load balancer gives more request, what auto scaling do? Okay, my boss is giving extra more information. I need to increase EC2. Okay, I need to increase EC2 here. It will increase. Okay, so load goes down. So then auto scaling will understand, okay, the threshold load is very less. I need these many, it's not required. So automatically this auto scaling will take care. Right, this auto scaling will take care, so that your cost will also be in particular this thing, right? So company will not incur more cost, right? And also it will not affect anything to your application also. So end users will always be getting their application high. They use these guys, okay? In real time, they are following it. That's why nowadays our application are highly available, so that it will never go down. Okay, this is just the introduction of auto scaling. Okay, is it clear here? Anything, any doubt? I'll show you in console.
Yeah, clear.
Right, that's why auto scaling has introduced. Okay, where it will sit here. Right, so same in EC2 session. Should have to terminate it. I'll quickly launch instance. You guys should guide me now. what should I select here, guys?
Amazon
Both
Linux
better.
or Ubuntu.
Why Amazon Linux?
Is this a free trial?
Yeah, free trial and correct. Right. So here, what should I select? And why this instance type?
T2 micro, because it's free tier eligible as well.
What are
We
the
have
other
here.
instance types I can get here?
We can compare.
Sorry, anyone?
Like one printer also come.
I didn't
A
get you.
series and M series.
No, not under free tier. I'm asking generally. What are the other types I can select in instances?
One
Fast.
micro.
General purpose.
Yeah, memory
Compute
based.
optimized,
Yeah,
memory optimized,
yeah,
and
Storage optimized.
yes,
CPU.
correct. Yeah, those are the instance types, right? And
Okay.
why do we have to give keeper here? Why do I need to create? Is it necessary for me to create? Yes or no?
Yes, necessary.
Why?
Yes, yes.
How does it help me?
For security purpose and
It will
Security?
decrypt the public key by using it. Default, it will it EC2 contains public instance, private key, and PEM key contains public key. So it will use to decrypt the password.
Don't, yeah, correct. Don't get that much complicated. So why do we create key pair? To securely connect, okay, to make a SSH connection. Okay, just to make a SSH connection, we use key pair. What is SSH? How SSH works? What is public key, private key? That I have given you extra knowledge, okay, extra. But key pair we use to make a SSH connection. All right. Just give something created to keep it. Now, if I want to make a SSH, okay, if I'm connecting through AWS console, I don't have to worry about keys. AWS will take it. Now, if I'm connecting to this instance from outside anywhere, okay, if I'm SSHing through this instance from third party, right, then I have to give my these keys, what I have downloading now. So what key is it I have downloaded now? They might ask, I don't know.
new one.
No, what key is it? Is it a
It's a public key.
private key?
I'm sorry, private. Yes.
Private key. Public key will be with EC2.
Correct.
All right. So in the networking, again, we have to select a security group. So here I'm allowing SSH. If you want, you can allow HTTP. All right. So that's what we have discussed pretty much. And now I'm gonna launch three. I want 3 instance. All right. Okay, good guys. You guys are in the track. What do we call this time? This loading time?
Initializing, modifying, something like that.
Yeah, it's a boot up time they'll call. All right, so now I have 3 EC2 instance running. Okay, now if load increases, so let's say if this is my application, okay, this is my application, so EC2 for example, Flipkarts. Okay, now when big billion day load increases, these 3 EC2 is not enough. These two we need more, okay, to maintain that now. Manually you can go and launch. What is the simplest way, very easiest way? Just select any one thing, okay, click on actions, and here can you see a launch more like this? If you click this launch more like this, you can just give numbers and you can launch. Okay, that's the one of the easiest way. But for small workloads, it's fine. If you have a lot of microservices and all, you can't do it. No, that's why we have auto scaling. So where is it? The same session, go down at the last. So go here, auto scaling. So we have create. Just click on create auto scaling. Okay, the main thing here. So what is the main thing I mentioned in load balancer? Listeners and target group, right? Same way here we have the main thing is launch template. Okay, we have to define launch template. So what is this launch template? What do you mean by launch template? You guys know
To
it.
create set of machines by using existing machines like OS types, OS instance types, we can create our own template. We can launch by using multiple VMs.
Yes, right. So your launch template is nothing but your template which consists of all the information required to launch EC2s. Okay, it will be predefined. Okay, now you guys know what is the importance of launch template. So now whatever template you give, auto scaling will follow that. Okay, so once you give this template to auto scaling, okay, you will be having T2 instance. Okay, you will have separate key pair. Okay, and you will have some storage, different service, right? If once you define this template and give it to auto scaling, whenever it needs to increase launch a instance, whenever, okay, it will follow this. Every time it cannot come and ask, right? Even if you are not there, it cannot come and ask you. So once you define the template, auto scaling will learn, okay, my boss has given me this instruction. I should launch only these kind of, whatever you give, it will launch. That's it. That's why launch templates are very important, guys. Clear? So here, if you guys have created launch template, you can go and select here. Okay. So this is it. So whatever is there, you can see it here in the description. which AMI, okay, if you are using golden AMI, you can select that instance time. This all depends on project requirement, right? Each project will be having different. So that is why we create different templates for different project so that it will be easier for us to give, right? So click on next. What is that? Sorry, name. Okay. I'll do one thing. I'll create a launch template. That template might be. What I'll do. So already I have created instances, right? EC2 instance. So using that, I'll create a launch template. So just click on it. Where should I go, guys? What option should I select? Yeah.
Action or right next to the action.
No, no. To create launch template. Under which section?
Image template manager. Same.
And then launch.
More like this.
No, no. For creating template,
Create
you can click
templates from
create
instance.
template from instance. So now I'll create this template. Okay. I'll assign this template to auto scaling. Okay, so to make you guys clear, I'll give ASG template. Okay. Version just give V1. Rest all I'll giving default. Can you guys see I'm not touching anything? Everything, whatever the TC2 instance, same thing. Right? So now my launch template, ASG template is ready. So here, refresh it. Now I've come to this auto scaling, create auto scaling. I've given name. Now I'll go and select that template, ASG template. Right? So if you see same AMI, if you see that key pair new 12.
Right.
Yeah, now. So same template. Now we will go on next. So next section, it will ask you to select your VPC availability zones. Okay, don't worry about now. We'll talk about VPC section just now. For right now, leave it default. Right. So instance type here also, if you want, you can override it. Okay, it is giving option. Okay, you can override. If you want to change, you can do it. Instance type. If you want to change this to memory, right, and you can change. Okay, just give next. Availability zone, and you can select 1 or 2, right? Okay, so now as guys, I've shown you, right? So what is the architecture? ASG will take the instruction from load balancer, right? So this is your load balancer, this is your target group, and this is your ASG here. So it will take instruction from load balancer. So that is why it is asking here, okay, whether you have no load balancer or you want to attach to an existing or you want to create a new. Okay, if you have created a load balancer, you can attach to it directly. If you have not created, you can either create it here or else give no load balance. All right. Then comes this thing. This is the main important topic. Okay, what is this desired capacity, minimum capacity, and maximum capacity? Okay, so ASG is asking you all the questions at once only. Okay, it is asking you, okay, boss, how many instance I should create? It doesn't know. Okay, you have given the launch template. You have told ASG what type of EC2 should be created, what type of AMI, what type of networking storage, everything you have defined. But how many I should create? Do I need to create 1,000? Do I need to create 10? Do I need to create 5? To how many? And how do you select the number, right? So this is what the main important thing, desired minimum and maximum. Okay, so what are this thing means? Okay. All right, it is not there here. I'll just, okay, it's a very simple thing. So minimum capacity. Okay, what do you mean by minimum capacity? Means if you give 3 here, okay, if you give 2. So what happens if it's a minimum capacity is 2, regardless of your workload. Okay, even if your workload application has high or your application has very low request or high request, whatever it might be anything. Even if it's a high or low, you always want 2 EC2 instance to be up and running. Okay, that's it. What is maximum? Okay, so what is maximum means, if you get like if more request, as I told you in big billion day, we'll get more request during peak hours. What should be your maximum EC2 you should launch? Can give 10, right? What is desired? Then you guys can ask, we have minimum and maximum. Why do we have desired? Why is this option? Okay, this is for like your average thing. Okay, so now this minimum capacitor is regardless of your workload. That means if it's a high workload, low workload, it doesn't matter. Always 2 instance will be running, always. Desired capacity is like average. If your workload is going to, if it's increasing from minimum to maximum, okay, if it's decreasing from maximum to minimum, right? If it's in average day, you will give desired. Okay, you will say I want desired to be, desired will always be in between, guys. It will always be in between. Okay, 5. Okay, that is why they have given desired capacity. Okay, any doubt here?
But yeah, means always it will be keep 5 instance will be always available. Okay.
Minimum is
Always
always available.
Minimum is available.
Maximum is peak hours. Peak hours. Desired is okay on your average day, right? So yeah, even if you're or average day, if your load is just slightly increasing, right? So then this is your desired. Okay, to maintain your depending upon your current workload. This will use it depending upon our current workload. All right, so this is how this is why they have given this option, desired, minimum, and max. Okay, now here, on what basis it will select? We have to give some threshold value, no? So if this value is above 1,000, give this. Okay, if your request is coming below 1,000, go minimum. Okay, so that's how we have given the policy. So you can select the different target tracking. Okay, so ASG will always track your CPU utilization, or you have other options as well. Okay, CPU utilization, okay, load balancer request count, okay, or your network bytes. How will ASG will understand, guys, if internet, I mean the request is increasing or not? Now you guys know what is a load balancer, what is target groups. All right, you guys know now what is the ASG, what it does ASG, right? Now ASG will, okay, if any traffic is increased, ASG will increase EC2. Okay, now what type of it should increase, that also you have given. How many types of EC2 should increase, how many numbers, that also you have given. Now how will ASG will understand traffic is increasing or decreasing? How? That is how here we have target tracking. Okay, so here metric type, here we will select either on CPU utilization, either on network, either on load balancer request. So if you select any one thing, ASG will always be monitoring it. If you give CPU utilization, target value of 50, okay, 50%, okay. If you give 50 here, if the CPU increases more than 50%, immediately it will start launching. It will understand, okay, request is getting increased. Okay, we are getting more request. Okay, if you give if you give a load balancer request count, okay, you have to give the target groups, it will always be monitoring it, right? And if the request increases, even your this thing will increase, right? This is how we have, this is why we have scaling policies. This is very important, guys. Okay, in auto scaling you should be knowing how to launch auto scaling, how to launch load balancers, right? So now I'll give, okay, none, right? Click on next, next, next. Just have a quick overview, create auto scaling. Okay, so if you see here, what is it have given here? Desired is 5, minimum is 2, maximum is 10. Now this ASG, now we have created auto scaling ASG1. Okay, the main task of ASG, you have assigned one dedicated guy to maintain your team, right? If any one team guy doesn't come, he should get a team member from other team. He should make the work up and running. That is his responsibility. That's what your ASG will do. Now, once it starts running, okay, once it starts running, it will always maintain and it will make sure this EC2 should be up and running. Okay. So now if you go to this EC2, okay, okay, now we have 8 EC2 here, right? Why do we have 8 EC2 running? Guys? Hello?
Already you have created 3 instances. Additionally, you have created minimum 5 instances in ASG group. Maximum
Okay.
decide you have selected 5, so that's the reason totally you are
Yeah.
running 8 instances.
So now, yeah, so now what happens? Now I'll go and terminate this EC2. I'll terminate all. I'll terminate everything. I'll say I don't want. Okay. So now you will see importance of auto scaling. How this auto scaling works. Just wait for a few minutes. Okay. Shutting down, all the instances are shutting down.
Will 2 instance has been created, sir, as per our policy?
You will see, you just wait for a few minutes. You will get to know. Okay.
Okay, okay.
All right. So now all of our EC2 instance is terminated, right? So everything is terminated. So is showing here. Why it is not showing here? Okay, so target tracking we have given none, right? So that is why it is not launching. So what happens? What happens in if you give the target tracking, right? So as soon as we can you see here, guys? So one EC2 started running. Even though I have terminated, I didn't do anything. See, can you guys see it here? It automatically started. Are you observing?
Yeah, it's in running
Yes, yes,
condition.
we get. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So now you guys will slowly will get to know how many instances will running and why this instance will be running. If you see initializing. So auto scaling understood. Okay. Okay. There's no EC2 instance running. My boss has given me instruction. Okay. I have to maintain desired 5. Okay. There's no instances at all. I have to launch its own. So it will, as soon as it detects that there's no EC2 instance, it will launch immediately. So if you guys wait for some more time, okay, it will launch your whatever the capacity you have given, no desired one, it will launch. All right. So this is the importance of auto scaling, guys. This is how it works in reality. Okay, even it has a lot of features. Okay, if you have, if you want to learn more, expose. Okay, great. Go deep dive and explore more here. We use a lot of ASG. Okay. Mm, right, so we have small topic left in ASG, that is scaling policies. Okay, how to track your scaling, target tracking, simple scaling. That I'll explain in tomorrow's class. Okay, you guys try this, right? Create auto scaling, just auto scaling, give some desired one. Okay, and you guys go and delete it. Okay, just to go and delete by yourself and see how many instances will launch. Can you guys see here? It already launching one more again. Right? So please make sure even if you terminate EC2 instance, it will be coming. So you have to go and delete your auto scaling only. All right. No doubt you're right in auto scaling.
Not.
Yep.
No
No.
worries.
Yeah. Right. So tomorrow I have some small sessions left. That is regarding scaling types, different scaling and dynamic scaling that I'll explain. Right. And then we are good to close with load balancer. All right. So we'll connect tomorrow, guys. Or just try to do this. If you get any doubt, let me know. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Always do the cleanup once you do this.
Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Please,
Thank you.
please prepare and come, guys. Please have revise it and come, or else you guys won't understand like
We
ongoing
haven't
things.
get that slides, PDF slide yet. So
Yeah. So I'll share it. Today you will get it. I'll share that. Thanks for
okay,
reminding me,
great.
guys. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
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 Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Leela. Good morning, everyone.
Sir, I have completed the task, sir, which you have, assigned the 3 tasks I have completed.
Have you got the card?
No, sir, actually, I got a help from Shivraman because he having an account. So I got an username and password from Shivraman and created. So just now before 30 minutes back.
All right, good. We'll check now. We'll check in the class.
Okay, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So, did you guys try? Yeah, good morning. Yesterday's this what we discussed auto scaling, right? Did you guys try to launch auto scaling? Yeah. Was it good? All good.
I just tried before the class starts. So it was running.
Mm-hmm.
The other was terminated, and then again there's the one
Mm-hmm.
that was minimum I set, and it stopped initializing.
Okay, okay, yeah. If you know this much, like how to launch auto scaling, how to give this thing, same way in real time, while building an architecture, right? Whenever the user comes, you guys can clearly guide them, or easily you can go and implement. And that's it. For auto scaling, either you need to attach load balancer or without load balancer. What we have done is without load balancer. That's it. All right. So, yes, Leela, you are trying. You are telling something that you have tried.
Yes, sir. Actually, I just want to share my screen.
Okay.
Post disabled participant screen sharing, sir. Could you please allow?
1 second. Yeah, you can try.
Okay, sir. I hope you can able to see my screen, sir, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, actually, based on, your guidance, I have created first TravelX image, then, TravelX instance. So I have created an instance called TravelX by using an Ubuntu, operating system, and allowed SSH port number 22. So once I created the instance, the first instance, second, I have created by using that instance, I captured the image. So once I captured that image after completion, I just created a template by using that this image.
Show me the template.
Yes, sir. Please. By using this template, sir. I have used that golden EMI.
Okay.
As an
Show me the
image.
detail. So in this template, you don't have anything, no instance type, no zone, no security group, nothing. Only AMI is there.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. But in my base image, I have, allowed SSH port. No security group I didn't create it. Only the port is allowed. I downloaded the key pair.
Okay. So from that instance, you have created AMI.
Yes, sir. Very good. Yeah.
So from that AMI, you have created template.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay, fine. Okay,
And
go on.
later, by using this template, I have created, 5 instances for my, ELB target groups. So I have created load balancers. I just wants to application load balancer. So yeah, in that application load balancer, I have created a target group for those 5 instances.
1 second, come down. Okay. Show me the target group. TravelX TG. Yeah. You have not registered, no? You have simply you have just basket.
No,
You
sir.
have not
Actually,
added anything.
Yeah. I have already added the 5 instances, sir. But before sharing my screen, I just renamed as Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. So it might be causing an issue, unregistering. I just renamed the instances. I thought, am I right, sir?
No, it's not a problem. Just add it.
Okay.
Okay, come down and include as pending below. Yeah. Okay, now you register. Now you have instances in target groups. Now any request comes to the load balancer, right? It will send to the EC2 instance.
Yes, sir.
Okay, auto scaling, did you try?
No, sir, I didn't try it. I only tried. Now today I will complete the auto scaling, sir. After this class, I'll let you know, sir.
Oh, okay, fine, good. Okay, good, Leela.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
Okay, okay. You can stop sharing your screen.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, others, you guys are able to do this? Screen, Leela, you can go and stop sharing. There's option.
Well, already, stop, pause the share, sir.
No, not pause. Stop. It's there. No, red color.
Okay, sorry. Sir,
Yeah.
shall I eliminate the instance or?
Yeah. Please clean up everything. You
Okay.
clean up. All load balancer easy to everything. You clean up.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mumtaz, Gaurav, did you guys try?
Hi sir, I'm just checking the video, and when I have completed the 6th video, then I will just install the AWS. Then I will check it.
Okay. Okay. Mumtaz, you're getting it right.
No, sir.
Huh?
मैं भी
No.
वीडियो देखने के बाद करती था.
Okay. Try to do it जल्दी से कर दो.
हाँ, ठीक है,
क्योंकि
ठीक है.
जैसा जैसा टॉपिक्स बढ़ेगा वैसा ही आपको मुश्किल हो जाएगा इसलिए.
Okay, sir.
All right. Okay. So now we're gonna do the recap. Okay. So let me share my screen.
Adil sir.
Uh-huh.
I have just active from the next week because there are lots of migration in my company, and I have not like checked anything in the AWS. So what can I do? I just active from the next week from the Monday, and I will check all the video. I have got the video yesterday, actually full video of the recorded. So I have just check it, and I just active by the Monday for AWS as well.
Yeah. Good. That's good. Okay. You just watch it in the weekend. Okay.
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday, you watch it. It will take only 15. See now, Leela, how much time you took to create all this? Leela, are you there?
He has taken only 10 to 15 minutes, sir.
Yeah. So it will take
Maximum,
hardly
yes.
15 minutes only, Gaurav. You can do it. Not a problem.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, all right. Only for your good only I'm saying, because once you get to know the services, later on you guys can play with it in the future.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
yeah. All right. Okay. So yesterday we started with load balancer. No. Yesterday we had already completed load balancer, right? We had halfway completed. So you guys
You had
know.
a dynamic something you have said
No.
that you can.
Yesterday I have started from application load balancer and okay, let me go through. Yeah, we talked about microservice architecture, right? What is the difference between monolithic architecture and microservice? Monolithic architecture and microservice.
Monolithic, I think, runs in just one code under
Yeah.
one application.
Yeah.
And microservices, you just break that application into different parts.
Yeah. So monolithic is a legacy way, and it runs off a single code. So if anything happens in that code, our entire application will go down. While in the other side, microservice is each services as cut into part. Okay. So each services, okay, each entire our web application web page is divided, okay, into multiple parts, so that if anything goes down also our application will be up and running. That's the major difference. This they will ask guys to remember this, okay, monolithic and microservice architecture, because all the DevOps, right? So they are following this microservices only. Right, so we have discussed this, and yeah, what is the so if I want to give knowledge to my load balancer, right? if I want to say to my load balancer that this particular type of request, send it to particular target group. If the request coming from mobiles, send it to mobile target group. If the request coming from a cloths, send it to target group. How can I do it?
We can set conditions.
Yes, correct. So we can do it through rule condition types. Right. So we can do it rule condition type. So what are the different rule condition types, guys?
I think first one was host header, path, and query, source IP.
Yeah. So we have different rule condition types. So these are that. Okay. Host header, path, HTTP header, HTTP request method, query string, and source IP. Okay. So using these conditions, we can divert the traffic from to particular target group. This is very important. All right. So this you might you will get it in exam. For sure you will get it in exam. They will cross check with this. In question they will say we will be sending the target from HTTP request method. What will you do in load balancer? They'll give you 3 wrong option and 1 correct option. That would be this. All right. So yeah. So this is the architecture how it looks, guys. If you see here, load balancer, and you will be having a listeners. So each listeners will be having the rule or conditions, right? So based on that condition, it will send to the target group. Can you guys see it here? This is how the architecture works of load balancer. All right. So then comes our auto scaling. Why did we? What is the need of auto scaling?
Whenever we have required a number of traffic, it will be better we can use for auto scaling to increase to balance the load.
To
Auto
balance the
scaling, I
load.
think, to increase the number of instances accordingly in queue.
So yeah,
You can set that limit.
your answers are correct, but if you want to tell it in interview or somewhere, you have to say auto scaling are used to scale in and scale out. Okay, to scale in and scale out the instance based on the traffic requirements, based on the request coming. Right, that's why we used auto scaling. But please remember here, okay, here scale in. Just a second. Scale in means if they say scale in means you are downgrading the EC2, means you are removing the EC2. If you have 5 instances running, okay, 5 instances running, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Scale in means it will reduce to. Okay, scale out means it increase. Remember, it is a bit ulta reversed here. Okay, scale in means it is decreasing. Scale out means it is increasing. Clear, guys? So we use auto scaling to scale in and scale out. All right. So apart from that, what did we discuss in auto scaling? Yeah, I've shown you how to launch. I've shown you how to launch EC2s in auto scaling. What do you mean by minimum, maximum, and desired? What is the difference between minimum and desired?
I think desired in your average workload. Minimum that you set so that this has to be up and running.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Maximum,
So
I think, for the
yeah, minimum we use regardless of your workload, where no matter how your workload, whether it is in peak, whether it is in very low, whether it is in average, you always want minimum. Okay, right? This is desired. Desired means based on your current workload, whether it is an average, if okay, it's in between, then it will maintain desired. All right, this is the main difference between minimum and desired. Maximum, you guys know it. When do we use maximum? right? So using this, we have created auto scaling, right? We have created EC2s, and you guys saw, even if you delete, auto scaling will automatically maintain. So how do auto scaling will launch this EC2? Using what?
Based on some conditions, CPU utilization.
No. That is monitoring. I asked how this auto scaling will, I mean, who will give this information to auto scaling to launch this particular type EC2, particular network? From where this auto scaling will get information?
Health check, sir.
No. You guys are not understanding question. Now, auto scaling will launch instance. If you guys terminate the instance, you saw, right? It is again creating. So it is again creating, right? How and what kind of EC2s auto scaling is creating? It is creating some EC2s, right? Even if you terminate, this EC2s again out.
Based on template, it will create.
Yeah, correct. Okay, it will create based on the launch template we give. That's why launch templates are very important for auto scaling. Please remember, guys, whatever you give information on launch template, same EC2s will be created. Clear? What is the important thing in load balancers? Two important things.
Application and network load balancing.
No. While creating load balancer, two important thing you need to give, no?
Listener and target group.
Correct. Yeah. So
Yes.
yeah. Please remember those things. In load balancer, listeners and target groups. And when it comes to the auto scaling, launch template. Right? All right. So now I'll show you the architecture, how it looks. Did you guys receive the notes of EC2 slides yesterday or today?
Yes. No, we didn't.
I think few have them. I already shared yesterday. Please check with organizer.
Okay, sir.
I have it in my drive. They shared it.
All right. Yeah, all right. So follow that if you're preparing for the exam or if you're going for interview for anything, it is useful for both, right? Right. This question, one question they will ask, guys. What is that question means? What is the main difference between load balancer and auto scaling? Huh? What is the main difference between load balancer and auto scaling?
In load balancer, we can able to distribute the loads to load balancer. But in case of if we have only two instances, means if any one of instance goes in fail, means we can able to run with only one instances. But in case of auto scaling, if we are facing even existing instances, it will create minimum instances based on our minimum requirement. That means minimum number of instances.
Yeah. So
sir, one more thing. Yeah, reduction here. Actually, the auto scaling concept came, after the, load balancer concept. Why? Because, for example, I'm having a 10 instances which belongs to participating on load balancer means. So the load balancer only will distribute the traffic to the instances. But if the request is we are getting numerous requests on a particular time, we cannot, after some time, the load balancer also there may be a chance to get confused. Why? Because I having a limited instance. So, if the load goes beyond the load of the actual servers, the order of the instances I'm having behind the load balancer. So, at the end of the day, the server we are facing a slowness issue and latency issues. So that is the reason auto scaling came into picture to efficiently manage the load. I mean, manage the
Scale
load
in to
performance.
scale in to scale out.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, whatever you both said is correct. So main important thing, what you guys need to say in the interview, what is the major difference between load balancer and auto scaling is. So load balancer will only check health of EC2 instance. Okay, suppose it will check EC2. If this EC2 is not working, right? If this EC2 shows unhealthy, if it's not working, it will not send traffic to this. It will go and send to another, whichever is healthy. That's it. But your auto scaling is not like that. He's like a supervisor. He's like a fixer. So he will come, he will check the EC2 is healthy or not. His main work is to that. Okay. So since we have told him he have to maintain minimum, right? Minimum 5, minimum 3. He will check if any EC2 is not working. What a auto scaling will do? Oh shit, I have got the instruction to maintain 3 minimum. So I need to remove this. So this, it will remove, auto scaling will remove and it will launch new one. Okay, this is the major difference, guys. Difference between load balancer and auto scaling. Load balancer, he will only check. He's like a manager. Okay, he will only check. Okay, if it's working, fine, I'll send. If it's not working, so whoever is present, I'll send it to them. Auto scaling is not like that. He will supervise everything. Whatever instruction he gives, he wants to maintain it. So since you have given minimum 3, so minimum 3 should be up and running no matter what. If any one or two is not unhealthy, right? If it's unhealthy, immediately it will terminate and it will launch automatically. You saw it, right, yesterday? Or even if I terminate, it is launching. Is it clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay, remember this question. Definitely they'll ask. Okay, for sure they're gonna ask if you're preparing for the interview. Not for the interview, even if you're working, you should be knowing it, right? So if you're launching, if your EC2 is unhealthy, you should be knowing this. All right.
Can we also say in a simple word that load balancer is just to shift the traffic, and auto scaling just create according to the instruction?
Load balancer will only check the health of EC2 instance.
Yeah.
Auto scaling will replace the unhealthy instance. That's it. All right. So this is one of the important point. Then, as I told you, we're gonna go deep dive in the auto scaling. If you guys have understood till now, okay, these are the important topic. Now I'm gonna talk. Right. Okay, so if you come to this auto scaling, now let's say I want to create auto scaling. Just give something. Yeah, so after I give desired minimum and maximum, then we have a target tracking scaling policy, right? And we have dynamic as well. So here you can give, they have only target tracking. Okay, what is this? Why they have given? I have shown you, I've told you, right? So what is target tracking? So you should tell auto scaling to track something, right? It should have some threshold, okay, to maintain this, or to maintain your minimum, maximum, desired, when it should maintain. It should have some threshold value. So you are telling, okay, you are giving some metric and you are telling. So we are telling auto scaling, monitor the CPU utilization. If it's more than 50, right? If it's more than 50% of CPU, then you should go for maximum. Okay, if it's less than 50, you should always have minimum, right? This is something like that. Either you can give average CPU utilization, okay, network bytes, okay, or you can give load balancer request count. You can give anything. This is one of the one. Okay. So once you create auto scaling, okay, this is just a demo. Simply I'm creating, guys. I'm not configuring anything. Right. So here, once you create auto scaling, in that auto scaling, you have something called automatic scaling. Okay. So here you have dynamic scaling policies. So what are this, right? What are the different policies we have? So that we'll look into it now, right? So here what they're saying is ASD can be used in many ways. Okay, so ASD use cases like you can use for like constant load. If you want to maintain this just a constant load, you can use this, right? And if you want to complete, like you want to control over scaling, you can use this scaling manually, right? Or else if you want, I told you, right, batch jobs. If you have something like updating or migrating from on-prem to your cloud, there will be huge datas will be migrating, batch programs will be there, right? For those kind of, you can schedule a date and time for scale up and scale down, right? Those kind of scaling also you can do. And then comes scale based on demand, right? That is dynamic scaling or automatic scaling, right? So when do we use this? When do we have to go for this option? Whenever we have unpredictable load. Okay, so that means your application is new, right? You don't know your users, right? When users will be more, when requests will be more, you don't know, you can't predict, right? So when do we have unpredictable load? Then we'll go with this. Remember, this is bit expensive than all of this, right? This is bit expensive. Then we'll go with dynamic. Okay, so what are the different dynamic scaling policy types? These are the important things, right? So what are the different scaling policy and why do we use it? First is target tracking. This is a simple, just now I have cleared it, right? So it will always be targeting for some, tracking they'll always be tracking for some target. Here we have given CPU utilization. So it will always be targeting for this 70%. ASD will always be. So if you give 70%, if CPU utilization goes more than 70, immediately it will scale out. If it goes below 70, if it's 50, then it will scale in. So modify current capacity based on target value. This is our target tracking. Clear? Now we have something called simple scaling. Okay. So what do you mean by simple scaling? Means, let's say you are giving one more level, you're going one more level down and you're giving more, making even more complex. So you are saying to your auto scaling, if CPU utilization is more than 80%, right? As soon as it goes more than 80, just increase plus 5. Only 5 instances, that's it, not more than that. Same way, if it's going even below 60%, not even 20 or 10, just below 60%, you're giving -3. You're just telling it's a bit complex process, but you're telling auto scaling to maintain exact EC2s. Okay, this is simple scaling. What do you mean by step scaling? Means this is one level more complex than simple scaling, right? So in the step scaling, we'll give exact value. That means if CPU utilization between 70 to 80%, right, increase 1. If CPU is between 80 to 100, increase 3. Same way, if it's a CPU utilization in between 50 to 60, remove -3, right? So these are the different scaling policies types. Okay, even though you guys couldn't explain this, but remember this scaling, dynamic scaling policies. This for sure they will ask in exam. Yes, Gaurav?
Sir, don't mind if I'm asking silly question. What does it mean +5 -3 +1 +3?
+5 means +5 instances.
Means
Here
what?
it will create again 5 more instances.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So what it is saying,
Means if they are scaling +5, that means scaling in is in action, I think.
I'll show you. So it will monitor your CPU utilization, right? So this is your 100%, and if CPU utilization goes like more than 80%, if here it's 80, right? As soon as it goes 80%, what auto scaling will do? It will be monitoring it, right? So as soon as it sees it is going more than 80%, what it will do? Since you have given number here, you have given +5. So it will launch 5 EC2s based on the launch template.
Understood, understood.
Yeah.
And if this is less than the 70 and 60, then it will be just minimized by the AC2.
It will
Okay.
so if your CPU utilization is less than 60, it will be -3. So where you can give this 80, 60, 70, where you can give, I've shown you, right?
Okay.
While creating auto scaling, you guys can give, okay?
Okay, understood.
All right. So these are the main scaling policy types. If you are taking exam, this is a must question, guys. They will ask in auto scaling. Target tracking, simple scaling, step scaling. So what they will do, they will mix match, and they will ask, so some username, some Rahul is it the job, he will log out at 6 o'clock, and morning he'll come at morning 10 a.m. So night he'll be having a workload. Okay, right? So what he has to do in order to maintain the workload, what he needs to do. So either you can go with step scaling or simple scaling. All right, these kind of questions they'll ask. Is it clear for others? What is dynamic scaling policy types and why do we have this?
Yes, sir.
All right. So here you can. So this is the target tracking. One is already there. Okay, if you want, you can go and create. So here you are seeing step scaling and simple scale. Okay. So it will use the CloudWatch and take the action, and you can add.
Sir,
Right.
I need to know one thing. Could you go back slide, previous slide? So, sir, here what is the difference between the step scaling and simple scaling? Could you go on the scaling? Yes, yes. So, what is the difference? Why this is greater than 80? Here is showing between the 70 to 80. It's understood by this one, but +3 is not understood by me, because greater than 80 is just simple with the step scaling. +3 here is the +5 if greater than the 80%.
This is just a number, Gaurav.
Ha,
This
ha,
is
ha.
not like mandatory, just a example number. That's it.
What is the main difference in the
Yeah,
simple
yeah.
scaling, step
So in
scaling?
simple scaling, see, you're saying here in simple scaling, it is not perfectly, like it is not perfect, complete information is not given. See, if you go, we'll go one by one now. See, in the target tracking scaling, what you're saying, you're just saying you have to maintain your CPU at 70%. Okay. So here you are saying in the target, if it's your 70%, okay, you have to maintain up to 70%. Here, what it will do? So
It's using the track.
as soon as
Yeah.
the 70% comes, okay, ASG will launch. Okay, ASG will launch. So how much it will launch? So as soon as your 70% increases, it will launch maximum. So you know maximum count, right? What we have given max. So if we have given max 20, right? If you have given max 20, it will launch 20 EC2 instance, right? So wherein you might not require 20 instance at 80%. So you will go one layer down and you will give even more information to auto scaling. So if it's just greater, if it's only greater than 80%, just increase only 5.
Okay.
So if it's increasing greater than 90, then give only increase 1 or 2 more, right? If it increasing more than 95, then you launch 20. Like that, you can give simple, right? So that what happens? So before in target tracking, as soon as the 70 happens, as soon as the CPU utilization touches 70, auto scaling will launch 20 EC2. Okay, just imagine about the costing.
Understood.
Yeah, 20 EC2 instance at 70% level is not required. So if your CPU utilization, let's say it comes around 75, right? So at 75%, you don't require 20. You might require only 10 is enough. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's what you are telling here in simple scaling. If it's increasing only above 80, then add only numbers +5, +3, +2, +1. So if it's below 60, just give. So in the step scaling, you are going one level down, you are giving exact number. Okay, so you are giving in between. Okay, so here you're saying greater than 80, right? So if it's say greater than 80, so even if it's 95%, it will launch 20. Since it is greater than 80, it will launch 20. Now you're going one level down, you're telling auto scaling. If it's between 80 to 90, then only you launch. Or else simply don't launch 20. Only
Okay,
if it's between 80 to 90. So these are like a layers, one level on layer. This is a simple layer, so everyone will launch at the default target tracking. This one level complex, okay, you are giving ranges, and here you are giving exact number, exact value wherein auto scaling should launch. So that if you follow this, you can save a lot of cost on EC2, right?
okay, understood, understood.
Is it clear for others as well? Wakas, Leela,
Yes,
Yes,
clear,
sir.
sir.
Muntaz, Sumit?
Yes, all clear.
Yeah, okay. Sumit, are you there? Gajanan, is that clear for you?
Yeah, sir. My power is disconnected, and just now light came, so just now I joined.
Yeah. All right. All right. So this is the very important topic, guys. Just to remember it. I have shown you in the lab also where you can configure it, right? Then if it's clear, okay, then we're gonna talk about some part on scaling. Yeah. Right. So we if we are talking about scaling, you guys know what is auto scaling, what auto scaling does. Okay. So in scaling, okay, this is the basic definition. So in scaling, we have two types, guys. Okay. So whenever you're talking about scaling, we should have a two types. One is vertical scaling and one is horizontal scaling. Okay. What is vertical scaling is very simple. Okay. So now you have your laptop running, right? You have your laptop. So in your laptop, you have 1 TB hard disk, right? 1 TB hard disk. You will remove this and you will replace with 10 TB. 10 TB hard, just example I'm saying. Okay. If you are doing this, these type of thing, we call it as vertical scaling. Okay, vertical scaling. So smaller thing, you are making it to bigger. So horizontal scaling. So horizontal scaling means, so what you will do, so when your requirement is 10 TB, okay, you previously have 1 TB and requirement is 10 TB, instead of buying the bigger one, what you will do, you will buy 1 TB of 10 pieces, right? We'll buy 1 TB of 10 pieces. This is what we call it as horizontal scaling. Now you guys tell me, auto scaling belongs to which scaling? Is it vertical or horizontal?
Horizontal,
It's
sir.
a horizontal.
Okay, now while launching EC2 instance, I'll go and remove my storage and I'll add another volume. To which scaling it belongs?
Vertical.
Yeah, that's it. Very simple, right?
Sir, one thing more. If I have like a 10 TB storage and I need to reduce for the like in the future. So what is the scaling type?
If you have 10 TB,
And I need to reduce with the 5 in the future.
that is horizontal only. You are removing only this particular. You are removing this. Still,
So
you have
it's like a horizontal, I am saying.
horizontal. So
Okay.
if you have 10 TB or okay, if you have 10 TB of a hard disk and if you are replacing with 2 TB, only one thing,
Mm-hmm.
then this we call it as vertical scaling.
Okay, and in this, okay, it means if there is a 10 TB I have in the vertical scaling and I'm reduced to 2 TB, then it goes to vertical scaling.
No. So I'll tell you. Here you have 10 TBs, right? Just a second.
Okay, in the vertical scaling, okay.
Moses. So here you have, let's say you'll be having 10 TB, right? So if you like group, like if you remove at least 3 to 4 from 10 TB to 2 TB, then it will call it as horizontal. Now you have 10 TB, right? So only this you are reducing it to 2 TB, only one.
Okay.
So this we call it as vertical.
Okay, understood.
Right.
Understood.
Yeah. So here I'll show you. You have explanation. You will understand. Okay. So vertical scaling is deploying application or database to bigger instance. Let's say a hard drive, larger hard drive, a faster CPU, more RAM. Okay. So this is vertical scaling example. Okay. But there are limitation to this vertical scaling. Okay. So what could be the limitation here? The pricing. Right? So if you want a larger EC2 instance, right? So what could be the pricing? It is huge. And compared to smaller EC2, the larger HPC, your GPU, it is costlier, right? This is a limitation you might get in vertical scaling. See, increasing EC2 instance sizes. Wherein horizontal scaling will deploy multiple instances of application or databases, right? So horizontal scaling is always preferred to vertical scaling. So vertical scaling has limits. Vertical scaling can be expensive, right? Horizontal scaling increase more availability. So if any two of them or three of them goes down also, still you have 6. That is why we have auto scaling concept, right? So instead of selecting higher EC2 instance, what we'll do, we'll deploy small EC2 instance using auto scaling. So that even if 1 or 2 EC2 instance goes down also, we'll get again 2 more. Okay. So what is the limitation here? So it needs additional infrastructure. That's a small infrastructure you need for the horizontal scaling. Okay. So best example for horizontal scaling is your auto scaling. Is it clear? So this is just a like a basic. I want to tell different types of scaling. Okay, this
Sir,
is
what
same.
is route 53 in this, in the horizontal scaling?
No, Route 53 is another service. You will get it later.
Okay.
This is a content delivery network. This is completely another service.
Understood. Okay.
All right, guys. Any doubt here?
No, all good.
So for everyone, it is clear, right? So now you guys know it. Now I'm gonna give you the proper assignment. I want everyone to try this, or to not to try. You guys have to do it. Okay. So first thing is, if you guys have phone, just to take a screenshot or keep it ready. Okay. I'll tell you. Now you guys know what is EC2. You guys know all its features, right? Launch types, launch template, different EC2 instance type, how to stop and how to run, elastic IPs, public IP, key pair, security group. You guys know in and out of EC2. You guys know networking as well. Or network card, virtual network card in EC2, right? You guys know everything about EC2. And then you guys learned about load balancer, right? And then you guys learned about auto scaling as well. Okay. Right. Now what I'll do, what is the assignment is, I want you guys to launch first launch like 2 EC2 instance, okay, 2 EC2 instance with Amazon Linux only, okay. Don't go with Ubuntu, try with Amazon Linux, right? So try with Amazon Linux, okay. And then after that in user data, right? I have explained that. Don't ask me where it is, how it is. I have explained. If you guys don't know, please watch my videos. So in user data, give data script, user data script, okay, of your Nginx server, your server basic, only 3 to 4 line is there. Okay, search in Google, you'll get it. Give that basic script, right? And then run your launch your EC2 instance. Okay. So what you have to do, you have to launch 2 EC2 instance using Amazon Linux. In user data, you have to give Nginx server. So as soon as I click your public IP, right? So I should able to see your web page. So your web page will show either it works or hello world. It will show something like that. Okay. I want you guys to do this and then create load balancer. So this should be internet facing, right? Create load balancer and create a target group, right? And then attach these both two instances to your both two instances to your load balancer. Okay. So whenever I call your load balancer, right? When you guys create, I will use your load balancers, this thing, ARN is there or DNS name is there. So whenever I use your load balancer, I should see this page, your hello world page. Okay. So create load balancer, create target group, add this EC2 instance to your load balancer, and then, okay, you create auto scaling. And here you have option, right, to select load balancer, right? Go and attach load balancer. That's it. Just attach load balancer. Okay, here you don't have to do anything. Create auto scaling. So in one step, it will ask whether do you have any load balancer. You have to attach to it. So this architecture I need to see tomorrow when you guys are sharing screen. If you guys are able to do it, then definitely I'm telling you, you guys can do any work. Okay, any work at a specific task in AWS related to ECT load balancer. Okay, this is a small architecture. Is it clear? Can you do it?
Yep.
It's very easy. Okay, you
Sure,
will get it.
we can do it, sir.
This data script, you will get it in Google, anywhere you will get. Just type, give me basic simple user data script to run servers in EC2. Just type that, you will get it. Paste that in user data.
Okay.
Okay, so I will cross check it. So when I click on your load balancer, I should get this page. So if you guys are facing error, that is good. I want you guys to face error. We will troubleshoot. Okay, so then you guys will learn in real time as well. All right, please take
Understood.
a screenshot of it. Don't tell me that I did not understand the question and all. If you guys did not understand, ask me again. Others. Leela, Gaurav.
Sure, sir, sure.
Yeah, Sivraman, you can do it, right? Muntaz.
Yes, sir, we can do it.
Okay. All right, guys. Then tomorrow, after seeing your session, we'll start a new session. That is a VPC. Okay. Trust me, it is one of the interesting topic. You guys will have fun here in this VPC section. Okay. This is again even more interesting than this.
Sir, this is virtual private cloud. I am correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, we'll talk more about VPC. Right? It is quite interesting. My favorite topic is VPC.
Okay.
All right.
Good.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Sure,
We'll
sir.
see you tomorrow then.
Sure,
All right.
Sure,
Thank you,
sure.
sir.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you,
Bye.
sir.
Bye.
Have a
Bye,
good day.
guys.
Thank you, sir. Have a
You
good
too.
day.
Yeah, you too. Bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Leela. Sumit joined on time today. All right, everyone has joined, I believe. Good morning, guys. We'll start.
Good morning.
Good morning, Adil.
Yeah.
Morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Any doubt in yesterday's class, guys? So we have completed load balancer and auto scaling. We'll talk about the assignment part. Okay. So apart from that, any difficulty in understanding? You
All good.
all right? Yes, Leela.
Yes, sir. We are fine with the understanding ongoing things. No issues.
Okay. Yeah. So
Concepts are very crystal clear, sir. Can
yeah.
able to follow easily. Yeah.
Yeah, AWS has designed in such a way that anyone can learn, right? But if you guys don't practice it, it's very easy to forget as well.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So talking about the assignment part, you guys are able to do it. Who has done it?
I have tried. Done my part. It was working. I'm not sure if I missed something.
Are we can I able to see your this server running here?
Sure.
Sir,
You want me to share the screen or just
a
share the
second.
IP?
Just a second. I'll check with other. Yes, Leela.
Yes, sir. Actually, I had to complete, sir. Give me some time today. I will complete and let you.
Yeah, Shivraman, did you try?
Then we need to complete it by today, end of the day.
Okay, so Gaurav, Mumtaz.
Sir, I have spoken yesterday. I will
Yeah,
active from the Monday.
yeah, correct. Mumtaz?
Monday completed, sir.
हाँ?
Monday तक कर दूंगी.
ठीक है. Sumit, are you there? Hello. All right. Yeah. Yes, Wakas. Share me your screen. 1 second.
All right, just give me a second.
So first, explain us the procedure, what all you have done, right?
So
What all
I
you
have
have
created 2 instances first.
Okay, how did you create?
And
Just from launch instance?
launch instance. And you want me to go through the steps? And create an AMI and also internet facing. I'm not sure the exact wording, but I just went through the steps.
Instance, you have created 2 instance at the single click at the same time. Number of instance you have given 2, right? Did you create
Correct.
in that way or after creating?
No, actually, I created separately, and then when I was creating auto scaling, the auto scaling group, then I created minimum, maximum, and the desire.
Okay. So okay, show me your instance. Okay. All right. So
I created 2, and the other one, that minimum I created, it was showing over here. That was that is supposed to be up and running all the time. Other than the one I created initially.
Okay. So have you given your Nginx server to run? Is servers are running in this instance? In all
Yes,
the
I tried.
Okay. Okay. Wait just a second, we'll check. Okay, show me your load balancer. Okay, show the target group first.
Okay.
Let's see what is there in the target group.
This one, test one.
You're using very old one. Just go there in the left top, new EC2 experience. Left top, left side, left corner. Yeah. Left. Left.
Oh, that's my left over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That switch on. Okay, always use this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one was pretty.
Yeah, that's
Like
the old one.
old.
Okay, which one you have used? Which target group?
This one, test one, target group.
Yeah, open it. You have not registered any targets, no?
Oh, I forgot that part.
Then
Maybe
how will I reach to your server from load balancer? I
the
cannot.
one that I created initially, the separate one, through the public IP, I was able to get into the servers. But
Show me that.
not this one.
Show me that.
Okay, just go to my instances. I hope the one I created initially was okay, let me see. If I open just through this address, it takes a while to open it. So I just need to separately copy paste to the browser. I'm not sure if you're able to see my other screen.
No. This.
Okay, let me share that as well. Can I stop sharing and share it again? Because I just shared this only one.
Sure.
One moment. Okay, now you should be able to see it. Okay.
You can't see. I mean,
maybe that was the one.
The screen is paused.
I was trying here. Oops. Can you see? HTTP.
No, we cannot see your screen. Stop and share it again. Okay, stop and share it again. Yeah, share it again. Hello.
Sorry, Adil sir, the screen was disappeared for some reason. Let me just share one moment.
Yeah. Please share it again. Yeah.
So I was sorry. Yeah, that one I tried. The 3.133.92.94.
Yeah, your EC2 is working. Guys, see if you run the server, right? Why he is getting hello world, that means it is working, right? So he has given in the user data script, he has given the some basic scripts. So that script is running, right? Others, is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So even if you guys also give that data script, okay, user data, as soon as you click on public IP, you can see this. Okay.
And Adil sir, one additional steps I did. I allow the HTTP connection.
Yeah.
Along
That
with
you
the
have to
SSH.
do.
That's why
Yes.
that coming up.
Yes. Without that, you cannot do that connection. And now you can access this using load balancer also, right?
That was I didn't try.
Yeah, that's what I have asked you guys to try it. Why? Because so same instances you should add in target group and attach that target group to your load balancer. So whenever I call the load balancer, I get the same page. Now what you have shown, right?
Okay.
Okay, we get the same page. Anyhow, I'm gonna give you guys one more chance. So Saturday and Sunday is holiday, right? We are not gonna connect tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Monday, you guys show it to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Monday you guys show it to me. So yeah, you have to register it, Vakas. See, in your load balancer, you've created target group, but there are no targets only in that. You have to register, and your load balancer security group you should check. So click on load balancer.
Oh, okay. I made the same mistake last time I did.
Yeah, click on load balancer.
Yeah, I think I made the same mistake. I didn't register on the last class, the last
No.
small assignment.
No. Show me your load
Okay.
balancer.
1 second.
Is my internet slow,
Yeah,
guys?
I'm clicking load balance.
Hello, am I audible?
Sir, you are audible. I think screen internet
Sir,
may
you
be
are
slow
audible.
for workers or you will not.
Yeah, I think something wrong with my network.
All right. Leave. It's okay, leave, Vikas. At the end of the class, I'll give you proper steps, okay, to do it. Everyone try
Okay.
it. Monday, you guys show. It's for everyone. Mumtaz, Gaurav, please try it, okay?
Sure, sir.
We will
All
try.
right.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. All right. Okay, fine. So let me share my screen. We'll do the quick recap, or like how we do every time. So we'll do the recap of last class. Let me get into the, yeah. All right. Okay, so yesterday we were discussing about load balancer and auto scaling, right? So in load balancer, you already know what are the different types and all. I don't have to say repeat it again. So we were using ALB. So in ALB, whenever we want to give any if you want to make your load balancer even more intelligent, even more, give more detail, what do we use? We use rule conditions, right? What are the different of rule conditions type?
Sir, one is the target and
No,
okay.
not target. Rule conditions, different types of rule conditions for load balancer.
It's HTTP and
Yes, path based, HTTP
path,
header,
host
query string,
header.
source
Yeah.
IP. Yeah, those are the types, right? After that, right, we discussed about microservice and monolithic, right? So, and then we talked about dynamic scaling, right? So what do you mean by dynamic scaling, guys, in auto scaling? Okay, first of all, what do you mean by auto scaling? Explain in like proper professional words, not like what you guys have understood. Explain me in professional way, like how you explain in an interview. What do you?
It is scaling scale out based on scenario.
Yeah, based on request, based on traffic, right? Correct. So auto scaling will help us to automatically scale in, scale out. What do you mean by scale in?
Scaling to minimize
Reduce.
reduced services.
Yeah, scale out means increasing the ASIC, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So that's the main task of ASG. So, and also I have shown you how to launch ASG. So what is the important step in ASG?
Template.
Correct. So, right. So how do we launch ASG is launch template, right? This is the most important thing. Without launch template, you cannot launch ASG, right? So second is you have to give minimum, maximum and desired. Okay. And the third thing is you have to give what is it? This is a target tracking, right? So or you have to give some threshold value, right? What is the other ways we have? One is CPU utilization, other one, other 3 to 4. Based on CPU utilization, you can track, right? What is the other one? Other
Memory utilization.
CPU is memory only. We have network bytes, right? Network
Okay.
bytes, which is coming on network bytes. And the third one is load balancer request. The request coming on load balancer, right? Based on these things, you can do the target tracking in auto scaling. Okay, you can select any of this. You can ask ASG to track these targets. So if your CPU is more than 50%, increase this. If it's less than this, okay, maintain minimum. Okay, these are things we have learned, and the most important thing what we have learned is dynamic scaling, right? So Where do we use that dynamic scaling and why do we use it? I told you one important word. When do we use this dynamic scaling?
Reduce the cost, maybe.
No. One word I told you guys. Forgot. So dynamic scaling we use when we have unpredictable workload. Right, so you guys don't know where your project is new project, right? If it's a new startup or new thing, you don't know how user will come, how end users will use you. Still, you're not aware of it. So
Yes,
there
sir.
might be huge impact or there might be very less. Okay, you don't know. So during this scenario, you will use dynamic scaling. So here we have three types of scaling. What are those? Don't tell me no. It's very easy.
Simple step
Correct.
scaling, simple scaling, and
Yeah, correct. Simple scaling, step scaling, and the normal default one, target. Right? These are the three things, right? So if you guys say this much in auto scaling, okay, if you give them, see what all I have explained, launch template, right? The minimum, maximum, the CPU target running, dynamic scaling. If you explain this much, the interview, the panel guy, he'll be overwhelmed, right? So usually people will be knowing what is auto scaling. We'll use only to increase or decrease. That's it. They'll be knowing. But since we have done deep dive, these are the things you should be knowing. Okay. So one more question. What is the main difference between auto scaling and load balancer?
A load balancer is not able to create any instances. Like it will check, load balancer will check only health checkup, but not able to create any VMs in case of any VM failure.
Correct.
But auto scaling will check health. I think it will use some other.
It will replace.
Yes.
Yes, very good. Correct answer. So, yeah. So please remember it, guys. Okay, that's the major difference between load balancer and auto scaling. Okay. So in exam also they might trick you that my EC2 instance is not running. So I want to replace it. Which services I would go? Right? They'll confuse you with load balancer, target load balancer, auto scaling. You have to select auto scale. All right. Apart from that,
Sir, I have one query.
Hmm.
Sir, if I configure auto scaling and everything for maintenance purpose, if I rebooted any instance which is participating in, auto scaling group, I mean the target group, will it create any issues or, whether it will, included any other instances in auto scaling? How it will treat if I rebooted any instance, particular instance?
So you are asking, so you have already launched instance using auto scaling.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right, so let's say you have launched 5 instance using auto scaling. So now in this 5 instance, you have you'll reboot one.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So you will reboot one. What will happen?
Yes.
So
Sir.
if you are rebooting auto scaling, as I showed you in one of the class, right? It will wait. Okay, it will wait whether this instance will again be on it or not.
Okay,
So if so they have some period, cooldown period or draining period, I'll tell you. So if it doesn't come back, if this instance doesn't come back, then it will launch.
Okay,
Or
sir.
else it will not launch. Even if you reboot also, no issue.
Okay, sir. In case if I am, modifying the class or something from T2 to C3 or C4 or M4, I'm just changing the family, sir.
You cannot change this running instance. You have to stop and change it.
Okay, sir.
So as soon as you stop and the moment you are trying to change, okay, it will create one more.
Okay, sir.
So
is it applicable for to extend the disk space, the root disk or something, sir?
yeah, that one you can do it. In volume class, I will explain you that, okay?
Okay, sir.
Disk space, storage volume, how to attach to a running instance, how can we add, right? How can we remove that and all you will teach. But in auto scaling, what I'm saying is if you have launched instance through your auto scaling, you can do. I'm not saying you can't do, but the moment you do any changes, you have to stop and you have to do it, right? So
Yes.
the moment you do it, it will launch one more instance. Since it is stopped, it will launch one more. So that is why if you want to change any instance your auto scaling, you have to either do it through launch template only.
Okay, sir.
All right. Okay, so yeah. So one more thing we have talked about is difference between vertical scaling and horizontal scaling, right? You guys know what is vertical scaling and what is horizontal scaling. What is the limitation in vertical scaling, guys? What could be the limitation?
Cost will be high, sir. When we create instances, when we're doing vertical scaling, we cannot able to save cost. We can.
Correct. Cost, one is cost, the another one is availability, right? So
Yes.
in vertical we'll be having less availability, wherein in horizontal availability is more, right? Even if any of your one resource goes down, you have another one, right? Okay, just to remember this is more than enough. All right, so
Can
today
we say vertical scaling is single point failure? Can we say that?
yeah, you can say that. So vertical, if anything goes down, everything will go down, right? So you can say that vertical scaling and horizontal. Yeah. So people, AWS always, it's not like you shouldn't have to go for web, but AWS always recommend for horizontal scaling. Okay. So this slide, I'm gonna share it today with organizer. They will share it to you guys. Okay, check with them. This is about ELB and auto scaling. Okay. So here what happens? Mm, okay, there are some terminologies. Okay, so these are extra questions. Like if you guys are interested, if you want to learn more things, okay, just go through these scenarios. Okay, just go through this. It's all self-explanatory. Okay, server name indication. These all like extra. Okay, I've given for the exam purpose. Just go through this self-explanatory. If you see, it's just a direct explanation. What do you mean by connection draining? What do you mean by cross-zone load balancing? So it's just a distributing load between available instances in multiple AZ. That's it. Okay. So these are some terminology I have taken, which is quite important. Okay. If you guys are interested, you guys can learn. Okay. I mean, read it. If you don't understand, ask me in on Monday's class. Okay.
Sir, I have one more question, sir.
Yeah. Yes, Leela.
Actually, I don't know whether it's the right place to ask this question, but might be a silly question. The thing is, sir, we have seen load balancer and auto scaling concepts in AWS. If it is possible, you just give a high level difference between FI load balancer and AWS, sir. How it will difference where we used such a load balancers in a different scenarios like FI and AWS load balancer, how it will differently is, I mean, how it is different from each other. And mostly today's
What is FI load balancer? Where do you use it?
Yeah, that is what I'm asking, sir. Even I heard the term, but I didn't get an opportunity.
No, I have never heard that word FI.
Okay, sir. Okay.
FI FI have never heard. It's not there. Okay. So in load balancers, even in real time also, as I show just now I've given the assignment, right?
Yes, sir.
So same way they do it. So before the load balancer, you'll be having route 53. So using that route 53, they'll send to the load balancer. Same what you have learned in the class now. Same thing you will do it in the real time as well. But this FI load balancer, I've
Sir, I
never heard of
heard
it.
FI is belongs to a hardware type of load balancer, right?
That's a big IP product.
Yes.
F5.
Yes, sir.
F5.
Yes, F5 load balancer.
F5 load balancer.
LTM, ATM.
Okay, so you have any knowledge on it, Vikas or anyone?
I have seen some videos in our GuiNet YouTube channel, sir, which is related with the F5. A long back, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it works the same. It's just the hardware run in front of the applications running on the servers.
So F5 they use it for on-prem, I guess, right?
Yes, on-prem, yes.
Yeah.
It works on a virtual IP, and behind that, there's all of the servers running.
Yeah. So that is for on-prem, Leela. F5 they use it for on-prem. These load balancer we use it for AWS. Right? How this load balancer work in AWS, same way it works in Azure and GCP as well. Only the naming is different.
So can we call it as virtual load balancer, sir, rather than a physical, like FI?
Virtual will not say, we'll call it as elastic load balancer.
Okay, okay, sir.
So if it's in cloud, we call it as elastic load balancer.
Okay, sir.
All right. Okay,
sir.
so I'll share you these slides. Okay, so now it's already time up. So we're gonna start our new session. So as I told you, give me just a second. I'll just open that slide. Right. We gonna start VPC session. All right. Yeah, I'll just share. Okay, so you guys know about EC2 now. You guys know about load balancer. You guys know about auto scaling. So when I say you guys know, that means you guys know deep dive, right? So I have taught you all the important steps here, right? So what all you can play with it, EC2, load balancer, and auto scaling, right? So these three major services we have completed, and we have one more most important topic, that is VPC, right? So I think most of them already know it. So anyone who knows can give us just a high level overview. What is VPC? Why do we use it?
Yeah, sir. For one network to another network, if you want to connect from one network to another network, from one branch to another branch, in that situation, we use the VPC to connect to different branch.
For my understanding, I think virtual private cloud is just act as a big data center, and in that data center we have availability zones.
Data center?
Just in term.
All right, yeah, it's just a wild guess, right? No issue. Okay, you guys can say even if it's a right or wrong, no issue. Others just try, even if it's wrong, no issue. VPC, any idea? So one, what Gaurav, I think Gaurav said, right? So yeah, one is the way it's correct. And
Sir,
Sir, this is the virtual private cloud is used for for any company wants a private data center or private cloud for hub to spoke communication.
correct. Yeah, correct. Okay,
Sir,
fine.
as
Yeah,
per
yes,
my,
Leela.
yes, sir. As per my understanding, instead of virtual things, whatever it's a physical or virtual cloud, if he wants to, even if he wants to do set up a small company or something, we need a network, sir. First of all, without a network, we cannot place routers, switches, firewalls, and the instances. Servers, whether it's a physical or virtual. So we need some kind of infrastructure to build the, network. So we need an IP address. We have to carefully, choose IP address and classes, and we need a subnet. We need an ACL, and we also required storages and servers and switches and other things. So the thing is all about, to set up the infra, we need some kind of hardware components, uh, hardware components and IP addresses and other things. That is what I understood about the
Yes.
infra.
Yeah, correct. Okay, so pretty much what you said is correct. All right, so let me start with the basic. Okay, let me begin. Okay, so even if it's a new guy there like Muntaz, right, of the new people. Okay, so what is VPC is? Let's say you are working for some company, right? So you're working for some company, we'll keep it as Accenture, right? You're working for a company called Accenture. Everyone are aware of it. So now when what Accenture will do, so if their company, right? So as soon as the Accenture, let's say Accenture will come to Bangalore, right? So what immediate thing will do? Okay, so Accenture, if they want to set up office in Bangalore, if they want to set up in not in Bangalore, in anywhere, in any new country, new India, what they'll do first is they will build, as Leela said, they'll build their infrastructure, right? So first they'll build their building. Okay, so they will build their building, right? So they will have different departments here over here. They'll be having a sales department, right? They'll be having a development team. So okay, there are a lot of departments. For all those things, what they'll do, first they'll build an infrastructure, right? So this is physical world. Okay, this is physical world. So same way in cloud. Okay, so in cloud, if you want to build your application, right? If you want to build your anything, okay, if you want to start anything in the cloud, first and most important thing, as I shown you here, right? We have to build our first private cloud. We have to build our first private cloud, right? So we have to build this boundary. So why Accenture is building this boundary? Why? Because the Accenture wants to allow only Accenture employees inside, right? So that is why. So if they don't have boundary here, any random people, let's say the random guy, one who is going to mall, he can also come to Accenture office. What is the purpose? So what would be the difference? There's be no difference, right? So that is why they're building this boundary and they're giving access to only to those employees, right? Same way, if you are building in cloud, right? If you are building or if you are building your applications, so whatever, if you want to do anything in cloud, first and most important thing is we'll build a virtual private cloud. Okay. So this is what it is. So this is our virtual private cloud. Okay. So this is like a boundary, right? So virtual boundary. So now let's say Accenture is moving to cloud. So as soon as they come into cloud, first thing they'll build their first Accenture's private cloud. Okay, Accenture VPC. Right. So now Accenture has built their virtual private cloud. So now here, okay. So if anyone wants to get access to your, let's say your Accenture's payslip, okay, your mail access, right? Uh, your day-to-day work, your Accenture's VM machines are there, right? So what all you guys do it in the Accenture, all the things, okay, they will place all their resources inside this VPC. Okay, so this is your Accenture VPC, right? So now what they will do, they will place all their resources, whatever it might be. Okay, so as I told you, there are VMs, their load balancers, or their S3 bucket, their storage, okay, or whatever AWS resources. Okay, we have IAM, um, we have Elastic Beanstalk, we have Lambdas, whatever it may be. Everything they'll put it in Accenture VPC cloud. Now, right? So if anyone wants to access, so what they will do, they'll give the username and password. Okay, they have to come through this VPC only. Okay, now let's say I am the like Leela is an Accenture employee, right? So Leela will get the username and password. That's why they'll create this username and password, right? So once he comes to inside this VPC, he can access anything he wants, right? So this is only for the Accenture employee, right? So now let's say Waqas is not from Accenture, right? Waqas is from outside some other organization. He cannot get into this access. He cannot get this access. Why? Because there's a boundary. So Accenture has built their own private cloud. This is their own private cloud. So they will build whatever they want. They'll play and they'll give it to their only to their employees. That's the power of private cloud, right? So all these days, what we have practiced, right? So you have built load balancers, right? You have built what Waqas has done. He has launched EC2. All those things he has done open, like on Amazon only, on Amazon Internet, open to the world. So anyone could have come and gone. So, but in real time, it doesn't happen like that. So they will always be having a custom VPC. We'll always first thing, right, in real time, we'll go and build our VPC, virtual private cloud. Is this clear until here? If it's clear, then we'll
Yes,
move
sir.
into next step.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. So yeah, now we'll get into the slide. Now you guys will understand the VPC, this thing. Okay. So In corporate network or on on-premise data center, can anyone on the internet see the data exchange between the applications and the database? No. Can anyone from internet directly connect to your database? Typically, no. You need to connect to your corporate network and then access your application or database, right? So same way your VPC works in the cloud. Okay. So corporate network provides a secure internal network protecting your resources, data, and communication from external. Same thing now I have explained, right, with the diagram. So this is their corporate network or virtual private cloud. That's why we use VPC. Okay. So what is VPC? Is our own isolated network in cloud. Okay. So network traffic within a VPC is isolated, not visible from all other Amazon VPCs. Okay, here we can control the traffic. Okay, you can have a visibility over the traffic. You can see all the incoming traffic, outgoing traffic. Okay, you will be the one. So once you build your house, right, you will know everything, right, in and around the house. Same way in cloud, once you build the private cloud, you can control everything here. What resources you should put, what resources you should remove, which users are coming, and which users are allowing, okay, for whom you are giving access to your house, to your cloud, right? Everything you can control in using VPC only, right? This is the first layer of protection. Okay. So yeah, so this is about VPC. Now we'll go one level down. Okay, one layer down. Guys, always remember, I forgot to mention in my first class, I think I have mentioned or not, I don't remember. All right. So what AWS follows, so AWS main agenda, right, in the cloud is this thing. Defense in depth model. What do you mean by defense in depth model? People who know.
Security wise, there.
So they'll have, so defense in depth model means they have a lot of layers. If you want to access any of the data in cloud, you have to go through multiple layers. So that is what you mean by defense in depth. Okay. So I'll show you how it looks. So okay, so if you store data in AWS, it will store in this way, guys. Okay, so if you store any data, if you are running any application, right, applications data in AWS cloud, this is how it works. If you want to access this data, you have to go through multiple layers of security, right? This is what we call it as defense in depth model. So each layer there will be verification, right? Each layer verification. So only if you pass all those things, then only you will get access to your data. That's why AWS, it has good security posture, right? It has a good security layer. So it is very difficult to hack the data. So all the services follow this method. Please remember this word, defense in depth. Okay, so if you say it in interview, right, it is a like good practice. It will be exceptional. And so once you start learning all the service, you will understand why I have told defense in depth, because all the services follows this method only, defense in depth, right? So now let's get back into the topic. Now you will understand how this defense in depth is utilized in VPC. All right. Now you guys clear what is VPC, right? So your virtual private cloud. Okay. So as soon as you create virtual private cloud, we need to create the subnets. Okay. So what do you mean by subnets? And why do we require subnets? Any idea?
Can you tell me question, sir, once again, please?
What do you mean by subnets and what is the requirement of subnets?
Wastage of IP address, like
like a private network where we can every VPC has a individual subnet. So if you want to connect
maximum IP address to utilize in the network.
Yes, you
with
can
the
say.
use of subnet.
Okay, so subnets is subnets is nothing but your availability zones. That's it. What do you mean by availability zone?
It's a collection of data centers.
Exactly. So how many availability zones will be there in each region? If you see here, right? If you see EOC, each region varies. Okay. One region in Northwest Virginia will be having a 6 availability zone, right? Mumbai has 3 availability zones, right? So this Singapore has 4 availability zone. It varies. So how many subnets how many availability zones you have? That many subnets. That's it. So now in Mumbai, we have 3 availability zone, right? So in Mumbai, we can have 3 subnets. So I'll show you here. So I'm explaining only what do you mean by subnets. I'll explain you now what is the need of subnet.
Sir, can we call it as sub networks?
Sub networks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can call it. It's not.
Okay.
Okay. So if you guys see here by default, okay, this is the default. We have 3. All right. So now if I create a VPC here, this is the default VPC, guys. Remember, okay, this is the default VPC in Mumbai. Now, if I create my own VPC, I can create up to 3 availability zone. Why? Because I only have 3 zones in this Mumbai. That's why I can create only 3 subnets. Okay, so don't get confused. You will understand right now. As of now, just remember what do you mean by subnets? Subnets are related to availability zone. So how many availability zones we have, that many subnets we can create. All right. So why do we use? Sorry.
The IPv4 range for those subnets will be the same as default.
No, it
Or
differs.
we can change it.
We can change that. I'll show it.
Okay.
Sir, is it subnet and VLANs are same, sir, or it's a different totally?
VLAN, sir?
Does subnet and VLAN same, sir, or it differs? Sir?
No, it differs. VLAN, I'm not aware of it, right? So I'll let you know regarding that. But these subnets we use for a different purpose. I'll show it to you now. If you
Actually, in a company, we used call it as VLANs based on the departments. Sir. For example, sales, accounts, and purchase. We have created a VLAN, sir. So that is the reason.
Yeah, it's just for separate the networks.
yeah,
Switch
subnets.
level.
Yeah, subnets is same, correct. We use subnets for that kind of only. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So now once you create VPC, right, you guys need to create a subnet. So this is how. So now let's say I'm in Mumbai, right? So this is in Mumbai. I have 3 availability zones, so I can create 3 subnets. So inside VPC, you can create 3 subnets. Okay. So and why do we need a subnet is just classification of data, or in order to make a separate, right? So usually we create subnets in this way. We call this as a public subnet, right? This is again enterprise subnet, and this is private subnet. So why do we create this? Okay, why do we have subnet? So what I'm telling you about real time, guys. So how in my company or how they follow this, we have created in this way. So each VPC we have created like these subnets: public, enterprise, and private. So now what I'll do, what we'll do, all our databases, right, or all our important data which should not be leaked. So we will store it here in private. So this private subnet, we will not talk to internet. That's why I use this private. All right. So all our application, right? So our API gateway, all those things, we use it in public. Our load balancer you guys just created, right? Load balancer, we'll put in public. Okay. If you are EC2, right? Now Vakas has created one script, hello world, right? So it has to go through internet. So if the EC2 is talking to internet, you can put that EC2 in public. If you're using EC2 just for for database, then you can put it in private. Okay, something like that. So we use in this way subnet. Okay, I'll show you in demo. Just for understanding, I have told you in real time how do we use it. So public will be having a connection to the internet. It will talk to the internet, wherein private and enterprise doesn't talk. That's how we use subnet, guys. Okay. Is it clear?
Yes.
Yes,
that's
sir,
clear.
it's clear.
मुमताज अंडरस्टैंड हो रहा है क्या आपको?
यस सर, समझ में आ रहा।
अच्छा
कोई
ठीक है,
मुश्किल नहीं।
हाँ, good. Sivraman, yeah, you told no. Sumit, are you there? You're not speaking at all. Darshan, Gajanan.
Yes, understanding.
Good. All right. So, okay. Now, before we launch this thing, I need to give in real time. Do you guys aware of this CADR range? What do you mean by CADR range?
It's a VLSM.
It's a inter-domain routing. C
Sir,
means
sir, this is the subnet and this is used for as a block like 24, 16, 32.
CADR is a classless internet domain range. Okay, so you guys are aware of it, or should I teach it?
Yes, I know it,
yeah, we
but
know.
others I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure about other.
Yeah, we know, all know.
All right. Anyhow, I'll give you a overview of it. So why CADR has introduced is same. Yes, since you know it, right? So if you want to give the list out the IP addresses, so it is like impossible to list out all the IP addresses, right? So that's why they have come up with range. So if you guys see it here, 69.208.0.2 to 69.202.0.15. Okay, so if you want to list out, you have to list out 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. You have to list out like that. Okay, that's why they have come up with why can't we give the range? That's why they have introduced a classless inter-domain range. So here, instead of listing out, we have given the range. Okay, 69.208.0.8 and range /28. Okay, so if you give /28, that means we have 16 address. How it came 16?
32 minus 16.
Why we have to give 32 on minus 16?
Because this is the every block has a 8 subnet and there are in the IP address there are 4 subnets, so we use the 32 bits.
Sir, actually, IP address,
We
IP4
are
address
using
is
2 as
Okay.
a network address,
Can
2
you
as
guys
a
see my screen? Others?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys
We
see,
borrowed 4 bits from the
yeah,
third octet.
right.
So that's how.
yes,
Yeah.
octet, yes.
So if you see here, each IP we have like 8 bits, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So each IP in this we have 8 bits. So when we say 28, so here if you say 28, 28 bits are fixed.
Yeah, network
Right.
records.
So 28 bits are fixed. So total we have 32. So that's why we are doing 32 minus 28, and then whatever it comes, we'll do the 2 to the power of 4, we'll get 16. Okay. Same way you can play here. Okay. If you give 12, you get these many things. Okay. If you give 32, that means only one IP. If you give 30, right, we have to give 4, right? This is what CADR means. Okay, you guys should be knowing well. I think everyone knows it, right? If anyone is new to cloud, please understand this, okay? Or else it will be very difficult to create your VPC or subnets or anything. Okay, you guys should be aware of this CADR ranges, right?
Sir, VLSM is also used in this AWS VLSM.
No,
Okay.
no. All right. So if you guys see, we'll use CADR blocks for the VPCs. Okay. So always remember when we are giving CADR block to our VPC, subnets are the subset of VPC. Okay. So this IP range is what you give. It should be inside your main VPC thing. Okay. You should give like that. Anyhow, I'll show it in the demo. Okay. I'll show it in the demo. Now, what I'm gonna do is All right. Okay. Now, I want you guys to remember this architecture. Before that, I'm thinking, should I give that example or not? All right, I'll just give you guys the basic example, then you guys will understand. All right. Okay. So yeah, so let's consider this is some hotel. Okay. So just let's say we call it as some veg hotel. Okay. So how this hotel works? How this hotel works? We have partition like this, right? We have partition like this, and we have entrance to our hotel like this, right? So when the customer comes, okay, if you goes into the hotel, you will go through this door only, right? So all the customer can come anywhere from the world. They can, if you want to visit to this hotel, you will visit through this main door. Okay, you will come here. So here we'll be having a seatings. Okay, here we'll be having a table, right? We have a different table, right? You come and you will sit here. Customer will come and sit here. So here we'll be having a receptionist. So we'll have a receptionist, and we in every hotel, okay, in every hotel, wherever you go, even in this entire world, they have this partition, right? So here until here only you are allowed. Okay, customers are allowed only until here. So what do they use for this section? This is for chef. Okay, all your cooking. Let's say if you come and order, just say you want one pizza, right? If you order any one thing, if you'll order to this, okay, you will order here, and this request will go here to your chef, and your chef will prepare your pizza here. He will prepare whatever you order, he will prepare, and he will give back to you. Right, guys? Am I missing anything here? This is how basically all the hotel works, right?
Yes, yeah, correct.
So same way, same methodology, our AWS cloud, that is our VPC works. Okay. So if you are replicating this to the cloud, this boundary, this is there. No, this is our VPC. Okay. So this is our VPC. Once you create VPC, we'll create a subnets. As I told you, right? These are our subnet. So this is one subnet. Okay. And this is another subnets. As I told you, public subnet and private subnet. So this we call it as public subnet. Why? Why do we call public subnet? Because all the users, okay, from the internet, all the users from internet outside, they're coming here to the public subnet, right? And why do we call it as a private subnet? Because
It's not publicly accessible.
Yeah, it's not publicly accessible, and only your internal people can access, right? So your hotel manager can come inside, no? If he's an internal guy, only he can come inside, right? Same way, your private subnet can be used by your internal. If you are internal to your company, you can use it, but outsiders cannot use it, right? And here we have, yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. It looks like a restricted or prohibited areas to.
Exactly. So it's a restricted area. So these kind of restricted only, we in cloud, we call it as a private subnet. Right here, we don't have access to the internet. In public, if you see, many users will come in public subnet. Okay. So if you guys have understood this, now same way our AWS architecture works. Okay. Now I'll show you the VPC architecture. Okay. I want you guys to, as soon as if anyone asks you about VPC subnets, I want you guys to remember these kind of diagrams. That's why I'm explaining through diagram. Right, so that you don't have to go through slides, you don't have to watch YouTube videos anytime. That's why I'm giving you this example and explaining you. Okay, now I'll explain you exact VPC architecture so that it will be very relatable. All right, so now let us start. Is it clear, right? How it works, public,
Yes,
private?
sir.
Okay, all right, okay, cool. So now we're gonna build. Okay, so if they ask about VPC architecture, this is how our VPC looks. Always remember this. This is our VPC. All right. Okay, so as I told, what do we note? So inside our hotel, we want public subnet, right? And we want private subnet. Okay. So then what do we need to have? We need to have door, right? How do users will come? We need to have some door. Okay. That door, we call it as internet gateway. Right. So this is our internet gateway. This is public subnet and this is private subnet, right? Okay. Okay. Now here, before coming to this, we'll have a route tables. I'll explain you why do we have route tables. Okay, this is different route tables. All right. So now you guys have understood about the same way it works. I'll show you how data work. Now you have created VPC. Once, as soon as you guys create a VPC, you need to create internet gateway, something called internet gateway. Why do we need to create internet gateway? This is where all the traffic comes in, like your hotel door. This is the main door of your VPC. If you don't create internet gateway, it is like a closed hotel. You cannot talk to anyone outside, right? This is the your main door. Okay, internet gateway. So all the traffic comes here to the internet gateway. So from here, it will go to the route tables. Always remember, traffic from internet gateway, it go to the route table. So we have two types of route tables. One is private route table and another is public route table. Okay, so why do we have this private route table and public route table? Sorry, here it comes public, here comes the private. Okay, so as soon as the request comes, it will analyze the request. Okay, so if the request is coming from internet gateway, if its request is coming from the internet, so this route table will it will get to know, okay, so I need to send it to the public subnet. Okay, how will it get to know? We need to give configurations. Okay, if the request is coming from inside, as I told you, if the hotel manager wants to talk to your chef, okay, something like that, if his request coming from inside, then the request will go to private route table. Okay, now from this, okay, now request has come to your public route, and from here it will go to your public subnet. Right? So here it will come, here you will be having your load balancer, your EC2s, right? All over your whatever the resource which has to face public, route 53, right? All those things will be there here. Okay, so from here, right, so if you place, let's say your load balancer will be here. So as soon as any request comes, what load balancer will do? It will send it to the target group, right? So what do you mean by target group? It is nothing but your collection of EC2. So from here, from load balancer, it will send to your private subnet. Okay, so here it will process the data, EC2 will run your data, whatever user request, and then it will send back. Again, it will go to the load balancer. Again, it will go to the private route table. Again, it will go to the internet gateway, and then it will go to your end user. Okay, this is the main architecture, guys. Okay, of VPC. So if anyone explain, just ignore this. You guys will get confused. Ignore this part. Okay, this is same. We will replicate here just for availability. So how this VPC works is it's similar like this. Okay, we have VPC, we need to create internet gateway at the door for the entrance. From there, it will come to the route table. Route table is the one which gives the direction, whether it should go to the public subnet, whether it should go to the private subnet. This is the one. Okay, so from route table, it will go to the public subnet, and then from public subnet, it will go to your private, right? Same way, right? How hotel also worked in the same way. User comes through the door, okay, they'll come and sit in the public subnet. If they want to order, if they want any pizza, they'll order. Okay, that request will go to your chef will prepare pizza and it will give it back. User will have it and then they will go back, same way. Okay, so in here, as I told you, the defense in depth model, to protect this, we have different protection in between. Okay, so we have NACLs, Okay, so why do we have NACL? It is a virtual firewall to your subnets. Okay, virtual firewall for your subnets. Okay, for each subnet you have to create one NACL. Okay, these are the firewalls. Okay, so why they have created, as I told you, right, defense in depth model. So if anyone wants to access any data, see how many layers it is going. First, they need to should get access through internet gateway. Then it should come to route table. Then it should go to NACL. Then NACL should allow. Then it will go to the public subnet, and then it will go to load balancer. And then again NACL, outside NACL, it should go to the again public subnet NACL, and then it will go to the EC2 instance. Then it will do some programming or whatever it is. Then again it have to go through same process, right? This is your main architecture, guys. Any doubt here?
No, sir. Clear, sir.
Yeah, so if they ask an interview, or can you explain me your architecture? Can you explain me your AWS cloud architecture, how it works? It works in way. Okay, so what they'll do, similar same this thing they will copy and they'll keep it just for high availability. So if this go down, they want to make it another. So I'll show you in.
One question, Adil sir.
Yeah.
Is the security groups is not part of that public and private subnet?
I'll tell you. So if I tell you that it will be like overwhelming, that's why I didn't say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So
you
security
said NACL would be the firewall. Also heard the security groups is also
security
virtual one.
group is for your instance. Okay, this can you guys see this image? This explains very well.
Okay.
Okay. See guys, this is your same architecture I explained, if this is your red line is your VPC, right? So then you will have an internet gateway. As soon as the internet gateway comes, it will come to the router or route tables. Okay, here it will say whether I need to send to the public or private. Okay, so from public, if it has to go, it has to go to the NACL, and then it has to go to the subnet. Okay, before it gets to the resources, we have security group, right? Security group is for what? It's only for EC2 instance and for load balancers. So if they want to access EC2 or load balancer, they have to go through security group. Okay. Now it will be like overwhelming to remember. That's why I'm not told. Okay. So VPC
NACL basically is it's the ACL access control list.
Network access control list. So it is a virtual firewall for your subnets.
Okay.
Like security group is what? Virtual firewall for EC2, right?
Yes.
So NACL is a virtual firewall for subnets. Is it clear? This architecture is clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right. So
yeah, I understand now.
In demo, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay. I'm going to create a VPC and then I'm going to attach internet gateway. I'm going to attach a route table. I'm going to attach this public subnet, private subnet, everything I'll show you step by step. Okay. So once if I start, I need to complete it, right? So if I start now, it will take a longer time. Right. So I don't want to start the demo now. In our coming class, I'll start the demo. We'll start the demo. So by that time, I want you guys to know about load balancer, auto scaling, EC2 completely. Others, that's why I'm, asking in every class to do the assignments. If you don't understand this load balancer EC2, then how will you understand this architecture? Okay.
Yes.
So we gonna do this architecture. That's why on Monday, please do the assignment and come. So I'll explain each and everything how to configure. What you should configure in internet gateway, what you should configure in route table, what you should configure in subnets, what you should allow, how to create a NACL, and what are the importance of NACL, right? Configurations are very important. That I'll show you.
Okay.
All right. Is it clear to others? Any doubt, guys?
No. Good.
Sivraman.
No.
Gaurav. Yeah, Gaurav.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, clear about VPC architecture, right? So once we do the demo, you guys will never forget. So my previous batch students also say the same thing. So whenever they ask an interview, they'll just explain my diagram.
That's a
Alright?
good way to understand.
Yeah. So you can relate with the real-time example also, hotel way, how they work, same thing. Muntaz, Gaurav, Leela, please do the assignment and come Monday.
Okay, okay, sure.
Sure, sir.
Sure,
Sure.
sir. Sure.
Sure, sir.
Do you want me to give that question again, or do you guys remember it?
The one that the previous assignments?
Yeah, yesterday's class.
Yes, I know. I'm not sure about others needed to
Do you guys know
review
others?
it.
What do you need to do?
Yes, yes, sir. I will check the video as well.
Yeah, correct. No, you
Yeah, it's
have been.
available on the video actually.
Yeah,
All
correct.
the steps.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, guys. Then we'll see you on Monday.
Okay, sir.
At
All right,
Sure,
LTM
sir.
sir.
Load
Sure,
Sure.
sir.
Have a
Have
good
an
weekend, sir.
Yeah, you
Thank
too.
you.
Have
Thank
a
you.
nice weekend.
Bye, bye, sir.
Bye, guys.
Bye bye,
Bye.
sir.
Bye.
Thank you.
Happy weekend.
You too. You too. Bye.
Have a good weekend, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Leela. How was the festival, Leela?
Yeah, good, sir. It was really good.
Mm. Okay. Hello, Akas. Hello, Leela.
Hey, Adil sir, good morning.
Good morning. How was the weekend? It was a long weekend, no? 3 days gap.
Yeah, it's pretty quiet.
Almost you guys would have forgotten, I guess. Might have forgotten. Let's
Not
see.
really.
Okay. Others are joining or not? Not sure. So we'll start our today's session. I think they'll join. Um, just a second. I'll open my slides and then. Let me share my screen. Okay. So is my screen visible, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. All right. So I think you guys remember this diagram, right? So
Correct.
yeah. So can anyone explain the architecture flow? Not in between. I want the complete architecture flow. How this network comes, where it goes. Leela, Wakas, Mumtaz.
Sir, actually, we have created, VPC on the AWS, and
What is VPC and why do we need it?
sir, actually, VPC looks like, I mean, because every customer, every customers have a different VPCs and AWS cloud computing. And the thing is, VPCs looks like a boundary. It will, use it to distinguish between the different customers, because customer A and customer B, they will not interfere with each other. We have a logical boundary for our entire network. So all the resources we have placed in, inside the VPC. So to easily manage and identify our own VPC, the first thing. Second thing is, inside the VPC, we might have different things like public subnet, private subnet, and public subnet is publicly exposed and private subnet is not publicly exposed because of the security reason and other things. And also we have some more things like security groups in place, and gateway, network gateway is in place, and
Network gateway.
yes, sir.
Internet gateway.
Gateway.
Internet gateway. Yeah, correct. Okay. All right. Wakas, can you explain the data flow, how it goes?
So when someone try to access the resources in within the VPC, it
Right.
always comes to the internet gateway. From internet gateway, target to the routing. I forgot the whole part of the routing. What is called? Is it routing, right? The first one.
Yeah. So from the internet gateway, it comes to your route table.
Correct.
Right. So route
Yes.
table will
So
decide
from
where it has to send. Whether
yes.
Go on.
So the routing will decide which, if it's going to the public or if it's going through the private, and then from the routing, it going back to the internet gateway and going outside the request.
Yeah, from route table where it goes.
From route table, it goes to the public if it's for the public subnet, and if it's for the private, then it will go traverse to the private subnet after security check, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, correct. So Wakas and Leela, correct answer. You both have given the right answer. So yeah, VPC is a virtual private cloud wherein we can run our all our resources inside of VPCs. Each companies, right, they'll create a first their own private boundary, right? So inside that they will put their all the resource and they'll give access to their users to this VPC. Okay, so any request coming, how it goes? So same like how I explained this hotel thing. So it comes, so how do the people come to the hotel? They have to come through the door, main door, right? So people will come here, main door. So this is your internet gateway. Okay, this is your main door internet gateway. And then after that, so may through if you don't attach internet gateway, nobody can come. Right, if you don't have door, how can the people come inside, right? So this is the every VPC should attach internet gateway. This is the must if you're connecting to internet. So in real time, people who wants to do, right, like develop testing team and development team, they when they don't want access to the internet, when they are doing only internal work, they'll not create internet gateway. They'll create their own VPCs, right? They'll connect VPC through VPC peering. That I'll take it in coming classes, right? So I'm just giving you example. Okay, internet gateway will only use whenever the outsider wants to connect your VPC. Okay, so then comes our route table. After that, we'll have a route table. Okay, we'll be having a public route table and the private route table. Right, so in the public route table, we need to give the configurations where it has to send. If the traffic coming from the internally, right, if this route table getting traffic, the request from internal, okay, inside VPC, where it has to send, right? Or if it's coming from internet gateway, where it has to send, like that we'll give some configuration. And then from route table, your data will go to your subnets. Before going to the subnets, if you want, you can enable NACL, right? Usually it is mandatory, right? So you have to enable NACL. This blue boundary is right. So this we have a NACL. So you guys know what is NACL? It is a virtual firewall to your subnets. Okay, so data will go through NACL. Only if it's allowed in NACL, then it will go to the subnet. And then inside subnet, you will be having your EC2 load balancers, auto scaling, wherever it is, it will go. And then from here, public subnet, again it goes back outside your NACL, and then it comes to your private subnet. So here you'll be having the main important resources like your databases, right? Very high most P1 data will be stored in your private subnet, right? So here it will be stored, and from here only they'll come and access and they'll take it back. Okay, so this is what I have explained, right? Till here, any doubt, guys? Now we're gonna do the demo, that's why.
We are clear with this, sir.
Clear, right?
Yes.
Darshan.
Yeah, clear.
Yeah, right. So now I'm gonna create demo exactly in the same way. Okay. Just follow my steps. Okay. If you guys have connected through laptop, you can also launch through your laptop. Okay. All right. So let's get into demo, guys. Okay, log into the console and go to your VPC section. So, okay. So if you when you're logging in for the first time, this is what you can see. This is your default one. Okay. This is your default VPC, which what do you mean by default VPC means every region. Okay. If you see, we have regions, right? North Virginia, California, Oregon, Singapore, Sydney, Tokyo, Central, Frank. So all this region will have one default VPC. Okay. So in real time, we should never use this default VPC. Okay, only for the practice purpose, right? So in load balancer EC2 have launched, right? So all those things I've launched in default VPC. Okay. So in the company, okay, in real time, they'll create their own VPC. All right, so now we're gonna create our VPC for my Travelex company. Okay, So let's say if TravelX is your project, okay, so that project is coming to cloud. The first thing you're gonna, if they ask you to create a cloud for the TravelX, you have to create like this. All right, so we're gonna create a VPC. Okay, so once you click on VPC, you have two options: VPC only or VPC more. Okay, so this thing, as I told you, this diagram, right? This, it follows this diagram. Well, first you have to create VPC, and then subnets, and then route tables, right? And then network connections. Okay, so just to explain you guys, I'll go step by step. So first I'll create VPC. So what is my project name? I'll give it as TravelX VPC. Okay, so here I need to give my CIDR range, right? So you should always make sure that guys, always remember, if you see here, this is your VPC and this is your subnets, right? So subnets are subset of your VPC, right? So your VPC should have more IPs and your subnets IP should fall under your VPC. That's how you should follow it. Okay. So now I'll just give 10.0.0/16. So /16 means how many IPs I'll get?
Sir, 2 to the power of 16.
Yeah. So we'll get more IPs. Okay. Now create VPC. All right, guys. So one important thing you need to observe here is whenever you create a VPC, three main thing will be created along with VPC. If you see here, these three are blue marks. Okay, what are those? One is NACL, one is route table, and one is DHCP option set. Okay, these three. Okay, it will also, whenever you create VPC, these three will automatically create it. All right. So remember this. Okay, if they ask in interview when you create VPC, what are the other things you will also get? So these are the three things. Okay, if you want, you can go and configure this. So right now, just leave it. Now, if you go to your VPCs, see, this is one default. I'll give it name. Okay, this is your default VPC. This is your TravelX. This is what I have created. If you see my CIDR range /16. So inside VPC, I have lot of IPs I can use, starting with 10.0.0.0, right? So starting with here, I can use an n number of, I mean, you guys know the number, right? That number of IPs I can use. Okay. So now I have created my boundary. I've created my boundary. Right. So what is the next step? What should I create
Is it
next?
route tables?
The first, after the VPC, the immediate thing you need to create is the subnets. Okay. So yeah, for that we need to go and create. If you see, there's already 3 subnets here. Why? Why is it? What are these 3?
Sir, you mean default VPC?
Yeah,
Subnets default.
yeah. These 3 subnets belong to your default VPC. Why there's 3 here? Why can't it be 4? Why can't it be 6? Why can't it be 1?
That's because of the availability zone.
Exactly, correct. Very good. That's the right answer. All right. So for this Mumbai, we have 3 availability zone. That's why they have 3 subnets. So subnets is nothing but your availability zone, guys. Don't get confused. Now we're gonna create, as per this diagram, public subnet and private subnet. We're gonna go and quickly create subnet, select VPC or TravelX VPC. Here I'm gonna give public subnet. Okay. Zone, I'm gonna give, if you see, I have only 3 zones. Okay, along I have to use only these 3. 1A, right? And then 10.0.1.0/ you have to be very careful, guys. Giving this CIDR range, it should never overlap. If it's overlapping, it will not allow you to create only. Okay, so public subnet is ready, and then private subnet. Okay, availability zone 1B I'm selecting. So 10.0.2.0/24. All right. Did you guys observe here? So I'm giving CADR block 10.0.1.0/24. So /24 means what? It is lesser than your /16, right? Are you able to get it? If you want, I'll show it to you again.
Yeah. It's only 256 IPs on it rather than 65,000.
Exactly. So first VPC I have given, guys. So how much I've given? 16. So that means if you give 16, so I will have 65,536 IPs. So I can use this much IPs in my VPC. That's what I explained. Now I have given. So inside this, I'm going to give for public. Okay, 256 I am giving. All right. So for public, I'm giving 256, and again for private 2.0. For private 256 I'm giving. If you see, these are inside your VPCs, right? Subset of VPC. This is very important topic, guys. Okay, even though they don't ask in interview, but when you guys are doing in real time, you should be knowing it. All right. So one important thing is here, please remember, out of this 256 is there, no? 256 IPs. We will not get the 5 IPs. We will get only 251. So no matter how much ever you take, okay, even if you take 16, so in this 536 is there, we'll get 531. Okay, so why like that? Because the last 5 IPs will be blocked by our AWS. They'll use it. All right, so clear here. As per this diagram, I've created a VPC. Now I've created public subnet, private subnet. Cool. Let's go and launch this. Okay, no issue. If you guys have done error, it will show error there. Okay. Yeah. So now my public, private subnet both are ready. This is there, public subnet, private subnet. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to create a door, right? We need to allow users to come inside. That's what we need to create. Internet gateway. Okay, just go in here, internet gateway. I've already created my TravelX IGV long back. So this simply it is there. I mean, it has not attached to any VPC. Now I'll just go and attach it. If you guys want, you can go and click internet gateway. It's just a single step. Okay, now I'm gonna attach to VPC. This is my TravelX VPC. All right. See how simple is that, right? So now you have put the door to your VPC, right? So now I put the internet gateway. The name is TravelX IGW. Okay. So here you don't have to do anything. Now you guys have created VPC. You guys have created subnets. Okay. You guys have created subnets and you have created door. So now here you need to create a route tables. Okay. So because in the starting you create route tables where you should give, right? You should give the direction, you should give the source and destination. That's why we'll create route table at last. So now we can give route table source and destination both. Are you guys following? Any doubt?
No, sir.
No, good.
All right. Okay. So again, why do I have to route table here?
Sir, one is because of the default, the routing table of default VPC.
Yes.
TravelX.
Yeah. So as I told you, along when we create VPC, along with VPC, 3 important things will come along with that: NACL, route table, and DHCP option set. So this route table is your default, and this is my TravelX VPC. We'll just name it default route table. All right. So now
Is it allowed to provide communication between private and public segments?
Private and public subnets.
Yeah. Suppose I
Yeah.
have 2 instances, one is in public and one is in private. How do you provide a communication?
Yeah. So if let's say if you are EC2 resources in public, right, and you're database there is in private, you have to talk to your private, right? So what we'll do, we'll have something called NAT gateway. Using NAT gateway, we'll talk. Okay, that is coming in today's class. I'm going to touch that only. Now, first I'm showing how to launch these things. If you guys are good with this, then I'll go one layer down. I'll explain you that. That is there in today's topic. Okay, all right. So where are we? We are in the route tables. So here in this route table, okay, this route table has come up with our default the VPC which we have created. Now, what we're gonna do, this route table, we're gonna do it as a public route table. How do you make this route table as a public? Okay, it's nothing, guys. How do you make this route table public and private? Is only thing you're gonna go and attach your internet gateway. Just click on route tables, edit routes, add route. You're just saying any traffic, okay, 00, it should come through this your internet gateway, right? That's it, very simple. Now your route table is this route table is your public route table. Why? Because it has internet gateway attached, IGW. So if you see, whenever you log in to your company's AWS account, right? If you are working in AWS, just go and see, right? Log in and just check your VPCs or route table. So whichever route tables has this IGW, that means it is the public route table and it has internet coming. All right. So this is our public route table. Make it up now. Same way, we're gonna have to create private route table. Okay, so in the same public route table, you cannot make another route, because the route table cannot do that. Okay, since you have internet gateway in this route table, so all the traffic will be sending to that particular internet gateway, from coming to internet gateway to particular subnet. So for private, you need to create another one. It's very simple. Just click on create route table. Private route table, select VPC. Okay, that's it. So here in the routes, you need to go and edit your routes. So here in the private route, right? Okay, right. So here here we don't have to do anything. Why? Because as you guys know, your public route table will talk to your internet gateway. It has to talk to your all the connections coming from outside, and then it has to send to your. So this private route table, it doesn't have to talk to internet gateway, right? It is only for internal purpose. So by default, this route is already there. If you see here, what is this IP range? This belongs to your VPC. This belongs to this VPC. Okay, so by default, it is already there. We have VPCs CAD. So this is for internal purpose. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, there's
Your
a power
screen was
outage.
disappeared somewhere.
Yeah. I'll share it again. Yeah, guys, so now I've created the boundary, the subnets, the route table, and now if you see, I have created just a public subnet, private only by the name. How actually you make differentiation, right? How do you make subnets as a public and private subnet is through your route table. So whichever subnet is attached to your public route table, That subnet we call it as public subnet. Same way, whichever route table attached to your private route table, that subnet we call it as private subnet. Then only we call that subnet as a public subnet and private. How do we do it? Same way, just go to your route tables. I told you right in the initial class, route tables are very important. All your sending traffic and all you'll be doing through your route tables itself. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I have to make our public. Yeah. So go to click on public route table. Here we have subnet association. Okay, click on subnet association. So here you're just telling route table, okay, route table, I'm going to attach you that subnet. Okay, so all your internet traffic where you're coming, send it to that subnet. That's it. You're only telling to route table, whatever the traffic coming from internet, send it to this subnet. That's it. Edit subnet association. You have two. We're going to select only public. Clear? Same way we have to do it the other side. Okay. So in the private route table also, you don't have any subnet association. So click on edit subnet association and here I'm gonna create proper. All right, so now your subnet, public subnet is actually your public subnet and private subnet is actual private subnet. Means your private subnet doesn't have, this, your private subnet is connected to this private route table. This will use it only for your internal communication. But if you see this public subnet, right? So this has internet connection. How? Using route table. If you see this public subnet has connected to the route table, which has internet connection. That's why we call this as public. Wherever, if you see this private, go to the route table, you don't have internet. Is it clear, guys?
Yeah.
I don't. So first time, I think you might get confused, but once you start following my steps, it is very easy to. So this, they will this is a must ask question in interview. I think you guys will already be knowing, right? So this is what we call it as a architecture in AWS.
So for private subnets, we still need to create a private route table for internal communication.
Yeah, for
Otherwise,
internal.
it won't work.
Yeah, because the default route table we have used it for public, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So for private, we need to create a private route table. So any doubt here? Others? Leela?
So see, these subnets won't communicate without the route table, right?
No. How will they get a request? Now, same like, let's say you consider this your hotel. If this is your hotel, so here is your chef. So how will the chef will prepare the food? He should get some request from outside, right? So this is your private subnet. So this private subnet should get request from anything. Okay, so if you get request from either your private route table, right? So now we have done it for private driver. So in Darshan case, what he has, so how did this public and private can talk? How they both can talk? That I'll come. Okay, before that, any doubt here in this session?
All good. Thank you.
Sivraman. Darshan, I can't hear you. Hello.
Am I audible?
No, you're not.
How about the private to private communication between two segments?
You're asking others. Can you hear Darshan's question? Can anyone?
Yes, volume is very low.
No, sir. Volume is low.
Darshan, we can't hear you.
What he asking is how other private subnets like how it will communicate.
So he's asking private subnet to private subnet.
Yes.
So if you have multiple subnets, okay, so it's through your private route table. So all these private subnets, if you have multiple private subnets, we will send all this, right? We will configure to send all the traffic to your private route table. So from here, you can talk to your other private subnets. That is not an issue. Okay. So only thing the challenges comes here is, okay. So the challenge comes here is now you have your private subnet, and you're in the private subnet, you guys will keep your main very important resources like your databases, right? Your Amazon S3 bucket, your RDS database, your important AC2, critical AC2s like HPC. These all will be running in private subnet. So there comes a time, okay? There comes a time wherein just a second. So there comes a time wherein these services are there, no? Like your database, your public EC2. These services want to send traffic to outside your end user. Okay, if they want to, install some update, like if they want to do, so they want to send traffic to your end user. Remember? Okay, remember this point, guys. So if they want to send, okay, the resources which is running in your private subnet, okay, the resources which is running in your private subnet. So these resources, if they want to talk to your end user, right? Talk means, okay, they want to send data to your end user. So then in this scenario, we'll introduce one of the new service. So that service, we call it as NAT gateway. So what AWS is doing, do you guys remember in one of my session I have told AWS will always follow what? What is the main motive of AWS? Correct, very good. Yeah, so defense in depth. So it should follow layer by layer by layer by same method they're following. So now if your database, your this thing important resources in private subnet wants to talk to internet, you have to install NAT gateway. Okay, so how to install, where do you install? It's very simple. So always remember, we'll install NAT gateway in public subnet. Okay, so we'll install NAT gateway. So only NAT gateway will talk to your private resource. How it will talk? Directly it will not talk. It will talk to through your route table, private route table. So here the NAT gateway will send request to the private route table, right? And private route table it will send. So these are very, you think you treat them as a very VIP guys, very special, very important persons here. So they will not directly talk to anyone. If they want to send any traffic to outside people, right? First it will send to your private route table. So here we'll configure it to send it to the NAT gateway, right? And send from NAT gateway, the traffic goes to your route table and then it goes to your end user. Remember, this traffic is not bidirectional, it is a single direction. That means only your resources which is running here in a private subnet, right? Only they can send traffic to users, but end users cannot send traffic. They cannot directly talk to. Same way your hotel guys, I told you, right? What chef will do? Chef will prepare the food. He will give this food to the waiter. Will the chef comes and give to the customer? Have you seen anywhere? No, right?
No.
Same methodology, same thing. So here chef will prepare the food. He'll give it to the waiter. So here in this waiter is route table, right? So from the route table through NAT gateway, here we have two waiters, NAT gateway and route table. Only NAT gateway will send traffic outside. Okay, this I'll show you now.
That means outbound traffic inbound traffic will not be
But Sri Raman, I didn't.
That means outbound traffic from private gateway is allowed. Sorry, private subnet is allowed.
Huh.
But we are not able to reach inbound through NAT gateway.
Huh. So outbound traffic, right, to end users. So if end users wants to get the important update from database, right, or important anything, only they can send outbound traffic. Inbound traffic to your private is not allowed. Okay, so how do we talk inbound? That I will tell you. I'll tell you. Okay, and I'll explain. Now, if I say it will be overwhelming, first I'll show you guys in the demo. Right. So what all we have done now? We have created VPC. We have created internet gateway. We have created route tables. Right. So we have created subnets, public subnet, private subnet. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna launch resources. So now I'm gonna launch one EC2 in public subnet, one EC2 in private subnet. Right, guys?
Yes. So for the NAT IP, the IP will be from the same subnet, or it will be different IP other than the subnets.
For NAT IP?
Yeah, the traffic that will get netted to.
I'll show you now. It will be clear.
Okay.
Okay, I'll show you now. So guys, so now we'll go step by step, and then it will be very clear. Please focus. If you guys don't focus, it will be very confusing. If you focus, it is very easy. All right, so go to the instance. What I'm gonna do, I'll just quickly launch instance. I'm gonna give this as public. All right, so here, when you are launching your instance in your own VPC, so here when you come to the network settings, you click on edit. Now here I'm gonna select my VPC, or else it will go to the default one. Again here I need to select public. So guys, in real time, naming will not be like this: private subnet, public subnet. Only for your reference, I have given this. Right, in real time, they'll just go based on IPs. Okay, so now I'm gonna put this resource in public subnet. Right, so I'm going to create EC2 in this public subnet. That's what I'm doing. Create a public EC2. I put it in my public subnet. That's it. Okay, just click on select existing groups. Right, and then launch instance. Shit, I don't know. I've given the auto assign.
You have given auto assignment.
Did I give?
Yes, you have, it is automatically selected.
Auto, I think it was disabled. Why this test is running? Auto? Just a second, guys. Oh shit. Forgot to delete this. All right. So yeah, my public EC2. So public IPv4. See, guys, did you guys observe? So even if I launch a EC2 instance in the public subnet, I'm not getting public IP. What could be the reason?
You have selected private subnet or public subnet?
I've selected public subnet only. If you see subnets under the networking, I have selected public subnet only. I have private IP. But
You may select not auto assign, not public subnet.
yeah, yeah, correct. So the reason the main reason is, I'll show you now. So in the networking, I'm first, after I selected VPC, then I have selected public subnet. So here, if you see auto assign public IP, I've given disabled, so I have to enable it. So if you enable, automatically we'll get public IP from AWS, Amazon's pool of IP address.
Is it possible to assign IP after created the license?
Yes, that's what you need to take elastic IPs.
Okay, fine.
Elastic IPs, public IPs you will not get. So usually some project they might be requiring elastic IP, so that's why they've given option to enable or disable. All right, guys. Now I'll get my public IP, public EC2. Just wait for a second. So here, right? It's running now. If you see this instance, see it has public IP.
Can I
Public.
use my static private IP as static? Like I can design one IP is possible. Like 10.0.1.7.5.
You can. Yeah, you can use it. It's not mandatory that you have to give which I have given. You can give your own. Just make sure it should not overlap with your VPCs.
So
Right.
how to change the IP address or create by using our own IP? Can you please explain, sir?
Or which IPs? The private IPs?
Yes, private IP.
Private IPs, it will get decided when we are creating subnets. Or do you remember while creating subnet, I have given the CADR range?
Yes,
Then,
I'm fine that I'm asking about the IP assigned for that is instance. It is default is assigning 10.0.1.1.
you want to change this IP address for this
Change the
instance?
IP address, or I can specify my own IP address. Like
No, you can't do it.
okay.
It will, you can't do that. That you can't do. So I'm talking about elastic IP. If you want, you can take and assign, right? Private IP, while creating subnets only, you can create your own private IP, whichever you want, right? You can create. But after creating now your EC2 instance launched, right? After launching, you cannot change it. It's a fixed one.
Sir, my query is like the VM IP is assigned to 170. Can we is it possible to specify that 100?
I cannot hear you properly. Your question. That's the main thing.
No, sir. Like VM, I have subnet. I am not worried about the subnet. Subnet is fine for us. When using the subnet, I have assigned dot IPS 174.174. Shall I get the IP address, manually specify the IP address as 100 when it is created? Is it possible?
No, I'm not getting your question. There's a lot of disturbance.
Okay, sir.
You whenever you're silent, just can anyone understood his question? Others? Can anyone explain me? Others have
No, it's the voice is too low.
Voice is too
I'm
low.
not sure if it's mic.
Yeah. I mean, we are unable to hear your full question, Shivrama.
Okay, so no issue. You can discuss after some time.
We'll discuss sometime when you are okay. All right. So now what I have done, guys.
Sir, I will be mute, sir, because I am rushing up to go office. I have an office at 1 o'clock. So I have to be, to make a preparation and other things. So I will be on mute, sir, for some time.
Okay. You can watch the session, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Just focus or else it will be very difficult. No problem. Just focus the class.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah. All right. So now I have created a created one resource in public subnet. Same way I'm going to create in my private. We'll just quickly go and launch it. Just click on it. Actions. Major template launch more like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give the name, change the name. Private EC2. Okay, so here I'm only changing to private subnet. Rest all I'm leaving it default. Okay. So now we have public EC2 and private EC2, right? So now your resources, okay, so you are running one resources in public subnet and one resources in private subnet. Okay, so both we have given public IP. Let's say, so how it works. Let's see now how it works. First, we'll check the security groups. Okay, so if you see security group here, it is not defined properly. Okay, if you see inbound rule, there's no role properly. So we have to give the proper inbound rule. So first, let me give the SSH port 22 from anywhere. So from internet. Okay, so if you see, I'm allowing port 22 from internet, right? If any user wants to connect over port 22, they can do it. Okay, and also the other one is ICMP. I'll give. Okay, so now my public EC2 is there. I have public IP, private IP, everything is running. Let's do the connection there. Let's see whether this EC2 instance will connect or not. Okay, so this EC2 got connected. Now you can do whatever you want. You can launch your application, you can store your everything, whatever you want.
Sir, can we connect this server from any other application? I mean, like Vault, other than the Amazon console. If we don't have a console access and we have a public IP, we can still be able to connect through some private applications.
Guys, can you guys see it here? Even though my EC2 instance, both EC2 instance, I'm allowing SSH. So security group is correct. So security group is allowing. If you see the private EC2, the security group, I'll show it to it. If you guys see here, port 22 is allowed both in private and public. Even then, you are able to connect your public EC2, right? You are able to connect your public EC2 through SSH, but you can't connect your private. Why?
Private IP not communicate. I think it's not public.
So
Private IP does not have
Private
public
only
IP.
initiate traffic from one side.
So,
It says
why?
okay.
Why? Because if you observe this diagram, I have put my public EC2 in public subnet. I have put my private EC2 in private subnet. Clear? So now public EC2, I am accessing over the internet. If you see the inbound rule 0.0 over port 22. So what this public subnet has a route table which is connected to the internet gateway. So any request coming from internet gateway, right? It is coming through your route table, public route table, and it goes to the public subnet. So this subnet, so whichever resources in this subnet can talk to your internet. So one more instance I have placed in private subnet. This doesn't have connection to internet at all. How the connection happens? There is no way, right? There's no way of connecting to the internet at all. So now this EC2 instance is very secure. Okay.
Yep.
It's the highly secured one. Okay. So now you can put all your data, all your whatever you want. You can put the important data here. Only internal people can have access, not the outsider. This is the main like the difference in the public and private subnet, right? The route tables, internet gateway. This is the main, right? Any doubt till here?
So private
You guys
instance
saw
will
it.
only. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Wakas, go on. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So with the private subnet, the traffic will be symmetric, right? Only they can talk to outside, but from outside it won't be reachable. The private.
As of now, till now, private subnet can talk to only from your internal VPC.
Okay, from internet.
Outsiders cannot talk. Outsiders cannot talk. Only for the inside VPC they can talk. Why? Because in route table we have not attached to any internet gateway.
But
Only
we can
public.
do it if it's required to.
So that I'll show it now. So if this private subnet wants to talk to outsider, right? What we have to do? Then we have to introduce NAT gateway. So we have to install NAT gateway in public subnet, right? And then do some configuration route table. Then this private subnet will talk through your NAT gateway.
Can we install that NAT gateway in the internet gateway?
In internet gateway? No, I'll show it.
Okay,
I'll show it now how to install it. So before that, is it clear? This first level should be clear, right? So if let's say if we are constructing floors, ground floor should be, you guys should know, the ground floor should be very strong. The basic should be very strong. Then we'll go to our first floor.
Yeah.
So is this clear for others? Any doubt till here? Now we're gonna talk about NAT gateway. Darshan, Gajanan, Muntaz, Sriraman, for you it's
Yes,
clear,
sir.
I believe.
So it is fine.
Yeah,
Clear, sir. Clear. We are not
Understand
able to
Horan.
access public because of the net gateway. When I will configure net gateway, then after we are able to access internet.
It is not bi-directional, it is a single direction. Okay, once we put the NAT gateway, so it doesn't mean, okay, we can send traffic, we can receive traffic. No, you cannot receive traffic. It's only single direction.
Okay,
Always
that's what
remember
my
it.
point was earlier.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so it's a single direction. So if your database, if your EC2 is a private subnet, they can only send one-way traffic to outsiders. Outsiders cannot send. Okay, so now I'll show you how to launch NAT gateway. Okay, so one important thing is, so when you're creating NAT gateway, so NAT doesn't have any IPs at all. Okay, it is just a small normal like your internet gateway. Okay, so it will not have any IPs. So you have to create one elastic IP and attach to your NAT gateway. Okay, so why? Because in route table, how will you give your right? So it has to if you want to talk to NAT gateway, it has to have some address, right? That's why we create elastic IP and attach to NAT gateway. And NAT will always be put in public subnet. They'll ask you guys, where will you put your NAT gateway? So they'll ask you, so you want to talk, your private instance wants to talk to outside. Why are you putting NAT gateway in public? Why? Why do we have to put in public only? Why can't in private? Think and tell me.
Can you please specify the question answer?
Sorry?
Can you please specify the question once again?
Yeah, question is, now we are gonna put NAT gateway in public subnet. Okay, even though my private EC2 instance want to talk to internet, it will talk through NAT gateway. That NAT gateway I'll be putting in public subnet. So why can't I put NAT gateway in private subnet?
Private subnet is not able to access publicly. Also, instead of internet gateway, we can create a NAT gateway in public subnet.
No. Private is not routable. Public is routable. So that's we put it in the public subnet.
So why we are putting NAT gateway in public subnet is because our public subnet will be having an attachment to our internet gateway, which talks to internet. That's why through using this public subnet, NAT will talk to internet. If you put NAT in your private subnet, so your private subnet will have connection to only your private route table. How can NAT talk to your internet? There's
No, not
waste,
possible.
not possible. There's waste of putting NAT here, no?
Yes.
So that's why we will put NAT in public subnet where we have internet connection. Right?
And
So
of
that's
course, the private IP is not routable. Only public IP is routable. So that's we can put out.
yeah. So this private route table, it doesn't have any internet connection. It has only routing to private subnet. All right. So now I'm going to create NAT gateway. If you guys see, it's very simple. I've given the name and I've selected the subnet. So I've given the public subnet. I've given the public, right? So this, if you want, you can use it for private as well. Okay, we just leave it for the public. So here you need to allocate elastic IP. This is a must. Right? It's very simple. See, only in couple of clicks, I've created NAT gateway. That's why AWS is very easy to learn, guys.
Elastic IP will be assigned automatically, or we can give any IP address.
It is assigned. It is so once you click allocate elastic IP, it is assigned automatically. I'll show it to you.
We cannot choose any other IPs.
No, you cannot choose. No.
Okay.
Just a second. I'll
put your battery on charging.
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Is there a way we can choose another IP if we like to have that IP publicly accessible, the NAT IP? We can also do it.
Hello, sorry, because I was not listening. I was connecting my charger. Can you please repeat?
Okay. My question was, is it possible we can choose any other IP that publicly accessible
For NAT?
Yes, for NAT purposes.
So no, while creating NAT only, if you see, they are not given that option.
Okay.
So you have to allocate, elastic IP.
Okay. Because I had one scenario where we are connecting IPsec to the AWS VPC. And we provided one NAT IP so they can do the NAT on their side.
NAT IPs means this IP only you will give.
Okay.
Whatever you get. All right. So why is it not creating? Right. Now it's available. So if you see, this is the NAT IP. This they'll call it as NAT IP. That means your elastic. So where do you get from? Where do you got this IP? If you see this in elastic IP, you will be having it. See the same IP. All right. So now we have created NAT. We have allocated elastic IP, and now we have put it in public subnet. Now, how will NAT understand that I need to send the private subnet traffic to the internet? How? So first thing NAT understood. Yeah, we need to, I'll say. So first thing NAT understood that it can talk to internet. So now we need to give connection to the NAT from private subnet. How? Through our private route table. This is very important. So it's very simple. So now what we're going to do, we're going to do the route table, go to route table, select private route table, actions, click on route table. If you see, our private route table can only talk to your internal VPC. That's it. It doesn't have any other routes. Click on edit routes. Okay, add route. Okay. So this, and then that's it. In the route, we are saying if you want to talk to internet, right? If the internet connection comes, just send it through NAT. All right. So now you guys have placed the proper thing. Now we have put NAT gateway, and you have made a connection through elastic IP, and you have put your NAT gateways thing in private route table. Now the EC2, which is running in private route table, if it wants to send to traffic, it will send to internet, right? So it will go through your private route table, it go through NAT gateway, and then it go to the route table, it will go through internet gateway, it will go outside. Remember, we cannot talk inside. So even though I've created now my VPC as my private EC2 has EC2 as connection to internet, I cannot talk, right? Still, I cannot send traffic to EC2. Only from EC2 you can send out. This is how you put NAT gateway. Okay. Now there's one more scenario. Let's say if you want to, like then you might ask, how do you launch our EC2? How do you make work, right? How to make this thing here? How do you make your resources talk, right? Your public EC2 and private EC2. How do you make? Because that's what you guys already know about it. Will you make use of Bastion host? Okay. So your public EC2 will act as a Bastion host. So you can log into your public EC2, let's say. Okay, so I've already logged in, right? Why is it? No, it is there. Console is slow sometimes. Public IP, private, everything is the console is slow. So what I'm trying to say here, guys, is you guys understood all the scenario. Yeah, you guys have made your private resources here. So you have put your resources, all the databases in your private subnet. The first scenario, what is the first scenario? If this private resources, okay, private EC2 wants to talk to internet, we'll make use of NAT gateway. How to create NAT gateway, how to configure, I have shown it. Same way. Now, second scenario, if your public, all right, if your public, your EC2 is there here, your EC2 is here, and it wants to, right, talk. If your public resource and private resource wants to talk to each other. So how will we do it? We'll make use of Bastion host or AWS Session Manager. Okay, so we have some couple of commands running. So if you put those commands in your public EC2, right? Your that commands and you have to give private key of this private EC2, then you can talk to him. You can send traffic. That's it. Very simple. That's what I was trying to show here. Okay, so here we'll be having some commands, right? So SSH -I, and then you have to put your private key dot pem, right? The private key will be .pem, and then you have to give the EC2 user the name at public IP of your Bastion host. Okay, so try this, you will get it in internet. Okay, it's very only couple of steps. If you execute that command, what happens? You can talk to your private EC2 internally. Okay, so that's it. Through Bastion host, we are giving private key, So if you see here, private key.
Earlier
You should have private key of this.
No, earlier you have connected that 10.0.1. That is public subnet.
No, I'm not talking about the subnets here. I'm talking about the resources.
Okay.
Okay, see, if you see here, we have public EC2, we have private EC2. Now, these public EC2, if they want to talk to private EC2s, okay, there comes a scenario, guys. So in real time, you might get the scenario that it might want to talk to your private EC2. So if you want to talk, then we make use of Bastion host. This EC2 will only act as a Bastion host. We need to give some private key of this EC2, and then you can talk here. Since you can take data, you can launch anything you want, you can talk. So any doubt in this session, guys?
Okay, clear, sir.
It's fine.
Okay, so I'm gonna what I'll do, I'm gonna keep a game day, right? So you guys understand when you guys do it on your, so whenever you guys are free, please let me know, right? So what I'll do, I'll ask you to launch a load.
Can't hear you, Adil.
Yes, I'm also.
In, because it is very important session in real works is based on this thing only.
Your voice is breaking, actually. Can you repeat the last statement?
So what I'm saying is this is a base, right? Like so this is the base for your AWS architecture, your VPC, your subnets, okay, internet gateway, route table. So if you know this thing, you can play around with in the real time. They'll follow the same methodology. So whenever the public resources wants to talk to your private resources, they'll use Bastionos. So private resources wants to talk to internet, they'll talk through NAT gateway, right? And if you want to make your database very private, we will put it in public subnet, right? If it wants, if anyone wants to talk to your private subnet also, can you see the layer, how much layer it is there? They have to go through internet gateway, they have to come through route table, they have to go through NACL, they have to go through, public subnet, and then inside private resource. From there again, they should come out of NACL, they should do the Bastion host connection, and then they can talk here. That's why AWS is very strong when it comes to the security. It follows defense in depth model. Okay. So what can you guys do this VPCs? Just do it. Okay, whatever I've done now. Create VPC, create subnets, route table, internet gateway. If you guys get doubt, then we can clear. So in this week, I'm gonna arrange a game day because I have one more topic in VPC, that is VPC peering. It is very interesting. So after that, we'll have a game day and then we'll see who will be the winner of it.
What will be in the game day? Just curious.
So AWS game day, what I'll do, I'll give you the architecture. I'll draw it and give. Okay, so I'll be there. You guys should launch it. Okay, same way how I did it now. I'll put architecture like this. You need to create VPC, you need to create internet gateway. Okay, you need to make a VPC peering connection between another VPC. So I'll check whether you have done it properly or not from my laptop. I'll send traffic.
Okay.
So if I'm from my laptop, if I'm able to talk to your EC2, then you have done proper architecture.
Will it be a time frame? Limited time or?
Yeah. So I know how
Okay.
much times to give. So who can finish in that time, they will be the winner.
What will it get?
That you will get to know.
Biryani?
You will get to know. Others,
Okay.
is it clear? So Shivraman, okay, practice it. Leela and all. Darshan, is it clear? Darshan? Gajanan?
Yeah, clear.
हाँ ठीक है तो आप लोग प्रैक्टिस कर लो ओके ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है मैं ज्यादा और आने वाला सेशन इतना रिपीट नहीं करता हूँ only because in interview okay, in real time they'll ask more about this, that's why I'm repeating a lot of times, right? So tomorrow we're gonna have one more important session, that is VPC peering. Okay, it will be having a lot more fun. All right guys, then shall we wind up?
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if you're practicing, please clean up after practicing.
Okay, sure.
Okay, fine. See you tomorrow then.
See you later.
Bye guys, take care. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Bye Leela. Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Yeah, morning. Did you guys try yesterday creating a VPC?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to do it, Shivaram?
Yes, I have completed, but not yet I have created. Shall I show this? Shall I share my screen? I am facing one challenge. I am not able to. I can able to ping private IP instance from public instance, but I cannot able to access through SSH because it does not have key in that machine. That private key is not available in public instance. That's the reason I am
Yeah,
not
yeah.
able to connect.
So for that, that is a bit lengthy process. So for that, you need to create a file in your EC2 public EC2. In that file, you should paste your private keys and then store it. And then you have to run your that SSHI command with that file, not with the .pem file. Then you will be able to connect.
Okay.
Okay, I'll send you that steps
Okay, sure.
later. Okay. And yeah, at the end of the or during our complete architecture at that time I'll show you. But you try this what I told, Shivaram.
Sir, I have.
Okay.
Shall I share my screen, sir? Or we can discuss on it.
Just a second. Just a second. Others, did you try? Vakas, Mumtaz, Gajanan?
Actually,
रिकॉर्डिंग
I
शेयर
couldn't get a
मेरे को
chance.
नहीं मिला सर इसलिए का तो क्लास प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया तो आज कर लूंगी
Recording नहीं मिला है क्या?
हाँ सर मैं तो अभिषेक सर को बहुत बार पूछा था उन्होंने नहीं भेजे मेरे को
Okay.
बाकी आगे के सब कर लिया सर
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है. Yes, Vakas?
I'll try today, sir. I couldn't get a chance to get into the my system.
Okay.
I was busy with somewhere. I will make it work today, actually.
Yeah, so
I'll
because
show you.
today's class, okay, today's session is continuation of yesterday's.
Yes,
So
sure.
yeah, so that's why if you guys know it well, then only you guys can understand today.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope
Gajan?
we will be able to do it.
Yeah.
That's a great explanation from you.
Thank you.
So you make the stuff easier
Yeah, that's
to
the
understand
essence
and
of training,
to,
right?
yeah,
Should be very easy for you guys.
yeah, correct.
Yeah, okay. Gajanan, have you tried?
No, sir, I did not try it, but I will do, sir. I did not try it.
Okay.
Because my shift is in second shift, so after class I went for office and I come there, slept.
Yeah, I understand you guys are very busy. I totally understand. But why I'm saying is at the same day, if you guys do it, no, if at the same guys just spend for 15-20 minutes, it will be there in your mind for for a couple of months, right? You'll be focusing in the class, right? So the same day, if you do it, you can store both theory and demo both in your mind. That's why
Yeah, sir, Abhishek sir also added my email ID, but I did not add my account, I think, drive. So I did not get the video also.
I'll check with Abhishek.
I
I'll
told him
ask.
he will add, but till now I did not found.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
I'll ask with
Thank you, sir.
yeah.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
All right. No, we'll do the quick recap. Okay. So we have a lot of topics to cover today. I need to complete VPC because we have taken a lot of time. If you go inside VPC, we have, AWS. If you want to, learn everything complete end to end, I mean, each and every point, like it will take a year. Right. So we are focusing the major thing, the most used, right? Since I'm working my day-to-day work I'm working as a cloud security. So I would be knowing where do we use the most services, right? So those services which we are using repeatedly in the market, that we are touching it, right? We are going in depth, deep dive we are going. right? So VPC, IAM, EC2, load balancer, auto scaling, these are most used. ECS, EKS, and all the most used services, right? So that's why I'm taking one more day today, right? Then I have to close it today. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, my screen is visible, right, guys?
Yeah, coming, sir.
Yes.
All right, so if you see the slides, okay, this is the VPC. So I have explained you without going through slides because I have covered everything in demo only, right? So if you want the wordings, if you want to remember the wordings, you can go through this slide. I'll share it to organizer. They'll share it with you guys. Okay, so we have subnets. Okay, what is subnets? What is IP ranges? What is CADR? Right? How do we need to choose it? And we have done the demo public subnet. Then how do we do the routing? Right? The routing inside AWS, what you need to, everything I've shown in demo, right? But this is the theoretical. If you want to learn and right, if you want to say it in the interview, you can go through these slides. Okay. These everything NAT and all I've shown you, right? How to create a NAT, everything. This is one slide, and we have one more thing. Okay, this we're gonna touch it today. Okay, we have one important sections coming up in VPC. This will talk today. All right. Okay. Let's do the recap of yesterday's class. Okay, you guys will tell me. Okay, I'll take up the name and ask. Okay, then one by one you guys can answer. Even if it's right or wrong, just answer. Not a problem. Okay. All right. So yes, Muntaz, what is VPC? Why do we use it?
Huh?
What is VPC and why do we use it? What do you mean by VPC? Sorry?
तो मेरे को तो AWS के बारे में पूरा नहीं मालूम था। तो आपके रिकॉर्डिंग सेशन देखने के बाद आई अंडरस्टैंड।
हाँ, कल का क्लास का ही है। कल जो मैंने पढ़ाया था ना वही है।
अभी तो एक बार तो सुनना पड़ता था मेरे को।
All right, Gajanan.
Yes, sir. VPC is your own isolated network in the cloud where it's and it's it's private. It's dedicated for you only. Whoever who are organizing, dedicated for that person only, and it's coming on the in the region, coming region and. Like this, it's virtual private cloud. It's dedicated to one organizer.
Okay. Answer is not clear. Vakas, can you try?
Sure. I think it's just a virtual private cloud. It basically a set of availability zone in that virtual VPC is that where we have all that our data servers, load balancers, or all that important applications and data for the servers.
Why do we need it? We can do it without creating VPC also, no? Why do we need to create our own VPC?
For the security reasons, to have it
to have our own isolated network.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So to have our own so after go on.
Like its name, it's a private cloud, so it's just private to the only client.
Correct. All right. So that's about VPC, and then as soon as we create VPC, what all we need to create? Next thing.
The next thing we needed to create the route table.
No.
Private and public subnets actually.
Yeah.
After creation of VPC.
Correct. Okay. Shivraman, can you take it from here? After creating subnets.
After creating subnet, we have created whatever the subnet we have planned for public, we can create as public subnet. Whatever we have private license, like classroom, we can create a new private subnet. After that, we need to assign the subnet IP for when we create subnet, we need to assign the IP address like small chunk of IP address to that public subnet and as well as private subnet.
Now you are saying we are creating public subnet and private subnet, right?
Yes.
So how do you differentiate public subnet and private subnet? How?
Public subnet will be public subnet will we need to create an internet gateway and attach it to the VPC. It will called as public subnet.
So whichever subnet is attached to the internet gateway, we call it as public subnet.
Yes. Also, that subnet need to be associated in route table. By default, internet subnet only available with internal routing. In private public subnet routing table, we need to add any route /0 with internet gateway to forward the traffic to internet gateway. Then public subnet will communicate outside of network to internet gateway.
Okay, Shivraman, yeah, thank you. But you're very disturbance, Shivram. Can you sit anywhere which is less noise? You're telling everything correct, but we can't hear you anything. A lot of disturbance.
Okay.
All right. Okay, please sit somewhere where there's less. Okay. All right. So what I'm trying to say here, what Shivraman was trying to say here, guys. So how do you make, how to differentiate public subnet and private subnet, right? So what the subnet which has connection to the internet gateway, right? So this is your private
public
route. Sorry, public, yeah, public route table, and this other one is private route table. Okay. All right. So the subnet which has connection to internet gateway is we call it as public subnet. Okay, how do you make a connection? We can go in the route tables and we can add, okay, in the subnet association we can add this public subnet. All right, so this is how we created our VPC and our basic architecture. So so here we'll have we ran two EC2 instances, right? One is in public, one is in private. Okay, right? So now if the private EC2 wants to talk to internet, okay, what is the procedure?
It will go through the private route table and then NAT gateway on the public subnet. And from the NAT gateway, it can traverse to the internet gateway and go out to the internet.
Routing, first routing. After that, it's net gateway. After that, it will go with the public.
Yeah. Correct. Very good. So here we'll be having a NAT gateway. So where do we place our NAT gateway? In public subnet.
Public subnet.
Okay. Yes. So NAT gateway will be in the public subnet, and the routing table of private route table will configure. Okay. So any internet which has to go through this thing. Okay. This setting up and all, it's easy, like I have shown you, right? So if you want to talk to your private EC2, so what are the procedure is? So you have to use this EC2, right? This EC2 which is running in public subnet. This we should use it as a bastion host. So we should use this as a bastion host, and then we should connect to here. Okay, there's a lot of procedure here, it's a bit complex, so we'll not explain that in the training session, but you should be knowing this training. Okay, sorry, you should be knowing this architecture, how it works, okay, how we need to connect. And if this EC2 wants to talk to the internet gateway also, you know the procedure. Okay, so how do we do it exactly, step by step? It means there's a lot of procedures we need to understand, you need to take care. If you start doing it, it takes a lot of time. That's why nobody touches it in the training part. But for the interview, for to get into the job, if you're working, if you want to understand the AWS, right, this is the most important. You need to know this high level architecture. So if your EC2 wants to talk to the internet, first you should make a bastion host, right? You should make this EC2 as a bastion host. You should make a SSH connection to this EC2, right? And then in this EC2, what you need to do, you need to you need to paste your private key pairs, right? Key pairs of this. Okay, you need to create one file here in this EC2. You need to manually create a file and install the file, or you can use SSH agent also. We have a lot of procedures. Okay, we can use SSH agent, or you can install a file here, copy and paste file and put it file, and then you have to do the there's one coding line, right? You have to do the SSH, okay, to this EC2, right? And from here, if you have connected to NAT gateway, so here when you come here, if you type google.com, it can directly go here. Directly it will go here. Okay, it's a bit lengthy process and it's a bit complicated process. You have to do it very carefully. If you guys are free, you guys can try it. Okay, this is how we do it. First, you should make this EC2 as a bastion host, make the connection, and then upload your keys, or you can use SSH agent. From there, you can connect to this thing. This is how it works. But if you not to worry, even if you don't know that, this is the main architecture. So what is VPC? Why do we use route tables? What is the essence of route tables? What is public subnet? What is private subnet? And we deployed EC2. How do we talk to that EC2? Right? So what all configurations you need to do? What is internet gateway? This is all we discussed, right? Anything else?
Sir, bastion host, I'm not asking what is bastion host. If I want to communicate private to private, in that situation, we will use bastion host, right?
So bastion host, okay. I'll explain you. Now, this is your EC2, right? This is your server which is running. This is one EC2 and this is one EC2. This EC2 is in public subnet. Okay, accessing to this EC2 is very easy. Okay, you can make SSH. Okay, directly you can go through a console, you can connect. How can you connect to this EC2? You will not be having any internet gateway. You don't have anything. How do you connect to this? You have to connect internally only, right?
Same network, there is no any action. It will be.
No. You can so if you want to access this EC2, if you want to put any databases here, if you want to run anything here, you have to make use of your this from here, your public EC2. You should make this as a bastion host. So bastion host is nothing but it will connect to your private EC2 without opening any ports. That means you will not configure any NACL, you will not configure any security group. Just directly you will configure using private and public keys. That's the important of keys. That's why we call it as bastion host or session manager. What do you mean by bastion host or session manager? Means we can make a connection to our private EC2 without opening any ports, so that chance of security attack is very less.
Right.
That's what you mean by bastion host. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, that is bit one layer level down. Okay, right now just understand the VPC architecture, public subnet, private subnet, route tables, NAT gateway. How do you use NAT gateway? Why do we use it? How the flow goes. Okay, if you're facing error. Now, so if anyone facing, let's say, is now you have your application Flipkart is running in public subnet. Your end user will come. Okay, he will say, I'm getting connection error. Right, I'm getting connection error. So what you need to check? Forget about this in this. So if your end user comes and if you say, I'm getting a connection error, I'm not getting response, my Flipkart page is not opening. What could be the error here in this data flow?
Your route table, routing maybe.
No, not routing.
Netting or gateway. Need to check netting or gateway.
Okay, so how do we check it? You have to check same way how data flow goes, right? So that's why you have to remember the diagram. Okay, same way you need to go back. First, check with internet gateway whether it is configured attached to VPC or not, and then check your route tables, right? Whether it has configured to public subnet. Then you need to check your NACL. This is very important because sometimes NACLs inbound will be allowing. Outbound will not be allowing. That could be the issue. Okay, even if NACL in and out is working, okay, that would be fine. Even then, end users might not be getting. So what could be the issue? Your security group. You have to check the security group of EC2 whether you are allowing that inbound role, whether you are allowing that port 80, port 443, port 2022, whatever the user is requesting on that port, whether this security group is allowed or not. That's how you check, or that's how you troubleshoot. Okay. Is it clear, guys, how to do the troubleshoot?
Yes.
Okay, so if this is clear, okay, we're gonna touch the important topic now. Okay, shall we get into a new topic now?
So only 3 points
Yeah.
from my side.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
NAT gateway is used for outbound traffic from private instance to public. It is NAT gateway will not. We cannot able to configure for inbound traffic for NAT gateway.
No, correct. Only it is a single direction. Single direction.
Yes. Also, VPC is configured in layer secure layer model like internet gateway, subnet, then ACL, then security. It is defense in depth model.
Defense in depth model. Very good. And you wanted to tell one more point, no?
It is layer wise security, sir.
Very good, Sivaraman. So if you guys explain in the same way in the interview, you will be, I mean, the interview guy, the panel will be impressed. So mention these word defense in depth model. Entire AWS services follows this only, guys. Okay, you will know it. Okay. All right. Now let's get into today's important topic. So what is that is, okay. Now
Sir,
you
one
have
more
a
thing, sir. So instance is security group is for instance security group is for instance level and not NACL is for subnet levels.
Correct. Security group is a virtual firewall for instance or a load balancer, right? And NACL is a virtual firewall for your subnets. What is the difference between NACL and security group, guys? I've told you in the first class, main important difference. What is the major difference between NACL and security group? Both are virtual firewall. Then they could have used security group only, no, to subnet. Why they have come up with new NACL? There should be some major difference between security and NACL. That's why they have introduced. What is the major change? Come on, it's very simple thing.
It will be we can restrict the entire subnet basis if we are
No. One word I told you, no. Vakas, I was expecting from you.
I actually forgot that part. It's in my mind. It just
Leela did not join today. Okay.
I couldn't throw it from my from my mouth.
Mumtaz, Gajanan, Darshan.
Security group is a virtual firewall.
Okay, we don't have time. I'll only say so the security group is stateful. NACL is stateless.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So stateful means once you allow inbound, automatically outbound role is allowed. In NACL, we have to manually define what is inbound and what is outbound. And in NACL, we can do both. We can do allow and deny both. Wherein in security group, only allow. Deny option is not there. Please remember this point. Definitely they'll ask. This is the major basic foundation difference between NACL and security group. All right, remember guys. We're gonna start. Okay, so now in real time, okay, so we do it actually in my company also we do it. Okay, so in real time what happens? Okay, suppose your application is running, right? So you have a lot of environments in your applications. So you'll be having production environment, you'll be having a deployment development team, you'll be having a testing team, right? So we have lot of environments in single account. Okay, so what do we do is we let's say this is your development account, right? And this is your testing account. Okay, so this both belongs to single project only. Okay, in the one project we have a lot of accounts in the sense AWS account, guys. Okay, AWS account. This is development account, this is testing account. So development team will be having their own VPCs, own load balancer, own. So this is development's VPC. Okay, development's VPC, and this is testers team VPC. So inside developer VPC, they'll have a lot of resources. They'll have their own S3 bucket, right? They'll have their own load balancer, auto scaling, lambdas, CloudWatch, all AWS resources. They'll be having configured their own way. And the testing team will also be having their separate own VPC, and they'll be having their own resources. Now, you guys know it, right? So how development and testing works. So there comes a time that testers need to integrate with the development team, and development team needs to integrate with tester team, right? So this belongs to single. Okay, so this let's belong to this one project only, Travelex. Okay, this belongs to one project only. So this, since it belongs to one project only, they don't have to transfer the data. They don't have to transfer the data over the internet. Okay, so every time if they transfer the data over the internet, what could be the problem, right? There you need, yeah, you need what? First, you need good costing, right? And second, you need to protect your data every time. You need to encrypt your data, and then configurations. You need to do a lot of configurations. You need to take care of the access. Who should come here? Who should send here? Right? Lot of thing happens. So what AWS has come up with is, it's just like they have introduced something called VPC peering. Why can't we introduce VPC peering? So what is VPC peering is? It's very simple. Let's say, okay, for example, this is Waka's phone. Okay, this is Waka's phone, and this is Shivaraman phone. Okay, so what now Waka's has some movie files. Okay, now he has some movie file here. Now Waka's want to send this movie to Shivaraman. They are in the same place. Okay, it's not like Waka's in Dubai, Shivaraman is Bangalore. No, they are in a single home only. Okay, Waka's and Shivaraman is in one room, under the one roof only. So they want to send file. What they will do? Will Waka's use pen drive, or will Waka's connect to the internet and then will he send it? So what is the easiest way?
Nearby share or sharing application.
So yeah, so easiest way is so earlier I'm saying it's just you can turn on your Bluetooth, right? Waka's can turn on your Bluetooth. Shivaraman can turn on the Bluetooth. Once both are paired, both are connected, they can transfer data, whatever data they want, right? Same way, guys. The peering works in the same way. What is the procedure is? So here the Waka's, right, is there. No, the development team, they need to turn on the peering, VPC peering, right? So whoever turns on, the testing team should accept this peering. Once this requesting and acceptor both accepts, then your peering is established. Then you can send your data. Same here, how our Bluetooth works through the phone, how Waka's and Shivaraman connected through Bluetooth. Waka's has turned on the Bluetooth, Shivaraman turn on the Bluetooth. Shivaraman will be waiting for the Waka's request. So as soon as he see the Waka's name, he'll accept it. Once Shivaraman accepts, pairing happens between their phones, right? Same technology, same method we will use in pure VPC peering. Okay. Now I'm going to do that demo and I'll show you in practical how they will do. Okay. Right. So any doubt till here? If you don't understand, you cannot understand the demo. That's why.
Should those VPC just reside in the same region, or it could be different regions?
It could be different region. I'll show
Okay.
it, you know, a different
Okay.
region, different, yeah. Okay, so let's consider for the demo purpose, this Waka's phone will say it as VPC A, and Shivaraman phone we call it as, I'll use different color. Okay, Waka's VPCA, and Shivraman phone, we call it as VPCB. Okay, for make you guys understand, I'm using these simple words. Okay, or else I could have used development and testing, right? So focus on this word VPCA and VPCB. Now in VPCA, what I'll do, I'll create one public subnet, right? I'll create one public subnet. I'll put one my EC2. Same way in VPCB, same way I'll create one public subnet, right? And I'll put one EC2. Okay, so I can do the internet gateway. I'll create internet gateway. I'll do the route table. I'll create route table, right? So first we'll see whether we can connect over the internet or not. Okay, this connection I'm doing it now. Are you guys ready? Shall we do it? You guys should guide me now how to create and all. Shall we do it?
Sure. Yeah.
Others, Shivraman, Gajanan, Muntaz, Sumit.
Sir, we got it.
Yeah. Now let's get into the console. I'll share you this document. Okay, this is very important peering document. I'll share you guys. All right. So what is the first thing I need to do? So first thing is I need to create a VPCA. Click on create. I'm in Mumbai region. I'm going to create a MiWi VPCA. So what should I give here, guys? Fast. 10 dot
0.1.0/20.
1 now.
Yeah.
Why 1? 1 it will become a subset, no, again.
Oh no, it's the whole subnet for the VPC/16.
16. All right. So we are creating VPCA. Right. This boundary I've created now VPCA. What is the next thing? Correct. Okay, we have to create a subnets. So we have to create a public subnet. Okay, create a click, select VPCA, and then in the subnet, I will give the name pub sub, and then CIDR block. It should be the subset of my VPC, right? So
Yeah.
n.0.1.0/24. Now these IP ranges falls inside of VPC only. All right. So now bound VPCA created, public subnet created. What is the next step, guys?
Internet gateway.
Very good. Go to internet gateway, create internet gateway. Just give VPCA, create, and then just creating is not enough. We need to attach it. Once you attach, click on this action, attach to VPC. Now I have attached to my VPC. Now we have attached a door, right? We have attached door to our VPC. So this is ready. Subnet is ready. Internet gateway is ready. Next.
Create route table for
Route tables.
Yes.
public subnet.
So route table, one we have, you guys know one route table comes with every VPC, right? So this route
Yeah.
table belongs to VPCA. Muntaz, Gajanan, following, right?
Following.
Okay, very important, guys. Okay, nobody will show you this much demo. Okay, so since I'm working, right, this I want for you guys to be useful in your day-to-day work, this training. That's why I'm showing it to you. Okay, please focus and understand. If you have any doubt, ask me. All right, so in the route table, what we need to do is edit route. So we need to give to internet. Where is my internet? All right. Cool. Now we have set our architecture ready. We have VPC, we have subnets, we have internet gateway, we have route table. What is the last step we need to do here?
Subnet association.
Security.
Oh, yeah, correct. I've not done the subnet association. Very good. So here you need to do the subnet association. Then only your subnet will become public subnet. If you don't attach subnet to a route table, how it will become public? Very good. All right. All right. So now what we'll do, last step is here is we need to launch our EC2 here. Right. So this we'll launch it later. What I'll do now, I will launch same way, similar way VPC-B in different region. Or which region should I select? I'll just select Ohio. This is VPC-A, guys. Okay, you can see it here. This is our VPC-A. Now I'm going to create my VPC-B in different region. What is this region? This is Mumbai.
Yes.
Okay, this is Mumbai. Okay, this is Ohio. Okay, quickly go and create same thing. VPC-B. So I'll give 13.0.0.0/16.
Sir, it
All
is
right.
public IP.
Public?
It is public IP, so we can create 10 stars.
We can
It
create
will
10.
not come under 10.0.0 like, because it will come under public server.
No, that's why I'm selecting new IP, no 13. This should not overlap this VPC and that VPC. Okay, created VPC. So same, whatever I have done it in VPCA, same I'll repeat. Okay, so after creating VPC, creating subnets, click on subnet, click VPC-B. All right, give pub/sub, public subnet, zone, just select random zone. Right here, what should I give my IPv for subnet?
13.0.1 or 0.1.
13.0.1.0, correct, /24. Okay, now this is a subset of this VPC. Okay, create subnet. All right, so VPC is ready, subnet is ready, internet gateway. Click create a. So this is like one implementation only. So if you do this demo, it's like you have done one implementation. Okay, VPC.
Okay.
Okay, so internet gateway, I've created internet gateway, and then just creating is not enough. We need to manually attach to our VPC. That is VPC-B. All right. So then route tables. Okay. Okay, here's VPC-B route table. All right. So here, what we need to do in the routes, we need to attach internet gateway. And then what is the other thing we need to do in route table?
Subnet
Associations.
Correct. I think it now it's been by heart for you guys, right? VPC.
Yep. If you go step by step, it will be easier.
Yeah.
The main thing you need to remember it.
Yes. Okay. So now this is ready. Right? Anything we have missed? So that's why always you should remember the diagrams, guys. Okay. So see, because of the diagram, I'm able to do it. My VPC I've done, subnet done, internet gateway done, route table done. Okay. Only thing is left out is I need to launch EC2 into this two different region. Okay. I'll do it quickly as well. Okay. Now I'm in with my VPCA. Okay. Click on EC2. I'll give demo A for VPCA. Rest all. See, your console becomes slow sometimes. All right. So what changes I have to do here while launching EC2? Important changes.
Select public subnet. Instead of default subnet, you need to select public VPC and public subnet.
Correct. So in the network setting, please select your VPC A. All right. So I'm allowing SSH. That's it. No other change. What?
It's T3 micro.
So
Right side source 70 is not a
yeah, but AP South 1C, it's not showing us. So all the instances have been okay.
Instant type is not supported something.
So they're saying for this availability zone, we don't have that instance. It is, I mean, it has got empty. They don't have that EC2. I mean, they don't have that instance type.
Okay.
That's why they have give up that capacity reservation. It might happen in the future as well.
Because
Alright.
everybody using that.
Yeah. So if you are in the project, they will use reservations. Okay, demo 2. Here, so here same thing I'm doing. Give VPC B. Then enable SSH I'm allowing. Let's see whether. All right. So yeah, you are in this zone. We don't have that problem. Let's see our instances is ready or not. For instance, sometimes they show when you have not done the payment as well. Okay, if you have payment pending, even then they'll not allow you to launch. What? I don't know why it's not. There might be problem with the Mumbai region as well. See, now it is showing. Okay. Let's stop this. All right, guys. Now have my 2 instances running. So if we go to the diagram, so we have VPC A ready, VPC B ready, and we have our resources running. So if you see in real time, this is your dev environment, right? And this is your test environment. So the test environment want to talk to dev, and dev environment want to talk to test. Okay, you know it, right? So they need to test few things, test need to take few documents, they need to talk internally, which belong to the same. Now, how do we achieve it? So first thing is we can achieve through internet. How can you achieve? Okay. So what we'll do now, I'm in VPCA. We'll give connect, right? So now I've logged into my EC2. Now from here, if I want to talk to this EC2 through internet, we can do it. Okay, just to check whether we can talk to this. We can do ping, right?
Yeah, test the connection.
Okay, we can do ping of public EC2. So I mean, this you have to take the public IP. Are you guys following?
Yep.
All right. Okay, ping. Okay. So why is this error? Let me see who will troubleshoot. I'm not getting it.
I said not permitted. We are permitted only 22 port CBD.
Okay, very good. Shivraman is way ahead. You need to learn soon. Right, very good. So
He's
why?
He's
Yeah.
ahead of us for now.
So why we are not getting connection is because, as Shivraman said, it's correct answer. So in security, we have allowed only 22 port 22. For the ping, it works on ICMP protocol, right? So we have to go and allow it. So let's see whether it will. Okay, we'll do it for the both. All ICMP i4 anywhere, right? Save rules. Then same we need to do it with here as well. Security group. So remember, whatever changes you made to the security group is instantaneous. Immediately it will happen. That also you can see it now. Okay. Anywhere, save rules. Right now, let's see whether we can. Can you guys see it? Instantly it took place. Now I'm getting response from this IP. What is this IP? 18 dot. It belongs to my EC2. So that means I'm from my VPCA. See if you guys see this response, right? So from VPCA, from this EC2, I'm talking to VPCA B EC2s over the internet. Over the internet, I can talk now. If you don't want to talk over the internet, you want to talk privately. Okay, you guys want to talk privately. You don't want to talk over, because since it is your own account, right? You don't want to go to the internet. So we have to use private IP, right? So let's do with private. Okay. So we'll do ping for the private IP. Ping, go to EC2 in VPCB. We'll take this. We'll take this private IP, copy private IP, ping private IP. Let's see, we can talk privately. Can you see this thing? We are not getting response for private IP.
Yeah.
So that means this EC2 doesn't know, right? Privately, it doesn't know which EC2, whether it belongs to us or not. It doesn't know this EC2. Okay, that is why we will do the peering connection. Now I'll show you how to do the peering connection and what happens once you do the peering. So any doubt here, others? Shivraman, Muntaz?
No, clear, sir.
Okay, so as I told you how to enable VPC, same like your Bluetooth connection. Very easy, guys. Okay, don't make it complicated. Same like your Bluetooth connection. I'll show you within a couple of steps. You can do it. All right. So now I have come to my VPCA Mumbai region. Okay. Here we have in the left side we have peering connections. Okay. This is my old one. Okay. Now I'm going to create new peering. Now from Waka's phone, we are turning on the Bluetooth. Same, that technology. Okay. Now we are turning on the Bluetooth, create peering. Okay. Just give demo peering. You can give any name. Okay, here you need to select a local VPC to peer with. Okay, this is a requester, right? We need to select VPC A. Okay, then it is asking from where. Okay, just you have to select another VPC to peer with, whether it is in the same account or another account.
Okay.
So it is in the same account, right? For both, if you see, I'm using the same user account.
Yeah.
That's why I've select my account, and region is another region. Okay, if you're selecting another region, please mention it. They are asking. So what is this region? This is Ohio. Just mention, just select Ohio. What should be the VPC ID? Where we can get it?
Go to VPC, go to the location and they get the
Yes. So here in VPC, if you go and see your VPC B, you will get your VPC ID. Okay, so this is your VPC ID. This is what you need to give. Okay, now we going to give this VPC ID. Right? That's it, guys. So now create VPC. Now Waqas has sent the request to Shivraman. Right. So here you can see, if you go to the peering connection of Waqas account or your development account, it is showing pending acceptance. So now Shivraman needs to accept this. Okay, your testing team needs to access. How can they do it? You can go here. Same way, go to peering connections. Here you'll get that. See, pending acceptance. So remember, this will be there for up to 7 days. Okay, it will wait for 7 days until Shivraman accepts this. If after 7 days, if he doesn't accept, this will go. Same like your Bluetooth. Okay, now action, accept request. Okay. So we'll see whether it has done. See, active.
Yeah.
Even if you come here and see, active. Isn't it easy, guys? Did you guys understood how to do?
Yeah, it's really easy.
Yeah, so now, so then VPC peering is done, right? So its peering is done. Now we should able to talk as per this diagram. Now this EC2 development EC2 should talk to private EC2 privately using private IP, right? We should not use internet. Okay, we'll see whether this works or not. Okay, so what we'll do. Okay, same way we'll do the ping. Ping of what? This or private. Now we have done VP peering connection. Yes, peering is connected. Both accounts is peered, so it should work. We'll go to the instance. We'll take that private IP. We have ICMP, everything we have set it out. Hopefully it should work. Let's see whether it works or not. What do you guys think? It will work or not? Why, Shivram?
Maybe it works.
When we create internet gateway, we have create default root and then specify the internet gateway instance ID. Then it will apply the settings. And when we create NAT instance NAT gateway, we have configure internal IP or default IP. Select the NAT gateway in routing table. In the similar way, if which is available in AWS for peering connection, we need to select that for internet traffic.
Okay. I'll explain what Shivraman told. I'll explain it to you guys. Okay. So now we'll check whether we have done peering. So I've taken the private IP of this VPCB. We'll do the ping. Enter. Can you guys see it? It's not working. Okay. So why it's not working? So the main reason is this here. That's what Shivraman was telling. Okay. So you have to go and give, okay, you have to give the destination. Okay. You have set the peering, but VPC doesn't know which one to accept, where it needs to send, it doesn't know. Okay. So this important step, you need to do it, guys. Route table. So in VPC A's route table, you need to add, okay, the VPC B CIDR. And in VPC B route table, you need to add VPC A CIDR. This is the most important step. Many of them will forget this. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Means routing we need to done.
Yeah, so routing we have not done. So we'll quickly go to the routes, edit route. So what is saying here, as per the document in VPCA, we need to add VPC-B's CADR. What is VPC-B CADR, guys? What we have given?
13.0.
16, and here you need to select peering. Okay, just doing alone is not enough. You have to go here. Same way you need to give in this route table.
So we have to select the whole subnet instead of the subsets.
Subnets?
I mean, do we need to select the whole
VPC.
/16 subnet?
Yeah. We need to give whole, not the subnet. So yeah, here in VPCP route table, go to the route table, edit routes, add route. So here we need to add CADR of VPCA. What is that? That is our 10.0.16 peering connection. Cool. So as per this, as per the AWS, we have done this route table. Now we gonna go and check whether it works or not. Will this work this time, guys? What, Sivaraman, what do you think?
It should work, sir.
Okay. We'll take, okay, anyhow we have logged into our VPCA's EC2. Now we'll ping our privately. Okay, we'll ping privately. So through internet, you guys can do it using a public IP, right? So internally, without using internet, how you can do it? You can private IP. So click on private IP. Let's see it works or not. Finger cross. It's working now. Okay, so if you guys see this, we have not used internet at all. It is working because of peering connection. So how it works is it is working on AWS private link. So it makes use of AWS private link. This we call it as AWS private link. Okay, this is very safe and secure, which is assured given by AWS. So it is saying you can use AWS private link to share between. You don't have to use internet. Okay, it's working like.
Need to add the routes for both sides.
Exactly. So the main important thing, you need to create a peering connection and add it in the route table. So now if ping is working, so from here, okay, what you can do from this EC2, you can talk to this EC2. Let's say if you have databases here, right? If you want to take some data from VPCB and you have to analyze, you have to build some application here, right? And the testing team need to test your application. So they can just ping, or else if this peering is not there, what they need to do, they need to go outside it. First, they need to take access. They need to grant access to this VPC. They need to go couple of managerial approval. The manager has to approve, and then they need to sign in. And they need to take multiple layer, go down, and then they should take test, and then again they come back. They should test in their test environment. So all this process has come down, right? But in real time, I'm giving you just one bonus point. In real time, what we do is in real time VPC peering will allow only for the dev and test. So we'll never allow between prod and non-prod. This is never allowed at all. So it comes a request to me. So I am the one who accepts it. So what I do, so when it comes to the request, first I'll see whether it's prod. If it's prod and prod, we can allow. Non-prod and non-prod, we can allow. Dev and test, we can allow. But production environment to non-production, we'll never allow peering. Okay. All right, guys. Any doubt in VPC peering? Can you guys do it tomorrow? I mean, just
Yeah, we'll do, sir. We'll do.
okay, please try it. Okay, it's very important session. Definitely they are doing it in real time. We are doing this VPC peering.
Can we
Okay,
also do SSH and HTTP as to those?
yeah,
instances?
yes, yes. Right. So, and we have some limitations of VPC peering. Okay, so that I'll tell you now. So, is it clear now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So, okay. So here is the documentation. Okay, if you want, I'll share it to you later. So, what is peering is it allow private communication between the connected VPCs. Okay, but you have to remember here, it is not a transitive. Okay, what do you mean by transitive means? So if VPC B and VPC A is connected, right? Only they can share the data. Now VPC A and VPC B is peered. Now VPC B is peered with VPC C. So it doesn't mean, right, VPC C can talk to VPC A. No, it will not happen. Only which is peered, only they can talk. It is not transitive. This is the main limitation. Do you guys understood? If you make the peering connection, only those two can talk. Now, if you make VPC B and VPC C peering, these two can talk. Since VPC B is peer to VPC A and VPC C, even then A and C cannot talk. They have to do peering again. Alright, so that's why we use VPC peering for a small project. I mean, for small use cases, dev and test and all. Okay, if you have multiple VPCs, if you have a lot of VPCs to maintain, it is very difficult to go with VPC peering. This is the main limitation. Okay. Then we have something called endpoint. Okay. So with endpoints, you can privately talk to your AWS services without using the internet. Okay. So it is also one of the service like VPC peering. Okay. So here in endpoint, we have two types of endpoint. Okay. Securely connect your VPC to another service. Okay. If you want to talk to services. So in peering, what we are doing, guys, we are peering with VPCs, right? But AWS has come up with solution, right? Why can't you talk directly to your resources only? Why do you go with VPC peering and all? So if you want, you can directly go and talk. If you want to talk to EC2, S3, DynamoDB, Load Balancer, directly go and talk. How you can do it? We can do it through VPC endpoint. That is where we introduce something called VPC endpoint. So here, please remember, we have two types of endpoint, gateway endpoint and interface endpoint. So gateway endpoint is only for S3 and Dynamo. That's it. And interface endpoint is for all except these both. Okay. The main difference between gateway and endpoint and interface endpoint is in gateway endpoint, we make use of route table. Okay, to send the traffic. In interface, we make use of network ENI. You guys know it, right? ENI, what do you mean by ENI? So if you see here, gateway endpoint, it works like this. Okay, I've given, so if from this VPC, if they want to talk to S3, which is in other region. Okay, in other region, you can talk. Okay, if it's in the same region, okay, you can make use of endpoint. So in public route table, you have to create and you have to give the VPC IDs. Okay? So don't worry, this endpoint is a bit complex process to set up. Okay, but for the interview, for the exam purpose, you need to remember what is endpoint, what are the different types of endpoint, and why do they have endpoint? What is the difference between peering and endpoint, guys?
We can access the resources without access the internet.
Pairing is between
VPCs.
instances.
Yeah.
VPCs and
Peering is between the VPCs. You can connect different VPCs. So the endpoint is directly talking to your AWS services. Okay, so I think endpoint works for only for the same regions. If you see this diagram, right, it works for the same region. Okay, this is about the endpoints. Please remember it. Okay, then come your VPC flow log. Okay, what is this VPC flow log means? So you might get, okay, in real time, you will get a lot of errors, guys. Okay, end users will come. So I'm not unable to connect. Please help me. If you're a cloud engineer, if you're a cloud architect, they'll come to you. I'm not getting error. They don't know where I've, so if people are new, they'll come and they'll say, I don't know what I have done. Please give me. So at that time, you need to monitor, right? You need to check your flow logs, whether which IP is coming or not. So here you can go and check, click and create flow log. So once you create flow log, it acts like your CCTV camera of your VPC. Same like CCTV of your home or your office, like who came at what time, whether did he come in, whether did he go out. That's what it does. So this is how you can see your flow logs. Okay. So once you create flow log, you can see like this. So here, if you see, I told you, right? Same like CCTV. See, you see account ID, which person, okay, from where he came, from which source IP, which destination IP, which port, on which port he came, okay, which package, what are the bytes, and finally, whether did he come in or did he go out, reject or accept. So if it's reject, that means connection is not happening. Okay, you can go and tell users, say this IP is not working. You can check with another IP, or this is not come to VPC at all. Check from your on-prem. You can see like this. This is the main reject, accept, reject, accept. That's why we use flow logs.
Sir,
Okay.
one
Yes, Shivram.
Sir, can we route the VPC logs to, can we push the logs to our on-prem same server?
You cannot push to on-prem. If you create flow log, you have these options. Okay, which type of filters you want to and where you need to send. The destination is only 4: CloudWatch logs, S3 bucket, Kinesis force, or in the same account, or Kinesis force in the different account. So what you can do, you can send to S3 bucket, and from S3 bucket you can download.
Okay.
Like this you can do logs. Okay, VPC flow log is very important in real time. Not for the exam purpose, but in real time, they will ask guys in interview. All right.
It will create daily one file like that, or it will be same file which data will happen from the existing file.
It is like same file, or I think it sends on the daily basis. Once you on it today, right? Every day it will send it to your S3 bucket.
Okay.
Okay. See, you have a aggregation interval level also. 10 minutes or 1 minute. Okay, how long you want to monitor. Okay, you can try it. Okay, it's, I think, see, partition logs also they have given. Okay, you can try it and then you can send it to your bucket. If you are sending to bucket, first you need to create bucket, because you need to give bucket ARN. All right. So that's about VPC, guys. So I'll share you this document. Troubleshooting. Okay, I have told you, right? Any connection happens, you need to check first your NACL in, security group inside, and NACL out. All these are enabled or not. This is how you troubleshoot using VPC flow logs. So only few topics left. Okay, I think it's a time. If I continue, it will be overwhelming, right? Shall I stop or continue?
We will do tomorrow, sir.
We are good, I think.
ज्यादा हो गया सर
So it will be overwhelming. Yeah, so you guys practice and come. Only few topics. So like from on-prem, how can you connect to your VPC? Right? Those are important topics as well. I'll explain tomorrow, and then we'll start a new session, new topic tomorrow.
Okay.
Right? So
Thank you,
please,
sir.
Okay.
yeah, please practice and come. Okay, peering and all, it's very important.
Sure.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
sir.
Bye. Bye.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Yeah. Bye. Hello, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning. We'll wait for 2 more minutes and then we'll start.
Okay.
Okay, I think people might join late or they don't join, I guess. We'll start, okay? So, yeah, hi, Shivaraman and Vakas Arihant. Can you hear me, Vakas?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, yeah.
Hey, Adil sir. Good morning.
Yeah.
Yes,
Morning.
we can hear you.
Okay. Mm. We'll just do the recap of yesterday's session. Just a second.
Sure, we can do that.
All right. Okay. Is my screen visible now?
Yeah, we can see it.
You can see the whiteboard, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So what did we discuss yesterday is we talked about VPC peering the endpoint and we saw how peering works, right? So can anyone explain what is VPC peering and why do we require it?
Normal traffic light when you're using public IP, it will instance level instance will check security group. If it is allowed for public, then it will call it to internet traffic to internet gateway.
We did not hear you, Sivarama.
Okay, just a minute. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible, but a lot of disturbance.
Okay, sir. I'm in office. Just a minute.
Uh-huh.
If you are required to communicate system A and system B in different VPC, Normally, it will not communicate by using private VPs when we are using normal scenario. So we can able to access only using public APs only. So if we are using public AP, then
Okay, yeah, correct. So if we are if you want to make a connection between two VPCs, like if you want to exchange the data, send the traffic, incoming the traffic between two VPCs like dev and test, right? So we can achieve that through internet, but if it goes through internet, what could be the problem? That data leakage, data breach,
Security
right?
risk, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so security risk will be there. So AWS doesn't prefer. So if you have your own accounts in your, if you have a number of accounts in your single account, right? In your own AWS account, if you have other VPCs or in different region VPs, then you can do VPC peering. Okay. So peering, I have shown you how to set up the peering, right? So how to set up, and then two important steps: setting up the peering connection and defining, customizing the route tables. Then you can make establish between two VPC connection between two VPCs. So how on what it flows here? So it works on what? I told you. I told, right? This
VPC
doesn't.
peering will work on.
It doesn't work on internet. It works on some link. I told you, no. How data
VPC
exchange?
peering.
No, no. It works
PCX.
on AWS private link. Okay, it make use of AWS private link. All right. So AWS, it will be make use of private AWS private link, and it will exchange the traffic or data between this AWS private link. Okay, this is free and it will not go over the internet. Right. So this is what we have discussed, and you guys know how to configure VPC peering, right? So then apart from that, I have told you a few important another uh, services in VPC. What are those? I told you about the endpoint. What do you mean by endpoint?
You can access AWS services without internet access. It is one of the services provided by AWS. Sir, I'm
How
here.
directly? Yeah, audible. I was just so AWS endpoint, VPC endpoint, right? So if you want to talk to, you know, other services, so what do we do? We make use of VPCs, right? So what they are saying is, so if you, why do you go with VPCs, right? Instead, you can go with VPC endpoint itself. Okay, I don't know how to clear this.
Select cluster for most cluster and set control delete and possible. Control D, control D and possible.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Sir, good morning, sir. Election here.
Hi, Leela. Where were you yesterday?
Yeah, sir. Actually, yesterday I'm not able to join. I try, informed Shiva, but he forgot to inform you, sir. I
Okay. Okay. No.
went office early yesterday, so that is the reason I could not able to, inform you. And also, I don't have your mobile number, sir. Could you please share
Mm-hmm.
if any, information I wants to contact with you or something?
No, you can share with organizer,
Okay,
right?
sir.
Yeah, Abhishek, they'll inform me.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'm sorry
Right.
for that.
Yeah. No, no problem. Please watch yesterday's video. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
All right. So, yeah, what were we discussing? We were discussing about VPC endpoint. So, let's say if you have resources here and you have S3 bucket, right? And you have load balancer, application load balancer in different VPC, completely in different VPC. This is your existing VPC. So now the legacy way what we are doing is we are connecting directly to VPC, that is VPC peering. So through this we'll get entire resource access, entire everything. So what AWS has come up with, so you're working here in this VPC, or if you want to access only some particular service, to use can make use of VPC endpoint, right? So as I shown you in the diagram, so it makes use of endpoint, like directly you can go and talk to resources in endpoints. Remember, it happens only in the same region, right? VPCs, other VPC, is both VPC should be in the same region. All right, and then what are the different types of endpoints I've explained?
One is gateway level. Endpoint, yes. One is endpoint gateway.
In what? A gateway endpoint, right? What is gateway endpoint? Not gateway endpoint. Okay, so we have two types of endpoint: gateway endpoint and interface endpoint. Right. So gateway endpoint we use it only for S3 and DynamoDB. Okay, this is the database DynamoDB. You will know what is DynamoDB. I'll explain later in the storage class, database class. So okay, let's remember that we'll use gateway endpoint only for S3 and DynamoDB. Rest all other AWS service we'll use interface endpoint except these two. Why there is a differentiation? What is the major difference? Why they have made this differentiation? I've told you that as well. The main thing, main difference.
We can access the Amazon services without an
The
internet
gateway endpoint will make use of route table, right? So it doesn't happen through internet. It may just make use of your internal route table to send traffic to other AWS service. Wherein your interface endpoint, it will make use of ENI. It need a elastic network. So if you go through ENI, obviously there will be charges. What is ENI, guys?
Elastic Network Interface.
I know that. What is it? Why do we use it? I've explained this in our EC2 session. Like a couple of times I have explained. Shivraman, Leela, Muntaz.
Normally elastic network interface will not be assigned. It will create only virtual interface. In case if we are recording when we create elastic IP, it will create
No. Elastic network interface is your virtual network card. This is the main thing responsible for the internet, right? I've explained in every phone we'll have a card. In every laptop we have a network card. Do you remember that class?
It's just a logical interface with the private.
Yeah, network card, guys. You know this, right? Yeah. So this is the card which is responsible for the internet, right? So this will be there, physical will be there in your laptop, and small card will be there in your phone. Because of this only all the internet happens. Same way we'll have a virtual network card in our EC2. That is what we call it as ENI, Elastic Network Interface. I have explained it now. So in interface endpoint, they'll make use of this ENI to send the traffic. Okay, in interface endpoint, what they'll do, they'll make use of ENI to send the traffic to other service. So it is a chargeable. Wherein gateway endpoint, they'll make use of route tables. Please remember it. Okay, if they ask in interview or in the exam, it would be helpful. All right, so we talked about VPC flow logs as well. Why do we require VPC flow log?
To monitor the activity of the
Yeah,
VPC.
so it's yes, so it's like a CCTV camera for your VPC, right? That's what I have told. Okay, so if this is your VPC, if you enable flow logs, okay, it's like CCTV. It will be monitoring. Okay, it will be monitoring your VPC. and anything coming, okay, any traffic coming, outgoing packets, source IP, destination IP, is it accepted or not? Everything you can see in VPC flow log. Okay, so where you can send these logs. So one is,
bucket.
yeah, correct. CloudWatch and S3 bucket. So now recently they have given option of Kinesis streams, Kinesis Firos. Okay, you will get to know later in the class what is Kinesis Firos. All right. This is about, we talked about VPC. Okay, so some another important session which I wanted to clear in this. So that is, okay, let's quickly go through it. Now, there comes a scenario that, okay, so many are coming from on-prem to cloud now. Okay, so there comes a scenario that from on-prem, they need to connect to your cloud. So cloud means what? Cloud is your VPC only, right? As soon as you enter the cloud, you create your VPC and then you put your resource. Okay, so how do you connect your VPCs from on-prem? Okay, so if they ask you this question, okay, if you get this question, so these are the things. What are these? One is AWS managed VPN and AWS direct connect. Okay, what are these two different? We'll see it now. Okay, which is a very simple. Please remember it. Okay, so what is AWS managed VPN? Okay, it is nothing but, if you see this diagram here, it's a IPsec VPN tunnels. Okay, from VPC to customer network. Okay, so all the traffic, okay, will be sent over through this IPsec tunnel, right? So if you see here in on-prem, you have customer gateway, and you on the cloud you will be having a VPN gateway. Both you need to install. Once you install customer gateway on the on-prem, and once you install VPN gateway in your cloud, that is in your VPC, then automatically connection starts. Remember, this happens over the internet with encrypted traffic. Remember this word, encrypted. That's it. So one is AWS managed VPN. So whenever you see this managed VPN, that means all this setup and all background work, how it goes, like availability, reliability, everything AWS takes care. You just have to set up and send the traffic. That's it. You don't have to worry about availability. That is what the meaning by managed. Okay, understood what is managed VPN? So it is nothing but your IPsec tunnel, VPN tunnel. So how do you achieve it? Just say on-prem we have to install customer gateway, and on the cloud we have to install VPN gateway. If we do this, we can set up AWS managed VPN. Now, we already have this, no? We already have this. Then again, AWS, why they have come up with one more option, AWS Direct Connect. Okay, you will get to know. Okay, so what is Direct Connect is? It's a private dedicated network connection from on-premise to AWS. Okay, so what is the advantage? It's your private network. So if you go for the private network, it reduces your bandwidth cost and you'll get consistent network performance because of your private network. Same like how we did VPC peering, right? We used AWS private link to set a same way. Using direct connect, you can set up your private dedicated network, wherein in VPN you will make use of internet. Your cost is also more, right? And also internet means everyone will be there, right? That's all. So in direct connect, it is a private dedicated network, but main disadvantage of this is, establishing a DC, okay, that is your direct connect, take a more than a month in real time. Okay, it takes a lot of configurations. It requires a lot of documentation. Then you can set up. But once you set up, then it is hassle free. So we do use this direct connect only in real time. Like I have not set it up before I come only. Everything was set up, right? So at the initial stage of the project, they will set up. Like if the new project, like if let's say Zepto, you guys know about Zepto, right? So if Zepto is coming to cloud, it's the new project or new application, it's coming to cloud. So from starting only they'll install this direct connect. Slowly they'll migrate to the cloud. All right, so in simple words, If you guys still don't understand difference between managed VPN and so okay, so let's say this is your office and this is your home. Okay, so when you're traveling to office to home, there are two ways. Okay, one way is the public way, right? This public way. So in public way, everyone will be there, not only you. Every person will come throughout the world, right? Whoever is nearby to home, right? Everyone will come here. Okay, so you will go by this road. Okay, this is your IPsec main VPN tunnel. Okay, so what do you mean by direct connect? So if you want to go to office to the home, you will be having your own separate road only for you. Okay, this road is only for you. Only you will travel. Nobody will come. You can go to home and you can come back to office.
Is it a dedicated cable?
The dedicated tunnel.
Tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Indirect dedicated network connection.
It's not like a fiber connection or Ethernet.
No, no.
End
I'm
to
just
end.
giving you that example. Okay.
Oh.
So just to so that it will be easier for you guys to remember between VPN and direct connect, right? Now it's clear, right? Difference between VPN and direct connect, guys. So since here many people are your data is encrypted here in VPN. Since all the traffic is there in the internet, everyone is there. So data is encrypted in the VPN tunnel. But in direct connect, data is not encrypted. Okay, while sending to you have to manually encrypt and send. All right, so that's between the difference between managed VPN, and if you explain them this much, that is more than enough. They'll be overwhelmed. Right, so we have managed VPN, direct connect, and then okay. So direct
Why?
connect is
Sorry.
yeah.
I have a question. Why it takes a month for establishing direct connect? Like VPN,
So
we can establish within hours.
it requires like you need to define a lot of terminologies. You need to define the ports. You need to take the permissions from AWS, and you need to set up the line. I mean the cloud virtual line also, right?
Okay, okay.
You need to mention everything. You need to take a lot of permissions. You have to take care, and then you have to set up.
But you have to
because
have
because
underlay.
because AWS is creating this only for you, no?
Okay, but you have
Okay.
to have underlay connectivity. So this will be overlay virtual.
Underline, you mean the physical?
Yes, the physical connectivity. You
Physical?
should have
No,
that.
no, nothing physical here. So here in your on-prem, you will just install your customer gateway. It's just a
I mean, you
software.
should have a reachability to the AWS from your
Yeah,
data
yeah.
center.
Yes,
That's what
correct.
my point is. Like
Yeah.
through ISPs and whatever it takes.
Yes, yes. That's why
Okay.
it takes a bit longer time. So VPN, it doesn't happen. So it just happens through the internet. So on, okay. These are the main difference. And one more thing, AWS has given option is AWS Direct Connect plus VPN. This is a bit expensive than this. Okay. So why do people go for this is, so this provides, okay, first it provides IPsec tunnel, okay, site to site VPN tunnel, right? And then traffic is encrypted using IPsec protocol. So here, how people will use this, only for transferring, they'll use IPsec tunnel. Okay. And then upon that, they'll use direct connect, so that what they'll get advantage, they'll get these both advantage. That means their data is encrypted in IPsec and they're getting their private own road, own private line. That's why
Okay.
they'll go with
So
direct
it won't
connect plus.
travel to the
Yeah.
public
So
network.
correct. So
Data
that's
plus
why they'll
security.
go with. Sorry.
Data plus security. It's
Yeah. So it's something like that, but it's again a bit costlier than this. I don't see many people going for this because it's not that required. Usually direct connect is more than enough. Alright, since 70% of their workload is on the cloud, they have very less workload on the on-prem, right? So direct connect is more than enough. All right. So one is managed VPN, direct connect, and direct connect plus VPN, right? So then comes is software VPN. So what is the software VPN? Is nothing, guys. Okay. So here in AWS managed VPN, everything, okay, setting up, taking care of the OS patch updates here in your VPN side, okay, taking care of this VPN, everything AWS will take care. You don't have to worry. But in software VPN, AWS will give you that flexibility. Okay, you want to install the patches, you want to take care of the entire VPN up and running, you take care. We will not come. It will give you entire thing. Okay, this is recommend when you have some third-party applications only. All right, that's the only difference here in software VPN. Rest all work and all same. If you see here, we have customer VPN here, and again we will be having VPN gateway in the cloud. So instead of managed VPN, we will go with software VPN when we want fully, okay, fully flexibility over the VPN connection. Is it clear?
Yes.
All right. So VPN Cloud Hub is nothing but you maintaining all those things. Okay. So you can use either multiple VPN, multiple managed VPN, or you can use multiple AWS Direct Connect. Okay. So setting up this, we call it as VPN Cloud Hub. Okay. If you see here, if this is your, let's say this is our Flipkart application. This Flipkart application, they have their on-prem or they have their own data center or their on-prem in many cities. You can say this Bangalore, Hyderabad, right? Pune, they have all over the India. So they're connecting everything to the cloud. Either you can use VPN gateway or you can use direct connect. Okay, setting up this, we call it as VPN Cloud Hub. All right. So if they talk about connecting VPC to your on-prem, you should mention all these 4 slides. Please remember this slide. Okay. Any doubt here, guys?
Clear, sir.
Clear.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yes, Leela?
Clear, sir.
Clear, you said. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. So now, if you guys remember, there's one one disadvantage, right? So one disadvantage in VPC pairing. What is that? Yesterday I've explained. Come on, guys.
A, B, C, like A, B, we have 3 VPC, like VPC A, VPC C. If we
Yeah,
are
so it is
established
not.
between.
Yeah, correct. So it is not transitive peering. VPC peering is not transitive. Suppose this is VPC B and
Okay.
VPC A, right? VPC C. So if VPC B is connected to both, right? VPC B is paired with A, VPC B is paired with C. Even though it is paired with both, right? So the data from C cannot go to A. It is not possible. It is not transitive. So in VPC peering, this is the major disadvantage. Right, only 2 VPCs can. You can talk n number of, but every time you need to set up peering. Again, if A and C wants to talk, you need to set up peering. Right. Again, if you have or D VPC, right? If D wants to talk to B, right? Again, you need to set up peering between these two. Right now, C wants to
Okay.
talk. Yeah. This
So
is
it's just
the
one-to-one
yeah. It's only
communication.
1-to-1. It's not transitive. Okay, so to come up with this, okay, what AWS has done, okay, to come up with this, what they have done is they have introduced something called transit gateway. Okay, so what is transit gateway is, okay, let's consider you guys are in in whichever city you may be. So you are in Bangalore, or if you guys are in Hyderabad, okay. So every city, every international city has one main airport, right? Right. So if this is So if this is your international city, so it has an international airport. So what happens here? All the flights from throughout the, okay, so you will get domestic flights here, right? You will get international flights here. You will get cargo flights here. Everything will come at one station, right? It will come here. It will take the passenger. It will take the request, and again it will go back, right, guys? Hello.
Yes, absolutely good.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Yeah. So, similar way, right? Similar way, we have some service called AWS Transit Gateway. Okay. So what is AWS Transit Gateway? So it resolves your VPC peering problem. Okay. So once you set up Transit Gateway, you can connect n number of VPCs, and no matter from anywhere, right? Anywhere you can connect this VPC, same like how your airport works, your central international airport, right? So if
It's
this
like
VPC,
it's like a hub and spoke
yeah,
terminology,
exactly,
something like that.
yeah, exactly, right? So just to make you guys, clear to keep it remember in your memory, that's why I'm giving this. Okay, this is a VPCA. Okay, if all this VPC is connected to transit gateway, so from VPCA you can talk to VPCD, from VPCB you can talk to H, right? From D you can talk to F. Not only this, if you have your data centers running on-prem, if you connect your on-prem also to transit gateway, right? This VPC H can talk to your on-prem. That also, all these problems are resolved in transit gateway. But the more the solution, the more cost you need to pay, right? So it's a bit expensive and it's a bit complex process to set up. It's a bit complex process. Once we set up this, all your problems will be gone. So still, we also in our company we haven't set up this. Okay, all the newer one. Okay, if any new applications coming to cloud now, they are aware of it and they are setting it up now. So instead of a direct connect, we can make use of transit gateway only, right? So all the VPCs here in on-cloud can talk to your on-prem as well. Clear? So I have given this explanation as well.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you see, this transit gateway acts as a central hub. Connect multiple VPCs within VPN and DC. Okay, it supports global inter-region peering. Okay, traffic between a Amazon VPC and AWS transit gateway remains on the AWS global private network. All this traffic happens over the AWS global private, not on the internet. All right, guys. Okay, so these are, as I told you, these are deep dive topics. Okay. Okay, if you say it in the interview is also good, but if you guys are taking exam, definitely mark my words, definitely you will get question on transit gateway and on VPN cloud hub. Is it clear? So in this slides I have mentioned the exam tips. If you guys want taking exam, what all you need to remember, key points, right? So everything I mentioned, just go through this slide.
Are we getting these slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I have shared EC2s, right?
I think we have just got only one.
We have got EC2.
Yeah, load balancer is pending with me. I'll share load balancers today, and VPCs also I'll share because this completes our VPC section. Okay, so now we don't have time, but still I'll take right. So any doubt in VPC section, guys? Others?
No, sir. We're fine with this.
Yeah. Okay. If you don't understand, please ask me. So I have explained in the very basic level. So you guys should not forget. So as soon as if anyone asks you what is direct connect, you should remember that diagram, how it happens in the background. If you remember diagram only, it is very useful for the interview or anywhere. All right. So we have done with EC2. right? And then we have done with load balancer. We have done with VPC, right? So next is our next topic we're gonna touch about is IAM. Okay, so I'll give you overview today, and tomorrow I'll do one implementation in IAM. Okay, I'll do some cross role implementation, then you can put that in resume as well. All right, shall we start our new session?
Sure. I'm not.
Yes, sir.
So you guys remember it, right? ELB, load balancer, VPC, everything.
Yeah.
I hope you guys remember. So what do you mean by keep as?
That is used to decrypt used for authentication to decrypt the password.
The keeper is a combination of both private key and public key, but we used in our end to private key to connect our EC2 instances. So
We keep pair. Okay. If they ask what do you know about key pair? Okay, we use key pair to securely connect to our EC2. That is our SSH. If you want to securely connect to our EC2, we'll use key pair. So why do we use key pair? Because it follows public key cryptography. What do you mean by public key cryptography? So it has public key and private key.
Private.
Right. Why do we have public key and private key? So public key will be with the servers, private key will be with the user, right? So whenever the user wants to SSH or if he wants to connect, he wants to give the public key, right? And the private key will check whether it is the registered user. So if both matches, then your connection happens. This is how you should explain. Right. So what you guys told, Leela, Shivraman told is correct only, but you were telling in parts, right? You were telling in between. So make this diagram in your mind and explain like this. What is key pair first? What is public key cryptography? What is public key and private key? Why do we use public key and private key? All right, explain in this way. All right. Let me start.
Sir, I have completed yesterday lab.
Have you done this peering?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I have completed. It is working
Well,
fine.
oh, so it's working fine for you. Very good. I'll tell you. Okay. So one day I'm gonna keep a game day.
Okay,
I'm
sir.
gonna say everyone's who will do the quicker way. All right. Okay. So today's topic is IAM. So what do you guys know about IAM?
Amazon Machine Image.
What?
No. Is it IAM or AMI?
IAM. IAM.
Sir, actually, IAM is one of the important service in AWS to manage our identities. Like users, groups, roles,
Correct.
policies, and permissions.
Correct. It is the identity access management. So in the name itself, it says identity access management. So identity could be your human or non-human, right? So managing this access, managing this identities access is what we call it as IAM. That's it. Very simple. Okay. Let's get into slides. Okay. So that's what what I explained is IAM is identity access management. So managing your identities in the cloud, we call it as IAM. Okay, so if you talk about the management of identity in the cloud, first thing you need to remember is what all you will get in cloud. So in cloud you have resources. Okay, what do you mean by resources? Here we are EC2, database, load balancer, S3 bucket, KMS, all these services we call it as resources. Identities means it's just humans, or it could be non-human as well. So it could be users, groups, roles. First you need to understand what are resources and identities. All right, so now the main thing in IAM, it focus on how do you identify users in the cloud, right? And then how do you configure resources they can access, and then how can you configure what actions to allow. All those things you will manage in IAM. Okay, so basically what they're saying is simple way. So this is your AWS cloud, right? This is your AWS cloud, and if you're creating new user, so let's say I'm creating a new user. If this is my new user for this cloud, so you need to decide what all he needs to get access. Okay, so you need to decide what all you need to give access to them. Okay, maintaining this only we call it as IAM. That's it. Is it clear? Basic
Can you
definition.
say it is role-based access control of firewalls?
That is deeper. I'll tell you that. What are the different type of access? Right now, the first basic understanding is clear, guys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So always remember, IAM. Okay, not only AWS, cloud or Google, wherever, even if you take on-prem as well. So IAM always works on authentication and authorization. Please remember these two words. If you are going for the interview, please say this word. Don't just say the full form of it. Identity access management will maintain, will create users, groups. No, you say in this way. So we use IAM for main purposes for authentication and authorization. What do you mean by authentication? Is it the right user? That's it. Okay, is this user belongs to cloud or not? That's it. Authorization, what access this user has. That's it. Authentication and authorization. Okay, so main IAM acts on these two important points. So your identities can be AWS users or your federated users, right? So federated users means nothing but your external authenticated, not from AWS cloud. Your external authenticated user, we call it as federated as well. Okay, you will get to know in detail coming slide. All right, so in IAM, wait, before I go to that, okay, so let's consider this is your Accenture office. If this is your Accenture office, now Srivraman, okay, he's a new employee of Accenture. Okay, so now Srivraman joins for the Accenture. What Accenture will do? First, they will authenticate, right? First, they will authenticate whether he is the employee of Accenture or not. How do they authenticate? By ID card, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
by ID card, only if Sriraman have ID card, then only you will be allowed inside the office. This is what we call it as authentication, authorization. Now, as soon as Sriraman enters the Accenture office, will he have access to all the departments? You're in Accenture, sales, right? Security, development, HR office, billing department, right? You have canteen, you have n number of what all access Shivaraman has, right? That is okay. So let's say Shivaraman has only two. Since he's a developer, he'll have access to his only development office and then canteen. That's it, right? So checking this, we call it as authorization. So authentication is clear, authorization is clear, right? This is what you do in IAM. Is it clear? The difference between authentication and authorization.
Yeah.
Clear, sir.
Cool.
It's
Right.
it follows this. I think it follows the same Cisco AAA module.
Yeah,
Authentication, authorization, and accounting. Just accounting is missing here.
Yeah, it follows that as well if you come to the security. Now we are talking just about infrastructure level. No, that's why they have not included that A. All right. So here you need to have a very granular control. Okay. So basically it should follow least privilege access. That's it. So what do you mean by least privilege access? I told you, right? What AWS follow? AWS follow defense in depth model. Okay. So least privilege access means if you're giving access to someone, okay, if you're giving this data access to someone in IAM, you should give him very limited access. You should try to put boundaries. You should put these boundaries in his, okay, to this user. You should not give entire data directly to him. If you give direct data access, so you can take whatever data I want, right? So you have to give only the specific data. Suppose if he's a developer, so does he require to delete option for the data? He doesn't, right? So what option he required? He
Read
required,
only privilege. Read
yeah,
only or write privilege.
read only or put only, max. That's it. Okay, so based on that, you need to decide. So as a cloud engineer, you need to have that knowledge, what all those permissions this user should have, and you should give them least privilege access. Right. So that's what the IAM is all about. Okay, so in IAM, in AWS Cloud, you need to remember this concepts. So you guys know what is IAM user. So IAM users which are created in AWS account. If you have created users in AWS, then we call them as IAM users. Groups is nothing but collection of users, and we have policies and roles. Okay, what do you mean by roles, guys? Any idea?
You can segregate as department. What is the nature of this?
No, not clear. Wakas, since you said you have learned in Cisco.
You said roles.
Roles, any idea? It's okay when if it's wrong. Leela.
For my understanding is just to differentiate different users for different
And we say
responsibilities. I mean,
minimum.
if
You
one
have
for
said
accounting, one for HR, one for.
No. What Sriraman?
Sir, you have said that list privilege, right? So in that case,
So,
user have required to create instance. He can able to create only instance like that. He
no.
could not have access to VPC or something.
So roles, why they have introduced roles is, so if let's say if this is your Accenture office, like if user wants to log into your Accenture or services or anything, every time they need to put what? Let's say if this user wants to log, every time he need to put his username and password. Okay, username and password. Every time he needs to give credential to verify. Okay, so in order to avoid this, okay, AWS has come up with something called roles. Okay, so when you create role, okay, when you create role for anything for this user, okay, so but remember this is a temporary permission, so it will have a credential inbuilt. You will just have to create role. Just say, let's say I'll create S3 access role. If I create S3 access role, okay, I'll create this role and I'll attach this role to Shivraman. Okay, I'll create this role and I'll attach this to Shivraman. Okay, so once Shivraman get this S3 access role, he can directly get into S3 bucket. Okay, he can directly get into S3 bucket. Okay, he can directly, so he doesn't have to verify, he doesn't have to give sign in access keys, he doesn't have to give any credential. He can directly go, he can work, but remember it is temporary. Okay, we always suggest in real time to make use of roles more. Okay, if you have temporary work, right, you can make use of roles. Okay, roles is a predefined credential, okay, predefined set of conditions you can attach to user or to your resources like EC2 and all, and then you can get the access to your AWS. I'll show you in the console how this role works. Right now, just remember what is role. Okay, if you see here, it doesn't have any credentials attached. Means you don't have to put credential every time. It will be having the set of access whatever required, but remember it expired after a set of period time. That time is, I guess, it's 1 hour. After 1 hour this role will expire. Right, so concepts, IAM user, groups, roles, and then comes policies. right? So we'll talk about this in tomorrow session. What is AWS managed policy, customer managed policy, and then I'll show you in the console how to attach a role to your EC2, right? And then how to make use of roles in real time. I'll show you that. Okay. And then we have one important implementation, that is cross account access. This is most widely used, right? People are not much aware of this process. I'll teach you this. This would be very useful for the DevOps guy or for the cloud engineer guys. Okay, this is more small implementation is there. Then we can wind up with IAM. So tomorrow we can complete this IAM. Is it clear, guys? In IAM?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yeah, basics is clear, right? So you guys know what is resources, identities, what is IAM, what is authentication, authorization, what is least privilege access, what is user groups and roles. These are all things you know. Tomorrow I'll explain you about policies because it's a bit important. I need to explain properly. I need a lot of time here. Okay. Mhm. So, Mumtaz, is it clear for you? मालूम हो रहा है क्या मुमताज?
हाँ हाँ सर, आप इतना अच्छा बोल रहे हैं अच्छा समझ में आ रहा सर।
हाँ, आप भी थोड़ा एफर्ट डाल के थोड़ा प्रैक्टिस कर लो, नहीं तो
नहीं सर,
इतना
मेरे को
टाइम।
AWS के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता चला, लेकिन आपके रिकॉर्डिंग सेशन ऑब्जर्व करने के बाद मेरे को बहुत इजी वे में
Okay,
है सर।
okay, thank you. Yeah, Vakas, Shivraman, is that clear for you as well, right, Leela?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. It's very
Okay.
clear.
Yeah, it's okay. Right, so tomorrow we'll meet 10:30, right? And tomorrow I'll tell you one more thing what to do for the Monday.
Okay, sir. Have a good day, sir. Bye.
Right.
You too, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
बाय सर।
Bye. Hello. Good morning, guys. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Good morning.
All right. Wait for 2 more minutes and then we'll start.
Yeah, bye.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So yesterday's topic is clear, right? So we discussed about the VPC on-prem and introduction to IAM. Any doubt in that, guys?
No, we're good. I'm good.
Yeah. Darshan, Sivaraman, Gajana.
No, sir, clear, sir.
All right. All right. Let's do the recap of yesterday's session quickly. Let me share my screen. All right. So we had covered peering and endpoints. You already know what is peering and endpoints. I don't want to ask it again. Right. So yesterday we discussed about how we connect our VPC right from on-prem. So if this is our on-prem and just a second. So if this is our on-prem and this is our VPC, what are the cloud or VPC, what are the different ways of connecting, guys? We discussed, which is the first way of connecting.
First way, I think the through the public internet, VPN.
Yes, correct.
And the other way is direct connect.
Yes, correct.
And
So
there was
first,
another. I have one doubt. We have something called co-locations. We can connect to our services to the co-location that already connected to the AWS. Is that true? If I'm not wrong.
co-locations.
Yeah, in US, it's called like Ashburn, and there's 4 more.
No,
I'm not sure if you heard about it.
no, I haven't heard about it.
And your data center
think it is-
connected to the co-location and co-location have already services with
It
the
might be some
AWS.
other third-party application.
Yes, these are
Same,
the.
yeah, same like
Okay,
how
okay.
this works. Yeah, similarly, third-party application.
To reduce the cost. So
Yes.
that's only the way.
Yeah, so because AWS cost-wise, it is costly.
Yeah.
It's a bit expensive compared to Azure Cloud and third
I
party.
thought it's a part of the AWS.
No.
It's generally the co-location sites we are calling for the data center where the on-premise devices are hosted and connected to the AWS networks, I believe.
Yeah.
It's there in our company also. Generally, most of the company I heard that term co-location, co-location data centers, where the multiple connections are terminated towards the cloud and other vendors.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So cost-wise, it's a bit affordable, I guess, right? Darshan?
No, it's just a on-premise data center. Simply, we are calling as a co-location data center. From there only, this direct connect link goes to the AWS in our setup also.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
It's internal naming only, co-location data.
Okay, yeah. So that also similar work in similar way, I guess. So if you set up VPN tunnel, right? So you need to install customer gateway on the on-prem, right? And then you need to install VPN gateway. Okay. So and then traffic goes through your in between with this VPN tunnel. So what is the advantage here in this VPN? If you're transferring data in between this, so it is secured, encrypted data. You'll be sending over the, so the data will be encrypted, right? So what is the one more thing we have discussed is is direct connect, right? Why this is crazy? So we have discussed about direct connect. So in DC, what is the procedure? How do we do this DC? So direct connect, here it will be a separate private dedicated tunnel. So all the transfer happens through AWS private link, right? It will not happen through internet. It will happen through AWS private network, right? So here your data is not encrypted, right? So here your data is not encrypted. Okay, so but here you will not be exposed to the internet. You will be having your separate tunnel to transfer your data, right? And then we have one more thing is direct connect plus VPN. Okay, so if you want both highly secured, then you can go with this. So what do you mean by software VPN? I told one more thing, no, yesterday, software VPN.
Yeah.
It is that software VPN.
It's just internal service, I guess, in
So
the
oh,
VPC or
yeah.
AWS.
So VPN connection, it is a managed VPN. Everything will be taken care by AWS. If you go with a software VPN, okay, you need to install manually, right? You need to install manually your VPN in your cloud, and you need to take care of OS update, patch update. You need to take care of authentication of everything. It will be under your control. That's it. Okay, this is what we have discussed. So to come up with all those things, like if you have multiple connections, right? If you have multiple VPCs on cloud and you have multiple data centers, right? How can you come up with a single solution? What is that?
Transit gateway.
Yes, correct. Right. So
I think each VPC can connect with each other through transit gateway.
exactly correct. Right. So in transit gateway, oh, we can connect multiple your multiple on-prem, right? Your if you have multiple data centers, right? If you have more than 5 or 10, and in cloud you have multiple environments, dev, sales, teams, right? If you want to make a central connection, right? It is a central hub and spoke, then you can make use of transit gateway.
Is it specifically for one region, or
No,
different
no,
region can
multi-region,
also
global
connect?
region.
Okay.
That
Okay,
I've shown
globally.
in, yeah, globally. It will do multi-region as well. All right. Okay, so then we discussed about IAM. What is IAM, guys?
I think it's authentication and authorization. Identity access management, something like that. Not
Gajanan,
sure.
Gajanan, Shivram.
IAM is the service where we can give the permission, authentication, access, permit or deny the based on the group, based on the users. We can define through IAM.
Yes, correct. So IAM is mainly it takes care of authentication and authorization of your users, right? In cloud, we'll get resources and identities. So what do you mean by resources?
Is it two incidents?
Yes, correct.
You're inside.
Yeah, so inside whichever running, okay. So identities could be your humans, users, groups, okay. And then we talked about roles. What do you mean by role?
Particular department, if you have the access only for admin or account, so he will use structured services. He will not use all of the services like production and admin like this.
No.
Username.
The roles will give a
I think they
temporary
defined.
access.
Yeah.
So like let's say if in a simple way, just to put up in a simple way, okay, this is, let's say, Infosys, right? And this is Accenture, all right? Now Vakas is working for the Accenture office. So Gajanan is working for Infosys. Okay. Now, for some important purpose, right? Vakas have some work in the Infosys. They need to set up. So right, they need to set up few things for the Infosys. They need to get entry to the Infosys. So when Vakas is coming to the Infosys, what they will do? Will the Infosys provide a complete username, password? Will they provide him all the access? What they'll provide him? They'll provide
Okay.
him
No, no.
temporary ID card.
Yeah.
So what they will say while giving to Vakas, okay, while going back, return to this card. Okay, I
Right.
have this. So same way your role. Now Vakas will use this. Okay, he'll finish his work. Okay, whatever work is there, and then he'll come back. That's it. That card is expired. So roles works in similar way, guys. So if this is your AWS cloud, okay, so inside VPC you have S3 load balancer, right? Lambdas. Okay, lot of Route 53. Every services is running. Okay. Now any users, okay, if any users or not anyone, if they want to access this, okay, instead of creating like username, password, giving access to them, you can give temporary access. That is roles. Okay, give role to someone and give that role to someone. Okay, he can come and access S3 bucket for some time and then he can go back. That's it. Is it clear about roles?
Yes, now it's clear. It's simply where it's temporary access
Exactly.
to
So it's
to
a
the user.
temporary, it expires after some time. So if they ask
Mainly
what,
this is, sir, mainly this is used for vendor, like any vendor is coming, so for that temporary access it will provide, right?
yes. So like if this is a AWS cloud, all right. So what you need to do, sometimes they might need to install some third-party application or some small setup will be there from the vendors. So during that time, we will just give him the switch role, cross account access.
Okay, got it.
So for that vendor, we'll not give him entire username and password. We'll just give him that what all permissions he required in this. Okay, he'll do it, and he'll come back.
Yes, got it.
I'll
Thank
show
you.
you. I'll show you in now today. Okay. So before that, I need to explain you other things. Right. All right. Let's get into this thing. Okay. So yesterday we stopped here. We talked about users, groups, roles, right? So okay. So now we're gonna talk about policies. Okay. So what do you mean by policies, guys? Any idea?
I think each EC2 instance has its own set of rules we can call.
Yes. So policies, it's nothing but you could defining the permissions. That's it. Okay, now this user, right? So let's say this is Vakas. Okay, what permissions he has? That's it. Whether he has EC2, S3, right? What permissions he has in AWS? That's what we define it through policies. Okay, that's it. Policies mean that's it. To define the permissions. Okay, so here we have this is our IAM console. This is our looks. If you see here, first only you will get user groups, users, right? Roles, policies, okay, identity provider and account settings. Okay, now we are in the policies. Okay, so you guys understood what is policy. It is defining permissions, right? So now in this we have AWS managed policy and customer managed policy and inline policy. What is the difference, right? So AWS managed policy is nothing but which is given by AWS. If you see this box, right, this orange box, this all, okay, policies given by from AWS. They will define and they'll give. If you want, you can use this, right?
We
Or
can
else,
also modify these.
yes. So modifying this only, we call it as customer.
Okay,
Now
okay.
we have admin access. Okay, if you click on that admin access policies, you can see. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Right, yeah. So Where can I show you that policy? Yeah, you can see it here in JSON. Don't know why console has become very slow. All right, see, your policy looks like this. So your policy is nothing but your JSON document. Okay, so you guys know what is JSON, right? It is a kind of one of the language.
Yeah.
So it's basically JavaScript object notation language. Okay, so it's very simple to understand. That's why AWS are using that. Okay, so if you see here, okay, this is very simple thing. I'll take up some. All right, so if you see this, AWS, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Observe here properly, okay? These are very important. So this is AWS Direct Connect, okay? Policy to, we are giving read-only access to AWS Direct Connect. Okay, so here what happens, if you attach this policy to any user, he can only read, right? He is getting only read-only access. How policy works? So this is the version number, okay, when this policy was created, and then your statement, okay. So here, if you want, you can give anything, okay. This allows user to read, okay. You can write it here. This allows user to read like that, and then effect.
Okay.
So in the effect, we'll have only two options, guys. Either allow or deny. Only two. Okay, only two you can define, not any other word. In the effect, you can only define allow or deny. And then comes your actions. So what API actions means? Your API actions. What API actions he has, right? Whether he can read, put, delete, right? Modify, what all he has access. Okay, if you see here, so he has a describe. Okay, he can describe what all is there. He can read the description, right? And he can list out all the direct connect. This, if you attach this policy to Wacas user, okay, he can describe, he can list out, right? And he can see all the VPN gateways, and then he can describe all the transit gateways. All these permissions he'll get. Okay, if you want, you can modify this also. Okay, you can modify and you can prepare your own policy. That is what we call it as customer managed policy, which is created by you. Right. So if you see here in the resource, okay, in the resource they have given star wildcard. We call this as a wildcard. So that means they're giving from all the resource he can do this. From all the AWS resource he can go and read it, right? So anyone, even the anyone can go and read it. But in reality, this is never allowed. Okay, so we will restrict with ARN templates. Okay, that comes under cloud security, but I'm giving you just high level overview. Okay, so as my job, my day-to-day job, this is also part of my job. Okay, if this wildcard is there, straight away we'll reject this user. We'll ask him to create with, we'll ask him to restrict with some particular ARN. Okay, if Wacas wants to access, right? If you're creating this a policy for the Wacas, right? So then in resource, what they need to do, right? For every user, there will be something called ARN. Can you guys see it here?
Yeah.
ARN means Amazon resource name. Amazon resource name. Okay, so every service, every user in AWS will be having ARN. So we'll ask him to restrict with ARN. Okay, right. So that policy you're giving to Adil, right? See this Adil admin you're giving to this user, right? Adil admin. This is the username. Restrict with ARN. Wildcard star is not at all allowed. That is not advisable. Okay, if you give star, anyone can do it, and there's you guys know it, right? How AWS works. It follows defense in depth model. So any doubt here in policies? What is
So by
AWS?
default,
Sorry.
So by default, all the Amazon given policies is allowed, and we have to manually.
Exactly. So it will give allow star star star. So basically 95% of them nobody use AWS. So users doesn't know, right? So so if
I
they're
mean, they
new,
just gave the template, and we can get the template and add it
yeah,
by
exactly.
own choice. Yeah.
Yeah, here you have it. So so I'll show you now. Now customer managed policy, I told you we can create, right? So go and create policy. Okay, here if you know the requirements, you can manually create it. It's very simple. Okay, you can either create through visual editor. Visual editor means you just have to select services and you just have to say what all you need to do. Then AWS will create policy and give. But if you are a developer, if you know JSON, you can directly go and write. See, it will give you basic the scripting also. Right now, let me see. Now let me create a policy for EC2. Now we're going to create a policy, customer managed policy for EC2, right? We'll only give this policy with read only access. Okay, now let's create this policy for one user. Okay, so we'll not allow him to launch EC2. We can only go and read how many instances are there. Shall we do it?
Sure.
So yeah, so
Are we going to use JSON or visual?
Visual.
Okay.
JSON is a bit complicated. If you do small
Yeah.
error in the dots and all, no, again.
Correct. Yeah.
All right, so click on create policy, check visual, right? And then click on which services it is asking. Okay, it is a suggested one. These are the popular services. If you have other services like API gateway, lambdas, right? So if you see here, we have a lot of services, pipeline, cloud map, right? These are the popular services. Okay, now we're doing it for the EC2. Click on EC2. So I've selected the which service, right? And then we have to select the actions. Okay, so what they are asking is what actions you need to provide. What action? What do you mean by action, guys? Just now I explained. No?
Permission, it's permission.
No,
Read,
no,
write.
no. Actions. Actions
Permit or
means
allowed. Access list. Like
Even we
permit.
allow or deny.
No. That is effect.
No?
That is effect.
Okay.
Actions means API calls. What API calls you want to allow? Okay, if you see this list, okay, these all are API calls. See, describe.
Okay.
These all are, we call it as API calls. Read, even if you see, okay, get. These all API calls only, right? Get, put, and all. All right. So actions we need to select. So now, as we discussed, we are not going to give all EC2 actions, because if we give all EC2 action to any fresher, okay, so let's say you are you already have some cloud group, some fresher joins. Fresher means not in the experience. I'm saying if you're any fresher to your project, okay, so if you give him all the EC2 access, so he might not know and then he might delete it off, right? So initially we'll just give him the read access. Okay, so we can just click on read all read actions, right? And then list all list actions. All right, so we are giving just only this. If you see a lot of this, okay, so here again it is asking, okay, if you want you can specify, right? If you want you can specify or you can leave it. So this is asking about for everything, do you want to restrict with a specific user, add ARN, it is asking. No, if you want to restrict with a user, you can restrict. And also you have something called condition statement. Guys, this and all will not come under solution architect, right? So I'm giving you, as per the security perspective, I'm giving you one level higher knowledge. Okay, so conditional statement means, you guys know about conditional statement in programming language?
I don't know, actually.
Others, anyone has idea? Darshan, Gajanan, Mumtaz, Shivraman, Sumit. Okay, so condition statement means it's nothing, guys. Okay, so it is actions. Okay, actions on resource. Now what you are doing, you are giving this actions, right? So you are giving list actions. Okay, you can list and you can read. Okay, you're giving this access to user, one particular user. Okay, so condition means you will set one condition statement, like if this user coming from particular IP. Okay, if he's coming from on-prem IP, then only allow. If this user coming from other IP, then deny. That's it, conditions. That's it. Okay, so here you can go and you can select key and you have to add. Okay, this is again, it's way more deep. Okay, it's not much required, but I'm just giving you high level knowledge so that even if they ask an interview or if you see any policy, you will understand what is condition key. Okay, you can restrict with keys. Okay, you can say if MFA is not enabled, if that user is not enabled MFA, you can deny that user, something like that. Okay, a request tag, if tag is not there, you can remove. And source VPC, that request should be coming from source VPC. If not, you can delay, something like that. If you see here for any value, and you can give operator string and all you can give. Okay, so don't worry about this. If you go again, it will be confusing. All right, leave that. And then next, these all comes under cloud security.
We can enable multi-factor authentication as well.
Yeah.
Through the phone applications. Yeah.
I think it will not allow all these things. Okay, we'll just give the basic one. Okay, I'm giving only describe launch templates. Okay, this user can see how many launch templates are there. Okay. Okay, so if you see now I've created a customer policy. Okay, custom policy. Sorry, you can call this as EC2 list. Okay, on this policy can only list. You can give the description of it if you want, and then create policy. Now, how this is how they work, so they, as a AWS cloud engineer, you will create the copies and keep it. Now any users come. Okay, now let's say Gajanan is a new user. Okay, he joined to our project newly. Now we want to give that policy to him. How? First we need to create a user. Okay, first we need to create IAM access for Gajanan. This is how we create user, give Gajanan, right? We'll give him console access. Okay, then you have to give whether it is auto generate password or your custom password. You can give your custom password, right? Okay, uncheck this. User must create a new password at sign in. Okay, this all depends on the company. This thing, guys. Okay, for demo, I'm showing here, right? So as per the company's requirements, you can change all this, right? And then click on next. Right, so here it is asking add permission. What permissions you need to give to Gajanan? I told you, right, first day. So once anyone joined your Accenture office, so they will give him only set particular permissions. This is the where you are giving. So you can either add Gajanan to any of this development group or prod group, or you can copy permissions from other users, or you can attach policies. So I'm selecting attach policies, and right hand here, I'll attach my customer or custom this thing. Okay, this policy I'm attaching for Gajanan. Right, now create user. All right. It is asking if you want to retrieve password, just leave it. Now let's log in as a Gajanan user and check. Okay, can we log in? Let's get into incognito mode. AWS console login quickly. We'll log in as a Gajanan now.
Okay.
All right. So we're logging in as Gajanan. If you see now, all these days I was logging as root user, right? Whenever I want to log, so root user. Now I'm logging as a IAM user.
I am a user. Okay.
So click on. So they're asking their main account. So here in real time, you will give your organization account. Right now, since I've created Gajanan in under my account, so this is the organization for Gajanan. So I'm going to copy this account ID, copy this, paste it here. Next. So now it will ask for username and password. So what is the username? So it's always better to copy from here, paste, and then give the password.
So now Gajanan can only read and list, but cannot modify anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
on your account, under this account.
Exactly. So this is a root account. This is your main organization root user account. Right here, I can do, as you guys saw, I launched EC2, I launched load balancer, right? I did everything. So now we have limited the access. We have given only this access to Gajanan.
Okay.
We have given only this. We'll see whether what all access he'll get.
But at the end, it says star. We didn't remove it.
Oh, we did not add ARN. We did not
Yeah.
add ARN.
So it should be allowed, everything?
We'll see now.
Okay.
So let's try to get access to EC2. Can you see the error?
Yeah.
Yes.
API call. Yeah.
API error. Okay, so I told you, right? Actions means what your API calls. Okay,
Yes.
if you're clicking this launch instance, that is also an API call. If you're stopping instance, that is also an API call. So basically you have blocked all the API calls to Gajanan. Okay, but I had given him launch template, right? If you see here, he can describe launch templates. Will this work for him? Yes. If you see here, you can go and create launch template, or you cannot create, at least you can see it. Okay,
Yeah.
so here we don't have, that's why it is not showing. Okay, but he has this option.
Yes.
Is it yeah, is it understood, guys? The power of policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
What exactly API calls are? I mean, is it application programming interface?
yeah, application programming interface. The REST API calls, you're not
REST
aware of it?
API. Okay. Yeah. The crude.
So API calls is nothing, Waqas, just get, put, delete.
Yes, the HTTP, like the HTTP request, right?
Yes,
The
that's
message
it.
types.
Yes,
Those 5 type of messages.
exactly. That's it.
REST API follows. Okay.
Yeah. So all these actions, under the actions, we calling it as API actions. Okay. So here effect, one more thing, guys, here effect is allow. So in this policy, you are allowing Gajanan user to do this thing. Okay. If you put deny, okay, if you put deny, what happens? You will deny only this permission. Rest all he will have access. Okay, we can work in that way also. Okay, so if you put deny here, deny easy to launch template version, right? What happens? He will be denying to this. Rest all he can do. That's
He can create the easy to instance.
Yeah, that's the power of policy. You can play with it. So usually what happens, no? They will deny all the users. Okay, they'll start with deny. Okay, and then they will deny everything except few in the actions. They'll mention 1 or 2, and then they'll give condition statement. That's how we use it. Okay, that is like comes more into security part, cloud security. You don't have to worry. Right now, as a cloud engineer, right? As a cloud engineer, you guys should be know what is policies, right? How do we play with managed policy, customer policy? Is it clear? I told you, right? It is a bit deeper. That's why I did not continue yesterday.
It's interesting actually.
Yes. All right. So if you see this slides now, okay, now you will understand. Okay, what this policy allows, guys.
Everything.
Exactly.
Authentication, authorization.
Yes, it is
Yeah.
allowing everything. If you see all the actions, so all action is basically admin access.
Admin. Yeah.
Routine. Okay. Okay. What this access will is allowing?
Get and list only, and
Get.
then
Yeah.
rest of
So
the.
if you attach this policy to a user, right? So he can get and list all the S3 buckets. Okay. How many S3 buckets are there, right? Only he can do that. He cannot go and create EC2. He cannot go and create load balancer. Is it clear,
So is
guys?
it?
Yeah.
It's
Gokul?
okay to create policy one time and just use it for multiple times
Yeah,
whenever
you
the
can.
user
Yeah.
comes. Different
Yes.
policies and save
Yes.
it
You can attach same
and
policies
just
to other
attach to
users.
that user. Okay,
So
that's pretty
basically,
simple.
to avoid this thing, they'll create groups, right?
Yes.
So now what you can do, you can create something called dev group, prod group, sales group. If Gajanan is
Okay,
the
okay,
new
okay.
joinee to the dev group, you can add that user to the dev group. That's it.
Okay, okay.
So that instead of giving policies to individual, you can avoid this.
So
All
dev
right.
group already have the policy in
Yes, you
place.
can. If you can attach that policy to the dev group.
Dev group. Okay,
You
okay.
don't need to attach to the single individual users.
Okay, okay.
All
Got
right.
it.
So we have something called inline policy. So what is inline policy is, okay, it can be used only for active users and groups. Okay. If you see here, we already have permissions, right? So here, if you see, we can create add permission. We have create inline policy. Okay. This policy is nothing but the same policy, right? You're just giving some extra permissions. Okay. That's it. So as my board.
Can we not modify extra permission on that?
On?
The existing policies?
No, I'll tell you. Wait. So now you have created one policy, right? And you have attached to Gajanan, okay, the user. You have created one for this policy. Now you have created outside of it, right? You have created outside. This is a customer manager. It just acts like a template, and you have given this. Now you want some particular permissions which will give only to Gajanan, not to everyone. If you make that changes in this policy, whoever has this policy, everyone now Wakas, if you also have this policy,
yes,
you will also get this. Now we want to give only the permissions which is required to Gajanan only. Then we'll go to the under user, right? Just now I've shown. So here we have something called inline policy. So here you can go there and then.
Okay, understand.
Yeah, so here only here you'll give some extra permissions to particular that user or to particular that group. Okay, that's what I have.
For example, Gajanan promote and he needs extra permission, so we can just give the permission to Gajanan, those extra permissions only.
Correct. So inline policies are directly embedded into user or group, okay, or role. Now, if once I add inline policy to Gajanan, now if I delete this user, this policy will also get deleted. But this policy stays. Why? We have defined outside it. No, this is the custom. We have created custom based policy.
Yes.
That's the power of customer managed policy. 95% we use customer managed policy. We'll never go with AWS managed. If any company is following AWS managed policy, definitely they are under risk of security attack.
But we can copy AWS policies and just modify it and become that. Okay.
Yes, you can copy and modify. You can do it. So if you have cloud security in your team, definitely we are never gonna allow you to do it. Immediately we'll get the notification. The moment you guys use it, we will get the notification and we will stop you then and there. All right. Any doubt, guys? So just to, if you see just one word policies, but if you see the background, how big it is.
Yeah.
Others? Gajanan, Darshan. Darshan, is it clear? Any doubt, Darshan?
Yes, sir, clear.
Clear. Yeah. Okay, sir. No doubt.
Yeah.
Now we have to do the practice.
Yeah, if you guys don't do, you will for sure forget.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, it needs practice.
Exactly. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, so here the next topic what we're going to talk is now let's say application access to AWS resource. Okay. So before the introduction of roles, right? We wanted to give the access keys, right? We wanted to create access keys and give, then only those applications can go and access. After the introduction of roles, you don't have to create this access keys. Okay. We'll just create role and attach. So using that role, it can directly call. That's the power of role. Okay. So here I mentioned the advantage issues with access keys, right? The advantage with IAM roles, I mentioned it. Okay. This is all theory. I don't want to take time. You guys read it when you get the slides. And then how role works is it works on STS, Security Token Service. Okay. So it works like this. So when you create a role, so STS will get the temporary credential and then it will assume that and then it will give you access. All right. So now we're going to do small demo. Now what we're going to do is, okay, we'll create one user with EC2. Okay, we'll give him all the access of EC2. He can create EC2, but he doesn't have permission to call to S3. Right, he doesn't have permission for S3. In that case, we'll attach role to that EC2, and then you can see from EC2 you can talk to S3. Shall we do that demo?
Yeah.
Right. Let's start quickly. Let's do it. Which user? So it's better I'll create a new user.
He won't be able to create the
Oh, sorry, it's not
endpoint.
about user. I am attaching this to EC2. Okay, user is not required. Okay. So
Okay.
what I'll do first, let me go to the EC2. Do you have any instance? No. Quickly launch instance. Do you guys remember what is EC2?
Yes.
It's a virtual machine we can access through our resources.
Virtual machine.
You remember it, right? Thank God.
No, sir.
I thought you.
Elastic compute. If
Right.
we can save.
Okay. All right. So you guys know what is EMI. What are the different instance type, guys? Fast. Before I launch, tell me. Different EC2 instance type. Families of EC2 instance.
Is it Ubuntu, Amazon Linux?
That is AMI OS. I'm talking
AMI.
about the
Sorry.
instance
Yeah.
types. Fast.
Instant types.
Come on, I have told you like more than 5 times. Different EC2 families. Mumtaz, Gajanan.
Yeah, it's a T1, T2. Like
You saw the T1, T2, I'd say. No. We have more, no? Oh, why? Today Leela is not there. Shivraman is silent today. He might be in the meeting. So we have different EC2 families, guys. This thing, GPU, HPC, compute optimized. I've given the example, no? For gaming, for a big data application, for Flipkart
yes.
application, on demand.
Yeah, the storage optimized.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So now I'm going to create EC2. Okay, so let's say this is your EC2. You have launched EC2 instance. Okay, you will be launching many EC2 instance in real time. Right, so this EC2 instance will be working every day. Working will be going on. So okay, so there comes a time that this EC2 instance want to talk to your S3 bucket. Okay, so while you're working inside EC2, you might want to talk to your S3 bucket. So what is there in your S3 bucket? Let's quickly look into it.
Is this EC2 belongs to the general purpose instance, right?
Yeah, it's
this
general.
one, the one we created.
Yeah, general.
Okay.
Let's quick. Let's get into S3 bucket. Okay, so if you get into S3 bucket from EC2 from inside EC2 instance, you should get access to your S3 bucket. Okay, So these are the S3 buckets. So here I have these 3 buckets I have. We have demo bucket, F10 encryption. Okay, if you click on this static hosting, right? So here I have example.html file. I have stored some. Okay, this is just files. Okay, in my S3 bucket. Okay, this EC2 instance, this test demo, right? So there comes a scenario in real time. Okay, these might want to talk. Okay, these might want to get this example.html file. Okay, how do you get it? Right? So for users, you can create role and you can give. Okay, that I'll show it to you next. But for this, these are resources. How do you make resources talk to other resources? That's how through roles. Okay, now I'll show you the power of roles. So first we'll connect. I'll show you first without role how it works. I'll show you. Array, shit. It's no public IP account number. Okay, before this loads, I'll ask you some cross questions. I mean, just to check your memory. So while creating load balancer, what are the 2 important thing, guys? To remember, I told you, right?
It's a listener and target is
Yes,
next point.
very good. So what is target group?
Target is our EC2 instance resources.
Okay, it's just a collection of
Collection. A listener means a port number. We are defining some ports like SSH, Telnet. Like
So
this.
what is the work of load balancer? Main 3 works I mentioned, right? 3 works it does.
Is distribute the load, monitor, and the third one.
Network based network load and application load and port.
No. That is a different types. I'm asking.
It distributes the load.
Yeah.
And monitor. Also, it's organize.
Health check.
Distribute the work for the health check. Yes.
Health check. That day also you forgot the same thing. All right.
Correct.
So our EC2 instance is ready. Now I'm going to connect. Okay. First I'll show you without this thing. Okay. So you guys know Linux commands and all, right? Basically, they don't ask in interview, but in real time you might require it. Right?
Basic Linux, yeah, few of them.
Yeah. So
not
I usually
frequent.
store it. Okay. I don't like scripting. Right. Okay. So the command to call your S3 bucket is just AWS S3 ls. Okay. If you do this, you should get your bucket. This is the command. Okay, now let's do it. I'm gonna give AWS S3 ls my bucket name. I have to give my bucket name. So I'll quickly copy this bucket name.
So all these S3 services get installed on that EC2?
We'll see it one. I'll show it.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to list my S3 buckets. I'm asking EC2 from EC2, right? The developers or any user working in this inside EC2, they might get into S3 bucket, right? So if I put this, unable to locate credentials, right? We are not getting this, unable to locate. Why? Because this EC2 doesn't know, right? Where is that SC? Where is that S3? And he doesn't have, this EC2 doesn't have credential. Right. So instead of creating credentials, instead of giving that access keys and all, so what we'll do, we'll create role and we'll attach that role to this EC2 instance. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll stop this EC2. Okay. Go stop this. right? Now get into IAM, create role. Create role. Okay, so now it is asking you are creating role for your internal AWS service, or you are creating role for other AWS account, or you are creating role for web identity or SAML or customer for what you are creating. This thing I'll explain you. This is there in coming slide. Right now we are creating role for our services only, right? Like EC2 Lambda. That's why I'm selected AWS service. Oh, now next thing, select which service. So just on click EC2. Now I'm creating this role for EC2. Okay, so here allow EC2 instance to call AWS services on your behalf. Next, okay. Now what permissions, what service, okay, EC2 should call. I'll give S3 full access. Okay, Amazon S3 full access. Okay. Role name, demo EC2, allow EC2 instance to call AWS service on your behalf. Okay, if you guys see here how this role works, I've told you, right? STS assume role. Okay, they might ask you in interview, like if they ask in role and how it works in the background, or how roles assume is, it follows STS assume role. So it follows security token service, right? And then create role, right? So now I have created roles. Okay, let's go and attach this role to our EC2. So how do you attach? There's two ways. While launching instance also you can attach, right? So if you have already launched instance, right, you can attach that instance as well. So click which one is, yeah, test one, actions, under security, modify IAM role. Okay, so here it is showing no IAM role. Okay, just refresh and then what was the name I've given? Demo EC2, right?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, demo EC2.
Yeah, it was demo.
Demo. Now I have attached this role to EC2, right? So if you see this, okay, now I've created role with S3 access and I've attached this role to EC2, right? Now we'll start this EC2. Now we'll see whether this works or not. Okay. So the way you connect, okay, if you want your resources to talk, you need to install AWS CLI. Okay, CLI is a command line interface. It's a programming language, guys. Okay, so services should have this CLI, right, to talk to other services. So this is the command to install AWS CLI, sudo yum install AWS CLI. So you might ask, why do we need to install? Because through this only they will talk. It's a programming language. If you give this CLI, then only they'll talk. All right. So my EC2 is running. Let's connect. All right. Okay, let's connect. Next, okay, we should follow this command. Only 3 steps is there. First is sudo yum install AWS CLI. Okay, first we'll install this. Right, it's already installed, it seems. Then we'll do AWS configure. Okay, we'll give this command, second command, AWS config. Okay, once you give enter, so it is asking access key. right? So access keys are nothing but it is asking basically username and password. Since you have created role, you don't have to give anything. Just click enter, enter, enter. All right. So again, the last command, now you give this AWS S3 LS. Okay, AWS S3 LS my S3 bucket. So you give your S3 bucket. Okay, if you want to see what is there in your S3 bucket, just copy this S3 bucket name, right? And then paste. Yes. Did you guys see this?
Yeah.
Now so from my EC2, I'm talking to S3 bucket. See, these two files I can see. So like this, you have a lot of Linux commands. You can create file, you can delete file, you can copy this file, right? You can please practice it. I've shown you the root path, right? How to do and all. So you just have to play with commands. Isn't it?
Can we?
Yeah.
Can we get those commands?
Yeah, I'll paste it here in the chat. This is very simple. Okay, only 3 commands. So I paste it in chat, right? So this is for listing S3 bucket. So if you want to, put bucket, if you want to put objects in bucket, you have other commands. You will get it in Google.
Okay.
Just follow. So see how it makes our works easier, right? So if roles wasn't there, you need to create a credential. You need to give credential to EC2. And what if this EC2 gets hacked? And then that hacker will get into your AWS account. So here, excuse me, your hacker cannot get into this because he doesn't have any credential only, right? How can you get in? We have attached role that is also temporary. This role will expire after 1 hour. Did you guys see this? Any doubt, guys? Understood? Others? Please follow the steps, watch the recording and do it. If you guys don't do it, for sure you will forget.
What if hackers comes within an hour?
No,
In
they
between.
can't. So here you don't have any room to get in, no? Right? How will they get in? You are using your roles. So it's something.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are not giving any credentials at all.
Okay, got it.
So so how hackers can come if the credentials are leaked, then only they can get in, right?
Yes. There's no
So we are not
possibility.
using credit. Yeah, there's no possibility. That's the power of roles.
Good.
All right. So if you see, you can see. So just go and create a bucket. It's okay. It's just a single step, guys. If you go to bucket, right? Create bucket. Only give name. Give a demo bucket, and then create. Don't touch anything. Don't touch anything. Just create bucket. It is free of cost. Create bucket and upload objects inside bucket. Any object, just upload your files, your notepad files, right? So if it's a let's say,
Okay.
right, it's very easy. Just upload
So
and
we can
practice.
we
See,
can upload our own created stuff.
See, I've
in the
uploaded
bucket.
my PAN card also. Just for demo purpose, right? You can upload
Okay.
anything, right? So
it will go to your EC2 instance.
yes. So then you create EC2 instance, follow these steps, and then for sure you can talk to your S3 bucket from EC2.
Okay.
All right.
It's like you're talking to your folder, whatever in the computer.
Yes, correct. Any doubt here? Others? Dashan, Gajanan, Mumtaz, Shivam. Clear, right? Yeah.
नहीं सर क्लियर
Yeah. So please practice करके आना.
ठीक है सर
We'll try our best.
Okay. What we'll do? I'm thinking to keep game day on Monday. Can you get so on
Sure.
EC2 load balancer, auto scaling, and IAM roles? Can you guys participate?
Yeah.
if you guys don't read and come, for sure you cannot do anything because I'll not be there. I'll just give you question and we'll be seeing your screen. You guys need to launch in front of me. Is that okay for others? Darshan,
Yeah, okay.
Gajan?
Yeah, ready.
Everybody will share the screen at a time, or
No, I'll ask you. So for okay, I'll tell you the instruction, right? So what
मुझे
I'm
मत पूछो सर, इतना हिम्मत नहीं कर सकती मैं।
करना है, गलत होगा तो भी ट्राई कर लो, कुछ नहीं होगा। तो what we'll do is right, so let's say for example I'll give you first question. Okay, I'll give you first question and I'll give you time. Or say what the
okay.
Right, so first question I'll give you, launch Ubuntu instance with T3 micro and with keypass, right? Give EC2 name, something easy to name, Travelex I'll give. Okay. So I'll give you maximum time is 4 minutes. Within 4 minutes, someone should do the fast and show it to me. So whoever does it in the first time with no error.
Okay.
Will be the winner. Like that, I'll give you multiple questions. This is only for EC2, right? So we have a load balancer, we have auto scaling. So whatever I have taught you on that only I'll ask.
Everybody has to do it.
Yes,
This
everybody.
first. Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'll not be teaching anything. I want you guys to do it in front of me.
Sure.
Don't be absent, guys. Others. One day.
It will be fun, I guess.
It will be really fun.
Yeah, right.
No, really, it will be fun. I have done with my other batches. I got very good positive reviews. They said actually we learned a lot. We learned a lot through this game day, or else we would have not learned anything.
You will
This
face, I mean, you will face.
actually, if I'm not doing practice, that time this is exam where what
Correct.
your
Yeah.
level come.
You will face in the real time and they will ask
Exactly.
you to
Yeah.
get
No,
this
once you
thing done.
do the real time, no, once you're able to launch, then you will never forget it.
Yes.
Right.
So that's why please practice and come. And can anyone inform in your group, in WhatsApp group, the same thing? Wakas, can you inform to Leela and all?
Sure.
Right? Just a copy, I mean, just whatever I said, same thing you mentioned in the group, or right? So
Is
that
there any
they
WhatsApp
should,
group for our batch?
I don't know. Check with the
No,
organizer.
I don't think so. There's no group.
Is
No,
it?
there is no group.
Oh, okay. I'll ask
Yeah.
organizer to send to everyone, right? He will send you message.
Okay.
What all you need to prepare and come, so that nobody should say we were not aware of it. That's
Right.
it. Okay. So if you are in touch with any others also, please inform. I think only Leela is missing, right? Rest all is there. Shivaraman is there. Darshan is there.
On the WhatsApp chat, I'm not sure if I'm there. I don't have
All
a
right.
WhatsApp group.
All right. Here they will get in touch with you guys. Okay. I'll ask them to inform each and every individual.
Okay.
Right. And then what we'll do some basic Terraform scripting, right? So what I'll do, I'll show how to launch EC2, same thing. Okay. So how to launch our EC2, right? Or how to launch S3 bucket through Terraform script, right? That we'll be doing at the end of the session, because first you need to be aware of AWS, right? Once you know AWS completely, then you can try with new service. Terraform is completely new. Okay, it's not like AWS.
Is it a third-party application?
So
Not.
it's a cloud neutral. Using Terraform, at the single click, you can launch EC2, right, in multiple accounts in AWS.
Oh, that's good.
Are we covering that in this class?
Not in this class, at the later, once we cover everything, right? So then
Okay,
I'll show you, because now if I show you how to launch S3 bucket, you guys don't know what is S3 bucket.
Yeah.
Till you guys need to learn, right? So once we complete AWS, then I'll show you Terraform scripting. So now if you see here, this is one account, right? If I want to create EC2 in other account, I need to sign out, sign in, and so, but in Terraform, it doesn't happen. If you give the number of accounts and if you click launch, at a single click, it will launch EC2s in 10 to 15 accounts.
Even for the different clouds?
Yes, it's a
provided as
cloud
well?
neutral. Yeah, it's a cloud neutral.
Okay.
I'll teach you in the end of the session. For that, you guys
Okay,
need to attend all the AWS class.
Sure.
All right. So see you on Monday for the game day. All the best for
Right.
everyone.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. So you asked about VPC, auto scaling, load balancer.
yeah, everything. So till
Fourth,
today's
fourth topic, na? They are fourth topic.
Yeah, till today's class.
Yeah.
Till today, I have to show you a
Yeah.
role also, right? So till today's class, I'll ask everything: auto scaling, load balancer, right?
All right.
I'll
Thank you.
ask you. Yeah, in between the mock questions, will also I'll ask. All right, guys.
Yeah,
See you on
thank you.
Monday. All
Yeah.
the best for everyone.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Repeat
Thank you,
the
Atul.
post. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Have a good
Okay.
day.
Yeah, you too. Bye, guys. Take care.
थैंक यू हैप्पी वीकेंड सर
Yeah, you too, Mumtaz. Prepare करके आना.
सर मेरे को लैंग्वेज प्रॉब्लम है सर बीच बीच में मेरे को तेलुगु बात आती है आपको समझ में नहीं आती
नहीं तेलुगु अंडरस्टैंड होगा मेरे को.
आता आपको తెలుగు వచ్చా
हाँ
మీకు తెలుగు
हाँ
చెప్పండి క్లాస్ చెప్పండి ఒకటైతే
Hello. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Nobody joined today.
Yeah, I will join. Wait for 5
morning.
Morning, Vakas. You know the reason why they did not join. Anyway,
even so, I am also not prepared.
It's
okay.
payday today.
Anyway, I'll continue the classes, right? So once everyone is there, then we'll do that demo session, right? I mean, the game day. All right. So let me share my screen and do the quick recap. You guys have got slides for load balancer and VPCs, right? Wakas and Gajanan?
Yes, sir. We know load balancer and PPC and as well as auto scaling.
Yes, I just saw it. VPC, EC2 and load balancer.
Yeah. You got the slides, right? So
Yeah.
keep that slides whenever, I mean, if you want any notes, you can go through it. It's very easy to understand. Even for the interview, it will help you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we discussed about IAM, right? So last class we
Correct.
talked about IAM. So what is IAM? Why do we use IAM? So basically IAM is a identity access management, right? So using IAM, what do we maintain in AWS cloud?
Authentication and authorization.
Exactly. So we'll take care of authentication and authorization. So in IAM, we have identities and resources.
Yeah.
So which identities, like which user has which access, authentication and authorization. This is the main thing. So one more thing, what IAM follows is least privileged access, right? Least privileged access. It should follow least privileged access. That means any user should get only, right, only what he wants, specifically exact specific words we need to mention. That's the main essence of IAM, right? So in IAM, what are the concepts we learned? Um, we learned about users, right? Groups, roles, policies. What do you mean by roles, guys?
It's just a temporary access to get into the resources.
Exactly,
And
very good. So the roles as a temporary access, we'll get to the resources. So we can create role and we can attach to any identities as well as the resource as well. Okay, so advantage of roles is we don't have to give any credentials in that. Okay, so then we talked about policies. What are the different types of policies we have? One is AWS and then custom policy and then inline
inline.
policy, right? So I believe you guys remember these policies. So
Yeah.
AWS is just the default which is given by AWS and the custom one which we take AWS and we do some changes, right? So and then inline. So you guys know how to read the policies, right? So what do you mean by effect in the policy? What does this effect contains? So it contains only two words, right? So if you are
Deny or allow.
allow, exactly. So in the JSON document, it contains either allow or deny, right? And then action means
Action, what is the roles?
action means API calls. What API
Oh,
calls
okay.
is this resource allowed? Is this identity is allowed? Okay, effect, actions, right? And then we have condition statements. That's it. Okay, these are the main, very easy to remember policies. Okay, so if you know these three, you can play with the policy. You can deny, you can start with deny. Let's say you can deny everything here. Okay, you can deny all the S3 action, and in the condition statement, you can mention except. Okay, in the conditions is just mention except admin IP, admin user. Okay, if you do like this, so except for this admin user, for everyone this S3 will be blocked. Okay, if you start with deny. Okay, that's you can play once you get to know, once you learn the policy as well. Okay, and then okay, so we discuss about the policies, right? So what did we discuss after that? What is inline policy? Why do we use it? What is the difference between roles and inline policy?
Inline policy basically to add some additional authorization to the user, to the
Yes.
on a previous defined policy, we just add some.
Right. So in roles means you can create roles, right? Right. You can create roles. It's like a template. Okay. You can create roles, keep it and attach to any users. Right. Whoever user comes, you can attach and you can remove. But inline policy, it's not a template. It is just that now Wakas has a permission to S3, right? We are giving some extra permission to him like this. Some extra permission, like if he wants to talk to ECT, we'll attach him extra. So inline policy is directly embedded to either to user or group. Please remember it. Either to user or groups. Only these, for these two you can attach inline policy. Roles you can attach to EC2, right? You can attach to user. You can attach to anyone roles. Okay, but inline policy, it is directly embedded into to user or group. So once this user deleted, even this inline policy gets deleted. But in the role, it doesn't happen like that. Even if this user gets deleted, a role this will be there. Right, that's the major difference. Please remember this. And then what did we talk about? Yeah, we saw the demo of how to create roles and how we can play with EC2, right? How EC2 talk with S3 roles, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that is did you guys try, anyone? Okay, if you haven't tried, just try it whenever you're free, right? So it will help you. Okay, so these documents today I'll share. Just see what is the advantage of attaching roles. All right, so this is what we have done yesterday. I mean the Friday. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the main cross account access demo now. Okay, so you can call this as a small implementation as well, right? So if you are into some startups and all, you might need to go and implement this. Okay, so if you are in MNC or if you are in a very big company, the other people will, apps team will do it. Cloud Ops engineer, you just have to cross verify. You just have to, approve this. Okay, but here I'll show you how to do this. Okay, so what is this cross account access? Okay, why is this getting famous? Why? Okay, so what is this cross account means? So, um, now this is your production account. All right, this is your prod account, and this is your dev account. Okay, so when I say account, it means VPC, subnets, load balancers, everything, including everything will be there inside one. This is your AWS account. This is a dev AWS account. Now, in prod account, let's say this project belongs to Zomato. Okay, this is Zomato's project. All right. Now, since you guys know how every day they need to be updated, right? So any new thing comes, they need to update it and they need to analyze their users, right? What they are liking, and they need to update their UI, user interface, right? So developers need to know real-time changes. Developers who is working, they need to have real-time changes. Now, in Zomato, in prod account, you mean it's a live account, right? It's a live account. So when I say it's a live account, so whenever user orders anything, like if anything they order, if they are searching their application, right? If they go into their browser, so all the data will be coming into the prod account. From here it distributes. Okay, so when the data coming to here, so what Zomato has done, they have created an S3 bucket here. They have created one S3 bucket and here in S3 bucket they have stored their all main user datas. Okay, so let's say now Vakas is there, so related to Vakas, so okay, which restaurants he has ordered more, right? What kind of food he has ordered more, all kind of data, right? Kind of that data they'll store it in prod main live account, right? Now not only Vakas, so any other users, right? They'll be having those kind of information. Now dev people need that requirement, right? So they need that user data to develop on that. So they need to develop they need to write some coding, and then based on that they need to generate UI. Now, so to do that, dev people need this S3 access. Okay, now there's a user here. Okay, so there's one user here, the developer, so he need this S3 access. Okay, so now since it's a prod account, right? When it's a prod account, there are a lot of important informations, right? Not this here, this S3 you might use it only for the user data, but there are other bank balances, right, related to finance. So many critical data will be there. Now if the developer wants to access this S3, initially, I mean, previous in all, how we used to do, we used to create IAM, or we need to create first, get access for this developer. We'll create username and password, if you guys remember, right? Before the cloud and all. So if you want to access this, we need to create a username and password. We'll take the manager's approval, and then we'll give this username and password, and then developer guy comes here and he can go, but he'll have access to anything, right? And then he can go and take. Here, if you see, if you give this username password of this prod account, it is not following defense in depth model, right? So what is defense in depth model? I told you, right? AWS always follow defense in depth model, right? It has to give limited data access. he needs S3 access only. So why do we have to give entire account? We don't, right? We don't have to give this entire account. So AWS follows on that defense in depth model and least privilege access. That's why they have come up something with called cross account access. Okay, so what it does it? So here you will create a role. Okay, so in your prod account, you create a role with this role will be having a S3 access. This role will be having a S3 access, and then this role. Okay, so if developer wants to come here, this developer, okay, here we'll create a one more customer managed policy along with this role STS assume. Okay, and then okay, we'll attach this customer managed policy to this developer guy, whoever it is. Okay, so we'll, as of now, we'll keep it Gajanan. All right, so if Gajanan is a developer in the dev, okay, we'll create a custom managed policy. We'll create a role with S3 access. Okay, so when Gajanan, when we attach this, okay, to Gajanan, so he can come and he can switch his role. He can switch his role, and then he can take the access whatever he want. He can get the access. Okay, so I'll do this in demo now. Okay, then you guys will understand how it works. This is the most used scenario in IAM, guys. So in recent days, people all these days they were not because they were still new to cloud. They weren't aware of this much. Now people are getting to know more about cross account access. So if you learn, definitely you will get the chance, okay, in your day-to-day job to implement this. Okay, all right. Shall we start our demo? Any doubt here till here, guys?
No, sir. We have to create one role, one temporary access. After that, we create one role. We attach access to role, and that after any person can able to access the resource.
Yeah, not any person, only that person which you attach this customer managed policy.
Alright.
So he can switch roles. Yeah. So how to create this, how to switch roles, that and all, I'll show it to you now. So this theory is understood, right? If you understand the theory, then only you will understand.
Got it. We have a role.
All right, all right. Let's get in then. Right. So here I have mentioned step. Okay. So here we have just ignore this 1 1 1 1 2 2. So we have prod account and dev account. So what is the first step is create IAM role. Okay, in prod account with right permissions and establish trust relationship with AWS account. Okay. So we need to create a IAM role with giving S3 access. So let's get into IAM, our first step. All right, so here I am. Before that, all right, let me create a role first. Okay. So here it is asking for whom you need to create a role, whether it's AWS service or AWS account, web identity, SAML or trust policy. What do I need to select here?
AWS service, our account.
Yes. So, okay, so since we this is the main account, right? And we have this is the main account here only we are doing. That's why we have selected this account, right? So if you want, then you have option of selecting another account. You just have to give another account ID. Right now we'll keep it the same account. Okay, these are the option. If you want, you can give MFA and external ID. So external ID means something like if you select, there will be external ID you will give. So whenever that user is connecting, he needs to give that ID. Okay, something like that. These are the option, not mandatory. Right now I have selected AWS account and then this account. Next, click on next. So here, what permissions you need to give. So for this, I'm gonna give S3 full access, Amazon S3 full access. If you see here, okay, he have S3 star. Star means what? He can do any API action. He can delete, he can list, he can put, he can write, whatever you want, whatever the action, everything he can do. Everything is allowed here. All right, these permissions I'm attaching to the role. So attach this. Then click on next. Role name, what should I give? So here I've given prod S3 access role. All right, so our role is ready now. Okay, we have created a first step, role is ready. That means this role we have done. Now, second step is, grant user permissions to assume that. Okay, so we have to grant users from other account permissions to assume this role. So how do they assume this role is by creating a customer managed policy, allowing access to call STS assume role. Okay, so let me show you how to do it. Go to policies, create policy. Okay, so here what we need to give is we have to give STS assume role. Yeah, so just click on STS, right? Click on this STS. Actions is give all actions, right? So here it is basically asking us to select the ARN. Okay, so we have to give the role ARN. What is the ARN of that role? So where can we find that ARN, guys? What do you mean by ARN?
Amazon resource.
Amazon resource name, right? So we are limiting that access. Okay, we are limiting this STS assume role only to that role.
User. Yeah,
yes, to only to that role. Okay, user we cannot because we are switching the roles here, right? So we are adding the role. Okay, click on add ARN. So either if you know all the details, you can manually fill it. If you don't know, just click on text. Okay, they are saying ARNs of any format like this. Okay, just paste it here is the thing. So where can you find it? Same here. Go to IAM. Just now we have created role, right? What is that role name? Prod S3 access. Okay, so if you click on that role, here only you have see that ARN. Just copy and paste it here. See, as simple as that. So this is the ARN format. If you see ARN, AWS, IAM, okay, account name, role, and role name. That's it. Add ARN. Cool. Okay, so then next, okay, policy name, what you can give. Prod S3 access policy. Previously I've given prod S3 access a role, right? Now I'm giving prod S3 access policy. All right, guys. Right. So what did I do now? So I've created a role with S3 access, and then I've created a customer managed policy, right, with STS assume role. Okay, this policy will assume this role. Okay, so we have done it through STS service. Okay, service. What do you mean by STS, right? I have explained your service token service. I mean the token service I have explained, right? Security token service. Okay, using that it will assume that role. That what we have created this customer manage. So we have created a role, and we have make this role to get in this customer managed policy. Now only thing is you need to assign this customer managed policy to any user. Whoever wants to access this S3, we'll just have to attach this. That's it. All right. So let's do it now. Okay. Now let's create a user. Okay. First, I think our Gajanan user is already there. Okay. Okay. Let me first, what we'll do. So Gajanan user already is there. Now, what we're gonna do is first we'll attach him only the EC2 permissions. Okay, we'll attach him only EC2 permission and then see whether he'll get. Okay, these are my S3 bucket, guys. Right. So this is the S3 bucket. Okay, these are my production S3 bucket. If you see this whiteboard, this is my production S3 bucket. Now he should be able to see this. Okay, how do we do this is now we are into user. Okay, so in real time what you will do is, so if any new user is coming, you can add it to the group. Okay, you can do it, you can create a group. Okay, dev group, right? You can create a dev group and attach this policy, right? And then you can add users. In real time, that's how to do it. Now I'm just adding directly to user. So now Gajanan is there. Now what I need to add here in the permission?
A role S3.
What?
S3, we had created none role S3.
I need to add role. What I need to add for Gajanan user? It's there in the diagram only.
The role that we create.
A role you have created, na sir, S3 role, full access.
Not role, customer managed policy I need to attach. Okay, so we have created just now, we created customer managed policy with assuming that role, no? So we just have to attach this customer managed policy. In that role is already there. That's what we have done STS. Okay, so now we are adding that customer managed policy to Gajanan, that user. All right. So what is that name we are given? Prod S3 access policy. Okay. Click on, this is that policy I've selected, and then next, then add permissions. All right. So now we have added permissions. Okay. Now we have given that role. So now Gajanan, when we log in from Gajanan's account, he should be able to see the prod account. Right. So you should be able to see this prod account. You should be able to see the prod S3 account because Gajanan has all your S3 access. If you see, he has all S3 actions. Okay, he can do whatever he want. He can using that role, he can do it. Now let's log in as Gajanan. Okay, so I need to open another account to shift. So I'm gonna open. All right. So first we'll do the typical way, that is giving username and password. And now this here we'll give IAM user. Have to give the main account ID. Where is that main account ID? This is thing. or you can get it from here as well. Click on next, and the IAM username is Gajanan. Password. All right. So now I've logged in as a Gajanan user. Okay. Now I have logged in as a dev user. Right. So Gajanan has this policy attached. He has the now S3. So let's see. We'll go and access those S3 buckets. You don't have permission to list buckets. Why? We have given everything. We have created user, we have attached policy, we have again S3 access policy. So we should be able, Gajanan should be able to see these buckets. Right.
We
So
have
why?
to give the permission from IAM. That's after that anyone can access.
I didn't get you.
हाँ एक्सेस करना होगा IAM रोल में गजानन को, तब जाके एक्सेस कर पाएंगे।
IAM रोल पे एक्सेस करना मतलब रोल अटैच है ना
पॉलिसी
ऑलरेडी।
है ना वहाँ पे, पॉलिसी
I've attached a policy.
अलाउड, हाँ यहाँ पे अलाउ है।
हाँ STS है, assume रोल है, STS सर्विस है ना, एक्सेस रोल भी अटैच है। What could be the error? This is the troubleshoot. Why even though we have done everything, why he is unable to? Guys, can you try? Guess the answer, even if it's right or wrong, doesn't matter. Wakas, Sumit, Darshan. What could be the error? Why is he not getting it? Others, are you there?
Trying to think.
Okay.
Trying to figure it out.
All right. So as I told you, right? So in the beginning of the class, so instead of if you give username and password, he'll have get access to everything. So what we're gonna is we're gonna do the switch roles. Okay. So we will not log in. We'll just give switch roles. So he just have to switch the role. That's it. Okay. So how we can do it is go to Gajanan account. Okay. Can you see your switch role?
Yes.
Okay. Click on switch role. Okay. Switch role. Here we need to give the account name. Okay. So to which account you are switching? So here which account you have given? This account, right? So in this example, this is the same account. Okay. In real time, you might get different accounts. So you just give that account name and the role prod S3 access role, right? This is correct. The spelling should be proper. Prod S3 access role. Okay. So this is not mandatory. Just give any name. Now we'll do switch role.
Is it case sensitive?
Yeah, we need to give a proper name. Okay. Is this correct? Yeah. Given green, let's do switch roles. Yes. So it will show like this. Okay, now if you give refresh, I think you should be able to get in now. Yeah. So now we have done the switch roles. Okay. See, can you see these buckets now? These are the same buckets, right? Yes. So if you see here, there's a role name here now. Gajanan name is not there. So we are using this role. We have got access to our prod account. So this is how they do it, guys. Okay, even in we are also doing the same way. Now I'm a cloud security engineer, right? So now let's say anything happens in any other any prod account, dev account, right? Any account, if any problem happens, if I need to do the threat hunting, what I'll do is we'll be having the roles. We'll just first sign in as admin user, and then we need to switch the roles. So by default they'll be creating all the roles initially. Okay, S3 access role, okay, EC2 access role they'll be creating, and then we need to switch the roles. So now if you see here, they are following least privilege access. Now using this role, I can only get access. Okay, you want only S3 bucket, right? Okay, do whatever you want with S3. Whatever data you want, you take it. See, everything you can see it. But now if you want to go to the EC2, will this be allowed? No. Why is it taking longer time? So it's just checking whether this role has access to EC2 or not. It is checking. See, did you see the error?
Yeah.
So
बहुत
that's
error है.
so that's how it works, guys. Okay, that's how it followed least privilege access. AWS has followed least privilege access now. But this user, he only wants to talk to S3 bucket. We have only given S3 access. Same way when admin guys come, okay, if he wants to verify only EC2, we'll give him only EC2. So we'll create a roles and we'll give him the cross account access. Just a second, guys, getting a call. Hello. So is it clear, guys? Wakas,
Yes.
Gajanan.
Yes.
Yeah, clear, sir. We have to specify the roles and list of the whatever you want to access. Then after we will
Yeah.
access.
So
And
you
other
guys,
thing we have to in account ना we have आपने भी किया लास्ट में नहीं हो रहा वो आपको करना होगा
केस सेंसिटिव प्रॉपरली देना है.
रजिस्टर.
तो अभी मैंने समझो अभी मैं रोल किया हूँ सिर्फ S3 के लिए. आप लोग खेलो इससे समझो कि आप EC2 को दे दो, लोड बैलेंसर है उसका एक्सेस डालो, वो रोल क्रिएट कर दो, कस्टमर मैनेज क्रिएट कर दो और एक यूजर क्रिएट. इट टेक्स सी
सर
हार्ड.
मैं बोल रहा था कि लैब का कोई पीडीएफ है क्या जिसे हम जान लीजिए लोड बैलेंसर का या ऑटो स्केलिंग का कोई
नहीं है उतना, वो रिकॉर्डिंग से देखना पड़ेगा.
रिकॉर्डिंग से.
इसलिए हम लोग लाइव क्लास लेते हैं ना. For main this reason only we take live class. Okay, while doing lab
नहीं
you guys should concentrate.
मैं बना रहा था बीपीसी का भी लैब कर रहा था और ऑटो स्केलिंग का भी लैब बट कुछ वीडियो नहीं देख रहे थे हम जैसे ही बना रहे थे.
हाँ. तो
मैं नहीं
इसलिए मैं इसमें भी आपके साथ देख के लाइव में ही पूछता हूँ, कोई डाउट रहे तो पूछ लो करके. नो प्रॉब्लम, आप बना दो कल, कोई डाउट आएगा तो. सो गाइज इफ यू सी हियर इन द बैकग्राउंड दिस इज हाउ इट हैपेंस. ओके, operation user request access to the role. Background call is made to the AWS security token service assume role API for the prod S3 access role. Okay, so if it will check that role whether it has a assume role. Once it gets that assume role with S3 access, then only it will give us the access. Clear? That's how it works in the background. All right, so you guys practice this. Any doubt, let me know, and then in one of our class I'll ask you to do it again.
Okay.
right? So these are the main things in IAM, right? But I'm going to teach you, as I told you, this is one of the important service and you guys need to have a deep dive knowledge. That's the essence of this course, right? So I'm going to give extra new, whatever the new feature has introduced. Okay. So one of the other feature is, right? Okay. So here, if you see here, we have something called access analyzer. So what is access analyzer is, so once you create this access analyzer, you just have to add your resources. Okay, here in this. Okay, it will just create a boundary, or you're just creating a boundary and you're adding your resources. Okay, so basically what they're saying is here. Sorry. So once you create the access analyzer, you're just creating a boundary, and this inside this access analyzer, what you can do, you can add all your resources, your S3 bucket.
Excuse me. सर आपने बताया ARN का काम, what is mean ARN and why we use ARN? I understand ARN, we are giving the adding the roles, particular users like ARN is there, so we are adding ARL ID, that's why we are able to access. So I
अभी
want know.
या तो अभी आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम है गजानन।
अभी क्यों गजानन रखा है आपने, मतलब क्यों आपका नाम रखा है? क्योंकि
मेरे
अभी मैं समझो नहीं
मेरे
नहीं
रखा है मुझे आइडेंटिफाई के लिए।
नहीं आइडेंटिफाई के लिए अभी समझो वकास आपको बुलाना है और मैं आपको बुलाना है, कैसे बुलाना है? गजानन करके ही बुलाना है ना? तो वैसे ही हर एक AWS रिसोर्सेस को अब S3 बकेट एक सर्विस है। ओके अगर तुम कंप्यूटर को कैसा मालूम होगा कि एग्जैक्टली मैं यही बकेट को बुलाना है, यही यूजर को बुलाना है, तो उसका नाम है ARN, मतलब Amazon Resource Name. So using that ARN only you can call other services.
Sorry.
You get it right? So अभी देखो, अभी ये मेरा 1 2 3 4 डेमो बकेट है, इसका भी ARN है, इसका भी ये नाम है, समझे? That's why ARN is very important.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so by default they will create and give. Okay, but ARN will be used in this way. All right, so everything will be having their name. All right. Okay, so what I was saying is, let's get back to the topic. Okay, so now if you create access analyzer, so you'll create a boundary. So here you will put all your resources, your S3 buckets, load balancers, okay, your lambdas, whatever you have your resource. So once you put all your resource in this, so this access analyzer will be monitoring day to day, every day it will be monitoring. So it will be seeing their access. Okay, so in a day, how many users are coming, how many users are going, okay, who all the repeated user. So it will be observing. So if any new thing happens, if it finds any new user is logging in, any malicious user is trying to access, immediately it will give you the alert. So as soon as you get the alert, you can work on it. Okay. So before they get into any of the, if the hackers want to get into this, before they do anything, you will get that notification. That's how the access, still people are not much aware of it, but if you learn it and go, it will be very helpful in the interview, even in your job as well. Okay. Everything is here, just go to it. And then now I have created a user. Now my Gajanan user is there. So in a company, if you see, there are a lot of users. Okay. How will they get to know that whether this user is active or not? Okay, whether this user is really there or not? Okay, whether is he working in the company, or whether does he really need this access? Now, if you see for Gajanan, we have given the permission of customer manager, right? So whether that Gajanan is really using it, right? So if you see your work email, you guys will get your VDI emails, right? I don't know whether you guys get it or not. If you don't use it for more than 3 months, right? If you give a gap for 1.5 or 2 months, you will get a mail, right? You are not using your VDI, we're gonna stop it, right, guys? So how will they get to know is we have something called Access Advisor. Okay, so here if you enable it, okay, so here you can see what all services this Gajanan has it. Okay, so when did he last access it? So if it shows like more than 3 months, more than 4 months, immediately they'll contact this user. You can contact this user and you can talk and you can delete it. That we can make it through Access Advisor. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, sir. For notification.
Yeah, if you see this one more user, Adil admin, if you go to Access Advisor, here you can see what policies this Adil has it. Okay, so these are the permissions I have it. This user has it, but not accessed in the tracking period. Okay, so it shows, so it's been many days, more than 3 months. All right, that's the importance of Access Advisor. And then this all Access Analyzer, you can make it. And then we have something called credential report. Okay, so what do you mean by credential report is basic, very simple, guys. Now we have users, right? So here we have only 2 users. Okay, let's say there are 100 of users, 200, 300, 500, 1000 users. So each user you want to know whether they have used their keys, access keys, whether they have changed their password, all the user report. You can get it in credential report. Just go and click on download credential report. You will get everything. Okay, that user key is rotated or not, whether they have changed the password or not, whether are they using the old password. So when did they last change their password? Everything you can see it here in credential report. Right. So then we have something called service control policy. So this I need to explain in other topic. We have something called AWS organization. There I'm going to explain the service control policy. If I tell you now, you guys won't understand. Right. So see, if you see here, it is related to AWS organization. All right. Okay. So now we have your name something called corporate directory and web identity. So what's the difference between corporate identity and web identity is corporate directory federation means now many people are from on-prem, they're coming to cloud, right? So in on-prem, they might be using their own third party or some the username and password. Okay, so they have a lot of users and they're using their own use. Now they're coming to cloud. So that employee will be having his work every day to work in cloud services. Now without changing that his old username and password, how can you do it? What is the way is we can do it through corporate directory federation. Okay, that is nothing but like your SAML. So if you are using SAML, you can use same, or if you are using your Microsoft AD, right? If you are using the Microsoft sign in, right? You can keep it same username and password, and you can just achieve through corporate direct federation. Okay, as soon as you sign in, okay, it will send it to the IAM, and then IAM will give the token. That token will be verified in the your corporate directory. So if this both token matches, then you will get the access to your AWS resources. That's it. This is how it works in the background. If they ask in interview, so if we have users in our on-prem, how will you give access to AWS resource? You can say we can go with corporate directory federation. Okay, there, for example, you have SAML, right? Many of them are using SAML, I guess, SAML or OpenID. And then we have Microsoft, right? All those things you can do it. Then comes our web identity federation. What is this web identity federation means? So if people has OpenID, something like this, Facebook ID, Google ID, right? So if they have this, even that using that also you can log into your AWS resources. Okay, so main
नहीं समझे सर, अभी जो बताया नहीं।
हाँ बोल रहा हूँ.
It's like app ID.
So ये आपका AWS है, AWS कंसोल है. अभी जो यूजर्स है, ये अलग छोड़ दो. अभी जो यूजर्स है उसका गूगल आईडी रहता है, अभी adil.gmail.com. ओके, इंस्टाग्राम रहता है, इंस्टाग्राम आईडी रहता है, फेसबुक आईडी रहता है. तो यूजिंग दैट आईडी also they can log into the AWS console. You can do
Okay,
with that
हाँ,
also. So how do
समझ
you do it?
गया।
Through
Nah,
web
yeah, app
identity
ID, this is
federation.
not app ID like that.
Yeah, it's not app ID. So using this web identity federation. Okay, so the main agenda here is, so AWS just wants to follow the SSO. They don't want to change their username to IAM. They are not making it mandatory. If whatever your old thing, whether if you're coming from old on-prem corporate identity, whether if you have Google or Facebook identity, you can log in directly to AWS. We'll provide that option as well. Okay, so how can you do it? Is we have to do it through Amazon Cognito. Okay, Cognito is one of the service which we're gonna talk about it in the future. All right, so I think that's pretty much about IAM. So I'll share you these slides. There are extra informations here. I want you guys to go through what is the difference between identity based, resource based. Okay, this will definitely help you in the interview. So I've given the scenario based also. So if this is the scenario, what could be the solution? Okay, just read it. These all are theory. I don't want to explain it, right? You guys can self read it. Okay, so then I have talked about MFA. Okay, so what is MFA? So they're not gonna ask about how do you enable MFA, because enabling MFA, each company follows different method. Okay, so if you go here, okay, so this user doesn't have MFA. If you click on enable MFA also, if you see here, there are different method: authenticator, app, security key, hardware token. Okay, so this is a bit complex process. I mean, it requires a lot of information, a lot of things and all. So this they will not ask how do you enable, but they'll just ask what do you know about MFA, how can you do it and all. This just go through this slide. Okay, so everything I have mentioned here, and these are extra tips. Okay, guidelines. So IAM security tools, just now I explained, right? Credential report, access advisor. Please read all those things, guys. Okay, these are very important. Okay, and one important topic that I have missed it, I'll just explain. We have something called permission boundary. Okay, so what is this permission boundary? I'll tell you with the example. You see here, permission boundary not set. Okay. Okay, what they're saying is set a permission boundary to control a maximum permission for this user. Okay, so why they have introduced this? Now, this is your manager account. Okay, this is your manager account. This is the senior employee, and this is your new joined employee. Okay, so if you see your manager account has all the permissions. He needs to see everything, right? So in the manager account, he will have all the access to everything, majority of the. And if you see senior, he will also have more thing, but lesser than manager, right? And the new guy will have lesser than his senior. He will get only to access to one or two resources. Okay. Now this manager has all the access. Now what he can do, he can create his own user, right? He can create a new user with so let's say with S3 access. and he can go to prod account. He can steal the data using this user, right? If you give all that. So in order to avoid this, okay, so how we attach inline policy to give extra permission, we'll attach something called permission boundary. We are giving him boundary. So even though he has 100 of permission, if you attach permission boundary with, let's say in the permission boundary, if you define 10 permissions, okay, only that 10 will be allowed to manager. Is it clear, guys? Are you able to understand?
Information boundary, whatever you are giving the limitation, that only.
Okay, so in the name it's saying permission, okay, but actually you are limiting it. You are limiting the permission. So now manager has 100. Now this manager has 100 actions, more than your senior guy. Okay, he has 100 actions. He can do whatever he wants. That many permissions he has. Now using permission boundary, if you define, okay, only 10 actions should be allowed to manager. If you attach permission boundary, he will get only that thing. Is it clear? That's how permission boundary works. These all are new things, guys. Okay, if you explain in the interview, definitely they will, for sure, they'll be overwhelmed and they're gonna like it. Okay, just go through these blue pages. Okay, these, if you are preparing for the exam, this will help you. So by this, we have completed our IAM. Tomorrow we're gonna talk about new service. Any doubt?
No, we good.
No.
Just need to review it.
Yeah, please do the demo and come. So once everyone are there, I'll take, we'll have that game day session in a one day.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow then.
All right, Alan. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye,
Have a good day.
Vakas. Yeah, you too. Bye, Gajana. Bye.
Bye, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Past 2 days, I have some official work, not able to join on time.
Did you get the recordings yesterday's?
No, I have not viewed yesterday recording, but I have viewed Saturday recordings. I enrolled, assigned to for S3 full access.
Yesterday also we have done some small implementation. Just have a look at it.
Sure, sir. I will review it.
मुमताज
सर
कल क्यों ज्वाइन नहीं किया?
तो मेरे को संडे नाइट शिफ्ट था सर, इसलिए ज्वाइन नहीं की।
पता है आप क्यों ज्वाइन नहीं किया?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वैसा वैसा कुछ नहीं सर, मैं तो आप पे बोले थे ना, वो सब कर ली थी।
ओके ओके
उस वजह से नहीं सर, एक्चुअली मंथली में 2 टाइम हमको संडे नाइट शिफ्ट रहता सर।
ऑल राइट ओके ठीक है। 2 minutes, guys. We'll start. Okay. So, any doubt in yesterday's class? Gajanan, did you go through it? Cross account access. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, audible, sir. Audible, yeah.
Sir, you are not audible.
Yeah. So yesterday we discussed about IAM cross account role. So if you guys have watched or whoever is there yesterday present, right? Did you guys understood? Did you guys give it a try? Any doubt in yesterday's class? I'm asking.
Sir, video did not receive the video. So I tried, but it's unsuccessful. Whenever I will saw video, na, then after we can. We also, yeah, try to do load balancer and VPC.
Okay, okay, good. All right, so let me share my screen. We'll do the recap soon. Yeah, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yesterday what did we discuss means, right? Suppose if we have production account, right? This is a production account and this is our dev account. Okay. Just a second, guys. Some connectivity issue. Okay. So this is my production account and this is a dev account. In the production account, we'll be having a S3 bucket, right? So there will be S3 bucket. Now, if it's a Zomato project or any other, right? If any other famous your project, okay. So if Yeah, so this production account means all the live, it is the live environment, right? Any object coming here, right? Whatever user is coming, all the user data will be stored here, right? Everything will be stored here in this. Okay, now in the development account, the developers will work on the new updates, right? So they need to work on, they need to understand the user model, right? So developer might need access to S3 bucket. So previously, if cross account wasn't there, so what we used to do, we will create a username and password, and we'll give this entire production access to some developer. Okay, if there's a developer here, we'll give this entire production access to that developer. Okay, so that he can come and he can take the bucket. Now, what AWS has come up with? So as I told you, AWS follow defense in depth, right? So they are like, okay, developer wants only S3 access. Why do we have to give him entire access? So why can't we give only that particular access? Okay? That's where we got introduced to cross account role. Okay, this is called cross account role. Okay, the different user from different account can access to this particular account only to the particular resources. Okay, so how did we do it? So we created a role with S3 access, right? First, we created a role with full S3 access, and then we have created customer managed policy with STS assume role. Okay, and then we gave this STS customer managed policy to this user. Now, whenever user wants to access this bucket, so we log in this as a user and we'll do switch roles. We'll do switch roles. Since he has this roles, he can get access to S3 bucket without coming into this bucket at all, without coming into this your production account. Did you guys see how much useful it is in real time? So his user is the dev account only. He just signed into his account. Now, whenever he wants to access S3 bucket, he'll just do the switch roles. Okay. So please go through S3's videos. You can mention that in your resume or in your interview as well. All right. This is the main advantage of cross account. Right. And then we talked about permission boundary, right? Inline policy. What do you mean by IAM federation? Right. What do you mean by Open ID Connect? Everything I have explained in yesterday's video. If you guys haven't watched it, please go and watch it because I cannot explain it again now because there's a lot of topics to cover. All right. So we'll start our today's session. So today we're gonna talk about one of the most and widely used service. Okay, you guys are already know about it. So today I'm gonna talk about S3. What is S3? Anyone? Why it is called S3?
Simple storage service.
Yes, it's a simple storage service, right? So basically S3 is our storage service. Okay, so now you will understand why, what kind of storage service, what kind of storage, and what is the option this has, what are the features it has, right? And how all you can play with this S3 bucket, right? What all you can do with S3 bucket, everything you will learn in this complete entire class. Okay, so we'll start. Okay, right. So as the name itself, it is saying simple storage service. So most popular, very flexible and inexpensive storage. Remember, S3 is it's a free of unlimited storage, right? There's no limitation in the S3. You can store unlimited. However, you will only pay for the data transfer cost. Please remember it. Okay, for storing your data and all, they won't be costing. Okay, and there is no limitation also. It's not like you can store up to 1 TB, 2 TB. No, you can store unlimited of data, but each object you upload, no, that object has a limitation of 2 TB object, not bucket. All right, so store large object using key value approach. Okay, you guys know what is key value. Okay, and then also called as a object storage. This S3 we also call it as object storage. Okay, it provides REST API to access and modify. So it will basically use get object, put object, REST API calls to get any objects in the S3 bucket. Okay, so as I told you, it provides unlimited storage with 4.9 availabilities. Can you guys see it? Here it is a 4.9 and 11.9 durability. That means there's a 0.001% of losing your data. There's no chance of losing data in S3, right? That's why people are storing everything in S3 bucket, right? So it store all file types. There's no, any limitations here. You can store text, binary, backup, and archive, whatever kind of data. For everything you can store S3. You can use S3. So since it's providing all this robust feature and all, so it's your, like, if you're a cloud engineer, right? If you are going into implementation, you should know how to play with S3. Okay, so what I'm going to do along with the console, along with this PDF slide, so I'll go explain all the features one by one. Okay, properties, right? Permissions, management, access points, everything I'll explain in today's class. Okay, so in S3, so there's only two you remember is one is object and bucket. So it's very simple. So this is your S3 bucket. So whatever you put file, okay, if you put any file, video, audio, whatever your data backup drive, your archive files, whatever you put, all these things we call it as object. That's it. This is your bucket. This is your object. Okay. So objects are stored in buckets. Buckets names are globally unique. Okay. So this bucket names, whatever you give, it should be globally unique. Okay. Even in your project, even in your application, same bucket name should not be there. It will not allow at all. Should be globally unique. Okay. Excuse me. Each object is identified by a key value pair. Okay. If you see here, max object size is 5 TB, guys. Even though it stays unlimited storage. Okay. But object size max is 5 TB. Please remember this point. That's why we have highlighted here with a bold. Right. So 5 TB max, you can store up to 5 TB. Let's say you might get a question now. What if my object is 10 TB? If you're uploading a backup drive of your old project, if it's 10 TB, how you gonna do? Very simple, right? You have to go break into 5 TB, 5 TB, right? You have to break and you will upload it as a part upload. When that option is giving by S3. Okay, you will get to know here in coming slides. All right. So any doubt till here in the basics? You guys know what is S3 bucket, why it is most popular, what is its availability and durability. Please remember that word. It is 4.9 availability, right? And it is 11.9 durability. 11.9 means 99.9999. Okay, 4.9 means 99.99. Please remember this. 4.9 availability, 11.9 durability.
ये सब 4.9 एबिलिटी एंड ड्यूरेबिलिटी ये नहीं समझे. एबिलिटी ड्यूरेबिलिटी मतलब कब तक चलेगा?
Availability months, let's say now you will
available.
If you upload here, okay, you will upload your project file here. Okay, even if it's a data outrage, right? Even if there's a network issues, yeah, let's say you'll put this S3 bucket somewhere in any other region. Okay, no matter whatever it is, you will get your file highly available. No matter any region you deploy, you will get your files. That's what AWS is saying. Durability. Okay, so there is no chance of losing your data. Like if any bit patching happens, that you might lose your data, or some data expiration happens, right? Or if hackers come in and get access, right? Even if anything happens also, they will restore your data. That's why they're saying durability.
Right, right.
There's no chance of losing your data. That is why, like, people, most of them in real time, they're using S3 bucket. All right. So now, if this is clear, we're going to talk about its features, right? So first feature is S3 versioning. So as I told you, I'll be showing you along with console. Okay, so that it will be very easy for you guys to remember. Okay, let me log into console. See, creating a S3 bucket, anyone can do it, guys. Okay, so if you just go create bucket, give name, couple of tricks, anyone can do, right? But what is the essence of this course? What is the essence of you guys learning this is you have to learn its features. Okay, what is the features means? See, if you see, just creating bucket. After that, you have to know how to play with the properties of it. What do you mean by versioning? What do you mean by encryption? What do you mean by server access logging? What do you mean by cloud trial events? Why they have given event bridge? What is transfer acceleration? All those things I'll teach you. Okay, all those things you should be knowing. And the permissions, how to play with the permission, S3 bucket permissions, right? How to follow least privilege access, right? And then metrics is just like how many are accessing and all. The management. Okay, so life cycle rules, replication rules, everything I'll teach you. So if you know this, all this 6 tabs, then you will be calling as a perfect cloud engineer, one end-to-end S3 bucket knowledge. That's what I'm going to do in this class. All right, so shall we start our S3 class?
No, start.
All right, yeah, so let's first, I'll show you how to create a S3 bucket. Click on create bucket. Okay, just if you guys see here, your S3 is a global service. Okay, so it is showing as a global, but while deploying, you will deploy in a region. Okay, if you see, it is asking us to select a region. Even though S3 is our global service, we have to select a region while deploying it. Okay, so just give TravelX demo bucket. Okay, region. Okay, let me select the same. Okay, if you have your old bucket, you can copy all that bucket. If you don't have anything, just leave it. Don't touch anything. Okay, just don't touch anything. Just click on create bucket. Right, it's not contain upper characters. Right, okay, see, this is how easy it is. Just click on create bucket and give the name and create. So anyone can create S3 bucket. As a cloud engineer, you should be knowing all those things. Okay, so how to upload object? Very simple. Just click on upload, right? And you can upload whatever files you want from your system, right? Or if you can write your code, whatever you want. See, if you see all my documents, I can upload here. All right. So this is the first way of, this is how we can create a S3 bucket. Okay, at the end of the class, as I told you in Terraform, how can you launch S3 bucket using Terraform script also, I'll show you. Okay. Right, now this is our demo bucket. So first property, what we're going to touch today is S3 versioning. Okay. So what do you mean by S3 versioning? So, and why do we have to create it? Is it protects against accidental deletion. Okay, versioning is optional and is enabled at bucket level. You can turn on versioning on non-version bucket as well. Okay, but you cannot turn off versioning on a version. So basically, okay, so if you go and enable means, so versioning is a means of keeping multiple variants of an object in the same bucket. That means I'll show you. Okay, this is your S3 bucket. Now you have uploaded one code. Okay, you uploaded, developers have uploaded one code, okay, for your new project. Okay, for your new project TravelX, this is your new project. But they have uploaded one code, they have completed only 50%. Okay, today is Tuesday, right? So Tuesday they have uploaded one code, right? So again Wednesday they'll do some job, they'll again upload the same code, right? So what happens when they're uploading is if you enabled versions, it will create a versions, right? It will create a versions like this, so that you will get to know where all the changes have made, what all the new versions have uploaded. Okay, and it provides, if any one version deletes also, you can take back everything. That's the main advantage of enabling bucket version, right? So I'll show you now. Yeah, so I've enabled it, just a single click. So these all will not cost us. So whichever is free, I'll show you, right? So now I'll upload one object. Okay, so let's say the basic. Okay, I'll rock. Okay, rock.log. Right, it's uploaded. Okay, it is uploaded. If you see, I have uploaded one object here. So whatever it's there in S3 bucket, we call it as object, guys. Let it be video files, audio files, we'll call it as a objects. So now I have uploaded one object. Now let's say I'll upload again the same object. Again, same. I think I might. So in real time, if you do some changes and if you upload, okay. So if you click on this, can you guys see here versions? It
Yeah,
has
there are two
created.
versions.
Yeah, it has created. So it will. So if you go on uploading, you can see how your object is evolved. Okay, so you can see at what time it has changed. Okay, if you see the time difference, right? It is 1 second. It is second at 40 seconds. Now again, I'll upload the same thing. Okay, again I'll upload the same thing. Again, you will see it. Okay, so only if you enable versions only you will get it, that option, or else you will not.
So by default, versioning enable.
No, by default it won't be. You have to enable if you need it. As I told you right here in, it is optional.
Yeah.
Versioning is optional. All right. So I have uploaded the same file. So now if you click on file, go to versions. See, one more version. So this is the base one, right? I mean, this thing, and whatever the new versions is created, everything you can see. Okay. So if anyone deletes it also, you will get the other versions. Is it clear, guys? Versioning.
Yes, it's skipping the duplicate as a for it's
No,
skipping
you can
duplicate.
see how many updates have been given to this object. Okay, you can see, right, how many times this object has changed. Okay, so if let's say versioning is not there, okay, how will you get to know whether it is a latest updated or not? Okay, so only if versioning is enabled, if you click on this object, okay, they'll see versions. Okay, when did they update? Okay, it is updated recently, it has updated. They'll see like this. They'll get to know that it is an updated file. That's the advantage of version in real time. Is it clear, guys?
Yeah, clear, sir.
Others? Shivraman, Muntaz?
Clear, sir.
Okay. Okay, so one static website hosting is there. I'll show you at the end of the class, right? For that, I need to explain about the policies. Okay. Now, after versioning, what do we have? We have tags. Okay, we can use bucket tags to store to track storage cost and organize. So it's just that giving a name. That's it. Okay. Yeah. So if you give just tag, okay, I'll give dev. This is a dev bucket. Okay, just giving tags. That's it. If you give the tag, it is very easy to, you know, while seeing in the cost as per the cost perspective, you can track it easily. All right. So that's the purpose of tags. And then encryption. All right. This is something important. Okay. So here they have 3 types of encryption. I'll explain you that. What are this encryption is? So first of all, what do you mean by encryption, guys? I think I have
Hiding the data from readable format.
Yes, making data unreadable, making data the unreadable format, right? So that's what you mean by encryption. Okay, so basically what Amazon S3 bucket, if you enable S3 bucket is, so any hacker, right? If anyone who doesn't have permission, they cannot read this data. Okay, so if you see this, why can I see this object and all? Because I'm the owner of this account. No, I'm the owner. That's why I can see this. Now if you guys log in, you cannot see it. Okay, yeah, that's how it works. So now what is encryption? What are the different types of encryption is? Where is a bucket? Travel X.
-3-.
Okay, so if they ask you to please what are the different types of encryption and how do we use it is, so while for encryption, okay, how encryption happens is, suppose if okay, how encryption happens is, so this data, it will make it as, if it's encrypted, it will be having one key, right? Using that key, it will make this Adil as something like this, right?
Hyperform.
Yes. Okay, it will make first keys to encrypt and it will use again one more key to decrypt. Okay, so again that using that key, they'll decrypt it. Okay, so to encrypt and decrypt, they need some keys. Okay, they need some keys. All right. They're using those keys, they'll encrypt and decrypt. Now, what S3 is giving option here is, so you can use server-side encryption with Amazon S3 keys. That means, what that means, you don't have to worry about this keys for your encrypting, decrypting. You don't have to worry about the keys. AWS will take care of it. It will use, it will automatically encrypt, it will automatically decrypt. You don't have to worry. Where? In SSC S3. Wherein server-side encryption with AWS key management service. Okay, so in this service, what happens? You will get the keys. Okay, you will get to see. You can create your own keys. You can create your own keys using one service called KMS. You can create your own keys, but that key will be inside your AWS only, right? But you will get the visibility of keys. Here you will not get visibility of keys. Please remember it, guys. Okay, in SSC S3, you will not get visibility of keys. S3 only will manage it. S3 only will create keys. It will encrypt. It will decrypt. It will only keep. But if you select server-side encryption with KMS, you will have a visibility over keys. You can see the keys. Okay, and you can use your keys to encrypt and decrypt. Is it clear? Is these two steps clear?
Yes.
Okay. So, and then one more option is dual layer server-side encryption with KMS. Okay, actually there were one more option called customer managed keys. Okay, that means your keys managed by S3, your keys managed by KMS, right? One more is CMK. So CMK means from your on-prem, you will have entire over keys. You can create your keys from your on-prem. You can use your on-prem keys, right, to encrypt and decrypt. But here you have to be very careful. If you lose these keys, for sure your data, S3 bucket, encryption and all, everything lost. AWS is not responsible if you lose, because this is your key, right?
Yes.
What about in KMS keys? Even though if it's our keys, KMS is a AWS service, key management service. It will be in the AWS, right? You can use it. Okay, CMK, which you will be using on your own, you will be
On
creating
disk.
this from on-prem. So we have to be very careful. Okay. Is it any doubt here? So any talk about encryption about S3, please mention these three. Very important. Server-side encryption. Server-side encryption means on AWS level. Okay. Server-side encryption using S3, first option. Second option is KMS. Third option is CMK. Is it clear, guys? Encryption. Any doubt on encryption? Muntaz, Gajanan,
No, sir.
Sivraman. If you guys don't focus, definitely it will be very difficult to understand later. All right. So if you now I've enabled, we have selected. So by default, it will be there, guys. SSCS3. Okay. So by default, it will be enabled as per the new AWS rule. Okay. It will be encrypted. If you want, you can use your KMS keys. So if you select KMS keys, see, it is asking for key ARN. You need to give your keys. That's it. All right. So what all we have covered? Versioning completed, tags completed, encryption completed. Okay. So this is intelligent tiering. This I'll talk in storage class. Okay. Then server access logging. So what do you mean by server access logging? What is this option? Okay, it is very simple, guys. Okay. So now this is your prod S3 production bucket, right? If this is your S3 production bucket, now you might feel, right, someone, you want to know who all is accessing this bucket. Okay, who all is accessing bucket, who all is taking objects from this bucket, right? So you want to see the access log. How can you see it, right, about your bucket? Like your CCTV camera, right? Like your CCTV camera. How can you see it? Is by enabling this.
Hello. It's not audible. Your voice is not coming.
Hello.
Yeah, now coming.
I'm audible, right?
Yeah, now audible.
Yeah. Okay. So you can enable, okay, only if you enable this. Excuse me. So it's very easy, guys. S3, just single click. So if you enable it, you have to give a target S3 bucket. Now, if I give any one bucket, let's say 1231 demo. Okay. So now what it's saying is, so anyone so whoever is coming to this bucket, whoever is accessing object, whoever is going out, like your CCTV logs, everything, all the logs will be stored in this bucket. You can go this bucket and you can see your server access logging. Is it clear about this option?
So only for log purpose, it is using server access login,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Log purpose means for S3, for your this S3 bucket, for your bucket.
Right, S3 for S3 bucket.
Only for S3 bucket. If you want to see whoever is coming around, you can see those logs by enabling it.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, so again, we have something called cloud trial data events. Okay, so this will talk when we talk about monitoring service about cloud trial. Now, if I say, it will be confusing for you guys. Okay, so we'll talk about event notification. So what is event notification is send a notification when specific events occurs in a bucket. That means, so as I told you, this is your prod account. Okay, first, as per the security, you will get to, if you enable server access, you will get to know whoever is come, whoever has gone, right, by going through logs. Now, there's one more option S3 is giving. As soon as any API action done, so API action means put object, right, get object, or delete object inside S3. If anyone deletes this object, right, if anyone put new object, if anything happens, you want to be notified. Your app team, your particular project team, or your developers need to be notified. How? Through something called event notification. So what it is saying, send a notification when specific event occurs in your bucket. This is a very, very, very useful feature, guys. Okay, so if anything happens, immediately we'll get to know. Okay, you can get object. Okay, rest or leave it. Okay, if let's say put, so event types, what event types, if anyone puts anything, I should get to know. Okay, let destination, where you need to send, or whether you need to send to your Lambda function or to your SNS topic or to your SQS queue. Okay, so basically what it is saying is you can send it to Lambda. So what Lambda does is, so if let's say if anyone trying to delete this object, if you send this event to Lambda, okay, here in Lambda you can write a code. Okay, you can write a code. If anyone trying to delete it, you can immediately stop that. Okay, you can immediately stop it, or else you can send it to queues or SNS is something called simple notification service. You can give your organization email ID or phone number, you will get a message, right? Or you can send it to the SQS queues also. These are all the options it has. Okay, so if you give SNS topic, not created SNS topic. If I created, I would have showed that if anyone put any object here, directly I'll get mail. Since I'm the bucket owner of it, I'll get an email that this object is uploaded in your bucket, like that. Is it clear, guys? This is a very useful feature. They will definitely gonna ask. Even if they don't ask, they'll ask you to configure in real time. Is it clear about event notification?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here we can store like Lambda or anywhere.
You can send it to Lambda, SNS, or SQS.
It's a 3 place.
Only 3 place. Okay. So next is something called Amazon Event Bridge. For additional capabilities, use Amazon Event Bridge to build event-driven application to scale S3 using event notification. Okay, so it's similar to your event notification. Event Bridge is a bit costlier, but why? Because it contains, you can do parallel thing at the same time. Okay, if you enable this Event Bridge, okay, on, see, just on. Okay, so it will contain, So if this is your S3 bucket, so now if any one event happens, you will get one event. Okay, you will get one event. But event bridge, what happens? It will create like this, like a bridge. Okay, and you can send it to any other Lambda and all. So here you will have a particular proper messages, proper notification with proper timings in event bridge. If you on, you will get proper entire more details. But also you should be know that it's a bit costlier event bridge. That's it. It's almost same as your event notification. Only thing is you will get more details in event bridge. All right. So next option, we have something called transfer acceleration. Okay. So what do you mean by transfer acceleration? Why they have given transfer acceleration? If you see here, so what is transfer acceleration? It's enable fast, easy, and secure transfers of files to and fro from your bucket. Okay, so now if you upload any object to your bucket, and if you are downloading any object from your bucket, if you want to make it even more faster, so now I have uploaded only one file, only one object. That's why it is taking lesser time. Now let's say you are uploading usually in real time, right? If you are migrating or if you are uploading, you will be uploading 1 TB of data, 2 TB of objects, right? You will be uploading thousands of GBs, 100 GBs. So there it takes longer time, right? Uploading time and downloading time, it takes longer time. So if you want to reduce it, you can go and enable transfer acceleration. Okay, if you enable it, okay, it's just a single step. Just that's why I told you, right? AWS is very easy, guys, very easy, simple English, and just a single step. Okay, if you enable it, okay, now your client or whoever wants to upload to your bucket, you can send this accelerated endpoint. Okay, you can send this endpoint. Now if they upload it, it will be very fast. So let's say now to upload 2 TB of file, okay, if it takes 5 minutes, okay, if it takes once if you enable your transfer acceleration, and if you give this endpoint to your clients or to your users, so they can upload 2 TB within 1 minute. So remember, the higher the feature, the higher the cost. This transfer acceleration is a bit expensive. Any doubt here?
Yes, it's chargeable, sir. है ना?
Yeah, chargeable.
Mostly company, I think, is using this one because he do not want to delay any data.
Yeah, so they don't want to delay it. So usually they'll use it. Okay, if you want to know the pricing, okay, you can go and see your data transfer pricing. What could be the cost, or per GB cost you will get to know here, and per region also you will get to know. Just go through this document if you guys are interested about the costing, because if you are in higher position, so they're very much keen about costing. You should be knowing it properly. Just a second, guys. I'm getting okay, just a second.
Sure.
All right, so that's how we use transfer acceleration. Okay, see guys, I'm explaining one by one by everything, so that you should be master in S3. Okay, so even though you feel bit of theory in S3, but this is how you should be knowing everything. Then you can play around, right? So we have completed versioning, tags, encryption, server access logs, event notification, event bridge, transfer acceleration, and then comes your object lock. Okay, so what do you mean by object locks? Okay, it's very simple. In the name only you can say Amazon S3 currently does not support anymore after a bucket has been created. So you can only enable object lock while creation of S3 bucket. Okay, so usually when do we use object log is, okay, I'll show you. Okay, this is S3 bucket. So there, let's say the government datas. Okay, so health records, right? Usually when they store data, you will never delete it at all, right? You will only put data, but you cannot delete those objects no matter what. So in that scenario, you can, while creating it, you have to enable object log. If you see now we can't enable it. You have to enable while creating. So if you enable this object log, what happens? Okay. So now let's say I have this 1, 2, 3, 4 demo, one more bucket. So here I have objects, right? These objects I can delete, but if you have enabled object lock, I cannot delete. I will not get this delete option at all. Is it clear, guys?
So cannot delete by enabling the object data.
Yes.
Object layer. Nah?
Yes, yes. You cannot delete the object inside your S3 bucket, right? You cannot delete this at all. Once you have put, that is it. It is locked. That's why we call it the name object lock.
This is also chargeable.
This is no, it's not chargeable.
All right.
Okay, so this we'll use only for the very high critical data, right? Like your banking, your healthcare, right? If those kind of project, they will enable this stock exchange and all. All right, so requester pay. Okay, this is one of the very interesting feature is what this feature tells about it. When enable, the requester pay for request and data transfer cost and gets access to this bucket. Okay, what they're saying is, I like this actually. So now you have S3 bucket here, and you have stored a lot of movies collections, right? Old movies, new movies, Hollywood movies, Bollywood movies, whatever movies you want, you can store. This is unlimited storage, right? You have stored it. As I told you, there's no cost for storing, right? In S3, only you will be charged for data transfer. If you are downloading this, you will be charged. If you are uploading any data, you will be charged. Okay. Now, many applications, right? So, for example, Netflix, Hotstar, everything, they have uploaded their movie files in S3 bucket. So usually we can't download it. Okay. I mean, we can't download to our phone. Suppose if they have given option of downloading movies to our phone. Okay. So then in that case, okay, what they need to bear this cost, right? Data transfer cost. So suppose I'm the user here. Okay, I'm user here, Adil. Okay, if I want to download one movie from Netflix bucket, okay, so this data downloading cost, uploading will be costing to owner of this bucket. So what AWS has come up is, okay, so if you have clients, okay, if you have users who wants to download, just you can enable that pay option. So you can, if you enable this requester pay, so then if I want to download any object from this particular S3 bucket, I need to pay them for this data cron. Okay, so that owner will not be bear. Okay, this will not cost anything to owner. That's how this requester pay works. If you enable it, so if your requester will pay for a request and data transfer. Okay, he will get a link. If you disable it, bucket owner pays the cost of data request. If you enable, whoever requester, he will pay the cost of it. Any doubt here, guys?
No, sir. All our money.
Yeah. Right. So this is how it works. right? So we have one more option called static website hosting. So to talk about that, I need to talk about permissions. So don't worry about this. I'll explain you in a very simple way. This permission, how this permissions work in a diagram, so that it will be very useful for you. Let me clear this. How permission in S3 works, I'll show it to you now. All right. Now, this is your S3 bucket. Okay. And you have objects here in S3 bucket. Okay. You have stored multiple objects. So there are three type of permissions in S3 bucket. Okay. 3 layers. Okay. So first layer permission is okay. So now your S3 is there is a boundary for this S3 now. How you will get to know? If you go to policy, block all public access. Okay, it is turned on. That means it is blocking all the public access, all public access. That means there's a boundary, like invisible boundary here. Okay, there's a invisible boundary here. So if you have turned on, okay, if it's in green, that means you have blocked this public access. Now only I can see this data, whatever data is inside. Any users cannot see it. This is one per kind of permission, right? And second is bucket policies. So if you have this bucket, you can apply policies to your bucket. You guys know it, right? What do you mean by bucket policy, right? So if you give bucket policies, one second, guys. One second. Hello, sorry guys, I had got an important call.
No
Okay.
issue, sir.
So this is the permission boundary. Okay, first is your invisible, and second you will give permissions to your bucket level. Okay, that is your bucket policy. So here also you are giving boundary like this to your bucket, right? And third thing is you are giving one more permissions here on the objects as well. Okay, this is how S3 works, guys. See how I told you, right, in the initial classes, defense in depth model. Each layer it has a protection. So if anyone wants to access the object in a S3 bucket, they need to go through all these layers. What is first layer? That is your block.
Bucket.
Yes, block all public access. What is second layer? Is your bucket policy. Okay, you need to allow bucket policies, and then third is your object ACL. We call it as object ACL, access control, object access control list. Okay, so even if you remove this boundary, again there will be bucket policy. Even if you remove this, then again you will be object ACL. After removing this, then only they will get the object. Okay, this is how it works. Okay, now see, block all public access is there, no? If I remove this, so now I have removed this boundary. Again, I'll be having
For
this
public.
Yeah, public. So even though I have removed this boundary, any public is coming, can they get access here?
Yeah, bucket.
They can't know. I need to give bucket policy, right? So I need to give bucket policy. So here I need to give whatever you want, you need to give, whether you want to put object or you want to give a list, only you want to read access, or you want only, delete option, what you want, that policy you need to give. That is what we call it
This
as
is on
bucket.
a JSON we need to pull.
Yes. Policy example. 2 weeks. Here you will get policies. Can you guys see it here?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you will get example policies depending upon your scenarios. Okay, so if you want, you can just copy paste it. Okay, if you see, it is allowing, right, from this account put object. Okay, and from the on this resource, on this S3 bucket. This is how you can play here. You can copy and you can just put the policy. So once you do this, then you'll give access to your bucket policy. And then you have one more thing is, what is that is object ACL. So go to permissions, block public, bucket policy, and then here is your object ownership or your ACL. Okay, so here on the object level also you can configure. You can give so list option, write option, read option. Here also you can make a configuration. You cannot either, if you want, you can stop giving access, right? Everyone cannot list it. You can block for the public to delete it, right? All those things you can do it. If you enable this, okay, can you guys see here? Now I have list and write, read and write only for me. If you
Bucket
want,
only, bucket
yeah,
no, object level.
Bucket owner. And if you want, you can give to for public only read access, only list access, right? Or you can give to particular groups, right? And if you want, you can give external AWS bucket access as well. Add EC. If you want, I can. If this is my now this is my one account, right? Let's say this is my dev account. If you want your test people account to get access here, you can give their account number.
Oh, cross region also.
Yes, cross region also you can get. This is only for objects. Okay, they can either list, they can read, write, right? And you can give a grant. That's how useful features. Is that clear, guys? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, so now what we'll do, now you guys understood about the permissions, right? So now we can use S3 to host your website, right? You can also use your S3 to host your website. How? By using static website hosting. So I'll show you that simple demo now. Please remember, it's only for static website, not for dynamic. Okay, now I'll show you how to do it, right? So now we are into TravelX demo. We are into our TravelX demo. So if they ask you, please enable our S3 bucket for static hosting, you have to come here, edit, enable, okay, hosting type static, index document, always you should give index.html. Just give it, save change. If you have HTML code, you can write it. If you don't have it, it's okay, you can upload it. Okay, I've enabled, and then I'll upload my HTML code. So I already have that HTML code. Okay, this is that my HTML code. I'll upload here, right? So upload. Right. So now I enable static website hosting and I've uploaded my code. Now this should work as my hosting platform. Now let's say this. Can you see this error?
Access deny.
Why am I getting? Just now I've explained. Why am I getting this error, guys?
Because you
Provide
didn't
a
give it the
public-
permission.
Yes, so this 3 layers is there. We need to remove this layer. We need to give access to each layer. Now, in order to get this first layer, what we need to give? We need to turn on this. Turn on.
Public level.
Sorry, turn off. Okay, so let's do it. Okay. So if you know this, how this permission works, it will be very useful for you guys, right? Go to Travelex permissions, right? So if, okay, I've already given public access. That's why it is red. Block all public is off. That means all the public can access. Even then, why I'm not getting is because there's no bucket policy. Here I need to give some policies. Here I need to tell my S3 bucket. Okay, I need to tell with S3 bucket with policy allow. Okay, allow that request to read, allow that request to delete. How can you say? Through bucket policy, right? So I already have my bucket policy. So this is my okay, just copy paste here, give on edit. Right? So give the bucket name. Okay, so can you guys see this bucket policy? So it is
Is allow publicly.
Public read get object. So any public can read this. Okay, can any public can come and read this. Only read access I'm giving. Star means anyone, but action I'm only allowing get. For which bucket? For only this bucket, not for all the buckets, only this bucket. This is how you play with permissions. Okay, so that means this layer I've removed, this bucket policy I've configured. Now request come go through this layer, it is opened, bucket policy is allowing for the get, we can only get the object. All right.
Yes, yes.
So we'll go to this object. Now we'll go to this example. Can you see this? So this is the code I've written.
Yeah. Good.
Got it? So just try from your laptop whether it works. I'm just curious. I'll share it. Just try, click on that link.
Sir, is opening in my laptop also.
Yeah. So did you see it? So even though you are not user of this AWS account, even you can see my website. Okay, now. So any doubt here, guys? So still we have a lot. I thought of completing all the section, but it will be overwhelming.
No, yeah, it's good, sir.
Yeah. So properties we have completed, right? Properties, everything we have completed. Permissions we have completed. So only course is there. I'll explain. And then tomorrow we'll talk a little bit about management and access points, and then we are good to close S3. All right. So please do this. Okay, do this. I want you guys to, I want to see tomorrow when we are joining, I want to see this. Okay, you will get this HTML code from Google. Very simple code. I want you guys to host. I'll ask you to share your screen tomorrow. All right, guys.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys. Okay. Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So there's some problem with my console. I am unable to log in. Can anyone share their console access if it's possible?
Yes, sir, I will share it to Amit sir, Abhishek sir, and for the
Yeah,
writing.
share it on the chat direct to me. Send
Okay, sir. Okay.
direct to me. Okay.
Okay.
सर एक स्मॉल डाउट
हाँ
एक स्मॉल डाउट सर
स्मॉल डॉट हाँ
अब AWS का हम लॉगिन होते ना वो IAM यूजर का पासवर्ड है सेम वही आगे रहे ना अदो अब दिख रहा है ना सर IAM में पासवर्ड भी सेम हम आगे रखे तो पासवर्ड ही होता क्या सर
नहीं IAM यूजर अलग है AWS के अकाउंट के अंदर यूजर्स क्रिएट करते हैं ना
तो मैं वो कल प्रैक्टिस किया सर वो पासवर्ड है आगे का मारते हैं तो नहीं आ रहा फिर ये इसका पासवर्ड क्या होता सर
हाँ जो जो जब IAM यूजर क्रिएट करते हैं ना वो टाइम पे आप देना है पासवर्ड कंसोल एक्सेस देना है शायद
हमें
आप
ओके
नहीं दिए
अच्छा
होगा कंसोल एक्सेस
अच्छा
नहीं दिए होगा आप इसलिए
वही सर कल मैं क्रिएट किए था
हाँ
IAM यूजर का पासवर्ड में तो वही मार रही थी वो तो
हम्म
क्रिएट नहीं हुआ उसलिए थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हो गई
ओके
चलो थैंक
दिखाता
यू
हूँ मैं
थैंक
अभी
अच्छा ठीक ठीक
थोड़ा मुझे कंसोल एक्सेस मिलेगा तो वेटिंग पर ऑलराइट वो देने से
Yes,
लेट्स
sir, I
डू
will share in 2 minutes, please.
yeah so let's do recap all right so this is our S3 bucket okay right what is the first why what is the popularity why it is popular S3 bucket I've told 2 words now why do they use S3 bucket most popular because of high availability and durability it has 11 nines sorry 4 nines and 11 nines of durability okay that's why S3 is the most popular and what is the storage limit in S3
5 TB.
hello
Yeah, 5 TB.
5 TB no storage limit
For object level, sir.
so it is unlimited storage only each object is limited to 5 TB
Each object is limited to 5 GB and
5
unlimited
TB 5 TB
terabyte.
all right okay can you share the code Shivraman all right so then we talked about S3 limitations and then for what is the first property we talked about S3 is versioning okay this is the first this is the first property we talked right so what do you mean by versioning guys so why do we use it even if you don't know the definition why do we use it just tell me what you have understood why we use versions okay thank you Shivraman so versioning we use it
If
in yeah sorry
versioning we used to clone the keep the duplicate data. If I by mistakenly delete
correct
so many data, so it will be persist in existed. मतलब कि available it will be available after deleting also.
Just say to prevent accidental deletions. That's it.
Accidental deletion.
To prevent from accidental deletion. All right. So that is the one versioning we talked, and the second one, what did we talk? Oh, yeah, there's no bucket only here. Right, what is the second property? So we talked about tags, right? So why do we use tags? It's just for the naming purpose. Okay, so we talked about, if we get into the properties, so we talked about bucket versioning, we talked about tags, and then we talked about encryption. What are the different types of encryption I have told yesterday? There are 3 types of encryption, no? Can you remember it, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
SEKMS and CMK.
Very good.
SSK is server side encryption, key
Yeah.
management
I have
service,
shared
and
that ID.
Yeah, I've
Let us
already
check.
already
Okay, I
logged.
have not seen. Okay, fine.
Logged in. Thank you, Shriram.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. So S3, KMS, and CMK, right? So that means encryption happens in the AWS level, but only the keys will be maintained by these 3. One is S3, that is automatic. Another is KMS. Okay, it is a service in AWS, and then customer managed key. That means we need to take care of this customer keys for encrypting and decrypting. Okay, and that's what we talked. So that also option it has given. And then we talked about server access logging. So what do you mean by server access logging, guys? So it's like your CCTV of your S3 bucket, right? So if anything happens, it will capture. Okay. So then we talked about event notification. So that means, what do you mean by event notification? So if any event happens in your bucket, get any API events, right? Get anyone puts object, gets object, reads object, delete object, right? You will get to know it. How will you get to know it? Event. So what are the 3 destination here in the event notification? It can send to only 3, no? What was that? Lambda,
SNS, and
SQS.
SQS.
Very good. All right. So, and then we talked about transfer acceleration. Okay. So if you want to, transfer the speed of uploading and downloading, you can go with transfer acceleration. Remember, so if you enable, it will give us extra cost. We'll get some endpoint. Okay. You can share that endpoint with your user to make it to upload or download faster. Okay. So what is object lock? When do we use this object lock?
It will cannot government in government sector.
Yes.
It will be I want to delete it. So in that situation,
Whenever the object in S3 bucket, you don't have to delete. In that case, we'll go for object lock. It will be permanently stored. Okay. So that is an object lock. And then you guys know about request to pay, and then static website hosting. Anyway, there's no time now. If I'll ask you one other day. Okay, to host the website through you guys have understood, right? How to host a website.
Yeah.
All right. So then we talked about permissions, right? So what are the 3 layers I told in S3 permissions? So if it's your S3, what is the first layer is? It is your block public access, right? Block all the public access on or off, right? And then comes your bucket, right? This one. This one more layer of permission, that is your bucket policy, right? And then comes one more layer to your object, that is your object ACL. What do you mean by object ACL? That means at the object level, you can decide for whom to give write permission, for whom to give delete permission. Okay, only these 3 permissions, guys. Please remember, these are very important in S3. Okay, sometimes when you're working, we get this. Okay, so what people will do, people who are new to AWS, they'll just remove this. They'll say all block public access on. Okay, I mean they'll off it. They'll remove this boundary and they'll say we are unable to access S3 bucket. they'll come up with. So we need to analyze it. We need to check and we need to analyze, and then we need to provide them bucket policy. If you're working in AWS, you will get to know these issues. These are real time. Okay. So please be aware of these three main permissions. All right. So this is what we have discussed right yesterday. Right. Let's continue and we have to finish our S3 today. We have still a lot to cover here in this S3. S3 is one of the important topic. All right. Okay, you guys are aware of all these things. Now we have something called cross origin resource sharing. Okay, so what is this? Cross origin resource sharing. Okay, to explain you that, okay, so let me explain you with simple example. Let's say this is your government office. Okay, this is your government office. Okay, so now you go for some registration or for some kind of work. Okay, when you go for the work, there are a lot of internal offices, right, in the government building, right? There will be a lot of internal offices. All right, so now for some work, you will visit to office. Okay, you will visit to office for some work. Okay, for some registration, for some documentation, you will go here. Okay, so you have this document, but what this government people does it. Okay, so this documentation work will not be happen only from one guy. So you want details. Okay, if you want your work to be completed, if your documentation to be completed, you need to take sign from everyone, right? You need to take sign from here and then come back. You should take again take approval from here, and then afterwards your documentation, your whatever your government work will be completed, right? This is how it happens, right, in real time. If you go to any government bank, government sector, right, guys, are you following?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
In your municipality, if you want to some permission, you need to
So
take
they'll
up
say
sign of 10, more than 10 people.
yeah, they'll say go take permission from here first. They'll say first go and take from here as well, and then so you have to fetch data from everywhere. Okay, even though you have entered to main office, right? You want to you have fetch details from all the small, right? So CORS works in similar way, guys. Cross origin resource sharing. Okay, so how it works is it works on your browser level. Let me show you the slides. Okay, if you see what is cross, it's a cross origin resource sharing. So your origin is nothing but your, what do you mean by origin? If they ask, your origin is your protocol, this HTTPS plus your domain www.example.com plus port. Okay, this we call it as our origin. Okay, now so it is called as web browser based mechanism to allow requests to other origins while visiting the main origin. Okay, so here I'll explain you. If you see here, okay, so basically what they're saying is okay, this is your Chrome or this is your Chrome or your Microsoft Edge. Okay, this could be your website. Okay, so if anyone people, okay, if any people coming through Chrome, right, if your users, okay, if any of your users coming through Chrome or Microsoft Edge, okay, when they come here, right, so here in your AWS account you have two S3 buckets. Okay, so what you will do here, you will store only images. Okay, here you will store only images, and here you will store only videos. Now user will come with a request that his request might be he might require one image, one video. He might require one image and video. So when the user comes with the request with both the domains, okay, what it will the call, if you have enabled the course, okay, first it will go here. Okay, first your main origin, it will go here, it will check the image and it will ask for the videos. Okay, as soon as the request gets the video request, so this main origin, it will understand, okay, it is asking from my another bucket. Okay, it will send that details of another bucket. Again, that request will go to your second bucket, right? It will say, I want videos, right? I want videos from your user. So it will verify, this S3 bucket will verify from where it has come. Okay, it will see that it has come from the main origin, and then it will share the video, and from there you will send back to your user. Okay, if you see this diagram, okay, this is your web browser. It could be your Google Chrome or Microsoft, only these two. Okay, so now if you see here, first thing they'll make a HTTPS request. Okay, any user. So whenever they make HTTPS request, first it will come to your main origin. Okay, let's say if your example.com is your main origin, mean your main bucket. So first it will come here. So here all the data will not be there. Few data will be in your another origin. That is why we call it as cross origin. So what this web server will do, okay, it will send to this web browser. See, I have only 50% details. Another 50% is with another origin. Please take it with him. How will you take? It will send some details. See, so it will send the details here. So it will show host. It is coming from. It will show that origin www.exam and host is www. As soon as it goes, it verifies. Okay, how it verifies? It will see whether from the control it's coming, get put delete request, whether does it have all this request. Okay, all thing happens on pre-flight request. Okay, it will automatically happens in the background. So once this is verified, okay, once this URL and everything is verified, okay, this will verify, then it will give the data to your web browser, and here this web browser will take data from here, will take data from here, and then they will give it to the user. Remember, this happens on the browser level. Okay, that's why they have mentioned web browser based mechanism. Okay, this is very bit complicated. People are not using it, but if you know, if you understand it and if you explain in the interview, definitely it is a game changer. Any doubt? It's a bit complicated. You will not understand at the first level. You need to read it twice and twice. Did you guys understood how it works? Cross origin resource sharing. It works on Chrome and Microsoft only, Microsoft Edge browsers only. So as soon as any request come, right? Same your government office. What you will do? First, you will go to one small office. They will say, okay, my work is done. You go to another office, take his sign, and then you will go and you will tell, sir, this guy has sent me here. This guy will ask, who has sent me? What is the proof? You will show this see from origin. Okay, and then it will verify. Okay, he has sent me. All right, take the details, and then go back. This is how it works. Is it clear, guys? Shivraman, Muntaz, Gajanan, Sumit.
Yeah, clear.
Okay, so understand in this level how it works. So explain in the same way. Okay, how do you enable it? Just a simple code. Okay, not code, just a scripting. Okay, if you want to enable it, just click on edit. You click on learn more. Here you will get some sample scripts. You just have to copy and paste it. Okay, so I don't think people are using this. This is very one of the good options, but people are still not using it. So everything is there in your console. If you see, you just have to see allow headers, put, post, delete. right? We just have to copy this and paste it here. That's it. Very simple to use. All right. So that's about cores, guys. Now we have done with properties. You are done with permissions. Now you are good to go with these two tabs. If I ask you any question on these two questions, these two tabs, you should be able to answer. Okay. Now let's get into metrics. So here, so metrics is nothing but just to see your usage and all. No? Okay. Here you won't get anything. Here, main thing is your storage class analysis. Okay. That means now let me see, I'll upload a file here in this bucket. If you upload any bucket here, any file, okay. So as soon as I uploaded file, so all these details you know, but what do you mean by this storage class? What is this standard? What all other options we have? Why it is showing? Okay. If you go to this option actions, you have edit storage class as well. Okay, what is this storage class? What are the different types of storage class? That we'll understand it now. Okay, this is very important if you guys are taking exam. Okay. All right, let's focus for AWS S3 storage classes introduction. Okay, we have different kinds of data can be stored in Amazon S3, right? So we have media files, we have application packages, you have backup of your database, right? And you might get some long-term archives. You have lot all these types you can store in S3. Okay, so based on this your data type, right, you can make a variations in access pattern. That means what they are saying is okay, if this is your S3 bucket, right, you can make variations like how is it a frequent access, right? Every day are you accessing this object, or frequently you are or infrequently you are accessing this object, or you are accessing only once in a year, or you are accessing or rarely like 5 years once, or you are accessing this object 2 weeks once, or you are accessing this object every day, right? We have these type of variations in accessing, right? Depending upon these variations, S3 has given you something called storage classes. Okay, so why do we have storage classes? It's because of this. So in order to see the access pattern, okay, based on access pattern we have storage classes, right? So it is designed for durability of 11 nines. Let's see which are those. It's very simple, okay, very easy to remember. Please focus it here, right? So one is standard. Okay, this costing is also as per the priority, guys. So with which is the storage class which is in first one, it is the costlier. Second one is bit cheaper. Third one is bit cheaper. Fourth one is even more cheaper. Glacier is even more cheaper. All right. So first let's focus on standard. What is standard? So standard is frequently accessed data. Okay. So now whatever we have created, no, so I've just uploaded my file. So I'm frequently accessing it. That's why it is in standard. Okay. So whenever I want, I can open it, right? Whenever I want, I can open it and I can download it. See, immediately I'm downloading, immediately I'm getting these files. You will get it within seconds, right? So frequently access pattern of data, we'll put it in standard class. And please note, this will be spanned across more than 3 availability zone. That means your data, right? Now this object, it is stored in more than 3 availability zone. I mean background, it will be stored, right? You can't lose this data at all. Yes, Shivraman, you want to ask something?
No, sir, no.
All right.
Website has been
Okay. You're listening, right, Shivraman?
yes, sir, I'm listening.
All right. Yeah, since you're in office, I'm not asking you a question. Okay. So first one is standard class. Is it clear, guys? Standard class for frequently accessed data.
Frequently accessed data.
Yes, it's very clear, right? For testing, for our day-to-day activities, we'll use standard. Remember, it is the costlier one. Then comes standard infrequent access. So this is something like, it is a long-lived but infrequent access data. Something like you'll use it for like backup of your disaster recovery, right? You will put, we'll use standard infrequent where you have your backup of your databases, right? So will you access it every day, your backups? No, right? When do you access? Only when, if anything happens.
Weekly one or monthly one.
Exactly. So that is infrequent. You are not accessing it daily, right? So that we call it as standard infrequent. So if you select the standard infrequent, for you, it will cost a bit lesser. Okay. Remember, this also store in more than 3 availability zone. All right. And then comes your one zone infrequent access. Okay. So here what happens, AWS will say, if your data is not much important, right? If your data is not much important and you infrequently access, right? So it's, then you can select one zone infrequent access storage class. So here you remember, please focus here. It will store only in one availability zone. If anything happens in that availability zone, if that goes down, your data will also go down. There will be no backup of it. Okay. So this is one zone infrequent access. So remember, this is used only for non-critical data, which is easily recreatable. Only if you have those kind of data, you can put it in one zone infrequent access. All right. So after this, or I'll leave this intelligent tiring, I'll tell you. Then we have Glacier and Glacier Deep Archive. Okay, so what do you mean by Glacier is, it is a archive data with retrieval times ranging from minutes to hours. So now, as I told you, you have, if there's a hospital, right? If it's a hospital, if it's a banking sector, they need to store huge data from many years, right? So if government comes and asks, okay, give me this patient name of 2011, 2020, they need to store it. They cannot delete it, right? So those kind of data, we call it as archival data. So those are very rarely accessed, right? Very rarely accessed. So for those kind of archival data, AWS has given something called Glacier. But remember, if you want to download data from Glacier, it takes minutes to hours. It is not like this. In the standard, I'll just click download, it has downloaded. But in Glacier, it is not like that. It will take from minutes to hours to download. All right. So what is Glacier Deep Archive?
It will take more time. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
it will take more time. Yeah, more time to download. If you want your data that you want, it is infrequently accessed, but you want to download it immediately, then which one you'll go?
Standard.
Standard infrequent. Standard is only for frequently accessed data. All right. So one is Glacier. Glacier is clear, right? So it is archival data with retrieval times ranging from minutes to hours. Then what is Deep Archive? So archive data that rarely, if ever, needs to be accessed with retrieval times in hours. Okay. This is again one layer down. Okay. It is like you'll use it like 5 years once, 10 years once, very rarely use. They'll put it in vaults. Okay. Can you see your long-lived archive data less than once a year with a retrieval of hours? There's no minutes at all here. Okay. So this Glacier, now they're calling it as Glacier Flexible. Okay, this is minutes to hour. If you want, you can take it in minutes as well, but it will cost you more. Okay, but then you can say, see, if you are accessing only later infrequently, I can go with standard infrequent access only. Now, why I'm going with Glacier Deep? Why have we have to select Glacier? You should ask me this question actually. Why AWS is giving that is, if you see here, see in the standard, there's a minimum billable object size. If you see this here, there's a minimum billable object size, but in the Glacier, there's no such things. Since these are archival data, they will not bill you for that. They'll cost you only for per GB. Are you able to see here? All these different storage class, they will cost you from billable from minimum from 128 KB. But only Glacier, they will not charge you because it's archival data. As soon as you select Glacier, okay, S3 will understand. They will not access this data. They will rarely access this. So why do we have to bill for them? Okay, they'll not bill you for minimum. They'll only bill per GB based. Is this clear, guys? This is very important storage class.
Yes.
Mumtaz, Sumit, Shivraman. Clear, right? Others?
Yes, sir.
So whenever you have to change, whenever you want to change, just click on this object, right? Actions, edit storage class. Okay. So now there's one more left. Now, what is that is intelligent tiering. What is this intelligent tiering is? It is a AI based. Okay. So if you enable this intelligent tiering, so when you will enable is when you don't know your access pattern. Okay. Where let's say, this S3 bucket is your new project S3 bucket. You don't know the object which you store in S3, whether it is a frequently accessed or whether it is infrequently accessed or it is a archival data. You don't know. If you don't know, you will leave it to the AI. That is intelligent tiering. What is intelligent tiering means? Once if you enable it for I think for 7 days or I don't know for how many days, it will be observing your pattern. How users will access to S3. It will observe. Okay, based on your access pattern, it will automatically select storage class. Okay, whether it's a standard infrequent, okay, or whether it is a Glacier or one zone, whatever it is, it will select automatically. You will only be charged for that. All right. So costing wise, if they ask, so which is the highest one, costlier one?
Standard.
Exactly, standard. Okay, Glacier and Glacier Deep Archive is lesser. So if they ask in interview, so standard infrequent access is it's costing lesser for me. So if any archival data, I can go with standard infrequent only. Why they have option? Why they're giving? Why do I have to go with Glacier Deep Archive? What you will say?
More than it will use rare case in one time in the year, so that's it will.
For standard infrequent also, it is one time. You can make it one time in a year. Then why
Charges is
then?
low. Charges is low because it will take more time to download.
No, charges is low. So here in standard, there's a minimum billable object, right? Just now I showed, right?
Yeah.
They have minimum billable 128 KB. If you're storing from more than 128 KB, their billing starts. But in Glacier, it is not. There's no minimum. They'll only charge per GB fees. Okay, that too only if you retrieve it. If you see, this is the retrieval fee. If you store data and if you don't retrieve at all, then it is not charging. All right. So that's how storage class. Please remember this storage classes. Okay. So they will ask in exam. The exam to for sure you will get. I don't know about the interview. If the panel
इंटरव्यू
is
में एक बार मेरे से पूछा था सर व्हाट इज टाइप ऑफ स्टोरेज.
अच्छा ओके तो वही पैनल को मालूम रहेगा तो ये पूरा पूछेगा. अगर मैं आपका इंटरव्यू पैनल रहेगा तो फॉर श्योर पूछेगा। ये तो इम्पोर्टेंट है। ऑलराइट, ओके, तो ये गो थ्रू कीजिए। मैं ये स्लाइड जब शेयर करता हूँ ना, these are very important slides, guys. I have taken it from all over. I have selected the best of best. I have selected the best of best and I have created these slides. If you go through my slides, it will help you in the exam as well as the interview. I have prepared in that way. Please make use of it. All right, so please go through. If you want to read more about on availability, replications, right, per GB cost, encryption and all, please go through this comparison table. Right, so let's go to our bucket. So properties is clear, permission is clear, okay, and then storage class is clear. So in metrics it's nothing, okay, it's just how data is stored. It just show the graphs. Okay, this is the storage class analysis. Okay, so it will analyze your storage access patterns to help you decide when to transition objects. Okay, this is something we don't use it. Okay, then in the management, it's very important here, this two. Okay, these two are very important, guys. Okay, what is life cycle rules? Okay, so what do you mean by life cycle? So why they have given this option? Use life cycle rules to define actions you want Amazon S3 to take during an object's lifetime, such as transitioning objects into another storage class. That means it's very simple. Don't get confused. Okay, now this is your S3 bucket, right? Now, so you have stored a lot of files in your S3 bucket. So now you have stored this object in a standard class initially. Okay, let's say this is your first pre-go live bucket. Okay, this is your pre-go live bucket. At the initial stage, developers will be using, excuse me. So at the initial stage, developers will be using these files a lot. Okay, so after project go lives, after 1 year, after 2 years, developers won't use these files, right? Rarely they'll use. Why? Because project is running successfully, they'll not touch it. So in that case, instead of keeping the object, say in the standard, it will cost you more, right? It will call if you want to retrieve data, and it will cost you more. So whenever you are not using, automatically, whenever the people is not using, nobody is accessing it, automatically this will move standard to standard infrequent access. And then it will see whether for many days, even then they are not using, they are not retrieving, it will automatically move to one zone. And then even then people are not using it, it's been years, they are not using, they are not downloading anything, it will move to Glacier and then Glacier deeper. Okay, you can set up this rule. Okay, automatically S3 will send, you don't have to manage it. If this is not there, remember, any one guy want to come, he need to open the data, he need to check how many times they have downloaded. So you don't have to do that manual work. S3 will does it. How? By lifecycle rules.
Lifecycle.
Okay, so if you create lifecycle rules, okay, and just demo something, enter. And this. Okay, so here if you see lifecycle rule actions, move current versions of object between storage class. See, here you can mention the transition. So what you can say here, now your S3 bucket, no, it has standard class. You're telling here, move it to standard infrequent access after how many days? Minimum is 30 days, guys. You can give 60 days and then add transition. So now if you want, you can move it to one zone. After how many days? After 180 days. And then again add, right? And then move it to Glacier. After how many days? After 250 days. So if you apply this, now if you go and create rule, it will apply to this S3 bucket. So after these many days, automatically storage classes will move and it will save your costing. That is why they call it as lifecycle rule configuration. Is this clear, guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This lifecycle was the important one. They will ask you question. Next. So this is something called replication. Okay. Use replication rule to define options you want Amazon S3 to apply during replication, such as server-side encryption. So it's basically you are creating a rule for replication. So replication means you're copying this bucket into another region. Okay. So if you want to copy this same bucket, okay, into another region or different account. Now let's say this cloud share is a dev account, right? Test account also want a similar bucket. So you can just create a replication rule and you can give some details, right? So if you want to, what is the source bucket? Okay, source details and give the destination bucket. If you do that, so whatever objects you put here, right, in this demo is 23 bucket, and whatever the destination bucket you give, no, both it will be synced. You get it right? What I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
two different zones, same data will be captured.
Yes. So let's say if this is your dev account bucket, okay, this is your source bucket, and if this is your destination bucket. So once you enable replication, right? Any pair, now if you put 10 files here in dev, same 10 files will be there in dev as well. If you upload 20 files, same files will be available in this as well in destination bucket. Okay, this is what we call it as replication. Please remember this, we will allow in real time. I'm saying in real time we will allow only for the same accounts. If they are making replication, you can do with another external AWS account, but as a security engineer, as a cloud security, we will definitely not allow it. And also we will not allow from prod to dev. Suppose let's say if this is your prod account, prod bucket, and if this is your dev bucket, this also will not allow. Only dev to testing, okay, non-prod to non-prod, only that will allow. This will make your work even more easier, guys, right? Dev and test need the same objects. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So the management life cycle is clear, replication is clear. Okay, so this is something new one. Okay, we are not working on this much. Okay, if you want, you can just go and read it if you have free time, but we are not using this much. We have life cycle rules and replication rules. Then the last important is one of the important features of bucket is access points. What is this access point? Why they have given this? Okay, I'll tell you in a simple, I'll give you a simple example and explain so that it will be easier for you guys to remember. Yeah, so let's say this is your prod account, main account, and here you have S3 bucket. In this prod AWS account, you have S3 bucket, right? Main data, all important data is stored in your prod S3 bucket. Okay, so similarly, you have other accounts. Okay, other, so that is your sales account, HR account, HR people, your finance team, right? You have dev team, right? You have a lot of teams. Okay, now let's say sales team, he only wants what? He only wants read access. Okay, and finance team, he might need put access. Okay, he needs to put some financial decision from finance. He need put access. Okay, and he needs read access. Sales read only. Okay, and HR people, he need list access, right? And dev, they also need put access. The dev people need even more, right? They need put read. Now let's say if you want to configure all those things on S3, you can, how do you allow these permissions? First, you will remove that block public access, and then you will remove that, you will give policy in bucket policy. If you want to give all those things, what happens, you know, you need to create bucket policy. You need to write lot of code. Allow from sales department, give read, right? From HR, give list. So you need to write code, and this code will go longer. Remember, there's a limitation for bucket policy. Okay, I think it is 28 KB, I guess. I'll tell you this exact number. So more than this, your this code is there, no bucket policy, it should not go. Right. So in order to avoid this complications, okay, in order to avoid this complication, what AWS has given is given one option called access points.
Policy.
No, access points.
Access point, like
So
like VLAN.
Not VLAN. So it is a access point means you can give permission on VPC level. That means, okay, if sales team has VPC, right? So this sales team has VPC and HR team has their own VPC. These are AWS accounts, right? So they will create their own VPC. So you can limit access based on VPC level. I'll show you here.
Instead of global, I see.
Instead of giving individual access, individually giving this, you can block or give access based on your VPC level.
Normally it will be global, like this.
What?
Normally S3 will be global.
No, I'm not talking about global or region. What I'm talking about is accounts, right? Who can access your S3 bucket, right? Who all can access your S3 bucket? So if you remove this, so who all right now in all my demo, since I'm the owner, I'm unable to do it. Now from your account, can you download this bucket? Can Gajanan download anything from this bucket? No, he doesn't have permission. Only Shivraman is owner, so he can do it. Now you need to give permissions to other teams in your account, right? So if you are working in real time, there's a lot of teams, they might need to read the object from your bucket, right? If you want to write, if you write a code in a bucket policy, it will go longer, very longer. So you can limit them on VPC level. That means, right, using access points for sales team, you can give only this. For HR team, for HR VPC, you can only give this. I'll show you that. Okay, see if you see your access point name, just give demo. Can you see your network origin from VPC? Can you see here VPC?
Yeah, VPC level.
Yeah, VPC level, and then give you your, if you're limiting to your sales. Okay, now let's say as per this diagram, this sales team only want read access, right? So in that case, give your sales team VPC ID. Give that VPC ID, and here give policy only for that sales team. Give bucket policy, read object, get object. Are you getting my point?
Yes. Limited coding we will do here.
Exactly. Very good. So we'll do the limited coding. But same way, if you go and write, if there's no access point, if you go and write, you need to write code for each option, for each accounts. So that coding, that line will go very long. Now you're limiting it based on your VPC. That's the power of access points. Okay, people are not using this. I've seen still people are not using this. They're not much of, but if you guys get to work with S3 bucket, please use this option. Okay, so this will limit your monitoring work, right? It will make your work easy, and you can see with the higher level overview that for whom all you are given access and all. All right, so if I get into this, okay, so this is the diagram which I'm saying. Can you guys see it here? So if this is your prod bucket, right? And if you have a sales team, finance team, sales team, analytics team. So if you see this finance team, they want a read and write option. Only for that finance team, you can create access point, right? I can give. And sales team, they again want a read, write to sales purpose, and you can create that policy and give. And analytics team, they only want a read. For them, create one access point and give. so that it will be very simple bucket policy. Is this clear, guys? This is how it works. Okay, through it will make use of VPC endpoint. It will let go it. Okay, so when it comes to the costing, please remember these points. Okay, free of cost. Data transfer into what all free in S3. Data which you transfer to S3 is free. Data if you transfer from S3 to CloudFront is free. Okay, and if you transfer your data from S3 to services in the same region, let's say if you transfer your data from S3 to your database, which is in the same region, then it is free. These are the free thing. Rest all it will cost you. All right. Any doubt here? So here I have given the scenarios. Okay. So how they will ask in interview, I have given the scenario. Just go through it. Okay. Now let's say if they ask in interview, I want to protect my objects against accidental deletion. What you will say? Solution? Use version. Versioning. No. Object lock. It's not like accidental deletion. Permanently, to avoid permanent deletion. Okay, if you want to avoid permanently deleting the object, then you'll go with object lock.
Okay.
Okay. So if they ask questions like, if you want to avoid protect from changing versioning, okay, use MFA. Okay, and if they ask if I want to enable cross domain request to S3, right? I have objects in 2-3 domains. Then what you will do? You can go with course, right? So like this, I have made scenarios on the cost as well. Okay, if they ask you as a cloud engineer, give me best suggestion to reduce my cost in S3. So you should, right? Yeah, you should explain them your proper storage classes. Explain them about storage class and lifecycle management. All right, like this, I have made scenarios. Please go through it. Okay, this is all theory. That's why I'm not explain. I've already explained in this session. So main thing is I have covered your S3 bucket completely. So if any question they ask you here, you should be able to answer. If you have attended my course, if you have understood, right? So objects is nothing but you will upload and download. And then coming to the properties, versioning is clear, tags is clear, encryption is clear, server access logging is clear, event notification is clear, right? Transfer acceleration is clear, object lock is clear, requester pay is clear, static website hosting, how to host a website, right? That also I've shown. And permissions, you have 3 types of permission. What is that? One is block public access, bucket policy, and object ACL. These 3 are main, right? And then we talked about cross origin resource sharing, that is CORS. This tab also I've done it. Metrics also I've shown, like it's just a graph. Then the main management, lifecycle rules and replication rules. What is lifecycle rules? When do we use it? That I've explained now. Replication rules. What happens if you create this replication rule, right? That also I've shown. And when do we use this replication route and when not to? That also I've explained. And then main thing is access point. What is access point? When do we use access point? All this is clear, right, guys? This is what we call it as a deep dive. Okay, now in S3, if I give you any question, you should be able to answer, you should be able to do it. Right, if there's any doubt, let me know in the next class. So in next class, let's start serverless model. We'll talk about serverless. Lambda and all will touch it. Okay.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay, please read, be prepared and come. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. See you tomorrow then.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.